The Warriors get a win to go 2-0 with Jimmy Butler and one game above the 500 mark. Now have a chance. They set themselves up for a chance for a winning road trip, but they'd have to sweep the last two in Texas.
Oh, a tide is a turning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Watch out now. It's 2 in a row. Don't make it 3 in a row. And don't make it 4 in a row heading into the break, Joe Shasky. Warriors, 125. Milwaukee Bucks, 111. No Giannis, but really, I don't care. I don't care if the Bulls, are missing players. I don't care if the Bucks are missing players. I don't care because you know what? I just watched this team a week ago lose to the Utah freaking Jazz. The Utah Jazz without Lauri Markkanen.
I know.
Who got absolutely obliterated last night against the Los Angeles Lakers where Luka Doncic made his debut. They gave away a bunch of Luka shirts, this, that, and the other, but it's not about that. By the way, Dirk Nowitzki be in the building. What the hell was that? The Golden State Warriors are playing with joy these last 2 games. And the guy that we all thought was a thief of joy, what America thought was a thief of joy these last few months, one being James Butler III out of Miami, him, Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra, just a dark cloud over the organization, right? Well, that cloud has dissipated. It's sunshine and rainbows in the Bay Area these last couple of days. Well, for a few days. I think it's going to rain some point this week, just in time for the All-Star game. But Joe Shasky, I got to tell you, man, as I go Pete Carroll, something's happening with this team, with Jimmy, and it's given Stephen Curry new life. 38 points, 12 of 24, 6 of 16 from beyond the arc, but it's him on the sidelines. It's Quinton Post hitting shots. It's Moses Moody hitting shots. My guy, Buddy Hield, coming around. I'm not letting you say your guy, Buddy Hield. I was in on Buddy Hield the last 2 games. He's been showing up. Brandon Pajemski making plays back in his home state. Kevon Looney making some plays in his home state. And man, the vibes could not have been better heading into a crucial stretch of this season. And I don't know what to say. I'm not saying they're going to win a championship, but I think I even underestimated how good this chemistry could be this early on. Good morning. I say all that to say good morning, Joe.
Jimmy.
There you go.
Jimmy.
Go. Yeah.
Jimmy. 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 Hey, look, man. It is what it is. My guy's a baller. It's just having an alpha on the court.
Your guy.
He is. Having an alpha on the court.
Who's my guy?
He's making plays. The way he passes, he's such a decisive passer. Gets to the block and just gets to the free throw line at will. He has given Steph Curry new life in the half court. I have never seen Steph see this many one-on-ones since the KD era. Maybe since Clay first returned, because I don't want to be, disrespectful to him. And Jordan Poole at times. There were times. But they've balanced the floor out, and their ability to kind of adjust when Steph's off the floor, what Jimmy does really well, some of the pick and rolls and playing the offense through him. Quinton Post.
Postmaster General.
I mean, stamp that. Let's go. And I mean, he's looked great. Buddy Hield did look great yesterday. Warriors are just, look, it's such a more enjoyable, watchable product. Bare minimum. I don't know where this goes. I understand. It's the Bucks without Giannis, and I don't care. They're in full control of that game.
I literally just mentioned they lost to the Lauri Markkanen-less Utah Jazz last week.
I know.
Then they didn't have Colin Sexton?
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like, that was where we were at just a week ago. That is what we were talking about, folks. So, yeah, I'm not going to scoff at blowout wins against the Bulls and the Bucks because it looks so much different, doesn't it? Like, there are levels to this. You can beat some bad teams, but it just doesn't feel right, doesn't look right. The Warriors have beaten some bad teams this year where you came away from saying, yeah, I don't feel great about that. That, like, against the Blazers, for example. Like, I didn't feel good. They beat the Blazers. Now the Blazers are playing better, this, that, and the other. But last night, the game before, and this is no disrespect to Andrew Wiggins, was a great Warrior, he's a champion, he's going to always be remembered. You can see the difference, though, between a Hall of Fame player and a Hall of Very Good player. And we're seeing it right now. Jimmy Butler is a Hall of Fame player playing like it. Even when his shot's not going down, when he's 4 of 12 and he can't buy a three-point shot, it's not his game. Please just you can take 2 a game. That's fine. That's the limit, Jimmy. I think he had an air ball yesterday at one point. But 6 offensive boards. The facilitating, 6 assists. Getting to the line, though.
It's incredible.
15 free throw attempts. How good does that have to feel if you're Stephen Curry, knowing that when I go off the court now, it's not going to be, Mount Doom, a la Lord of the Rings, Sauron, everyone's taking over, we're about to get blown out. Like, you got to have some sort of relief if you're Steph. It was actually great to see him yesterday. He was wearing like the little back belt. Yeah. He was getting stretched on the side, and he was getting up to see Quinton Post hit a 3. Jimmy Butler facilitating. Moses Moody making plays. And by the way, Quinton Post doing the little kiss with the 3.
Hey, he's got way more aggression in him than I thought.
Yeah.
He's a competitor. On the Jimmy Butler thing, with Steph off the floor, they were +6.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, +6 in the non-Curry minutes. Mm-hmm. That's a big development. We know they've been bailing water. How many years? And it was the most free throw attempts a Warrior has had in an individual game since KD.
That's not a coincidence.
It's 5 years plus.
That's, again, this is the best player Stephen Curry has played with since Kevin Durant. I don't think that's that insane to say. Klay Thompson was not the same player after the injuries.
He wasn't.
Andrew Wiggins, for a little bit, was great. He's not Jimmy Butler's level.
No. God, they're so good yesterday.
So just think about that. This is the best player, not counting the All-Star game, not counting the Olympics, best player on the Golden State Warriors that Steph has played with since Kevin Durant.
And he looks like a choir boy alongside Draymond Green.
Right?
Who gets technicals. I mean, I don't even know he airballed a bunny, okay? Like, it was like a little runner from 1.5 feet away, Draymond did. And he was incensed that he got fouled. And then you see Jimmy Butler alongside of him. Like, Jimmy looks like he's an altar server next to Draymond Green. Does he not?
No, he absolutely does. And there's a level of joy that I've seen. We're talking about with Steph, and like he looks rejuvenated, like LeBron did last night with Luka, quite frankly, looked rejuvenated. I saw a 40-year-old LeBron playing defense. Like, trades like that, think about Wembanyama with the Spurs, like De'Aaron Fox being there too. Moves like that, when you have belief within your organization, and if you're Stephen Curry and you are that organization, they're telling you, hey, we got you a guy. I don't know if this is the guy you wanted. I'm sure you wanted Kevin Durant, but you know what? Here's Jimmy Butler. Let's see.
In a weird way, it might have actually been a little bit like better for them. Like, I know we want to go back down the KD route, but it would have exhausted everything to acquire him. Jimmy, you got for, look, let's call it as pennies on the dollar.
Yes.
Compared to what his normal value would be.
Correct. Now, you had to extend him, so there was some costs there.
It cost money, no doubt. But like, if we were evaluating the cost of the two players, I mean, it's actually, it might end up being the better of the deals for them in terms of now and going forward. And Joe, I just ask Warrior fans this. Look, if we were to say Bay Area, clearly the CMC in-season trade for jolting a team and changing where they were going to go in season, like that's like the gold standard, right? I don't think the Niners were going
in a positive way, because there's been many trades in season that went the negative way.
Yeah.
So yes,
Yoenis Cespedes, Johnny Lester.
There you go. Don't even bring it up.
You made the playoffs.
Yes, barely.
I'm just going to go Warriors in season trade. Okay, for salvaging that season in terms of just galvanizing the unit. Okay, it's 2 games. Let's see where it is in a month. But I get Stack Jack, Al Harrington vibes. This to me feels very much like Stack Jack and Al Harrington. The minute those guys came, Captain Jack fit perfectly to what Baron Davis wanted to do. It was just like chef's kiss. It changed the aura of the team almost overnight. Now, Wiggins trade was an in-season trade. They won 15 games that year. And the very next year, we were having conversations on air whether Kelly Oubre was a better fit for the Warriors long-term or Andrew Wiggins. It took a couple years for the Wiggins trade to kind of materialize and be a great trade. Would you agree?
Yes. It took what, a year basically, a year and a half almost?
Year and a half.
Yeah.
And 2021, 2022 was his all-star season. Yeah. And even he got hurt for a month in that year and it kind of wasn't great.
Adductor.
And then he came back and was just otherworldly in the playoffs. I'm talking about save the season, change the team instantly, like flip the switch. You know, the light switch challenge, the Drake, even though he's been canceled. This feels so much like Stack Jack and Al Harrington. I mean, it really does to me.
Well, January 17th, 2007, that's when it happened. 18 years ago, Joe Shasky, and a guy that was a part of that trade, Mike Dunleavy, as a player.
I know.
Pretty crazy, huh? And Mike Dunleavy, also a teammate of Jimmy Butler, a guy that vouched for him clearly within the organization there.
Okay, so like going back, I know there's a lot of younger people that maybe weren't as astute to it. Like Troy Murphy early on was a good player. He broke his nose multiple times, and he kind of flatlined emotionally. Yeah. He was an emotional player. He could hit the corner three. Dunleavy was always a very flatline, emotionless player, very much like Wiggins, okay? When you got Stack Jack and Al Harrington, the personality that they brought to the team, it just changed the whole dynamic. We just instantly got tougher and vibed, and it just fit everything. Wiggins, really good player. Like, we all like Wiggins. Kind of a flatliner emotionally.
Yep.
You know, some guys aren't necessarily rah-rah guys. Steph Curry's kind of like a flatliner for the most part. There are times where he'll show emotion. Jimmy Butler clearly has this team locked in. Ronnie Lott had this effect where he was on the field and guys would look around and you better played hard or Ronnie was going to call you out. And I get that kind of feeling from a Jimmy Butler.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Also, shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are streaming on all of those platforms. Search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe there. You can see this beautiful schnoz here at 6:17 in the morning. And that's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We got Baldy coming up at 7:30. Do a final breakdown of the Super Bowl. Get Baldy's thoughts on what the 49ers need to do. Debo Samuel, this, that, and the other. We got Festus Ezeli, NBA champion, host of Warriors pre- and post-game on NBC Sports Bay Area alongside our guy Bonte Hill. That's going to be at 8 o'clock. We got the knockout tournament giveaway. We got Slam Dunk in Vegas. We got some Curry 12s to give away at some point today as well. We have so much going on.
Curry 12s?
Curry 12s, Joe Shasky.
Wow.
I know you're a big shoe guy.
I'm probably not.
No, you really are a big shoe guy. You wear like different Nikes every single day and different Jordans. Are you kidding me?
Well, no. I have to have different footwear because my feet, I got very sensitive plantar fasciitis.
I'm not saying you don't. It can't be for comfort. I'm just saying you just got a lot of different shoes. That's okay.
I go through them pretty quickly. I do a lot of walking.
Okay. Big walk guy, incline or what?
Oh, well, I mean.
Gotta do the hills.
You got to stretch. That's the key.
Get stretched. Shout Stretch Lab.
Seriously.
888-957-9570. I want to hear from the Warrior fans.
So fun watching them last night.
I want to hear from the Warrior fans that were skeptical early on because we did have a lot of fans call in Joe Shazzy and said, lateral move, not going to make him better. We just got older. Wiggins is better. He's a better, locker room presence, this, that, and the other.
We love Wiggs.
We love Wiggs too. There's levels to this stuff.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think this organization, I said it at the time, needs a kick in the pants. And I think Jimmy Butler is going to demand that on the court. And we're talking about all the joy from one Stephen Curry, obviously, because he looks like he's just looser on the court these last 2 games.
He looks happier.
So is Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
And there is part of that. Now, how long is Jimmy Butler's happiness going to last? I don't know.
Going back to Stack Jack, like when he first came on, he played nicely with others.
Exactly. But the nice part about this is we know the expiration date because he's going to be old at the end of it. All these guys are going to be old. So, there is part of me you're saying, yeah, well, we got 2.5 seasons, so that's about it.
I mean, right? you're taking this bus to the last stop.
Exactly.
So
absolutely.
you can fall asleep. It's okay.
Shout out Muni. Well, you made me want to take it that last stop, depending on the time of day. Steve Kerr did talk yesterday, Joe Shasky. I want to get his thoughts a little bit. Tim Kawakami had a podcast on the TK show. Shout out Odyssey on there. The SF Standard. Tim Kawakami, very tapped in, all things Warriors. Had a sit down with Stephen Curry and got his thoughts. Now, this was prior to the trade deadline. So this is before Jimmy Butler. But he did have interesting thoughts on how, he would like to see his career end, this, that, and the other. Very interesting thoughts I want to get to at some point today. Tim Kawakami talking to Steph Curry.
It's so interesting. Like, Moody was playing well before Jimmy Butler showed up. Moody's playing the best basketball of his career. It's been about a month. Maybe it's been a little longer. I don't have advanced numbers. I'm just going to eyeball. Moses Moody has been a revelation. Defensively, he looks so much more engaged. I know he didn't hit a lot of threes yesterday, but just in general, he's playing really, really, really good basketball. I would say best basketball of his career. 10
plus points in 11 of his last 13 games.
Well, there you go. Okay. Yeah. Pods, just by the eyeballs, is playing more decisive, right? Just playing more decisive. Quinton Post. Bro, all we need is that 10 to 12. Like, we don't need a whole lot. Knock down a couple of threes. He's actually way more physical than I gave him credit for on boxing out and things like that. And having the legit 7-footer, there's something there. The team is playing well. And then Buddy Hield, who you referenced earlier, Buddy had a great game yesterday.
He did. He had a great game. 3-point shot was 2 of 8, but
no, but he attacked
the
lane.
Aggression.
Yes,
and he was getting boards,
playing defense.
Yes,
leading fast breaks. My guy Buddy. I always defended.
Jesus Christ. Okay. No, I'm not letting you do that. I was the one that was bringing him up when you wanted Kevin Durant, and you said it was going to be a disappointment. No revisionist history here, Joe Shasky.
Can't we just enjoy our guy, Buddy Hield?
My guy.
Our guy?
My guy.
Everyone's
Buddy Hield,
guy?
My guy.
Buddy,
Kevin. Yeah, come on.
Buddy.
All right. I'll say this, and I'm not going to be the wet blanket per se, but I mean, that Milwaukee Bucks team is god-awful.
Oh, but I thought Dame is an all-timer. I thought everybody loves Dame. I thought Dame's on the level of Steph.
Who said that?
Everyone.
Who, no,
just doesn't have the hardware. He played for the Blazers. He's one of the greats.
I want receipts. Who said?
Oh, that's everyone. If you critique
everyone?
Dame Lillard even a little, everybody gets sensitive. I've been saying the guy is the most empty. You think Domantas Sabonis is empty calories? Can I introduce you to Dame Lillard, who makes no one better on his team and constantly just gets hollow points?
I remember now.
No defense.
I remember now this conversation we had on the airways because Klay Thompson was left off to the top 75 team, and Damian Lillard was a part of that top 75
and he shouldn't
team.
have been on there.
Really?
If you ask any GM in the history
Oakland's own, by the way, Damian Lillard. We love him.
A really good player. If you ask any GM in the history of the game, prime Klay or prime Dame, I'm taking prime Klay. Two-way player makes others better.
Could Klay be the best player on a deep playoff run team, though? Damian Lillard did that.
Could James Worthy, and he's still a top 75 player of all time.
Well, that's not his fault. I understand.
Okay,
I understand your thing, but there is levels to this too. Like during that run of the Warriors, no one was beating that team. The Rockets couldn't. The Blazers couldn't. Like I think Dame, and then listen, he's way past his prime. I think now he's 34. He's gonna be 35 soon. Like I'll say this for him: in his prime, he went toe-to-toe with the Warriors. They got swept in the Western Conference Finals. He maximized everything you could on that squad. Who was it? CJ McCollum was the second best player?
Him and CJ spent 5 years dissing the Warriors. I don't have a... But I respect
they weren't
the journey.
only ones. Everyone was, though.
No,
like
he went out with super teams and this, that, and the other.
Everyone was dissing the Warriors. Like, that was the thing. Like,
Look, I got this thing on Dame. I just think we've dramatically overrated him, and we're not allowed to critique him even a little, and I just don't think he makes others better. He's a really, really, really good player.
NBA Cup champion. NBA Cup champion, by the way. 9-time NBA All-Star, All-Star Game MVP, All-NBA first team once, second team 4 times, third team twice, Rookie of the Year, All-75 team. Pretty good. 3-point contest champion twice, too. He's a back-to-back champ, by the way. He might be going for 3 in a row.
That Bucks team is awful, Joe.
It is bad.
And Bobby Portis is the most fun player on that team.
They're starting Torian Prince, and he was like their best player yesterday.
Well, he was hitting.
Yeah, I know he was.
He hit a couple of deep threes.
Because Darvin Ham's on the bench, and he's his favorite player. I know that. I saw that with the Lakers last year.
Bob Fitzgerald's head was going to explode. You got to get out on him.
SF Bay Drummer, I see you. We'll get to you on the other side. Real quick, I got all these different reads. Guest promotion. Like I said, Brian Baldinger, 7:30. Festus Cecilia, 8 o'clock. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, Joe Shasky. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Also, a little bit later, I'm going to give you a chance to qualify for our knockout tournament. It's happening all week long. So it's the final week to get qualified to play hoops on Chase Center's floor. 8 o'clock hour, going to give away the keyword between 8:30 and 9. You're going to listen for the sounder, and then you're going to call in, give you the contest line. You can qualify. You got to be the first caller in at least 18 in a California resident. Plus, I'll tell you how you could win $20,000 and go to Las Vegas with 3 of your buddies.
$20K?
$20K, Joe Shasky. Ooh. Yeah, I can use that right now. Got bills to pay. All right. It's a lot right now.
In the words of San Quinn, money on the Niners?
No, I'm not doing that at all. You just put me in a horrible position. I don't want to disparage the 49ers because it's been a tough couple days for them. I'm not putting $20,000 on the San Francisco 49ers. Maybe to lose Deebo Samuel, I'll do that. Who's Deebo's next team? Maybe we'll talk to Brian Baldinger about that at 7:30, who he sees Deebo going to, or if they should try to mend fences. I think it's a little too late for that. Also, Tim Kawakami stopped by yesterday. I mentioned Tim earlier in a podcast. He's also doing a lot of hits on our station. He was on Willard and Dibbs yesterday. He had some thoughts on Deebo Samuel as well. I want to get into at one point today, but we're up against it. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, one segment down. How are we feeling about Jimmy Butler after 2 games and this experience? Are you all bought in now? All you naysayers, are you all in on Jimmy Butler and the Jimmy Butler experience? We'll talk about it on 95.7 The Game.
Podziemski throws it into Draymond. Waits for Curry to come up top. Pass goes to Post. Not afraid to fire. Another three for Quinton. Post. Kyle Kuzma can't believe it. Post with another triple. And it's 108-94. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, there's that little that pause in there, and I appreciate it, Tim. We can clean it up. It's all right. There's a producer in me too, as I was a former tech producer. I don't know if you know this, Joe Shafsky. I used to be a producer here at the station before I was a host. And yeah, I prided myself on those rejoins and making them all crisp, clean, and this, that, the other. I can't do that anymore now, though. I mean, I guess I could. I don't really want to. But QP3, is that the new nickname? The Postmaster General? Stamp it?
Stamp that.
4 of 5 yesterday. 3 of 4 from beyond the arc. 13 points. And as you said, hey, that's gravy, man. That's all I need. I just double figures. Are you kidding me? From a rookie who was just at the beach boardwalk a month ago? And now all of a sudden he's a mainstay. They made his contract. They get rid of the two-way. They make it just a regular NBA contract. He's getting the minimum, and he's here to stay, and they need him. And watching this game and watching Jimmy Butler facilitate with the young guys, watching him, dare I say, be a leader on the floor.
Well, he is a leader.
I know, but I don't think people were realizing that when they acquired him. This is Steph's team still. He's the leader, this, that, and the other. No, they need him.
Yeah.
When Steph is out on the floor, that was the problem. They didn't have another leader out there to facilitate, to slow things down, to, be the voice of again, sounds crazy. Be the voice of reason on the court, if you will. Again, these last 2 games, it's 2 games. It's the Bulls. It's the Bucks. We're not getting ahead of ourselves here, people. But the vibes and the way they are playing in 2 blowouts, by the way, 2 blowout wins, feels different. It feels different.
He's an alpha. Like we throw that around. I don't think we Fred Warner. Is Fred Warner an alpha?
Yes.
Guys want to follow Fred
They gravitate towards him.
Exactly.
The fans gravitate towards him as well.
100%. Like Bryce Harper or Buster Posey.
Yep.
These are alphas.
Yep.
People want to play with those guys. You know what I mean? And there's a leadership quality where this is the way I put it. Like, it's not necessarily I'll chew anyone out at any time. It's you better reach my level of intensity or you just won't be on this team. You know what I mean? There's very little tolerance for shenanigans with players like that. That's the vibes I get from Jimmy. Now, I'm not here to say that like Steph isn't a leader. I think he's more of a I lead by example guy, and it's just different. He's not going to chew anyone out, and he wants you to be yourself, right? And I don't think that Steph pretending to be like Jimmy Butler is authentic because that's not who he is, right? And I also think that like Draymond kind of needed this. Dre for the longest time kind of was their alpha, everyone fall in line. You can only do that for so long, right? And I do think infusing a totally different guy who still got so much game left in him is just exactly what the doctor ordered. I'm watching him and Moses Moody on defense, especially in the fourth quarter, and like Moses was just like soaking it up from Jimmy. Jimmy's talking to him, he's pointing, and you know their anticipation. He made an intercepted pass yesterday, Jimmy Butler. It looked like a free safety in football.
Looked like Cooper DeJean.
He's just a stud, and these guys love following him. And now, look, he's got to continue to play well. He's got to continue to play nice. He got knocked by Kevin Porter yesterday, and I go, oh, God.
I was going to say, got to stay healthy.
I mean, Jesus, Kevin Porter.
Because they are
that guy.
They are,
Jesus,
they are an injury. They are an injury away from this like unraveling. So that is a
so's
big,
every
yes.
team.
Yeah, sure. But specifically the Warriors, because they are older, I'm saying. They're relying on 3 old players more so than the Oklahoma City Thunder.
We're younger than the Bucks.
Well, I'm saying, but they're the Eastern Conference.
No,
but
I know, but I'm just
Oklahoma City can lose a Chet Holmgren for a few months and not skip a beat. Is what I'm saying.
Sure, they're a young team in their prime, but like I'm looking at the standings this morning, and it's like, oh, the Rockets are free falling. Now they have a huge cushion on where the Warriors are, but just got to keep stacking wins. And now they have a back-to-back here coming up, and I want to get greedy and win them both. I'll take a split, but I want to get greedy and get them both. Because I would love to go into this All-Star break with some momentum.
You've beaten the Rockets before this season, so it's not like they can't do it. And that was without Jimmy Butler, obviously. Different team then. You lost to him in the NBA Cup. I was going to call it the play-in tournament. The NBA Cup semifinals, quarterfinals, whatever the hell it was. You lost in that game. But the Rockets, we know what the Rockets are. They're a team that relies on their youth, relies on their athleticism, but look chaotic a lot of the time.
Streaky from beyond the paint.
Very streaky.
Yeah.
Now they have some subs. Amen Thompson. I mean,
no, he's ridiculous.
That guy, when LeBron James says he's got body envy. When LeBron James says he's got body envy, that means you're amazing.
Yes.
That's Amen Thompson. Obviously,
can't shoot though.
Can't shoot, but you know what? LeBron couldn't either when he first came into the league.
That's one thing I think we do is we just dismiss these young players. It's like, give them time.
Exactly.
He should be a freshman in college.
But to your point, you got the Mavericks. No Anthony Davis. Heartbreaking loss last night. DeMar DeRozan going for damn near 40. I don't even know what it was. I was watching that game after because the Bucks and Warriors game ended. By the way, 5 o'clock tip off. Just make that every day for the love of God.
I think all sports should be starting between 5 and 5:45.
It's the best. I get it logistically, and people getting off work, this, that, and the other. I don't care.
But
again, I don't care.
In this era where we do a lot more remote working than ever, start the games a little earlier. Everyone will get there. The days of, and especially on the West Coast, we don't have nightlife like New York. New York's a little different. People go out and they have a steak dinner at midnight.
It's the city that never sleeps.
Exactly.
Yes.
Out here, if you have a 10 to 15-year-old, you don't want that kid watching sports at 10:30 at night.
No, it's the city that does go to sleep at 10 o'clock at night. That's the city of San Francisco.
But we also wake up early.
Exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. So we're a little selfish in this. But again, going back to the Mavericks, I mean, do I fear that team right now? The way the Warriors are playing? Again,
have you
2 games.
Monitoring what's going on?
Oh.
In Dallas, obviously, Anthony Davis is out for quite some time.
I was going to say, Anthony Davis being out indefinitely right now and Luka Doncic being a Laker. Other than that, what's going on in Dallas?
Reports are going on right now, and this is an interesting one because I was thinking about the Warriors. Had they not made a move, how would fans have reacted? The fans have completely rejected Nico, the GM.
Nico Harrison.
They're putting signs and stuff. They kicked out a bunch of fans who had different signage that was, anti the GM, and then Mark Cuban basically cussed out fans saying, sit down, and I'm paraphrasing, it was much more charged than that, sit down and shut up, and kicked them out. You can't be doing that if you're an owner. You can't be telling your fan base, your consumers, to sit down and shut up. You just can't.
It's a tough look.
Right now, there's mutiny going on within the Dallas Mavericks, and it's a perfect time to face them twice in the next 4 games.
Klay Thompson, he thought he had the game-winning 3 last night, only for DeMar DeRozan to come back out the court and make a filthy floater push shot. I don't even know what you call it. He had 2 guys draped all over him. But DeMar DeRozan, I know he has a lot of playoff shortcomings, but the guy's still money from the mid-range, and he is deadly, and he was yesterday. Big win for the Sacramento Kings. Big win for the Golden State Warriors last night. SFA Drummer wants to chime in, Joe Shasky. He's been waiting. What's up, SFA Drummer? You're almost Spinoni and Shasky. How you doing, man?
What's up, Joe and Joe? Great to call the new show. But, yeah, man, I know I'm calling a day ahead of Walk It Back Wednesday, but it's definitely a typo Tuesday for me because I was one of the ones who said I didn't want Jimmy Butler. I didn't see what addition or what elevation he could bring to the team. But I mean, I was wrong about it for these past 2 games. I've been seeing Jimmy just make plays. There was one play last night where he just basically jumped the route like a DB and stole the ball and then the Warriors went on a run and finished the play with a layup or a dunk, something like that. But I mean, I think this is this time of the year, where you need a lot of physical traits to get wins early in the season. Just because of the Warriors' elderness, I should say, I think they're going to be winning games with their mind and because they're so smart. And so I'm predicting that the Warriors are going to finish as a 6 seed. I don't even think we're going to be in a play-in situation just because how things are shaking up now with injuries with the other team. Not that I pray for it or anything like that, but, it's I think it's just going to, turn back in our favor. And then hopefully, with buyout candidates still coming out, maybe we can get a center somehow. And I think once we have that piece, then we'll really be talking about something and then looking forward to the summer to see how the Warriors build.
Yeah.
And one more thing, don't miss those breaks. Nah, I trust you guys to hit the brakes.
Thanks, SFA Drummer. We got one here in a minute.
I'm looking at it right now. And so you got the Mavericks in the 8 seed. They're 28 and 26. You get them 2 times over the next, couple weeks. Boy, could you flip-flop with them?
Right.
6 feels aggressive. Well, we're not there yet. Let's give it a couple of weeks before we really start, talking about going on the 60. They need to play good basketball for multiple weeks for, I think, a lot of people to buy in. I just think on the surface, watchability has been through the roof.
I mean, that's the main thing for me. At least I'm going to watch this team and not be miserable most often than not. Like, again, I keep going back to that Orlando game they had recently when they scored 43 points combined. Like, both of the teams, it was 86 points combined in the first half, and it felt like I was watching like 2002 basketball again, and not in a good way. By the way, check this out, Joe Shasky. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas at $20,000. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa has always been the place you want to be when it comes to watching and digesting the premium sports. Also, you can be at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20K. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Safeway. More of your calls, more of your texts. Mike, Steve, we'll get to you on the other side. I want to hear what Steve Kerr has to say, and I want to get your thoughts, Joe Shasky, these last 2 games on what you've seen from Steve Kerr as a coach. I mean, it's not easy getting, a player of Jimmy's caliber and just mixing him right into this already established team between the likes of Draymond Green, between the likes of Steph Curry. How's he doing? We'll get the grades on the other side. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, it's 95.7 The Game.
ball goes to Butler. Guarded by Green. Spins, hangs, fires, and hits right over the top. Jimmy buckets with a big-time bucket there. The Warriors lead by 6.
Very happy to say today that Jimmy Butler is now your problem.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, who's that? Is that guy Danny Rabinovitz?
Yeah? I'm sorry, Riley.
Oh.
I never meant to tank you.
Now he's cleaning out his closet.
I mean, come on, man.
By the way, real quick, you brought it up earlier. I got to mention it. Just checking in on our guy, Andrew Wiggins, and his performance. Yeah. It's could be going better for Drew. Let's just say that. I have his box score up right now. 30 minutes last night. 3 of 12 shooting. 2 of 8 from beyond the arc. 11 points for Wiggs as the Boston Celtics blow out the Miami Heat 103-85. It's early. We're not picking on Wiggs, but you got to keep some receipts. I want to see what's going to be going on with Andrew Wiggins and the Miami Heat going forward. Starting off rocky. The opposite of what's going on with the Golden State Warriors, though, with Jimmy Butler. I think a lot of people thought this was going to be a disaster. It was going to be a lateral move. I just never saw it that way. And this isn't me and this isn't you just saying, ha, I told you so. And again, it's early. It's, the Chicago Bulls who have been stinking it up since I've been alive post-Jordan. It's the Milwaukee Bucks who didn't have Giannis yesterday and have an aging team, an aging roster, so much so they're relying on Kyle Kuzma in the starting lineup. But it looks different.
Well, that's
and
the thing.
A part of that is because the head coach is doing some new things, letting Curry play the entire third quarter, having some more trust in Jimmy Butler, who just arrived here, playing Moses Moody more minutes. Like, he's unlocking some stuff here, and I think we should give Steve Kerr credit these last 2 games.
They've been running a variety of screens on ball and off ball to get the favorable matchup. Before they would run a lot of off ball screens just to get shooters open on the perimeter. And now it seems like they're doing what everyone else is doing, which is what I call the cross screens, where, hey, I go screen your man, and then now your guy switches, and then I go screen the ball, and now we get the guy who's 2 or 3 players away to be able to now defend the ball, and that's the matchup we wanted the entire time. Like, that's what every team in the league does, which is like, hey, let's hunt the matchup, right? And they're doing it way more. They don't do it exclusively, but they're doing it way more now than they ever have. And it's like, good, about time. They threw the ball to Butler how many times at the block? Or at least the mid block.
A lot.
And let him kind of go to work.
I love the amount of times they're hunting for an alley-oop or a layup, a quick layup.
Yes.
Like, he's always looking a step ahead, which was just something that was lost on this team. Just going through the motions a lot, relying on Steph. Like, I didn't want to see Steph attempting 23-pointers. Like, I didn't want to see that anymore.
Steph's getting one-on-ones, though.
Yes.
He's getting one-on-ones. But how about some of the plays where Jimmy catches it in the middle of the key, up like 2 hashes up from the block, and he'll pivot, and then 2 guys come at him, bounce past to Quinton post, layup. Bounce past to Moses Moody, cutting backdoor to the block, layup. Like, this guy is a great passer. He sees the floor. He plays totally different. And there are certain guys, Joe, I just believe this to my core. There are some guys who just get up and down the floor in any sport, and they just put up numbers, right? I look at someone like Brandon Belt was a guy like that. Like, he'd put up these numbers. I'm like, God, I never feel his impact. In football, there are certain wide receivers that put up numbers. You don't feel their impact. And I'm not trying to knock guys, but like, J.J. Stokes is an example. You look at his numbers, and you're like, oh, okay. Yeah. But you don't feel it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I look at Andrew Wiggins as a guy who put up nice numbers, but shoot, 9 times out of 10, you're like, I just don't feel the impact. I'm watching Jimmy. The impact goes so beyond the numbers.
Well, he was 4 of 12 shooting, and no one cares about that because he got to the line 15 times. Which, again, you mentioned earlier, he became the first Warrior to post 13 or more free throw attempts in consecutive games since Kevin Durant did that back on November 24th and 26th, back in 2018, 7 years ago. God, time flies. He also tallied a season high, tying 4 steals. He's done that 3 times.
Well, those are like all the things you're bringing up. It's a lot of the elements Andre Iguodala gave this team in terms of like half-court IQ, setting others up, being smart on defense. I just feel like their off-ball defense and anticipating 1 and 2 passes away is so much. Again, it's 2 games, so much better. He's had an effect on their defense already. Moody is playing great defense. He had blocks at the rim in back-to-back games. He's had unbelievable interceptions on passes, deflections. Like, that guy's playing high-level ball right now.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Brian Baldinger joining us at 7:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Festus Ezeli, 8 o'clock, former NBA champion, covers the team pre and post for NBC Sports Bay Area. So we got some Baldy, some Super Bowl break down the Warriors' two-game winning streak. If you go 3, I guess you call it a streak. I still say 2 games in a row is a winning streak. And as you know, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? But we mentioned him heading into the break. And just now, Steve Kerr on the possession battle. And his only complaint yesterday, Joe Shasky, was the fouls.
You know, the possession battle, I mean, we got 17 more shots than they did, 3 more free throws. Almost impossible to lose a game where you get that many more possessions and attempts. So love the defensive aggressiveness. And about the only thing I could complain about in the game is the fouls in the third quarter. You know, that's what allowed them to get back in it. I think they drew 3 fouls in the first minute or 2 of the third quarter, and that kind of changed the game. But our guys responded really well and played fantastic fourth quarter.
No, it was ugly there for a little bit. And then you saw just, the talent of the Warriors leaning on Jimmy Butler, leaning on Stephen Curry. Hell, the trust in a Quinton post, he was feeling it. He was kissing the 3 ball.
He's got more attitude than I thought.
Quinton Post got some swag. I had no idea that the Flying Dutchman had swag.
Well, did you know that Jimmy said in the postgame that Jimmy spent some time at some point, I didn't know this, in Amsterdam?
What? Oh.
Yeah. And he's like, so we're both from Amsterdam. And I'm like, what the? I got to explore more of this. Someone who's a little more educated on Jimmy Butler's upbringing needs to explain. I thought he lived in his car in Florida.
Well,
oh, my God.
Or Chicago or something.
Amsterdam, sure. But I believe it somehow, right? Remember Euro Trip when they go there, the hash brownies, all that? Maybe Jimmy was an extra during that scene. Who knows? Steve is out in Oakland.
The red light district.
Yeah, what's up, Steve? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky, the morning roast.
Red light special.
Hey guys. I think the most important thing, especially for Butcher Boy, he's a coach. So he understands how important game control is, especially in the fourth quarter. And the difference between Andrew and Jimmy is that when Curry is out of the game in the fourth quarter, you got Jimmy steadying the ship. He's able to get fouls. He's defensively better. And that just, when's the last time we've had 13, 15 free throws from just one person in an entire game? That's usually the whole team. And you look at Jimmy, you look at Jimmy, he's less athletic than what we gave up. But somehow he's getting more free throws, and it's all about mentality. Yeah. I mean, Dennis Schroeder was brought in to kind of steady the ship, and he couldn't figure it out. It's mentality. We've been saying it for years, and now we're really seeing that. Jimmy Butler is in the Durant role, the Harrison Barnes role. That role is set up for an athletic person to be aggressive when the shots aren't falling and Steph is out the game. And we need someone who is mentally aggressive. Thank you.
It's a great call.
Thanks, Steven.
Jimmy is such a high IQ player. His passing, I knew it was good. I did. I knew it was good. But he's such a really good passer. He's done a really good job, too, of these combo screens for Steph Curry off ball. And because it's Jimmy who could be the one slipping off that combo screen, teams are like, oh, got to kind of hedge upward, and then Steph goes backdoor. And you saw it literally because we're watching the replay of the game on a play right up there. And his ability to either get the hockey assist, I kick it out to the guy who kicks it to the guy who gets the bucket. Like, those little things are huge. But he facilitates in the half court. And I think their biggest issue, half court balance. It was all Steph Curry reliant. And it just doesn't feel that way anymore.
Speaking of Stephen Curry, you mentioned it. 4 straight games with 30 or more points. He joins LeBron James, Michael Jordan, and Karl Malone as the only players in NBA history to post 4 straight games of 30-plus points after turning 36. LeBron's on it.
Give me those names one more time.
LeBron, MJ, Karl Malone.
Yeah, it's a good list.
LeBron's done it 4 times. But he's, it's LeBron James. Mike is out in Berkeley.
The things Curry does, I just don't think we understand how ridiculous he is.
No, it's appreciate greatness. And we're going to hear from Stephen Curry, who joined again Tim Kawakami on the TK show. And he had some thoughts about how he wants his final years to look here in Golden State. And some interesting stuff there, and we'll get to it. And again, TK joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. He has some thoughts on everything. I want to get to some of his sound.
I think that honestly, everyone, myself included, was a little skeptical. You had to have some, reservation on the Jimmy Butler acquisition.
Well, our reservation was like, this is going to be at least fun. Like, it might blow up in their face, but it'd be fun. The early returns is, maybe this won't blow up in their face, and this is just going to be a good fit.
There are certain guys that reach a team, and they just fit really, really well. Right? And like, we referenced CMC. Like, it looked like he was born to play in the Shanahan offense, right?
Yes.
Okay?
There's certain players,
Hunter Pence, somebody texted, I think it was Oreo Cookie. Like, Hunter Pence, midseason trade for Melky Cabrera, like, it's one of the perfect fits of all time.
It was.
Like, that player to this community and that team, like, it was just what the doctor ordered.
Melky was so good then.
Jimmy is exactly what they needed so bad. They needed some attitude and some energy and some IQ and somebody who could hold them accountable. Like, he's the only guy on the planet right now who I think can also hold Draymond accountable a little.
Sticking with the status quo wasn't going to work for this team.
No.
It's something needed to change, and I'm glad it was with Jimmy Butler because there's nothing more different. Again, player to player, Andrew Wiggins to Jimmy Butler. And we just had Steven on, and he was talking about, that mentality. Jimmy Butler's also 30 pounds heavier.
Yeah.
He
plays
bigger.
it, though. He plays that way.
They're the same, listed as the same height, 6'7", but Jimmy's bigger than him. And that matters when you come to muscle. Like, does Jimmy Butler look like he has an ounce of fat on him? No. He's chiseled. He's strong. He puts his head down, and he demands, attention. And Stephen Curry, a guy that's getting older, a guy that's dealing with bilateral knee tendonitis, he needs some of that wear and tear to come off of him. He's still running around. He's still going to do that. The tendonitis isn't going to go away. There's no cure for that. He's old. Like, this is what's going to happen. But limiting those minutes for him, and again, even playing 34 minutes last night, he looked energized.
Yeah, he did.
Like, and we were talking about him not even playing potentially yesterday.
He looked so happy.
He looked so happy.
He looked so happy.
And again, I'm talking about all these moves that have made at the deadline. Wembanyama is thrilled. LeBron James is thrilled. Stephen Curry is thrilled. And we might be talking about those three teams deep into May potentially.
Look, I'm getting text messages from random people last night watching the game. Like my cousin John, he watches all the Warrior games. He's like, it is unreal how watchable they became just overnight. Oh my God, it's just so much more fun. Then my buddy Paul Simpson, I read this tweet, this text to you earlier this morning. He goes, this guy brought total new energy to the Warriors. It's so spot on. The game is suddenly watchable. I'm reading it word for word. He's getting to the line, gives Curry mini breaks that he wasn't getting before. Boy, I hope he stays healthy. How many Warrior fans feel like that right now?
888-957-9570. I don't know if Mike in Berkeley feels like that as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Brian Baldinger joining us here in about 30 minutes to break down the Super Bowl. Festus Zealy, top of the hour to talk some dubs. Mike, Berkeley, how you doing, buddy? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
What's up, Mike?
I'm good, guys. Good morning. How are you?
I'm excited.
I'm swell.
I'm just excited.
I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy. NBA wins are tough to come by, so anytime you can get them, you should be happy. I'm happy with the Jimmy Butler acquisition. Like everybody's saying, it's a stability thing. He's bringing stabilization. And the increase of minutes of Moses Moody, which I've been campaigning for about 2 years.
No, you're right.
But anyway,
he's playing great, though. You deserve to strut today because I'll be real. I've been skeptical on Moody, and he's played, I truly believe, best basketball of his career. He's a player, dude. He did a really good job on Dame, I thought, in the first half.
Here's the deal, Joe. On that, that's not a memorandum on Moses Moody. That was a memorandum on Steve Kerr.
I hear you.
Not playing him. But my point is that the greatest shooter of all time is putting up some of the most horrific shots I've ever seen him put up, and he needs and hopefully because either Jimmy Butler's going to say, "Hey, Steph, you need to acquiesce to a team game a little bit." I saw last night that Curry was double teamed. He jacked up a three, and Buddy Hield and Moses Moody were on the right side of the floor all by themselves. And he jacked up a three, and it was horrific. And he's got to play. As you get older, you need to play more of a team game. He has to modify his game. He has to modify his game because it's not going to be sustainable. You can beat Milwaukee, you can beat Chicago, But you can't, with 20 seconds left on the clock and he's jacking up a 30-footer. I mean, come on, that's got to stop.
Well, you have to trust your teammates. Wouldn't you agree with me on that? And that's where I think as they all start to play better, and Buddy maybe plays multiple games really well, because last night was a good game for Buddy. You'll trust those guys a little more, and you're more willing to make that pass. But you're right. I'm with you on that.
No, it's a great point. That's Mike in Berkeley.
Great call, Mike.
888-957-9570. How are we feeling about this 2-game experience now? Did you have some doubts? Are those doubts still there, Dub Nation, in regards to Jimmy Butler and his fit on this team? I just don't know how you can, given what we've seen. We've seen this team struggle against bad teams week in and week out. We've seen Stephen Curry struggle to shoot the ball week in and week out. The wear and tear factor, all of it. The proof is in the pudding right now. And if they could go undefeated in the Jimmy Butler era heading into the All-Star break, the confidence is going to be sky high, not only with the team, the fan base. Are you kidding me?
I just need Kuminga to come back and just settle in.
And that's going to be the next thing with Kuminga.
Are you bullish on it, or are you skeptical on it?
There's part of me that wants to be excited, but there's also a big part of me saying, he's been gone for a long time. This is a brand new team, basically, with a brand new ego, a brand new player, and he has had some confidence issues in the past. I don't want those to creep back in. I don't want to be that guy who puts a wet blanket on everything, has to rain on the parade. I know we're excited, and we're like, this is another acquisition for us. Kuminga's coming back. Young player still who was just getting into his groove. Let's see it.
I think that Jimmy's effect...
It could be great, though. It could be.
No, well, look, I think if they're running more pick and roll, and you got to assume Kuminga's going to play, some minutes with Steph off the floor, I think Jimmy and Kuminga in that high pick and roll setting actually could be a really good thing. I think when Jimmy gets the ball in the paint with Steph on the outside on the wing and Kuminga cutting to the hoop, Jimmy's going to find him. Dre found him a lot on those cuts, and no one guards Dre offensively. I think they're going to figure it out, and I think there's going to be a positive effect. But it is on Kuminga to adjust. There's no doubt about it. And of all the people, he's had a tough time adjusting to certain personnel around him.
And this goes back to Steve Kerr and, reintegrating him into this team and playing to those emotions.
And running sets that work for him.
Correct. I'm talking more the person, too, because I do think the mental aspect of this is going to be very tricky for him, for Steve Kerr to manage all of these different mouths to feed at this point, because Jimmy is established. Steph is established. Draymond Green, established, right? And now he's seeing Moses Moody becoming more established. He's seeing guys like Quinton Post becoming more established. Kuminga, is he going to be coming off the bench? I mean, I know it doesn't really matter on the starting aspect. I do think he was going to be closing games. In an ideal world, you're looking at Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, Moody, and Kuminga for me.
I agree.
That's the ideal closing five, I think, going forward. I'm very curious to see how Kuminga fits in, though.
Well, I think also your GP2s and your buddies and your pods, now they take on their real roles. They were miscast as impact starters, all of them. I don't think this is a knock on those guys. It's just that's not ideally what you would want from them.
I mean, is it a coincidence that Buddy Hield looks like a freer player these last few games because he doesn't feel like the onus is on him outside of Stephen Curry to produce shots?
Everything you get from him is found money. Yeah. Because his role is now diminished, or he's in the role he needs to be in, I guess is the way I would put it. I feel like you've gotten a pretty good floor game from Pods for about 2 weeks now. Yeah. Since coming back from injury, he's been really good.
Shot's still not there for Pods.
Yeah, but he's playing better.
He's got 9 boards. He's getting the hustle boards there. 9
he's
points
decisive.
Yesterday. Yes, that's the word.
Yeah, he's not hesitating. He's not getting into the paint and then picking up his dribble and just pivoting to no man's land. I like where Pods is at right now. And this is where Kuminga coming back, now guys are in their perfect roles. But it is on Kuminga and Steve to kind of figure it out. I think the one area that I underrated, man, when you get a team into the bonus, it just frees up your offense because people are less likely to play that hard perimeter defense knowing they have multiple fouls to give. You can play more aggressive in the half court. Kuminga's going to benefit from that. He's going to be able to get those cheapo depot fouls. You're seeing Curry get it already. Guys have to back off him because you're in the bonus before he even steps onto the floor in the fourth quarter. It's a great thing.
95.7 The Game, Joe Shasky and Under Armour are giving you a chance to score a pair of the new Curry 12s here in the next, 20 minutes. So you got to be listening next 20 minutes, Joe Shasky. We're going to be giving away a pair of the new Curry 12s. And again, listen to the Morning Roast all week long for your cue to call 415-523-4652. We're going to do the 5th caller to call the contest line. Not right now. Now, right now, you're going to hear a sounder. Are you ready, Carter? You're going to hear that, and then you're going to call 415-523-4652 to win a pair of the new Curry 12s. As part of Steph Curry's Under Armour What the Bay 12s. They released this Friday, February 14th on UA.com. For more info and to see what they look like, visit 957thegame.com. Got a couple minutes here. Let's squeeze in Abdul real quick.
Let's go, Abdul.
Joe Shasky. Abdul's in Fremont. He wants to join the conversation. What's up, Abdul?
What's going on, fellas? I wanted to just give a quick shout out to Quinton Post, man. I mean, Jimmy's been a great addition, but man, not training for Vucevic, makes sense now. I mean, that kid looks like he's going to develop into that stretch 5 we need. So
totally agree.
Loving his play the last 2 games, man. Just playing with confidence. So just wanted to give him a shout and give him some love for the last 2 games.
Great call. I totally agree. I mean, I'm looking at Quinton Post. Ideally, he's a 12 to 20 minute a night guy, depending on the matchup. He played 15 minutes last night. Scored 13 points.
It didn't feel like he played 15 minutes because his impact was so massive.
Because it was in that late third quarter, early fourth quarter where you needed it. And so, I'm just looking at the minute allocation. Buddy Hield at 30 minutes. I probably goes down when Kuminga comes back. Yeah. Gary Payton at 10. That's perfect. Yeah. 10 minutes for GP2.
2 for 2.
Perfect.
4 points, couple of assists.
Pods at 32, which is fine because he had a lot of overlapping minutes. Kevon Looney at 12. Guy Santos at 6. When Kuminga comes back, I think that all these role players that have kind of frustrated Warrior fans go back to their proper spots in the rotation, and just everything looks better. And it's the Jimmy effect. You get an alpha, and it kind of just changes all of your expectations for all these other guys.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Brian Baldinger going to be joining us at 7:30. Baldy's Breakdowns. Is it going to be the final Baldy appearance for the year, Sam?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find him in the
something's going to happen when Debo gets traded, this, that, and the other. Maybe we'll have an emergency Baldy. But as far as this season goes, it's going to be goodbye to Brian Baldinger. But it's never really goodbye. It's more of like a see you later. So Baldy at 7:30, your chance to win a pair of Curry 12s. Plus Festus Ezeli at the top of the hour to break down the Golden State Warriors' recent changes with Jimmy Butler edition. One of these last 2 games, what he sees, what he likes. Plus, he's got something special to promote in the regards to the celebrity pickleball bash. So we'll get to that. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Their largest lead of the night right now.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
That's right, Oreo. He's taking part in the knockout contest, and our knockout tournament is back when a chance to shoot hoops on the floor of Chase Center, Joe Shasky. We're going to be giving out the keyword after Festus Ezeli. He joins us at 8 o'clock, so be listening between 8 and 8:30. We're going to give out the keyword then, and then in the following segment between 8:30 and 9, we're going to play the sounder, give you the number to call in, this, that, and the other. That's going to be next hour. And again, tournament is going to be held Monday, March 3rd at Chase Center. Have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. But be listening for the next 12 minutes or so because we are going to be playing a sounder. If you're paying attention last segment, you can play it again if you want. Next time you hear that sounder, you're going to call in to the contest line, which I will provide, and you can win a pair of Stephen Curry 12s because we're so nice, and that's what we do. They're the What the Bay 12s. What the Bay? Yeah, there you go. So we're going to give that away. Those don't release until February 14th, Valentine's Day, this Friday. Joe Shasky, what do you got planned, by the way, Valentine's Day? It's coming up.
What do I have planned? I'm packing my bags for Hawaii.
Okay.
We've never gone anywhere, dude. I'm like really looking forward to draining my bank account to go.
You sounded when you start with draining your bank. Money time! I also went to Hawaii.
Credit card time.
Right.
Credit card time.
Hey, get those miles. Get those. Come on, you doing that?
That's how we paid for the flights.
There you go. I went to Hawaii for the first time as well. I'm 31.
When was that?
That was last October. My best friend got married.
Oh, nice.
And on Kauai, the island. I think you guys are going to be going there.
Yeah,
too.
we're going to Maui,
Beautiful.
and then we're going to spread the last of my dad's ashes.
Oh, well, that's a good
as
thing.
a family.
That's going to be
my wife and I and LJ, and then my brother and his boys and his wife, and then my sister and her husband and her kids, and my mom, and so and my wife and I were like, well, look, we're gonna go over there. Let's spend a couple of extra days and really enjoy it. We've never really been anywhere. We go to the Russian River. That's vacation for us, right? And we're very lucky to have that and very blessed. But we never really fly anywhere. I don't like planes. I'm not a big spend money and go here and go there and.
Wow, did you see what's going on planes lately? What is happening?
Why do you even have to say that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to knock on wood, but it's just what is happening right now?
I know. So,
anyways, you guys are going to be fine. You'll be great. It'll have fun. Relax. Don't call the station. Don't listen to the station.
Well, no, I want to.
Checked out.
No, because I love sports. I'm going to be listening to everything, and I'm going to make sure because like Tom Brady, I want to take every rep and never know who the next guy coming down the pike is to try to take my job.
Might be Carter. Who knows?
Well, it better not be.
You're going to move him? Guy's 6'7".
Well, the bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Well, that's not the case for Quinton Post, who's been balling as a 7-footer. The Flying Dutchman, 4 or 5 off the bench last night, 13 points. I mean, the story's right now. You can go anywhere.
No, the story is Jimmy Butler.
Well, Jimmy Butler, again, it's baked into it. Jimmy Butler is the guy. But there's parts of these last 2 games that make you feel even better because of Jimmy. It's because of guys like Quinton Post, guys like Moses Moody. Those guys need to keep playing well going forward here. If the 49ers, if the Golden State Warriors, want to make some noise here, and maybe, again, you're still a little skeptical on it, but getting the 6th seed, I don't think is out of the question right now.
Just get into the box. I would like
to get more out of the box because I'd like some security there. Until the 6th seed's all but wrapped up, I'm focused on their stuff.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to start with the box, but I'm with you on that.
You're in the box right now.
I'll level up once I'm ready to, Wiz Khalifa. Have you ever heard of the name Gumby?
Yes, the little green rubber guy.
Yes. With the arms and all that stuff.
Is that his nickname?
Well, no, that's my nickname for anybody who's like a baby deer who hasn't grown into their body. Okay. As an athlete, I'm always like, oh, you're a Gumby. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I describe as them. And they're not ready to play through contact, as I call it. There's a lot of players, NBA level or even at the youth level, who they crash into somebody or somebody puts a body on them even a little, and they just kind of fall over. Andrew Wiggins is extremely athletic, right? But he didn't play through contact enough for my liking for how good I believe his athleticism to be. And he would always kind of lose the ball and not do the and one. Jimmy Butler plays through contact. If you're going to try to foul him or body him, he is running through your shoulder blades. And there are just some guys who play thicker, stronger, and through you. And he's one of those guys. He's not a Gumby guy. Meaning he's not just going to be all arms and elbows. And I'm not trying to knock Wiggs. I'm just saying, like, his skill set is just different.
No, but that matters when you get into a playoff series and you go up against a team, I don't know, like the Lakers, who get to the foul line constantly. That's the difference between winning and losing. LeBron
plays through you.
Austin Reeves
plays through you.
Luka Doncic. All those guys.
Absolutely plays through you, right? There are certain guys, and you don't have to have that kind of body type. They're like Isaiah Thomas played through you.
Yes.
Back in the day. I'm talking about Detroit Pistons Isaiah Thomas. Like, that's what he was known for.
Say what you will about the guy, and I know you were harping on him. He says he's overrated, but Dame always gets to the line. Dame does it.
Sure,
he
no,
has
he
aggression,
does.
and he
I'll
gets
give
to the
you
line.
that. I'll give you that. But like when I watch Andrew Wiggins, like too many times, like the ball was just like, Doc, go up with it. Go through somebody, you know? And I'm not trying to make this what he doesn't do. He brings other things to the table. Not everyone is blessed with that. That element was so sorely missed for the Warriors. And what it does when you're an official is that you just assume, oh, that guy's not getting knocked off his perch. He's going to get a favorable whistle 9 times out of 10. 9 times out of 10. And I think that there's a inherent effect that's had on Moses Moody. How many times have you seen Moses in just 2 games go strong to the rack? He did it twice yesterday early in the game, and I'm like, where's that been? Where's that been? And it's just like, again, this is the Jimmy Butler effect we've been dying for.
I loved yesterday that the 3-point shot, I mean, they were 13 of 45 overall.
I didn't even notice it.
You didn't even notice because the aggression to the rim.
Yeah.
Early on, Buddy Hield getting there, getting the steal, getting the bucket early on. Moses Moody, to your point, driving. Brandon Podziemski at times driving. Gary Payton, a couple of quick, little dunks, little whatever he's got to do. Quinton Post, obviously, it's the 3-point shot for him, but he can get there too, and he has some nice little putbacks as well. He had a couple offensive rebounds. It was good to see there. But Jimmy and what he has brought to this team early on, I didn't think it would happen this early. I thought it was going to take some time. I'm going to be honest. I didn't think it'd be this perfect of a start for him. And Steve Kerr, to your point, Joe Shasky, his coaching ability, he's even kind of shocked that it's been this seamless.
It has been absolutely seamless, and it's because of Jimmy's IQ. He just has an incredible feel for the game. So all we had to do was give him a few of our actions, terminology, the last couple of days, and we just, we're running 3 or 4 things, and otherwise it's just basketball, and he knows how to play basketball.
There's just times in life,
seamless
sports, Guru will be like, sports, man. Like, he has that whole line.
It's an all-timer.
You might have to play it.
I got it. No, don't worry. I got it.
Yeah, it's sports, man.
Yep. Hold on. No, just keep talking. I'll get it.
But the boss will text me. He's like, this is why I love sports.
Sports, man.
And I feel the same way. Like, the Eagles traded for A.J. Brown. What the hell were the Titans thinking? You want to talk about a dog? Like, that's a dog. That dude, like, he's crazy.
Yeah, he's trying to, fight his head coach when they're up, 30 points during the Super Bowl.
It's not that he doesn't want to win.
No, of course he wants to win.
Right? Like, sports, man. Like, we got CMC. Saquon Barkley. The New York Giants let Saquon Barkley go for nothing.
Right.
Like, for nothing? That's how I feel about this Jimmy Butler deal. Like, dude, I was as pessimistic and as skeptical as anyone leading into the deadline. And then when we couldn't get anyone, I was like, let's do it. Sign me up for Jimmy. It's so much better than I could have thought.
What was your biggest skepticism before the trade?
Attitude.
Or after? Okay.
Attitude.
Not the age.
No, attitude. The age was definitely a factor. But I also didn't know, what are they going to do? Are they going to break him off money? Is he going to be pissed off? He's going to get here. He's going to want money. We've done the money thing in this market for every team, and it's draining. I just watched Klay Thompson, mope around for the last couple of years, and I get where his point of view was, but and at the end of it was partly about respect and money, right? And these guys want to feel loved, and they want to get paid. That's what these guys want. And so I was like, all right, you bring him in. Are you going to pay him? Is he going to play nice with everybody?
Right.
And I'm just seeing the early returns. Just look at Steph, look at Draymond, look at Steve, look at Jimmy's faces. They all look so happy. Now, it's early. It's a weekend, right? This is the honeymoon phase. What's going to happen when they hit some turmoil? Right. We'll find out. But early on, it's all right, I think this is going to work out, dude. Sometimes you just know, and I feel like early on the returns are yeah, this is going to work pretty well.
I'm just looking at that schedule. Again, there's a lot of time off. There's a break in between. We'll see. Kuminga coming back. What's that going to look like? But you got the Mavericks, you got the Rockets, then you got the All-Star break. Got at Sacramento. You got at home against the Mavericks.
Teams that are all right near you in the standings.
Correct. Then you got the Hornets, who stink. And by the way, the Hornets are trying to rescind their rescind. Do you see that? They're like, we're actually happy Mark Williams is back, but actually this was the Lakers' fault and we don't want him anymore. So we should actually have this trade still go down. Like, what is going on there? I kind of feel bad for Mark Williams and all this. It's the guy's body's failing him. It's not his fault. All the physicals, they don't know what they're doing. They've never known what they're doing. Back when they were the Charlotte Bobcats, they still didn't know what they're doing. The Hornets are
the Bobcats.
Disaster of an organization.
Not Jaleel. What was the other guy? Okafor. What was the other Okafor that they drafted?
There was another one?
Yeah. Oh, you don't remember the old one? Yeah.
I remember they drafted Adam Morrison. Remember that was the big one?
And he cried.
Well, you still
Khalil
Okafor.
Emeka Okafor.
Oh, Emeka Okafor.
That's right.
That's who it was. God, they had horrible jerseys too.
They're awful.
Awful colors.
Emeka Okafor. He played for 16 years. Wow. NBA Rookie of the Year. NCAA champion. That's right. UConn. That's
very
right.
Joe Smith-like.
Very Joe Smith-like. Where was I? Talking about the schedule? Yeah, the Hornets, they do that to me. They get me off track.
The Bobcats.
All right. So you got the Hornets, then you got the Magic, got the Sixers, then you got the Hornets again. So I'm like, not exactly world beaters anywhere here. The Rockets are a good team. Like,
stack wins.
But when we were talking about prior to Jimmy, it's just like, oh God, the Hornets, I don't know. Maybe we will lose to that team. And Steve Kerr acknowledged as much yesterday. He's like, maybe these last two games, they could have been losses earlier in the season.
You guys feel really good about these two games, recognizing that both games were games we might have lost earlier in the season. I think the fact that Jimmy went to the line 15 times tonight, 13 times the other night, shows you the power of free throws and the ability to get your defense set and settle a game down when it needs settling. So it's a big change. We don't go to the line much, but last two games I think up over 30 free throws each game. So maybe that's about to change.
I mean, I'm watching a play right now where he goes crashing into like two guys, no call, kicks it out to Potts kicks it to Moody, bang, three. Like, it's just the way that...
Look how happy Steph was on the sideline.
Just thrilled. Yeah. Just the body language. The body language is everything to me. Like, this team, more than almost any other, they have to play a certain way to have fun. And it starts with Steph Curry. If Steph's not having fun, I feel like everything feels really tense.
Well, if Steph wasn't having fun and they didn't make this trade, then... that's when the fan base, you start to get nervous.
Yes, I would agree.
That's when it's like, okay, I know Steph has told us time and time again, he's like, I don't want my career to end a certain way. And it's just like, and then it keeps going bad, and then he's struggling on the court. Then he's looking around saying, man, the Lakers made this trade. The Spurs made this trade. Like, where's my trade? Like, so yeah, there was part of this, if you're Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, to appease your number one product in Stephen Curry. And I think he seems to be enjoying it the first two games.
You ever play those like first-person player video games?
Sure.
Well, I don't know. They're called first-person shooters or whatever.
Or like role-playing games?
Yeah, there you go, RPGs.
Yeah,
and like your character's like the energy bar is being drained, and they have like a stint or a health meter.
You're going like Fallout or something like that.
Exactly. I know like Return of the, what I forget what it's called, Fallen Jedi I play.
Sure.
They have this stint, and BB1 gives you this thing, and you jolt it into your arm, and all of a sudden you're back to full strength. That's what it feels like happened to the Warriors this year.
Right.
Their energy bar was just getting sucked down. All of a sudden Jimmy B shows up, and next thing you know, like, boom, they're completely rejuvenated, and everyone is playing way more loose.
888-957-9570. We'll pick up this Warriors conversation as well at the top of the hour with Festus Healy. We got Brian Baldinger joining us here momentarily, and we're going to get back into the Super Bowl because, yeah, it was the number one rated Super Bowl, most watched, I guess, is what it was, 120 million, something like that, Carter?
126.
126, excuse me. Don't want to shortchange the 6 million there. 126 million watched. And the reason we stayed watching is because we still didn't know if the Chiefs were totally done. Like, we should have known. I don't think it was till it was 40-6, and I was like, okay. I think
the Mahomes effect.
It's well, that's just it. There it is right there. It's time to give away a pair of Curry 12s. Caller number 5 on the contest line, 415-523-4652, will be winning a pair of the Steph Curry Under Armour What the Bays 12s. Call now, 415-523-4652. But in the meantime, it's time for Brian Baldinger, baby. Oh, in a second. There you go.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chump. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week.
Joining us on the River Islands guest line right now, Brian Ballinger, presented by a proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And Baldy, first and foremost, welcome. I got to give you credit, man. You called it from the start of the playoffs. Eagles going 4-0, and they looked like the best team. And I don't even know if were you shocked by it? The way they dominated Patrick Mahomes. I've never seen anything like that. I've even in the Super Bowl that they lost to Tampa, like Mahomes was still making some throws where I was just looking like, wow, this guy's incredible. He had no chance, Baldy. No chance.
No, the funny thing, Joe, is the Eagles never blitzed once. 38 drop back passes, they never blitzed. It was a 4-man rush. One time they ran a zone pressure and brought Zach Bond, but other than that, not just a 4-man rush. They didn't have any twist stunts. There was any stunts. It was just man on man. And, the reason why I thought they would go 4-0, regardless of who the opponent was, is because I saw real player development throughout the season. I saw a guy like Nolan Smith, who didn't start for the first 6 weeks and really didn't make any impression at all, to a guy that might be the most feared edge rusher in the league right now.
Wow.
And the most violent edge rusher in the league right now. In the course of a season, that's not to mention Jalen Hunt or Milton Williams, Jalen Carter is a beast. I mean, I call them the filthy 4 in honor of Philadelphia, but they're the filthy 4, and it doesn't matter what 4 is out there. They changed the game, and Mahomes was sacking himself. He was running around like he was back at Texas Tech, and he was playing Oklahoma, and he was just trying to, put a touchdown on the board. I haven't seen him look like that in his 8 years as a starter.
Yeah, I thought it was a huge organizational win. Obviously, Howie and player drafting and swinging trades, letting guys walk like Javon Hargrave. They lost Fletcher Cox and Kelsey. You know what I mean? And for them to reload the way that they have in a variety of ways, and then hiring the best candidates, Vic Fangio. He was brilliant. And this guy Bond coming out of nowhere, like no one knew who this guy was. Baldy, what is their weakness? Like, I'm looking at them, and I'm from the Niner perspective, it's like that's the team that we have to catch. And I'm saying to myself, I don't even know where you start, because I'm not sure that team has a weakness that can be exploited currently.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I thought they'd go 4-0, Joe. They don't have a weakness. And really, outside of Mekhi Becton being a free agent, and I know he doesn't want to go anywhere, but, they've got everybody back under contract, from Lane Johnson to Juergens to Mulata. Saquon's got a new deal. Jalen's under. They're all coming back, and defensively, they're the youngest defense in football. And so, honestly, you strike gold. Like I call the kid Cooper DeJean. I call him Cooper to Jam. Like he just jams everybody at the line of scrimmage. They're excellent tacklers, Joe. Excellent tacklers. They don't miss open field tackles. They communicate very well. The rookies look like salty 5-year veterans playing on that defense. They don't have a weakness right now. The only weakness is what most teams suffer from after they win a Super Bowl, and that's just, do they just get complacent? Complacency is the thing that can, take them a step back. But I don't know if they have those type of players that are going to get complacent.
Brian Ballinger joining us here, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop and Baldy? We talked about it last week. Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes going for the 3P. What makes Andy Reid so special? And then I asked you, conversely, what is it about Nick Sirianni we're not talking about? And you said it right here on our airwaves. It's his ability to connect with his coaches and his players. And you mentioned it in your last answer right there, the players getting better throughout the season and his pulse on that team. Shasky and I were debating yesterday, comparing and contrasting Sirianni and Shanahan. Is there anything that Kyle Shanahan could learn from Nick Sirianni this past year and use it heading into next season?
Well, without really knowing what it's like behind the scenes, Joe, that guy never, ever puts anything in front of his players. Like he literally eliminates he never, ever calls a player out. He never calls a coach out. He takes all the heat himself when things don't go right, and things didn't go right the first 4 weeks of the season. Like, he takes all the heat. And I don't know that Kyle doesn't do that, but I don't know if he does it to the extent that Nick does. And all he does is believe in his players. Even when they collapsed last year, like, the press conferences never really changed. Like, all he just said is, we're going to figure this out. This is on us. And it's us. It's always us. It's never an individual. And you don't, the thing that's, I'm not going to criticize Kyle here. He's had his share of successes. But this team always looks prepared. Always looks prepared. They never look sluggish. I mean, if you take out the one game in week 16 where Jalen got concussed in the first quarter, he went 14-0. 14-0. And, he doesn't. And look, part of it is him. Part of it is Jalen. Part of it is Nick. Part of it is Kellen Moore. They decided that we're not putting the ball in harm's way. We're not throwing the ball in the middle of the field into any kind of coverage. We're not doing it. Like, we'll take a sack. Our quarterback is a great runner. We'll run it. We'll punt. But we're not going to – he's thrown 2 interceptions in those 14 games. One was Sunday, and it was – look, the interception was at the goal line. They got the ball at the 2. Turned out to be a great punt. But, they take care of the football. They just don't put it in harm's way. And so, they took the ball away 13 times in the postseason. They turned it over once. I mean, only the Cowboys in 92 had a better turnover ratio in the postseason.
Wow, that's incredible. I'm thinking about Howie Roseman, the GM. I think football, maybe more than all the sports, there's such a player familiarity for these guys that are coming out in college. Like, the draft is almost over the top in terms of the fandom and how we view it. But like, what Howie has done and the culture that he's built to win with 2 different coaches, 2 different quarterbacks in very different ways. You know what I mean? The team looks a lot different today than it did in 2017 when they won it all. There's almost like a Theo Epstein kind of vibe from him, where he's kind of like like the end-all be-all for that organization. Jerry West, obviously in the NBA, is somebody that's beloved. I mean, how is Howie going to be remembered? Is he a Hall of Famer now already as a GM? I think he's one of the best. I don't know, man. I thought it was his imprints were all over that roster.
Oh, I mean, he's got two Super Bowl wins, okay, as a GM, and a third appearance where they were beaten 2 years ago. And, nobody retooled their roster this offseason better than Howie. When they finished the season last year, they might not even have been a playoff team. But you add Saquon, you add Mekhi Becton, who nobody thought could play guard. But you say, give him to Jeff Stoutland, let him coach him up. You go and draft Quinton Mitchell. They could have taken any corner. That was the first corner off the board. He's clearly the best corner. The guy is an absolute rock star. Cooper DeJean, they trade up in the second round to get him. You go take a flyer on Zach Vaughn, who's a third-round pick in New Orleans and never found a position. And all he did was fill up the stat sheet every week. Like, Fred Warner has never filled up a stat sheet the way Zach Vaughn did, and we love Fred Warner. But this is a third-round pick, like Fred was, that came in here and started 21 straight games. They took a chance on Jalen Carter when there was some questionable things about him. But they said, we've got Fletcher Cox, we've got Brandon Graham, we've got Lane Johnson, we've got Jalen Hurts. We've got a strong locker room. This kid's he's gonna shape up, and he did. He's never been an incident with him. And so you just go through the whole list here, and he didn't make a mistake. But to get Saquon the way that he did, to trade for A.J. Brown during the draft, not just trade for him and take him from Tennessee, but give him a $100 million contract during the draft. Like, that's preparation. That's like, we can get this guy. Like, there's no stone unturned from Howie. And look, he's not everybody's cup of tea. Like, there's a lot of people that aren't exactly crazy about working with Howie. But that's all right.
Why is that?
I mean, he just drives hard, and but he has an intelligence about him that not many people in his position have.
They're just so cohesive, that entire organization, from the ownership to the GM level to the coaching. There just seems to be a chain of command, and everyone is in sync right now. And they're the model organization, I think, in all of professional sports in America, at least. Brian Baldinger joining us here on the Morning Roast, Spadoni and Shasky. And we're going to get into the 49ers because, there was the Adam Schefter report Sunday morning. Everyone got a Super Bowl Sunday. Deebo Samuel wanting out. Before I get to that, the Kansas City Chiefs. They were going for history, and they didn't win it. They didn't win 3 in a row. They've been amazing. Are we going to be looking at this Chiefs team taking a potential step back next year, Baldy? They're going to be losing some offensive linemen. Their defense just got absolutely shredded. I know they tried that. They stuffed Saquon, and that was clearly the game plan, but they bet Jalen Hurts to throw the ball, and he did it. And he was in sync with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. Like, he was getting a Dallas Goedert. There was wide open at times. Where do the Chiefs go from here? Because obviously, whenever you have Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, I treat it like Belichick and Brady. You got a chance. But do you see them taking a step back next season?
No. But look, if you're picking at 30, 31, 32 every year, you're not getting Lane Johnson. You're not getting Trent Williams. You're not getting an elite tackle. The fact that they don't have a left tackle, and they've missed some picks. The second round pick from BYU, Wanye Morris, the third round. They've missed on those guys. They need a solid left tackle. Put Tooney back in at guard. Look, Xavier Worthy's going to be a star in this league. I mean, so there was a stretch in this game, a minute to go, down 24-0 in the first half. I don't know what happened to DeAndre Hopkins, but he's going to score on that play.
Hands.
Philadelphia completely blew the coverage. He's going to score. It's going to be 24-7. They come out, get the ball in the third quarter after halftime, and Xavier Worthy is streaking through the post. And Mahomes sees him. The left guard just gets crushed by Jordan Davis. It's going to be another touchdown. It has a very good chance of being 24-14. Xavier Worthy he's just a rookie. The kid is going to be a star. He runs better than anybody. His route running, he scares the living daylights out of you. They didn't have an answer for him. I think Kansas City can get back. They need to find a left tackle, a stud left tackle, and they need a big time running back. Nothing against Pacheco, or they picked up Hunt, off of the street. They need a real. They missed on that position too, but I feel like they need a stud running back. Not that you can get Saquon, but you need a stud running back in this business like McCaffrey. And if they get themselves a left tackle, I think they could retool pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm watching that game and I'm thinking, why aren't they going no huddle here, especially in the second half, and try to manipulate stuff at the line and then force them not to substitute? But anyway, that being said, I'm listening to Brady talk about Mahomes. And of course, Niner fans, Montana's still better than Mahomes, and, Brady's still the GOAT and all that. Brian, you do this for a living. You played in the Montana era. You watched every snap of Brady's career. You broke down all the film. You've seen Mahomes. When you just hear the GOAT conversation and all of the rhetoric around quarterback, what's your thoughts on this? Because I find it absurd that we do these one-game samples and, that guy sucks. He's never going to be the greatest. It's like, wait a minute, he's 29. Okay, they've been to 5 Super Bowls here. Like, yes, they've gotten blown out, but come on, can we have a little bit of perspective? You, as someone who knows these guys, played in the sport, studies it, what do you think when we have these quarterback conversations out from afar of the fans?
Well, last week at this time, Joe, we were talking about creating his own legacy of winning 3 in a row. I mean, we're 7 days, we're 2 days removed from having that conversation. And that's like I was in Mobile last week, or I was in New Orleans last week. I mean, that was a conversation in every single radio station. Is he the new modern GOAT? Like, one game doesn't change any of that. And then actually the way that he handled the post game, you can't handle it any better. Like, this is going to stay with me forever. Like, not just this off season. This is going to stay with me forever. Like, he's going to be driven by this. And so, and he is too. And so is, Brett Veach. Like, they're going to go find a left tackle. They're going to go find a stud running back. Like, they're not going to sit and lick their wounds here. Like, I just love the way that he handled it. Like, it was just, I got to be better. We got, it was just about him and playing at a higher level. Not the fact that his offensive line got crushed and the Eagles, just manhandled him, whatever. Like, he did it the right way. And the conversation, we'll be back here next year talking with him about being the best of all time. It's not going to go away.
Talking to Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And Baldy, as I mentioned earlier, All the Niner fans woke up, Super Bowl Sunday. They're already miserable because it's Eagles-Chiefs. And then
it was lose-lose for me,
And
Baldy.
then you got Adam Schefter reporting, I talked to Debo, and Debo says, he wants to play for another team, and the 49ers and him, they're going to be parting ways. What do you make of that? Debo Samuel, it looks like time's coming to an end here. How important is it for the 49ers to not let this bleed in to, the workouts, the training camps? Because the last thing this team needs, Baldy, is another distraction. That it was just absolutely filled with distractions last year. We were talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. They had some distractions before the season, right? Oh, head coach, Sirianni, Jalen Hurts. A lot of that was smoke, I feel like, obviously, at this point.
Yeah.
But they didn't let that distract them at all in the season. The 49ers, that lingered and that festered in that locker room.
I agree. And I think, look, if Debo doesn't want to be there, then accommodate him. First of all, it's a heavy contract that they don't really need based on the production. And there's nobody amongst us or fans that don't like Debo or respect Debo. We've seen the things that he has done in this league. But, they're right now they're hamstrung by some really big contracts. The IU contract is big. We'll see if he comes back and what player he is when he comes back. You don't know right away or when he comes back. But, they've got a lot of money put into the wide receiver position in a lot of key positions. And at some point, you got to pay Brock this year. You're going to have to find that money somewhere. If they can find a caretaker right now, you drafted Pearsall. There's going to be receivers in this draft. Maybe not as good or dynamic as Debo, whether it's the return game, running, all the versatility that he presents. But I would say, to your point, the quicker they can get this thing settled, the better they can get into their offseason.
Baldy, we know they need to upgrade their defense. I mean, that's obvious. They need to get the trenches better. Defensive line, offensive line. Those go without saying. But how important is CMC to this whole equation? Like, I know in the Super Bowl it didn't matter as much. Saquon was a big part of why the Eagles were the Eagles this year. A huge part. And yes, his offensive line is but he's a game changer. I mean, just an absolute game changer. How important is CMC? Because I don't know. I don't know if he's ever going to be the guy that he was 2 years ago. And this is a run-first team. And I know that if they can get that play action going, boy, Brock looks good, under center and Kittle and everything. So is that the number one question on the team right now?
I think so, Joe. I do. The one thing, if you compare the two, I mean, look, Christian was beat up all year. The offseason, he was never really healthy, right? It affected the way that he played. Saquon went through years like that in New York where he wasn't healthy. And that's why he was basically allowed, to go into free agency with the Eagles. I mean, for the most part, because of his injuries. And they didn't know. The Giants didn't know that he didn't get nicked once this year. Maybe his wrist in a playoff game looked like it bothered him a little bit, but his legs were healthy. And when his legs were good, he was the biggest difference. It's the reason why the Chiefs had the game plan they did, where they pressed outside. They played two deep safeties and they loaded the box and they corralled him. He still had some plays in the passing game, but for the most part, they corralled him. One of the few teams that are able to do it. But they built their game plan around corralling Saquon, the way other teams did with McCaffrey. And it opened up a lot of other things. The quarterback is going to be better. Everybody's going to be better if McCaffrey can regain his form. And I don't know. I mean, that 400-plus carry season, we'll see what Saquon's like next year after all the work that he got this year. We know his speed didn't change. I don't think McCaffrey's speed has changed. His breakaway speed. But we got to see if Christian can regain the ability to break tackles and to hold up for a 20-game season, the way we just watched Saquon do it.
Baldy, we were talking yesterday, and obviously you come away from that Super Bowl, it's the trenches, right? Offensive line, defensive line, that's where you need to start with your football team. But at the same time, you can be greedy a little bit and say, hey, if a guy like Davante Adams is out there, if he gets released from the New York Jets, from Palo Alto, West Coast guy, if you move off Debo Samuel, should the 49ers be interested in a guy like Davante Adams if he comes at the right price?
Look, I respect and I like Davante, but man, if I'm the 49ers, I'm trying to get younger. I'm just trying to get younger. Like, I don't know, like I was just in Mobile. They got some flyers there I mean, you look at the Eagles, Devontae Smith is 25 years old. AJ is 28. Like, you know, they're young. I mean, you look at Jahan Dotson was a first-round pick. They've got 3 first-round picks. None of them are 28 years old. I just want young legs, guys that have a burst. I know Devontae has these 10 different releases that he can win one-on-ones, and that's great. I just want to get younger. I want to get the way the Eagles got younger. Draft and develop. Like, I don't think you should fear that. I think that's the approach you have to take. Every once in a while, you could go get Trent Williams like they did. And you could take a guy like that who's just a Hall of Fame player, and you do it. Not that Devontae isn't. But if I'm the 49ers, I want to get faster and I want to get younger. Everywhere I can on the field.
Baldy, looking at the whole NFL season, right? The league's always trending in certain directions. There was a time we phased running backs out. Now it feels like they're phased back in. What's your big takeaway for where this league is going? Offense, defense, structurally, and in terms of organizations this offseason? What's everyone trying to do this offseason?
I mean, we talk about all of the quarterbacks and receivers and running backs. This league is built in the trenches. The Eagles prove that. Like, if you just look at this, Joe, like, I was talking to Joe Banner, who was, before there was Howie, there was Joe Banner.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, they went from Trey Thomas to Jason Peters to Jordan Mailata at left tackle. They went from John Runyon to Lane Johnson at right tackle. Like, they never stopped loading in the trenches. And so the 49ers can't make that claim. Like, if you look at Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, right, Josh Sweat, like Jalix Hunt, who was a kid out of Houston Christian, whatever that is, and all he did was improve. Like, they build in the trenches. And that's what you got to do. And like, they missed on Bryce Huff. Like, they spent a $51 million contract on Bryce Huff. He didn't fit in Vic Fangio's defense. But you sort of just eat it and move on because Nolan Smith became so good. And so you never stop throwing resources and money at the trenches. Jason Kelsey retires. But 2 years before he did, he helped find Cam Jurgens. And, like, I'm not saying Cam Jurgens can be Jason Kelsey, but he's pretty damn good. They got Landon Dickerson in the second round out of Alabama. Yeah. They never stop building in the trenches. That's the message. And I was just talking to Daniel Jeremiah last night till midnight. This is the deepest draft for defensive tackles that we've seen. Like, it's the deepest draft. And I was in Mobile, Joe. Like, I'm telling you, I'm talking about NFL-ready looking bodies. Big, thick, strong, and twitchy. Like, go get yourself 2 of them.
Is this?
Now, forget about 1. Go get 2.
Baldy, when you say that, I want just real quick. Do you mean middle rounds, late rounds, early? Like, where?
You can find them everywhere, Joe. Like,
gotcha.
Take a look at that kid from Toledo, Darius Alexander. Like, that kid is 6'4", he's 305, he's twitched up, he's at Toledo. But Quinton Mitchell was at Toledo. Like, you watch that kid play in the Senior Bowl, and you watch him work out, like, he looks like he came right out of the SEC. Like, this is the draft to go build your defensive line.
Hey, Baldy, we appreciate the time, man. And to your point, Daniel Jeremiah has mock draft 1.0. I think he has he mocks Armand Membu. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Interior offensive lineman from Missouri. So, yeah, attacking the trenches first and foremost. That needs to be the priority for the 49ers. Baldy.
Thanks, Baldy.
It started with Bonte. It ended with Spadoni this season. Hey, we always appreciate it, man. You're so good to us. And if there's an emergency, Debo trade, something, we'll definitely hit you up. But hey, thank you, man.
I might be in Tahiti. I might be in Bali. I'm not sure where I'll be next Friday. But if you need me, I'll find a hot wire spot to plug in.
Yeah, if there's a shark that needs to be harpooned, we'll let you know.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's go. Hey, Baldy, appreciate it, brother.
Very happy, guys.
Let's go.
Love you, buddy.
There he is. That's Brian Baldinger, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And now it's time for the injury report. Jonathan Kuminga update, ladies and gentlemen. The Warriors announced that he is making good progress in his recovery from a sprained right ankle. He has begun on-court work and is expected to rejoin practice after the All-Star break. His next evaluation, Joe Shasky, will come in 10 days. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Knockout tournament keyword and Festus Ezeli on 95.7 The Game.
This time of the year, we're reminded of our drafty windows, doors, and costly heating bills. Question is, do you put it off for another year or act now while the discomfort is fresh in your mind? Golden State Window and Door Design can address.
Oh, it is. Thank you, Filmo Mike. Has Filmo called in yet? Yeah, where's he at? New show. Filmo, we're calling you out. How do you feel about Jimmy Buckets? I don't know if he was bullish on it, if he was skeptical.
He texted me it was a very mid move.
Okay,
remember?
I would love to hear from Filmo and how he feels about it now. 888-957-9570.
He's exactly who Filmo Mike loves.
Right?
I know he loves
mindset.
Jimmy.
Come on. And we're going to ask Festus Ezeli here in just a second, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, what he sees in these Jimmy Butler-led Golden State Warriors. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, because we are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube right now, all brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Knockout keyword going to be here in about the next 15 or 20 minutes. You're going to be listening for the knockout keyword, because when I give that keyword, next segment, we're going to be calling out for the phone line, and you have to give that keyword if you want to play hoops at Chase Center for the knockout tournament. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We just had Brian Baldinger on last segment. If you missed any of that interview, talking Super Bowl, talking Niners offseason, Deebo Samuel, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app, which you also want to have, because if you download the Odyssey app and you listen for at least an hour, you qualified for our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, Joe Shasky. I'll explain what that is a little bit later as well.
Yeah, you can win up to $20,000. And 650, congratulations. The Epiphany Eagles, 5th grade, Division 7 CYO champions.
Fly, Eagles, fly. For 2 days now.
Yeah.
Like
well, I mean, Epiphany's very different than the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, is it?
Yes. Epiphany is a very notoriously difficult game, no matter which particular team is on your schedule. Look at Carter's nodding his head.
Epiphany.
It's always a bloodbath. That's the neighborhood that I grew up in, Excelsior. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they breed them tough there.
Okay.
Always tough games.
You're saying in Philadelphia people aren't tough?
No, they're fake tough.
Oh, okay. Well, not the team, because they are not fake tough.
No, that team's real. They
absolutely blasted the Kansas City Chiefs. And listening to Baldy, as we're going to pivot to the Golden State Warriors here shortly, but listening to Baldy talk about just how stacked they are, and they're like, yeah, they'll probably lose all these guys, but it doesn't really matter because they have all these other young guys still waiting in the wings. I was like, maybe they are primed to go back-to-back, which would just be insane. It just, as the Chiefs just did it, like, that would hurt more though, right, Joe Shasky?
Can I create a new rule? Can we allow a week to go by before a one-time champion says, yeah, we're a dynasty, or we're going to go back-to-back, or like...
No one said they were a dynasty. I said they can go back.
Sirianni was alluding to it.
You were the one that brought it up yesterday.
What?
You said that they could go back-to-back.
No, that's I said, what's their whole heading into next year?
And then I said...
I never used the words back-to-back.
Okay, you don't think they could repeat?
Sure, I'll allow myself to think about that in the offseason.
We talked about the Dodgers and the Eagles. You said the Eagles have a better chance of doing it than the Dodgers because baseball's hard to repeat.
If you're pointing a gun at me and telling me that I have to choose which one, but like the same thing with the Denver Nuggets. Like, oh, we're a dynasty. We're going back to back. Like,
well, that was Michael Malone.
Shut up. Like, win one and everyone relax. Like, just come on. Come on, that's all I'm saying is like just win one, enjoy it, enjoy the parade before we start talking about back-to-backs.
I'm sure Festus was enjoying all the Super Bowl festivities as well. As Festus Ezeli joins us now on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. This is the time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop, NBA champion, pre- and post-game analyst for NBC Sports Bay Area, alongside our guy, Bonte Hill, formerly of the Morning Roast, but still joins us every single Friday right here. So if you're missing your Bonte, you're like, who's this Spadoni guy? Well, Bonte Hill's going to be joining us every single Friday at 9 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. And Festus is doing something cool, Joe Shasky. I don't know if you know this. There's a celebrity pickleball bash happening right now.
I'm well aware.
It's a new brand of pickleball where celebrities are paired with pro players with music and entertainment integrated, making this a show like you've never seen before. And Festus is one of the celebrities participating alongside Terrell Owens, Hunter Pence, his co-worker, Chris Mullen, Brandi Chastain, and of course, many others. Mario Lopez and Warriors hype man.
Mario
Franco
Lopez.
Finn. Yeah, your boy. What was his character's name?
Slater.
Slater, thank you. Fast Times.
AC Slater.
Not Fast Times. Saved by the Bell, thank you. Among others are hosting.
Bayside.
Thank you. This is an event to prioritize this weekend during the NBA All-Star. It's going to be this Saturday between 1 to 4 and Sunday, noon to 3. Festus, this sounds exciting, man. Welcome.
Well, first of all, what's up, fellas? What's going on? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I just came in to check and see how everything was going, make sure the ship was still running smoothly. Y'all good?
We're good, man.
Festus, I'm great. Are you watching Jimmy Butler? It has been a revelation. And the guy has changed the attitude of the team. You probably don't remember this, but these in-season trades, it reminds me of when they got Stack Jack and Al Harrington, where instantly the attitude on the team and just the whole vibes, everything just changed almost instantaneously. Again, it's 2 games against, teams that weren't at full strength and aren't the greatest teams in the world, but it just feels and looks a hell of a lot different. Steph's getting cleaner looks than he's ever gotten.
Wow, Shesty, the excitement in the Bay right now, whether it's celebrity pickleball or it's Jimmy Butler coming to the Bay or the All-Star weekend, all of it right now is exciting. We got a new energy around here currently. Jimmy Butler, his ability to get to the free throw line has really, really changed the Warriors' offense. That's something the Warriors have struggled with all year long. Being able to get into the paint, get free throws, you see them, they can shoot 3-point shots, that's one thing. But always, Jimmy Butler, his ability to score buckets in the paint is something the Warriors can really use right now. And let's go back to the celebrity pickleball tournament. You know why I came on the show today? I wanted to talk smack to my coworker, Chris Mullin.
Oh.
If he is lucky enough to get me in the second round, he's going to get tormented by a rookie pickleball player. And I can't wait to talk smack. I'll be talking smack all the rest of the year on the pre- and post-game show. I hope you guys are ready. This is going to be a really, really fun event.
Fastest. I love how you just slipped in a rookie pickleball player. Like you're already setting up the expectation that you might lose.
Pivot, don't panic, Joe.
No. I'm telling you that this is David going against Goliath, and David is going to win. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to let you understand the context of what's happening right now.
Slingshot.
He's the one
you're
that got me into
6'10".
this
You
game.
are Goliath. What are you talking about?
Hey, you know what's funny about that? What's funny is I'm paired up with John Isner. Both of us are 6'10" and 6'11", but respectively. We're going against, in the first round, we're going against Uriah Faber and his partner, who are both 5'5". So this is a battle of David versus Goliath for real.
Isner is an elite tennis player.
He was.
This might really work in your favor.
One of the greatest servers in the history of the sport. Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to know how that translates to pickleball. Right. I'm excited to see this, but this is a game. I mean, the last time the Bay Area saw me in a professional setting, any kind of competitiveness was in the NBA Finals years ago. So I'm hoping to take that tradition and go into the Celebrity Pickleball Finals on Saturday, 12-4. Y'all be there or be square.
There you go. It's going to be this Saturday and Sunday. So Saturday 1-4 and Sunday noon to 3 at Warfield Theater. Yes, a pickleball court will be built on stage. This has never been done before. Tickets starting at just $25. There's a flash sale of 20% off. So visit www.celebritypickleballbash.com. Festus Ezeli, NBA champion, co-host of Warriors pre- and post-game on NBCS. Joining us here, Spadoni, Shasky on the Morning Roast. All right, so taking us back to before Jimmy Butler was a Golden State Warrior, what were your impressions of him on the Miami Heat, as a 76er, as a Minnesota Timberwolf, Chicago Bull? What were your impressions of Jimmy Butler, the player, prior to coming to Golden State, Festus?
So I knew Jimmy before he got to any of those teams. You know, when Jimmy was coming off the bench in Chicago, I met him my NBA draft, or when I went to go work out in Chicago. And this is a guy who wasn't getting a lot of minutes. I think it was a second year or third year. But in that time, I went the night before to go get a workout in the gym. Late at night, I always had this tradition where I would go get a workout at night before the workout the next day. And Jimmy was in there late night. It was like 9 p.m. or so. I'm talking, I'm asking him about the league. Like, he's like, dude, I'm just a workhorse. I'm gonna try to make my name, whatever that is. The next day I wake up, I go to the workout. But before the workout, I try to get there early so I can get a little bit of, get warmed up, get my little workout in before I get into working out with the guys. Jimmy Butler's there again early in the morning. So I think that already solidified, or at least gave me an idea of what Jimmy was about. Jimmy is a guy who he is going to work. He's going to work hard. He's always going to make his statement that way. Obviously, when you watch him on the court, his energy is infectious. His ability to play, yes, he can play basketball both ways, offensively, defensively. He's a grit, grind type player. He's going to outwork you on the boards, or all those kind of things. Yes, you love that part about Jimmy. You watched him in Miami. He took the Miami Heat to 2 finals, a team that really had no business being there, and he dragged them all the way there. So
when you watch Jimmy as a player, you have no choice but to respect him as a winner. Like Jimmy finds a way to get stuff done. I think so far he's taken his basketball talents and just been able to work his tail off to become the guy that we know as Jimmy Butler. Now, whatever other stuff, the things that have happened, the way he's left both Philadelphia, Minnesota, and Miami, those things are things that I can't speak on because I don't fully understand what has happened and what really caused those things to happen the way they did. I was trying to pick my words carefully right now because I understand that there is a perception that in those situations when he leaves, it's always bad, right? It's tough. Even when he left Miami right now, like that, it was a bad divorce. But what I will say is whenever Jimmy gets to a team during that honeymoon period, he is incredible for that team, for the players, for the city. And I'm excited for that part for San Francisco to get some of that energy.
What have you noticed has been the consequences of him playing? Like who's been benefiting? Because I'm seeing Moses Moody before Jimmy even came playing the best ball of his career. Just decisive, making it stops on both ends, hitting shots. Pods is playing better since the return from injury. Obviously, Quinton Post is playing well. But what are you seeing from the other teammates that have been like the benefactor of Jimmy in the half court?
I see a swagger. I see the guys coming out there and hanging their hats on defense. I thought the second half, the first game he played in was against the Chicago Bulls. And in the first half, it looked like a disaster. And rightfully so. He had never practiced with the team. And they were trying to figure out a way to get the offense going. It wasn't going. Steph goes nuclear in the third, which usually means a win for the Warriors. And then Jimmy Butler comes in and inserts himself in the fourth quarter. Steph goes to the bench. The Warriors are only up 3. But before you know it, the Warriors are up 17 or whatever it is, up 12. This is the Jimmy Butler effect. You're going to see the non-Steph minutes be more effective with Jimmy being in the game. What I noticed yesterday, the game against the Milwaukee Bucks, albeit no Giannis last night, the Warriors dominated the points in the paint. Being the case, it was because Jimmy, not only is he scoring, he's facilitating. There's 2 baskets where you see Draymond, who's usually a guy who's looking to pass the ball. Jimmy's turning him into a guy to score. He's the one facilitating to Draymond, which usually that's the other way around. Draymond's trying to make plays for guys. Getting Draymond to be a scorer keeps the defense honest. So when Steph comes back in the game, you don't know where the ball is coming from. Then defensively, look at the other side of the floor. Defensively last night, the Warriors dominated. They dominated a 3-point shooting team. They only let them shoot 10 threes yesterday. The Milwaukee Bucks are the second most efficient 3-point shooting team in the NBA. So they only made 10 threes last night. And without Giannis, that was really important for them. Not only that, they got how many steals did they have yesterday? Jimmy Butler had 4 steals. Draymond
16.
had 5 steals.
16.
Moses Moody had 3 steals.
Yeah.
Like, these guys were really physically out there jumping in the passing lanes. They just had a sudden swagger about themselves that I haven't seen in a long time. So I think Jimmy Butler's effect so far it's been a good start for the Warriors.
No, it's insane. 16 steals as a team total yesterday, and they were all over the place. It was cerebral, some of these that he was able to see, like a defensive back, like he was Cooper DeJean in the Super Bowl getting the pick 6 a couple times yesterday. Festus, appreciate it. We got one more here before we let you go. Jonathan Kuminga, how's it going to look when he comes back here? We got the evaluation. He's going to be reevaluated in 10 days. He's making progress from that ankle sprain. Is there going to be a major learning curve with a new player? Because this is a whole different team, basically. You got another Hall of Famer added to this lineup that's going to be taking a lot of minutes. How's J.K. going to mix in with Jimmy Buckets in this team when he does come back?
No, this is the part I'm the most excited about. Jonathan Kuminga, to me, is a future All-Star in the NBA. His athleticism, his defensive versatility, his ability to get to the rim and really finish over anybody in the league. I don't care who you are. It could be Victor Wembanyama at the rim. I will take J.K. in that situation. Why? Because he has just instincts that you can't teach. His ability to attack is incredible. Now, here's what I see with Jimmy Butler. I think he can be a great mentor for J.K. I think Jimmy can teach J.K. the easier ways to score in the game, easier ways to facilitate. There's parts of the game that I see Jimmy Butler in. You know, Jimmy played with guys like he played with Jaime Hawkins. He played with Gabe Vincent. All these guys, all these young guys were able to benefit from his playmaking ability. And JK is a guy who, kind of like Jimmy, he's strong, he's athletic, way more athletic than what Jimmy does. So if you take what Jimmy does and you learn from him, you can take that to a whole nother level. That's what I see from Jonathan Kuminga. I think his style of play, the Jimmy Butler style of play, and being incorporated into the Warriors, where there's an ISO on the wing for him, on the block, those things that you see when you incorporate JK into those situations, you only going to make him better as a young player. So I'm excited to see what happens when JK comes back, boosts up the bench rotation, and maybe some starting rotation minutes. You never know with this Warriors team. We've had 32 starting lineups so far this season, but I want JK back in the lineup because I think it's only going to make that young roster, it's only going to make that roster younger and more athletic.
Hey, Festus, we appreciate the time, man. Festus Ezeli taking part in the Celebrity Pickleball Bash this Saturday, 1 to 4, and then on Sunday as well, noon to 3. Where? Well, it's at the Warfield Theater. Yes, a pickleball court is going to be at the Warfield Theater on stage. Never been done before. Tickets starting at just $25, and there's a flash sale of 20% off. So visit www.celebritypickleballbash.com. Festus, we appreciate the time, brother.
Thanks, bro.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys, man. Good to hear from you.
Yeah.
All right, there he is. That's Festus Ezeli, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to give out that key word for the knockout tournament, Joe Shasky.
Play on Chase Center.
The key word is 3. As in, Quinton Post is money from 3-point range. Again, the key word, 3. So listen between 8:30 and 9. When you hear the sounder, be the first to call in and give the keyword, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play in the 95-7 The Game knockout tournament. All right, just had Festus on. He's excited about Jimmy Buckets. He's known the guy back in the Chicago Bulls days. Can't speak on how it ended. I get that. I don't think any of us really can because I'm not privy to those conversations. I'd love to be a fly on the wall. Like, just Jimmy Butler and Tom Thibodeau just together is just hilarious in and of itself. It's funny that he was teammates with Andrew Wiggins once upon a time. I think people forget that. Like, they were teammates. He actually liked Andrew. It was Karl-Anthony Towns he did not get along with. I think people misconstrue that. And then, again, as we've been saying, the guy dragged 2 teams that had no business going to the NBA Finals to the NBA Finals. One's in the bubble. One of them was in the home state of Florida. If you want to poo-poo that, fine. But you can't poo-poo what he did in taking that team against the Denver Nuggets. Denver Nuggets were just a much better team. They had a better player. They had a better tandem in Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, for God's sakes. Gets a year removed, gets back to the conference finals, doesn't win it, and then didn't even participate in the playoffs last year, Joe Shasky. But I think people were still sleeping on Jimmy. We weren't, but a lot of the public was. Who's this guy that we're getting? Is he cantankerous? Is he going to be a short fuse? Well, he's been anything but that. He's been a joy to listen to. I like listening to him the post game. He sounds very eloquent in what he's saying. I can only judge off what I've seen from the guy, given his basketball uniform as a Golden State Warrior. And what I've seen is just a great player.
It's so funny, like, when we do this in sports, like, relax, bro. We all liked Buddy Hield, and look how it turned out. It's like, all right, Buddy Hield has not been good for the entirety of his career. Jimmy Butler's been good for his entire career. Are there things to be worried about? For sure. Like, I get doing the pump the brakes on a Quinton Post. This guy's 24, 25 years old. He's a rook. He's never played in the league. He's had some good games. He's had some where it looked like he got ran off the floor. All right, you want me to pump the brakes on Quinton Post? Sure. I get it. Like I do. I really do. Jimmy Butler's been great for a decade.
He's 6-time All-Star.
He's been great.
He's been a 6-time, real quick, he's been a 6-time NBA All-Star. Like, that's in an era of, the Pro Bowl, this,
exactly.
That. No, the NBA All-Star still means something. Like, I know you feel a certain way with Trae Young. He's getting in there because who's there? Anthony Davis or this, that, and the other. Giannis is hurt. I guess Kyrie's getting to be a replacement. Like, no, there's still NBA All-Star means something. Being an All-Star in Major League Baseball still means something. He's also All-NBA second team and All-NBA third team, which means he's one of the 15 best players in the NBA.
He's awesome.
Yes.
He's an awesome player. Like, now, do we have concerns? Of course. Like, even if you acquired LeBron, don't you have concerns?
Yes.
Like, A, is he happy? B, like, what's the clutch imprint on the team?
It's not even the play. It's everything else.
How are you going to manage his body and all that? Like there's questions. So, like, anyone you bring in, you're going to have question marks, skepticism, red flags, whatever. But like to say, like, pump the brakes, we don't know if he's this good. No, we do know he's really good. Now, he's older, so there's obviously baked in concerns regarding longevity and health. We're talking about a 2-year run here. Just watch the half court. Are they a better team? Yeah, they are. Like, they are. Do others play better alongside Jimmy? Wow, yeah, they really do. Has the game been a hell of a lot easier for Steph Curry? Yeah, it has. I've watched 3 months of Curry basically exhausted in every postgame, looking lost. Like, I don't have the answers. Like, in every postgame for months.
He's had a 1,000-yard stare on the bench I don't know how many times this year. Like, he's on the beaches of Normandy, just shell-shocked, just looking out into the distance, like, what is happening with this team?
2 days in, okay? 2 days in, boy, he seems like he's the most efficient he's been all year. Feels like he's getting the most one-on-ones he's had all year. Boy, feels like it's the happiest he's been all year. Boy, it feels like a lot of guys are playing really good basketball right now. Well, yeah, of course opponent is part of the context. Of course, like the other team missing a couple guys definitely helps out the Warriors. I just look at how we're playing, and we're playing good ball. And Jimmy's not even in conditioning shape yet. That's what he kept talking about. And I'm thinking, boy, if he's going to the free throw line and helping everybody and he's literally winded, imagine what he's going to look like in 2 or 3 weeks.
We're going to pick up this conversation on the other side. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body, 888-957-9570. We're also going to be giving away a spot in our knockout contest. It's going to be at Chase Center 4. You get to shoot hoops at Chase Center, where Jimmy Buckets is going to be playing. Hasn't played there yet. Can't wait for that to happen. That's all coming up next with Spadoni and Shasky in the Morning Roast.
Shafsky, I know people don't like you.
I am shook.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shiesky on 95.7 The Game.
JK going to be reevaluated in 10 days. He is making progress from that ankle sprain. Don't forget, some point in this segment, folks, we will prompt you to call in with the keyword to win a spot in the knockout tournament. Make sure you are locked in and have that keyword ready. We're just joined by Brian Baldinger, Festus Azili. If you've missed any of those conversations, just search 95.7 The Game on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. It'll be all right there. Also, be sure to download that Odyssey app. You know why? Because our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is also happening. So check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas. And on top of that, $20,000. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. And Circa also has the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim. So get that tan on. All right, it's been nice and sunny in the Bay. Go out on the deck. Shout out Golden State Lumber, your nice redwood deck, whatever you're doing, Joe Shasky. Go get that tan. Do you tan, Joe, or do you burn? Okay.
I'm white, so we burn.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm white too, but I can get a nice shade. I look like a vampire right now.
You got the Mediterranean skin.
Okay, but
you're Italian.
All right, thank you. You said it, not me. There's levels.
He's an Italian.
It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. I look like a vampire when I'm on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Oh. I promise people I can get a nice tan, but as you get older, you got to take care of your skin, this, that, and the other. Got a nice face. You have a nice cream routine on your face. Do you do that in the morning times?
I have a particular, especially when I shave, I put in all that. And then you got to put the sunscreen on,
Oh, the SPF 1000?
No.
Are you shooting light back at the sun? Is that what you're doing?
No. I would say that I'll show you. You're
going to be in Hawaii, so this is important stuff here.
Look.
Okay.
And that's winter.
Oh, okay.
I'm out in the sun every day.
You got a nice base coat? Is that what you're saying?
I'm out in the sun every day. Right, I would say I'm one of the more active people at this station.
Okay. Well, that doesn't mean much at this station. I'm just going to keep it a buck.
Well, yeah.
Are you rocking the farmer's tan?
The farmer's tan?
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there really isn't, actually.
You don't have to be lonely.
That was a genuine question.
Look, there you go.
I think about this trade. This team was going kind of nowhere. Right? We all agree. It was frustrating. It was a bad watch.
Losing to the Utah Jazz without their 2 best players. And the Utah Jazz stink with the 2 best players. And the Raptors.
I mean, there's some bad games.
Steve Kerr literally said they might have lost these last 2 games without Jimmy Butler.
So I guess
the Bulls aren't good, and the Bucks right now aren't very good.
You said Steiny yesterday was making comps to We Believe.
You said We Believe too. This has the makings to be.
So to me, We Believe, just the phrase We Believe is literally like, oh, we're nothing, and we believe we can win something, as in a game or 2 or a series. Sure. This is more about are you still good? It's a total different vibe. But I'm talking about in terms of an in-season trade and how it immediately flipped everything and just the vibes were different. They were 19-20 when they made the deal at January 17th or whatever it was. And that day they fell to 19-21. That Warrior team, the 2007 team. Okay? Immediately. I'm just going to read your leading scores. This is in a row. Stack Jack with 29. Next game, Al Harrington with 30. Al Harrington with 29. Al Harrington with 28. Baron Davis. Then Al Harrington with 21. You almost knew immediately, and I just looking down, Steven Jackson. Those 2 guys just changed everything and it wasn't like they were the best player. Baron was the best player on that team, in my estimation. But it made the game a hell of a lot easier for Baron. Mm-hmm. And everything fell into place. And those guys, in terms of the spacing and the half court and the vibe and the attitude of the team, just flipped everything in season. They went from being a soft team with no identity to a team that we're going to get up in you. Not only are we going to win the street fight, we're also going to stroke the 3 from the outside. I actually think that We Believe team would have been a hell of a lot better in this generation.
Right.
Stack Jack used to hit them threes, Captain Jack. But the vibe of adding those two guys, that's the vibe I get from Jimmy B. That's the vibe. I get a guy who's very confident, who can, in the half court, make the game a little easier for Steph, can create his own shot, can obviously get to the free throw line, can create for others off the pass. It just, again, that we believe team went 42-40.
Yeah.
They barely were over 500.
Same record as the Lakers, yeah.
Barely over 500 to end that year. But it was a completely different team. And I look at the Warriors and from 2 weeks ago, this is a completely different team.
Just from a few days ago, it's the vibes of this team. I remember we were talking, this time last week, Joe Shasky, and we were still, reeling and getting into Luka Doncic and what that means is wow, the Lakers just made that move, and then the Spurs, and they made their move for De'Aaron Fox. Where's the Warriors move? What's going on here? And then Kevin Durant's talk started to churn up. Oh, can we get KD? Anthony Slater on our airwaves. Oh, I'm putting it at 50-50 right now. Whoa, Kevin Durant. And then all within the span of, a few hours, KD says kick rocks. He doesn't want to be here. Oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. We're going to torch him pitchforks. Mike Dunleavy, get the hell out of here. We're going to be like the Dallas Mavericks fan base. Not to that extreme, but
I think people would have been really pissed.
Pissed. And then it's even worse, apathy. Just
when you're spoiled.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's even worse. At least the fan base is getting a reaction in Dallas. It would have been worse here because you just would have been checked out.
Yeah.
It's that's just even, you don't want that as an ownership. If you're Joe Lacob, if you're Mike Dunleavy, you don't want that at all.
Especially with one of the greatest players the game's seen, any sport, last 50 years in Steph Curry. He's at the forefront of that.
The greatest point guard, if not the second greatest point guard in the history of the sport. That's who we're talking about. The greatest, and a guy that, he goes to Chicago and you hear all the roars. He goes to crypto.com. He is still the show. And I would like to have a side act, if you will. If I'm going to Vegas, Duncan Vegas, I'm going to see a show. You know what? There's multiple shows in Vegas.
Like the halftime show where you should have someone with a comprehensive catalog.
That's the difference between you and me. I actually watched the Super Bowl for the game, not for the halftime show. I go to Vegas.
Why can't it be both?
Were you that devastated by Kendrick Lamar?
No, I just thought that it was. I don't think he's a big enough artist to carry that show.
Where was that energy for the first few weeks heading into the Super Bowl? That's what I want to know.
Well, I had to focus on the halftime show because it was the Chiefs versus the Eagles. It was lose-lose for me.
You should focus on LJ, all right? Did he enjoy the game? Did he enjoy the halftime show?
First thing he said was mid.
Okay, that's what he said. That's his first word?
Yeah.
Mid?
Yeah. I have a running joke. It's so funny. The kids will always, whenever they see LJ, oh, what's up, LJ? All the kids I coach, and I go, hey, he has his first sentence. And they're like, no way. And I'm like, yeah. And whoever the player is, I'll be like, Mikey, you know what he said? What'd he say? Mikey G is mid. What? He didn't say that.
Wow.
And then it's my little joke, and Michelle thinks it's awful.
It's a dad joke. That's why
it is such a dad joke.
I had the dad jokes before I even became a dad because my dad was that way. He had 10 kids, for Christ's sake. You have to have jokes at that point. And yeah, it's gotten worse. And Benny, I do this thing where I pretend I'm a duck or a certain animal in the car and I go, what was that? What happened? It's like, Dad, that was you. He's 5 years old and he's already over it. He acts like a teenager at 5. Kind of makes me sad a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah. They get older, Joe. I'm just letting you know that. They get older.
Yesterday
was breaking your balls and they're 2 years old too. Yeah.
Yesterday was just a nightmare. I tried to feed him pasta and then he got pasta everywhere. He didn't want to eat it. He throws it on the ground now because the dogs will clean it all up. And then so he's got pasta in his ears, in his hair, everywhere. He's got a lot of hair.
Yeah, bath time.
So I had to do bath time. Yep. And as I'm doing bath time, the dog decides to use the bathroom in his room. And so it is just, I'm holding him, he's wet, and I'm walking over dog stuff. It was a nightmare.
There you go.
I was rattled.
You were rattled?
I felt like Mahomes in the pocket.
I was going to say, you felt like Steph the last week or two prior to Jimmy Butler. That's how you felt. Stephen Curry felt dejected.
It's true.
He felt unsure of himself. He was getting beat down by the Jazz, by the Lakers, by the Suns. It was not a good feeling. Here comes Jimmy Butler. Last two games, I've seen a different Stephen Curry. We have seen a different Stephen Curry. It's 2-game sample size. We're not saying they're winning a title. We're not saying they're making a deep run. We're not even saying they're going to win a play-in game. We don't know. I do know this, though. Stephen Curry's happiness is priority number one if I'm Joe Lacob and if I'm the fan base of the Golden State Warriors. Because if he's not happy, that means he's going elsewhere. He sat down with Tim Kawakami prior to the deadline last week, Joe Shasky, on the TK pod. And he had some interesting thoughts. I want to play some of the sound for you here. All he wants is a chance to win. And this is what he had to say prior to the trade deadline with Tim Kawakami.
You have to be realistic. There's probably not a move or a scenario where you're going to walk into a season or a playoff series like as the perennial favorite. There's just a lot of talent around the league. But to be competitive where you have a chance, like that's what we want to see. I'm sure that's what our fans want to see. Playing meaningful games, no matter how it ends, like I think that's what we deserve. And I hope that is the reality I get to live in this last part of my career.
Meaningful games. That's all he wants. He just played some meaningful games in Paris, in the Olympics, with LeBron James, with Kevin Durant, with all those guys, with Steve Kerr as his coach. He wanted to carry that high over, and it did for a little bit. They were 12-3. It was fun. It was great. And then it wasn't. And, you make this move for Jimmy Butler, mixed reactions. I mean, they asked Steph about the trade after he had a demoralizing loss to the Utah Jazz. He's like, yeah, great. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. I don't know what you want from me right now. But you've heard him the last couple nights. He said, and he compared Jimmy to his polar opposite almost as a player. Tough, rugged, strong, goes to the hoop, doesn't shoot the three ball. All those stuff slows the game down. But it's worked. It's been great. It's been fun. And I've seen it on Steph. And if I see Stephen Curry happy, putting up the 3-point shots, putting up the three fingers, Quinton Post is making shots. If we can get a rejuvenated Stephen Curry in this second half, and he can get some of those minutes reduced, if there's going to be some more of these blowout games against bad teams, if he doesn't have to play the entirety of the fourth quarter, if he can miss, half of a fourth quarter or 3/4 of a fourth quarter, that's huge for a guy battling bilateral knee tendonitis, not only for the physicals, but the mentals too.
Well, I always think about how sports works and just the Warriors themselves. Sometimes what you don't want ends up actually really, really helping you. The Warriors themselves wanted Avery Bradley at one point to stay on the team, and they ended up keeping GP2, and he ended up being very, very valuable for them. I don't even know if GP2's in the league if he doesn't stay with the Warriors that first year, and they keep Avery Bradley. Go back to the beginning of Steph's career. He and other guys wanted Mark Jackson to stay. They were not happy that Mark Jackson got fired. Steph felt very empowered by Mark Jackson. He believed in him. And I think it was with a lot of resistance. They went out and they got Steve Kerr. I think initially he was probably skeptical. I think he was still bitter that they got rid of Mark Jackson. I remember vividly him being like, I don't know about this. And I don't think that they were all in on Jimmy. And I think they've had to be coerced. And now they have to believe. And it's funny how sports works where sometimes the path that you think is the least optimal ends up being a great thing.
Yeah.
And this is, I think, one of those great examples of times where, sometimes you got to kind of just roll the dice and see where it falls.
It's a risk. It was a calculated risk, but it was a risk nonetheless. Hey, I was a risk. I'm a calculated risk by Matt Nahigian, my boss right now, and all the people in the sales and they'll be like, I'm a risk. Am I a ticking time bomb? Time will tell. Do I feel like a tipping time bomb, Joe Shasky? With some of my takes, the Fly Eagles fly the Big Dom, maybe I felt like a ticking time bomb yesterday for you as I was poking some fun. But there's always going to be risk because there was no perfect move out there. Luka Doncic was not falling from the heavens for you. You didn't have Anthony Davis on your team. And now that's already looking like the early returns for Anthony Davis. You got Mavs fans flipping the bird, cussing out Mark Cuban and the ownership.
Most obvious thing that was going to happen. Right? You traded Luka for Anthony Davis.
Come on.
And everybody who thought that the Mavs got better. How you feeling now?
Well,
I know. It's
like the whole thing was ludicrous given the age of the players first and foremost.
Luka.
It's Luka Doncic. The guy was speaking Spanish after the game. You don't think he's going to crush it in LA of that market with all the Latino fan base and the Latino fan base? That guy's going to crush it.
That jersey, they
all gave
looked
the
like it was made for him.
Right. It was perfect.
It's size XXL.
Right. Bobby's in Los Altos. He has an interesting thought on Jimmy, and I don't think I disagree with him here, but I think the Warriors have enough time. I'm going to let Bobby explain it.
Okay.
I love Bobby in Los Altos. I screened your calls for how many years, Bobby? Got a great voice, a voice for radio, quite frankly. Loves going to Pacific Grove, where I hail from, Joe Shasky. Got beautiful beaches down there. A lot of fogginess, but it's okay. Bobby, what's up, man? You're all Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, Butch, Mr. 831. Thank you for taking the call. Obviously, you guys don't miss a beat. I've long felt you deserve to be a radio host, so I'm glad you've gotten your time now. Look, this station is very sadly, I'll say, a big part of my life, and I've called into the midday and the evening or the afternoon program to share my opinion on this. So I need to share with you boys as well. This is very narcissistic, but I need to tell you I'm really down on this Jimmy Butler trade. I was completely saddened by it. And I love the narrative that somehow Jimmy Butler has changed. He's a changed person now. He's played one game. He's been in the Bay for 3 days, and he's completely changed his character. The guy is who he is. He's a nuclear bomb of organizational destruction. And let's just wait to figure out what makes him dissatisfied so that he can destroy this organization. I am just shocked and honestly more saddened than anything that the Warriors, as I view it, the Warriors culture, and I realize I conflate way too much of Steph Curry. Just you can't ask for more as a person and as an athlete. I conflate too much of who he is upon the Warriors. Someone like Jimmy Butler, dude, I'm sorry. I just can't get behind him. I will be rooting for the team, for the fans' sake, and for you guys' sake, but it's going to ring hollow to me, whatever success they have.
Bobby, real quick, Shasky. What was the Warriors' culture prior to Jimmy? How would you describe the Warriors' culture prior to Jimmy Butler arriving?
Look, I would say pretty much we always had quality guys, and of course I realize that's driven by Steph. And I know everyone wants to bring up Draymond, but as I said to Goo the other day, everyone's got a crazy uncle, and they're part of your family, so you love them. But it doesn't mean I want to take, Butch's crazy uncle, right? Draymond came into the family. He's part of the family. What can we do? We all kind of roll our eyes, and he's crazy, but we're going to stand up for him and fight for him. But I'm not taking your crazy uncles.
Well,
right?
time out. What if your crazy aunt gets divorced and then she finds a new crazy uncle for you later on in life? You don't embrace that guy? Sure. Like, for example, we got a big dog in our family. I didn't nickname him Big Dog. He came into the family, and now it's Big Dog. Like, what's wrong with that?
So tell me, who's the aunt in our family that has embraced the crazy
Curry, the patriarch of the family, Steph Curry, is literally telling you, I've made an offer that you can't refuse, Bobby, in Los Altos. You should get on board.
Look, at the end of the day, I'm more faithful to Steph than I am the Warriors. Look, it's been one game. Does Steph look happy? Let
me ask you this. Does Steph look happier?
Dude, were you guys saying Buddy Hield is the answer at the beginning of the season?
No, we said he was a nice addition.
You guys are going crazy. Everyone is going crazy. It is 3-point percentage and how
he was going crazy though.
Bobby, he was on fire.
He was going crazy.
And now you guys want to ship him off. You want him part of a trade. So look,
no, I want him off the bench in a smaller role.
I hope I'm wrong for everyone's sake. But when that dissatisfaction comes, it's going to be you guys are just going to shake your head and realize what a mistake it was. And I will say this, Jimmy, look, the first day of school, the first day of college or whatever, doesn't everyone pretend to be like a nice person because it's a new start and they want everyone to like them? So Jimmy Butler, of course. Hey, you're saying all the right things. You're doing all the right things. It's the first day of school, bro.
Bobby?
That's Bobby in Los Altos, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't time for you to discover the islands.
What's that? Is a new Doobie Award this year going to be most negative call of the year?
I like Bobby though, but I do think he represents a portion of the fan base, Joe Shasky. They're like, yeah, I'm not buying it. Like, I do think that's a significant portion of the fan base right now saying, no, I'm not getting fooled. He's been on 4 teams now. Like, similarly to how different player, way different player. Dennis Schroeder was on how many teams before he came here? It's like, why was he on that many teams? And now we realized, that's why he was on that many teams. Now, Jimmy Butler, again, he made the crazy uncle. He might be a crazy boyfriend or girlfriend, whoever's listening. And you know what? You guys might make love and it's going to be spectacular. It's going to be awesome. And then you find out they're crazy a few months in. Maybe it's a couple years at this point. It's like, that might have run its course, but that's all right. It's all right. You had some fun. That might be the Jimmy Butler experience.
I love Bobby, but he sounded like that Bobby woman podcaster who's super negative and dry. That's what he sounded like right there. What's that woman's name? I don't even know how she became famous.
That's her character. They think she's
it's not her character. She is a miserable person.
No, that's like her shtick. Is like she tries to be weird and like awkward, right? And she like interviews like celebrities and yeah.
You talking about Bobby Althoff?
Yes. What is she? I don't even know. Like, what is her? Like, what's her angle? How did she become who she is?
I think she does awkward comedy. That's her thing. She's dry and sarcastic, and it's like a casual, yeah. And she tries to put people in uncomfortable situations because she says like off the wall stuff. Like that's a thing. Like,
yeah, I saw Shane Gillis just destroy her. It was hilarious.
Yeah, that's an act. Exactly. Shane Gillis, Andrew Santino, another one. Just doesn't. Oh. There's the sounder. Be the first caller to call in with the keyword 415-523-4652. Again, that's 415-523-4652 with the keyword, and you will win a spot in our knockout contest at Chase Center Monday, March 3rd. Must be 18 and a California resident. Next time to win is at noon on Steiny and Guru, and we will be doing it all week long, so keep listening for your chance.
They're going to call him Bobby Los Altoff.
That's not bad.
Not bad.
That's not bad. No, Bobby, real quick, being serious for him, like, that is a thing, though, right? Like, what if there is a ticking time bomb here and it just goes off?
Yeah, we do have one. His name's Draymond.
Okay. But it's a little different.
But I'm just saying, like...
Bobby said it right there. He's like, Draymond's our guy, though. Jimmy's not. Like, there's a chance he comes in here and ruins everything.
Okay. But Draymond also ran off our guys as well, like Jordan Poole and KD. And so
people
like,
still defend him. I'm just saying, Joe, like, I hear you, but people still defend him to this day and saying,
no, I'm not saying they don't. What I'm saying is like, alongside Draymond, Jimmy Butler's a choir boy. What are we talking about?
I think the Butler trade is exactly what they needed. Bobby clearly doesn't. I question Bobby saying, oh, the culture. There wasn't a culture. 2 weeks ago, what was the culture? You're losing to the Utah Jazz.
What was the culture? It was disgruntlement. That's what it was the last 2 years.
It was apathy.
Yeah.
It was, I'm checked out.
I agree.
It was me. It was Clay. It was Draymond getting indefinitely suspended. It was Stephen Curry with the shell-shocked look on his face. The culture was broken. I'm not saying Jimmy Butler is going to be the Flex Seal to fix it all.
No.
He's not going to be the duct tape.
No.
But you know what? He could help in certain areas. There's some things that I don't want Jimmy Butler. Yeah, I don't want Jimmy Butler to be, probably the face of my organization, but that's okay because Stephen Curry's the face of my organization. And he is the most loved athlete right now, nationally, globally. I don't know. Like, Jimmy Butler doesn't have to be the face. He had to be the face of Miami, and that was tough for him to do. I don't think he could ever be the face of the organization again.
He's
not going to have to be that, though.
We're overthinking this whole thing. We have watched Steph Curry look miserable for months on end, and you're finally seeing this man smile and high five and point at people and cheer. It's like, guys, just fall in line behind Steph. What is it? I'm going to do what Steph wants me to do. What's the line? Like, yeah, I think we should do that.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
Yeah, Bobby, like, if you love Steph, go with the flow, bro. What do they say?
This station is very sadly, I'll say, a big part of my life.
Like, happy wife, happy life, happy Steph, happy fan base.
Speaking of happy Stephen Curry, as he joined Tim Kawakami on the TK show last week, this is not a farewell tour for him, and he wants to make that known.
You think about that more and more. I'm not at the farewell yet, but you definitely, that's just part of time. Like, if you're fighting human nature or fighting the inevitable on that, then you're not, I don't think you're handling it right because you need a little bit of fear of what's coming towards, what an end might look like to inform like decisions that you're making now and appreciate what's going on right now. I've talked about where I stand just on where the level that I want to be playing at, knowing that every year you're getting a little older and you're trying to maintain that, that quality. All that stuff is just a constant cycle, but because it matters, because at a certain point it's going to be over and you're going to miss all of these experiences. So I haven't really thought about it like the full arc. Bob leaving, Clay leaving, like, you have to accept that things are changing. And that not everybody was going to be able to walk off into the sunset together. So
I love that this interview sounds like it was in an underpass somewhere in San Francisco or in Oakland. I don't know where that was.
What
car
was that?
zooming
Yeah.
past. But to his point, he's like, I'm not done yet, guys. Like, I just won a gold medal as the best player on a team that was loaded with talent. Like, let's all relax here. Give me something to play for here. And I do think, we made the puppy and the old dog analogy. Not that Jimmy Butler's a puppy, but he's still somewhat in his prime. He's like a young, what do you want to say, a pit bull? You want to say a bulldog? I don't know what you want to say. Whatever dog analogy you want to use. But something's rejuvenated, Steph, these last couple of games. Will it continue? We shall see. You beat two teams that aren't playing great right now. Bulls are the Bulls. Bucks didn't have Giannis. Let's see. But you know what? For now, I'm just enjoying the product. I think Stephen Curry's enjoying the product. Steve Kerr is speaking glowingly about it.
They're all happy.
Everyone's happy, except for Bobby and Los Altos.
I don't get it. Like,
this station is very sadly, I'll say, a big part of my life.
The amount of people that I've heard from in the last 3 days that it's like, thank God Jimmy's here. Because it's so much more watchable. And here's the best part about it. Like, okay, did you think it was ending in a championship if they didn't make a trade? No, it was probably ending up them not making the Bucks.
The play-in.
Okay,
yeah, exactly.
So at minimum, seeing if there are fireworks is also entertaining.
You brought something up yesterday in the show, Colin. I thought it was interesting. We can talk about it for the next hour. 888-957-9570 as we're reacting to what Stephen Curry had to say.
Bring up a lot of really astute points. So which one of my many?
Astute's strong. I'd say you bring up a lot of points. But you did bring up one yesterday in regards to, and it's too early to tell, but we could talk about it because this is Sports Talk Radio and this is what we do. The winners and losers of the NBA trade deadline. And could we be looking back and saying, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, Jimmy Butler to the Warriors was the best move of the bunch. Maybe, just maybe. Again, Luka looked incredible with LeBron last night.
Yeah, but there was a report that LeBron wasn't happy that Luka was finally getting, Pelinka to be able to have input on the trades and whatnot.
Yeah, because
that came straight from
LeBron told Pelinka to sign Russell Westbrook, and Russell Westbrook was awful on the Lakers.
What LeBron wants, LeBron gets. And when someone else is getting that power, LeBron is not happy.
I do think LeBron's now realizing, and he was wearing the Luka shirt yesterday, he's like, okay, but this clearly is the future of the team. He can be mad and disgruntled in the moment. I do think he understands the writing on the wall, though. He's like, dude, I'm 40. I'm going to be 41 at the end of this year. Luka's clearly the next in line. If I could be re-energized like Steph with Jimmy, that's going to be the case. I think it's going to be fine. I think LeBron will probably sign another 1-1, do whatever he does. Luka's going to sign a fat contract extension. He looked perfect in L.A. I mean, again, he's speaking Spanish. It's going to be him and Shohei dominating that market for the next decade.
Dave McMenamin is a mouthpiece for LeBron, and if he puts an article out like that, I'm like, there's something to it.
He puts the article out there, and then he's wearing a Luka Doncic shirt the night of, and he's grabbing him and loving him. He's listening to Serbian music pregame.
Yeah, but we know LeBron. LeBron's always got...
He's not leaving L.A.
He's 5 steps ahead of everyone. He was over there hugging Anthony Davis and then shipped him out immediately.
Did he ship him out? So apparently, the Lakers are making moves to make LeBron... that doesn't make sense to me. So... Pelinka's making moves. I don't want attention. We're talking about the Lakers. I don't even really care about the Lakers right now. They won 6 in a row. They're in a different stratosphere than the Golden State Warriors as currently constructed. But you're talking about, tandems and players. And could we look back at the Jimmy Butler, Stephen Curry tandem being the best of the bunch? You got De'Aaron Fox, right? You got him paired with Victor Wembanyama. Luka and LeBron. You want to go Zach LaVine and Sabonis? Sure. They won a big game yesterday with DeMar DeRozan on fire. How are you viewing this pairing of all the ones I just mentioned, Joe Shasky? Do you think this one has the best chance to succeed given the expectations? I'm going to say that way because the expectations...
What are the expectations? Because for Luka, it's like the next 10 years, you got to win multiple titles. That's a lot. That is a heavy crown.
That is.
That's a heavy crown.
Competing for them. Yes, correct.
And then De'Aaron Fox is like, you have to win a championship with Victor. At least make progress. And he's in his second year. I'm talking about Victor. Right. In his second year. But I do think there's a lot of pressure on De'Aaron Fox. You're the first not mega, but you're the first star to be paired up alongside of him. Right? And so that's going to be scrutinized in its own.
Yep.
I look at the Jimmy Butler acquisition, and I think he's got a lot of scrutiny on him. Like, can you be some version of maximizing the final years of Steph? I think the bar is lower, though.
Yes.
Maybe to Stephen A. Smith and the National, it's like, get back in the title. I think for Warrior fans, can you get us to a 7-game series?
Right.
Meaning the first round.
Well, you heard it from Steph. Can I play meaningful basketball games? Like, that's the bar right now. It's just play meaningful basketball games.
Is the play-in a meaningful basketball game?
I think to Steph it is. Like, last year they were talking about it. Remember the conversations we were having last year? And it sounds ludicrous. And I mean, maybe it's not because you guys were talking about this.
As we're saying out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team could make a deep run in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
You're talking about that last year around this time.
Yeah, and I was wrong.
Oh, but that's okay. But again, you'll talk yourself into that because that's what fans do. If they keep winning and they go on a winning streak here of 10 games, you're going to be absolutely saying...
They go on a 10-game winning streak? I'm going to do cartwheels.
You're going to be talking about them as title contenders.
No.
I think you might be.
Western Conference first.
Okay, there you go.
We got to start there.
You're going to start.
Now, you win 13 in a row. Now we can start thinking about championship.
We win 5 in a row first.
Exactly. You win 3 in a row first, for the love of God. But
what's the longest? What 20? I know they won 18 in a row. 20-something in a row. What was it? 24-0. They started the year that they won 73. They lost to
I think
Milwaukee.
that was also added on to the year before because they had a winning streak at the end of the prior year, so it might be a little bit.
They had 45 straight regular season home games. That doesn't count.
Yeah. Not that it doesn't count, but it's not what we're.
Hold on, I got it right here. Longest win, 24. And
24. So
the Lakers in the 70s had 33. Miami Heat had 27.
Rockets a few years ago had a big one.
Rockets in 07, 08 had 22 in a row.
That was either McGrady and Yao or something like that?
We had a couple really long ones. That Atlanta Hawks team everyone wants to forget from 2014.
Luis Scola.
Yeah, Luis Scola.
He was sick though.
He was good. The Argentinian. Or the Argentine. I don't know how they pronounce it. The Hawks had 19. The Spurs, 2013, 14, they had 19 in a row. Lakers, obviously 19. Celtics, their big 3. So, yeah. Can they just win 3 in a row is what we're saying.
Warriors do have a 5-game winning streak this year, though. At the beginning of the year, they beat New Orleans twice. The big game in Houston where they came back. And then, and then at the Wizards, and then they had that big win against the Celtics. So they are capable of winning 5 games in a row.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. Got one more hour of the roast. We had Baldy, we had Festus. And now we're having Jason in Concord. He wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Jason? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
How you guys doing, man? I love listening to you guys' show in the morning.
I appreciate it.
I just wanted to say I think that the Warriors do a great job of piecing things together. It may not be the season we expected as far as many wins as we want, but if you look at the beginning of the season when we got Buddy Hield, everybody was excited about it, but I don't think anybody really felt like Buddy Hield was the answer. But Buddy Hield helped us get 11 straight wins in the beginning of the season because Steve Kerr knows how to put it together. I think that's what he's doing now is he's trying to put together a team that can make it to the playoffs. You got playoff Jimmy, if you can get him there, right? But he's showing that he's happier playing with us. He's producing. He's lightening up the load on Steph and all the other guys so that they can play their role. But I think that we're just piecing it together, and I think we do a good job of that, and I don't think enough of that has been said to where we can say, hey, look, we're not the team that we used to be, but we're piecing stuff together to be a team that can compete.
Yeah, recalibrate. I agree. And can you guys mark that?
Thanks, Jason.
Can you mark that? That's the first call in 2025 praising Steve Kerr.
It's pretty wild.
All we get is negativity from
Are we going to praise him for the last 2 games for them? Oh, it was Jimmy.
He's made adjustments.
Made adjustment. He went for the small starting 5 yesterday, and it paid off.
Did you like that?
I thought it was interesting. It was a different look. I kind of like having the big body, but I understand what they're doing too. Because Brook Lopez, quite frankly, can't guard anything now. Dude. He's so slow. He's 37. So I'm cutting the guy a break here.
Him and Pod's going at it.
Oh my God. Brook Lopez. I just looked at that starting line with the Milwaukee Bucks. Taurean Prince. Kyle Kuzma.
There's so many bad teams.
Brooke
That's
Lopez,
my one takeaway.
Andre Jackson Jr.
Rosters.
Andre Jackson Jr. That guy? Come on, what are we doing? I couldn't take that team seriously. They're 20-24. They're 18-9 at home, the Bucks. I remember they were awful. Remember the conversations at the start of the season? Can we go get Giannis? I think Giannis is going to Miami or he's going to New York City soon.
That team is terrible.
They're bad. They're really bad.
The trade, the
Jimmy
Dame Lillard for Drew was
Jimmy
such
Haslam's
a
now
bad
their
trade.
owner now too, so there's that.
No Middleton. I mean, they're just, again, as bad as the Warriors are right now in terms of their overall, how people view them, we do have some young pieces. And I look at some of these other teams and I'm like, what are they doing?
Well, if you're Giannis, it's similarly to Steph these last few years, and I think Giannis has actually gone at the media and gone at ownership a lot more. He makes a lot more comments to media, a lot more cryptic things he says than a guy like Stephen Curry would do. But to your point, maximizing a superstar in their prime, Milwaukee's fumbling it.
Middleton's knee got shredded.
But you should have known, the thing was talking about ticking time bomb with Jimmy Butler.
I hear you. He
Middleton,
was a legend for them.
He was.
He was a fourth quarter killer.
And then he wasn't.
I know, but I'm just saying, his body gave out. So I give them somewhat of a pass on that. The Drew trade for Dame Lillard, I think that's a 2K trade where the kid's oh yeah, Dame Lillard. Drew did so many little things for them.
Let's call it what it is. It was a name to appease your superstar.
I would agree.
And where I'll give Stephen Curry credit and the Warriors front office, they're yeah, just a name isn't going to do anything. Now, they got Jimmy Butler, who is a name, but they didn't have to give up an arm and a leg to do it.
No.
Like, there's levels to this thing.
He depreciated his value so perfectly.
Right?
He did.
In hindsight, it was great for them.
He really did.
It was great.
I mean, he really did.
Tim Kawakami, who joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday, he said the same thing, that Golden State Warriors got great value.
Jimmy Butler's a good move. They did not have to give up Kuminga. They did pay him the extra year to try to make sure he's happy here, and there's a risk there. Obviously, older player has been injured, but he's everything that they've needed. Now, they're not a championship roster now, but, you know, when they talk about players who are stationary, who don't want to take the big shot, who can't attack a defense when the defense is all running at Steph, that's what Jimmy Butler does. And we saw that in that first game. Now, we'll continue to see if it happens, and the Bulls are bad, but that's stuff that, again, fans get really mad at me when I name specific names, but that's not what Moses Moody does. It's not what Gary Payton II does. It's not what Draymond Green does. It's not what Kevon Looney does. It's not what Trace Jackson Davis does. It definitely wasn't what Dennis Schroeder was doing. They thought it would, and he did not do it. Butler does it. Like, you know he's going to do it. There's not going to be a scared adjustment period. He's not going to have to figure it out. He's smart enough to go, you know what, if I just do this screen for Steph, I'm going to be open because they're all going to run after Steph. They had not had players who do that or can challenge the rim when they do that. How many times do they throw it in the middle and then the guy just has to fumble it because he can't finish? Jimmy Butler can finish, get fouled, all those things. So they are a better team. It's not, they didn't have to give him the extra year of the contract, like all these things because it got so bad in Miami. I think the Warriors got a pretty decent deal on this.
I think they got a great deal on this. And again, early returns are awesome. Two teams that are bad, Jimmy Butler. But when you have your head coach, Steve Kerr, who's coached Kevin Durant, who's coached Klay Thompson, who's coached a lot of different egos, and even he's saying in the first two games it's been seamless transition, that perks my ears up a little bit, saying, I think a lot of people were skeptical early on and saying, hey, maybe it'll take a couple weeks or so. It's happening instantly.
I also think, this is just my belief, I have no sources or anything.
Sure.
I feel like Steve and Steph kind of had to be talked into it a little.
Yes.
A lot, actually.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. Sometimes the best moves are the ones that you have the most reservation on.
Steve said, not to cut you off, Joe, he said he's never even talked to this guy, really.
That's like still insane to
He's
me.
like, I've never really had like conversations or like, you know, I don't really know the guy. So maybe that is a good thing in all this, because maybe if he did have some preconceived notions of Jimmy, and I'm sure he had somewhat because he was leaning on Eric Spoelstra, who's very close with, he's on his coaching staff when it comes to USA basketball. But other than that, like he was an open book. He's like, hey, I'll give this guy a chance. And I think he's just judging from how happy he is post game, he's loving it.
There's these like cliches that we throw around. Like, again, you know, you watch certain guys like Dre Greenlaw, just a football player.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Dre Greenlaw's just a football player. You know, you see him, and he's never going to be the first name you bring up.
No.
But he's really, really, really good. Matt Chapman is just a great baseball player.
Right.
You know, he's just really good. You watch him.
A gamer.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
A gamer.
You watch him, and you're just like, yeah, that guy knows how to play the game. I watched Jimmy Butler, and I'm like, dude, he's a really, really good basketball player. Yeah. Just like a lot of different things. And he's one of those guys that I underrated his IQ and his floor game, just overall, and how he would kind of open things up for others, create for himself, and he just plays through contact. I cannot get over how physical he is, and that is a presence they have needed. Let's call it what it is. They get a soft moniker because a lot of other guys don't play through contact.
And jump shooting team, Charles Barkley's a part of that.
But they don't play through contact.
They don't. But they were like, I think we always sleep that at their height, they were also the best defensive team in basketball. Like there's part of that.
Yeah, but Klay didn't go through people's souls.
No, he didn't need to.
Even though he was a thicker, tougher guy.
Right. He didn't need to. But on the defensive side, you wouldn't call him soft at all.
At all.
Prime. No.
But Jimmy plays through shoulders.
Correct. And yeah, that is not part of Klay's game. It was not going at and driving to the hoop. No, he's a shooter, stretches the floor there. But to your point, Jimmy is that kind of player where he can just show up at, you know, the hard top, the black top, whatever you want to call it, chain nets. You go over to Oakland, you go to San Francisco.
He's a lunch pail guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna come and kick your ass. Like that's what you do. 24-hour fitness. Yeah, I'm going balls to the wall, 100 miles an hour. I'm gonna go at you. His mindset, he's not like for this guy, and I don't know if people will like this comparison, but I do view him similarly to Russell Westbrook, where that's a guy I know I'm gonna get max effort when it comes to playing. Now, the problem with Jimmy towards the end, and why it didn't work out in Miami, he wasn't giving the max effort. But he was clearly just fed up with everything. And if that ever happens, if you start questioning the effort there, that's when you know things are probably going to end horribly. We're not even close to being there. But again, mindset. That I never question a mindset of a Russell Westbrook at all.
If they have to pull the carpet out from underneath them,
sure,
and move them, the one silver lining is that sure, he makes about what every other superstar who's at the top of the food chain that you would want makes. And so lining up the money is extremely important.
There you go. That's what's coming up in the game. It's going to be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body, 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We got one more segment before handing off to Steiny and Goo. Come join us. We're talking Jimmy Buckets. We're talking Golden State Warriors. Is this for real? Are you starting to come around? I know Bobby in Los Altos, he was still bullish. This thing's a ticking time bomb. Do you feel that way, Dub Nation? Is this a ticking time bomb situation, or has the bomb been diffused here for the next couple of seasons with Jimmy Butler? I think it's going to work. Are you still skeptical? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up next.
This station is very sadly, I'll say, a big part of my life.
On 95.7 The Game. Thank you, Kevon. Milwaukee native yesterday, playing 12 minutes as the Warriors win 125-111. Warriors have won 2 in a row now. Can they make it 3 in a row? We shall see, going up against the Anthony Davis-less Dallas Mavericks tomorrow. All right, a couple of cleanup notes here.
Who could have saw Anthony Davis getting hurt? I mean, nobody.
I mean, that was just, it's brutal. You hate to see something like that happen. The Saints, Joe Shasky, are hiring Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore as their new head coach. Per multiple sources, different areas, various outlets are saying it. This is the latest, though, from Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports. Former Chargers head coach Brandon Staley has emerged as a serious candidate for the Saints defensive coordinator position under Kellen Moore.
Hey, Staley. He's in number 2.
There you go.
Literally.
Okay, that was
a number 2 in command.
Okay, yeah, all right, yeah, please relax. What Brandon Staley was, you'll look back fondly on his 49er tenure.
Are you serious?
Our slam dunk in Vegas contest is going on, folks. Check this out.
It's 4th and 28. I think we should go for it.
Hey,
we're on our own 1. Go for it.
It sounds like he's a gambler, and Las Vegas might be the perfect spot for him. But he's going to be going to New Orleans, where you can also gamble, so it's fine. But check this out: slam dunk in Vegas, something you want to win. All right, travel and accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas in $20K.
Wow,
$20,000.
dude!
Thank you. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. And Circa also has the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is so easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now. Log in and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest, so download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas with $20,000. Joe Shasky, we teased it heading in. You know, people are still skeptical. If you're skeptical about the Jimmy Butler acquisition still, 888-957-9570.
Before you get to the worst, I want to stop you. I just want to stop you. What did Brandon Staley do with the Niners? We talked about him more than we never saw a cutaway shot. I have no idea what he did. We're not even sure what he was up to. It made 0 sense. What did he do with the Niners?
You don't have to ask that again.
Does anyone know?
Well, 9 weeks ago, Kyle Shanahan said that he's been very happy with Brandon Staley, saying, quote,
because he stayed out of his way?
I think Brandon's done a real good job.
What?
He helps us out in all types of areas. Real good at helping Nick with the game plan.
Why do you love your wife? I just love her.
You can stop asking that question.
Thank you.
She helps out in a lot of areas.
I mean, Brandon Staley. Okay, we can move on. It's just
he's a tremendous coach. Does a lot of great things.
It was like when we had Anthony Lynn, former head coach, and
just a very helpful guy.
I completely forgot about Anthony Lynn and the 49ers. I'm going to keep it a buck. That was the next big thing, right?
Yeah.
The running game.
Got to get another head coach in here.
There you go. He looked great though with the gray beard, the bald head. It was a good look for him.
It's just I laugh at those things. We do it. I'm guilty. We all do this. Gotta get him in here. Remember when Eric Mangini was a defensive guy? He's going to help with our tight ends.
Tight ends coach. I remember that.
Yeah, the tight
ends coach. It's a Paisan. Lay off him. All right, going back to the Warriors real quick though, Joe. And it's a good point on Brandon Staley. I'm very curious to see how Kellen Moore is going to do in that division with the Saints. This, that, and the other. Who's their quarterback? Are they going to have Derek Carr? Are they going to draft one? I have no idea what they're doing. But I do know what the national media is talking about the Warriors. They're still like, all right, 2 games, Jimmy Butler. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, right? Well, there's a couple different cuts I want to get to from Get Up this morning. I know you're a big fan of Get Up, even though...
What is Get Up?
Well, it's a show on ESPN because they get up earlier than everyone else. So they're telling you to get up.
Cold pizza?
There you go.
Okay.
It was cold pizza. It was Woody Page, Skip Bayless, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Dana Jacobson, was that the woman's name?
Okay.
I liked her a lot.
Who was it? Jay Mariotti was on there too?
No, not Mariotti. It was another guy. It was a guy from Cleveland. God, what was the guy's name? Anyway, continue.
All right.
That's where, what's his face? Skip made his debut was on Cold Pizza.
Yep. He's just a columnist, right? For the Dallas Cowboys.
And they went full first take.
All right. And that's kind of what we're at now when it comes to media, right? Before the dark times, before the Empire. I
just don't get the appeal of Kendrick Perkins. I just don't get it.
Well, what about Monica McNutt? Because she has some questions about the Warriors defense.
Still have questions about how this team is going to be able to defend. When the Lakers won I believe in the early 2000s, like teams that are outside of that top 10 in terms of defensive rating typically don't get it done. We've only had 3 champions since like 96. So there's a lot of enthusiasm here, and I get it. I do think if they get through the play-in or they're an early team in the first round, because of their veteran chops and their experience between playoff Jimmy and between supernova Stephen Curry, a gold medalist, Olympic champion, what we saw him do this summer, you probably are like, don't love this matchup because you have the appropriate amount of respect. But overall, I don't see them as a contender right now.
The one thing I'm very curious is when they actually play a team with like a legit like big. Like I know that they're going to miss Giannis here. They already missed him, and they're going to miss Anthony Davis. So that would have been an interesting test to see how this small lineup would have done. But going forward, yes, the size is a problem. So when you're going to be going up against some of these teams in the Western Conference, although now that I'm going through it, Şengün, very good. Warriors could beat the Rockets. I don't think they're afraid of them. Jokers are going to be a problem. Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to be a problem. Zubac has always been a problem for the Golden State Warriors, it seems like. You go to the Timberwolves, Rudy Gobert, but Naz Reid, size, it's a factor, absolutely. But I have to wait and see that. I'm not ready to poo-poo it completely. But
they're not a title team. All I'm worried about right now is playing better basketball, getting yourself in a position to either get in or be above what the box would be.
Well, no one's saying
and then it's matchups.
Yeah, they're not a title team, but I am curious because they are going to be playing Şengün on Thursday. What's that going to look like going up against a true big, right? You're just going to throw Quinton Post out there? I mean, he's gotten kind of abused against like legit big guys, Anthony Davis, amongst others. So I'm very curious to see what that looks like. Are you going to throw Kevon Looney out there so you're not leaving Quinton Post on an island to defend the paint?
Do you think that they've run out, and I'm just throwing this out there because I saw it suggested to me multiple times. Could you see a lineup of Quinton Post and TJD during Kuminga's absence? TJD has been basically marginalized. He was playing really good ball.
I do like him defensively, though, against the bigs because he's shown up against those. He's not going to give you much offensively, if anything. But to your point, he will give you something. He's still kind of undersized as a 5.
Well, he makes very little too, so I don't see them moving off of him long term because you have to have some inexpensive contracts. I'm asking, is there even a role for him currently, or is he just kind of the odd man out?
The inexperience of both of those guys, and I get it. He played a whole rookie season still, so he is somewhat experienced. But him with Quinton Post, that gives me a little bit of like, I don't know, maybe spark like those minutes.
I think he's the odd man out.
Yeah, I don't love that.
I'm just trying to see if there's some usefulness for him.
I hear you
because I do believe that like you're gonna have Draymond miss some games down the stretch here, and you're gonna have to try some different lineups that are. I would like to see them try one like traditional big lineup because I've seen what all the machinations of small lineups look like.
Right.
And I would like to just see it.
And it worked yesterday. You went small yesterday because you're going up against Brook Lopez. You don't really fear him like a Giannis Antetokounmpo. So if Giannis is playing, you probably would have seen something else. But
yeah, but that's a tough matchup for anyone on their team.
No, it absolutely is. But I'll say this: if Jonathan Kuminga comes back, that's another big athletic guy. No, he's not a center. But if you can start getting a Kuminga, a Jimmy, a Draymond, and Moody, who's got some length too. Yeah, Steph is Steph. Whatever. You're going to hide him on defense as best as you can. It is what it is there. But I like that closing a game. I do. If Draymond has to play for the 5 in the closing, so be it. And I think he'll be okay with that too, because he actually has 2 guys that can take over games, in Jimmy and Steph. And I do think, I know he doesn't like to talk about it, the wear and tear, this, that, and the other. But there's got to be some extra juice if you're Draymond right now too, because as much as we're talking about the dynamic between Jimmy and Steph, the suspendables is a real thing. Draymond and Jimmy, how many times were they trying to lob it to each other yesterday? Now, they weren't getting on the same page.
It was incredible.
But they were trying to feed each other constantly, and I did love that they were trying to push the ball and have a pace to them. Like, you don't think of the Warriors with all this, age and those 3 older guys as a pace team, but they're going to try to run it up. They're trying to do that at points that wasn't working, and they were being sloppy, but I at least appreciated them trying to be a young, quick, faster team going up against, Taurean Prince, Dame Lillard, Brook Lopez, like guys that are kind of a little more long in the tooth.
You know who fits really well alongside Jimmy that I've noticed in a variety of combinations is Moody. Because Jimmy will get it down on the block and then kick out to Moody. Moody with the spacing and his quick shot. Loved it. He fits really well with him. Draymond wants to be able to have all of his assists now through Steph and Jimmy Butler. It's pretty funny. Like of all the combinations, I didn't expect Dre and Jimmy to be so aligned so quickly.
Right. And
that one is a little surprising.
Well, I think everyone, when the trade happened, it was like, oh, well, if this doesn't go well, at least we'll see fireworks between Jimmy and Draymond, right? Well, we're seeing like the good kind of fireworks. It's like fun to watch.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like a disaster.
I'm kind of here for the defensive breakdown and the two of them. Just to see what it looks like.
There'll be something. There has to be something. There's going to be a miscommunication.
When do we play Rudy Gobert? Because I kind of want to see that.
No, not to that extreme.
Yeah, but the two of them are going at Rudy.
Well, both of them going at Rudy. That's a good. I thought you
It's
were
gonna happen.
I thought you were saying that you wanted Draymond to put Jimmy in a chokehold.
No.
like
I meant,
Draymond did with
when
Rudy
do we
Gobert.
play Rudy Gobert next so that I can see the two of them barking at somebody?
Let's see, Timberwolves.
They're coming up.
Not until next year, I believe.
Yeah, no.
Oh, it's over for the year?
Yeah, all 4 games.
Why did I think I saw them on the schedule?
Yeah, well, that's some playoffs, maybe. Play in, maybe. Could you imagine that? A play-in scenario? The ego of an Anthony Edwards, Jimmy Butler.
It's like in hockey,
there, right?
They do a face-off, and then everyone just drops the gloves, and they go at it right away.
I can't wait. If this team, like, the play-in scenarios are going to be fun in and of itself. Again, I got joy watching this team now. I don't know what it's going to end. Is it probably going to end in the play-in? Maybe the 6th seed? Maybe the 6th seed, because Brian Windhorst, ESPN, says that might be a possibility.
Steph went to the bench at the end of the third, and Jimmy Butler made a huge impact with his scoring in that period where Steph was out. And that's really where the rubber meets the road here. The Warriors have just had periods over the last couple of years where they've just died on the floor when Steph has been on the bench. Jimmy is going to fix that. He has 28 free throws in the last 2 games. That's the most we've seen for a Warriors player since Durant in 2018. He brings that aspect to them. Kerr has basically said he's hoping this team, the way it's constructed, to get to the 6th seed. They were out of the top 10 just a couple of days ago. They're in 10th now. They're 3 games behind the 6th seed. That would be an incredible accomplishment. And if Jimmy's healthy, I think it's reasonable. I think they could do it.
Wendy, bullish on the Dubs.
He's usually skeptical.
Well, he likes it. The non-Steph minutes, that's what everyone was talking about. It's just like
they were +6.
If Steph was already struggling and then he goes to the bench, like, you don't want to see what the Warriors were. Like, because we've all been seeing it. It was bad. It was gross. It wasn't good. It wasn't fun to watch. Steph didn't like watching it from the bench. Steve Kerr didn't like watching it. No one liked watching it. They've become so much more watchable the last few games. Can that continue? God, I hope so. Vince, San Francisco, you're on with Spadoni and Chaska. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to say I think this Jimmy Butler trade is actually better than most people are giving it credit for. You guys just kind of touched on it, but I think, for one, with Jimmy, you're getting a dog. You're getting a killer out there who can really close the game. He's helping Steph close games. Like, I don't know where the strategy was lost, but I remember growing up playing ball. If you had the lead in closing time, you go get to the free throw line. You drive, get guys in foul trouble. You close it out at the free throw line, and that wasn't happening for a really long time. So Jimmy kind of gives us that. He gives us that Sean Livingston midi also, but with freeing up and trading away Schroeder and Slow-Mo and Lindy Waters, it opened up the bench. So now Moses gets more run. People have been asking to see Moses. We have a 7-footer. We got him for a reason. We needed size. Now we get to see Post, and Post is doing well too. So I think, with the younger guys getting more run, having another closer in Jimmy, it takes so much pressure off of Steph trying to have to create all the time, and it's just opening things up. And you got a defender. But unlike Andrew Wiggins, Jimmy Butler is consistently going at dudes' throats, and I love it. And it's something that we haven't had in a really long time.
Yeah, it's true.
Thanks, Vince.
They got Mavericks Wednesday. Clay, Kyrie. Oh, my God.
That's so interesting. If
82. Oh, wait, never mind.
If you were to say a year ago, right?
Sam, that's just too soon.
Is it?
If you were to say a year ago this time, Klay Thompson would be teammates with Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis in Dallas in the Jimmy Butler-led Golden State Warriors alongside Stephen Curry and Draymond Green would be heading into the
Dallas. And all kumbaya, by the way.
You'd be like, what? What?
Yeah, it would have been like a fantasy draft.
Yeah, you'd be saying like, you're smoking crack.
Crack.
Thank you. I didn't even plan that. Exactly. That's exactly how you'd be feeling. But right now, somehow it's working. Is it going to continue to work? I think it is. That something about it, man. Him and Steph, it's working. Jay Williams, though, as I wrap up all the get up sound, so we had Monica McNutt, a little skeptical. Brian Windhorst says, hey, 6 seed.
Before you play this sound,
sure.
It's not just Jimmy. Pods, since returning from his injury, is playing better.
Correct.
Moody's been on a little tear here. Like, it's the best basketball of his career.
Quinton Post.
Looney's been good. Quinton Post has been good.
Yeah.
Like, yes, Jimmy's a big thing, but other guys are playing well too. It's not just the Jimmy thing. And I feel like Jimmy knows how to kind of pull the levers in the non-staff minutes of picking and choosing who to throw to.
He led the team with assists yesterday. 6 assists for Jimmy Buckets. He is a facilitator. He is not just a ISO guy. I think a lot of people thought he was an ISO. I'm Kobe.
Ball stopper.
I'm a ball stopper. I'm going to just do a pump fake, fade away, jump. Like, that's not his game. He's not Julius Randle. Like, he's not those guys. Like, that's not his game.
And I think that he gets the ball on the in spots on the floor that accentuate some of the shooters that the Warriors have. Like, Schroeder is a ball stopper who wants to run high, top of the key pick and rolls. And he's not going to get downhill as often because he's small. Jimmy's like, I'll operate from the mid block and I can be a facilitator from there, or I can create my own. So I just think that they've kind of changed the geometry of the half court.
6 offensive rebounds yesterday for Jimmy Buckets. 6.
And how many?
Second chance points. Getting to the line right after that. He had 15 free throw attempts. Again, he's checking all the boxes that Warriors fans have wanted for a couple years now. I get it. Jimmy Butler, you all thought you had this preconceived notion. I don't know. But he's checking all the boxes, man.
And I think it's fair to be skeptical, but just watch the games. Your eyes are telling you, God, it looks a lot better than I thought.
According to Jay Williams, though, there's still one glaring issue with the Golden State Warriors.
This is an undersized team, man. I love Jimmy. I don't see anything really changing. I know Steve Kerr said that he has the heart of a lion. There was a lion on the court. And I get the thought, like on paper, Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, but Jimmy's older right now, and I still don't see it for this team. His game is very different. I know it gives him a dog, but I still think they're extremely undersized, and that's going to be a problem for any team in the Western Conference. And also, I don't really care about initially. I care about once we dig into the season, more so for Jimmy Butler. That's how I evaluate Jimmy Butler. He's always great at first. How is he on the back end?
I mean, he was on the Bulls for 6 years.
Yeah.
We're asking to just play nice for this year and the next 2. I think we're kind of overrated. Like, we act like he got there and a week later it was a nightmare.
Exactly.
Like, no.
I totally agree. It's 2 years. Even if they get a year, we'll see. Like, the whole notion that this thing is going to be a ticking time bomb and explode within the next few weeks, I think people need to relax.
No, that's CP3.
Well,
quietly, even though he's everyone's favorite because he's nice to the media.
Except he didn't play in the play-in game.
Don't even start me on that.
Oh, he wanted to get rid of Jordan Poole for that anyways.
Who in the West, like, honestly, like just stepping back.
Sure.
Jokic, right?
Yes.
A lot of bigs.
Beast.
Obviously, with LeBron and Luka, they're bigger, but they don't have the traditional big that back to the basket is going to kill you.
They have size all over the place. Jackson Hayes, he's 7 feet tall.
They're just a long wing team.
Exactly.
Yeah,
yes.
so them, I put them in like their own category. We've played OKC really well the last couple of years. There's something about their style of play that, like, actually, for whatever reason, we match up well with them. I'm not saying we're better than them. They're better than us.
6 in a row, by the way.
But there's something about their style of play that we can play with them. Now, Chet coming back is kind of a game changer. Like, we'll see, Like, Houston, I'm asking, guys, like, really? I think they're a year away.
You're Houston. Not really.
Yeah. Clippers, hey, they've got our number. In the same way I don't understand how the Warriors play with OKC,
right.
I don't understand the Clipper thing.
They're well coached. Ty Lue's a legit coach. Like,
and Harden kills us.
Harden
kills us.
Zubac has killed you guys.
Kills us.
Norman Powell, as you like to mention.
Yes.
Kills you guys.
So who?
Will Kawhi be healthy, right?
Right. Who else? Like, Minnesota, we play well.
Yeah.
We kind of play well against them.
And they're not world beaters. They're kind of having a struggling year so far.
Now, I worry about Sabonis for the Kings. He's adjusted, and now, like, he's got our number. You know what I mean, right now. And so I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
And you saw yesterday, he can get hot. The mid-range is deadly.
Killed the Warriors.
Yes.
And Malik Monk has killed the Warriors.
He had a great block yesterday, Malik Monk on Kyrie Irving. Yeah.
So, like, there are certain teams. Again, this is where I go, like, who are we? If we can get there, who's the matchup? Then I'll worry about our size and who we have to throw at someone.
You know what I'm praying for if it is a play-in scenario? God, I want a Warriors-Suns play-in game. Oh my God, I would kill for that.
Why?
KD,
Why?
Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal Jimmy Butler playing the team he wanted to go to all along.
Ishbia in the front row.
Draymond Green potentially being the reason why Kevin Durant didn't come back to the Warriors.
If Draymond beat Kevin Durant in a one-game play-in, could you imagine what he would be doing? Like,
yes,
Clay did the 4 rings to
He'd be
Booker.
doing the Hulk Hogan.
Oh, my God.
Exactly. BPA, I'm sure would love that situation.
Oh, my God. That would be, now that I'm thinking about it, that would be box office for the league.
Oh, are you kidding me? I would love that. Brian, what's going on, man? Analysts, Spadoni, and Chasky.
I hadn't even thought of that.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Jimmy.
Yeah,
Jimmy. What's up, BPA?
Hi. If you'll remember, I said, let's see what it looks like with Steph having a second option, right?
It looks incredible.
Instead of Steph and maybe 2 number 4 options. And like the people arguing, like, how could you get rid of Wiggins and for Jimmy? And it's like, man, come on. Like, do you think any team was like, how are we going to game plan for Wiggins tonight? No, they were not. And so, like, yeah, it's a huge upgrade. To me, they picked a path, and the path is about Stephen Curry, and it's about Jimmy Butler, and to a lesser degree about Draymond Green, and everybody else can punch their ticket now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be done on the court. And Jonathan Kuminga will prove in the next 3 or 4 months that he's a championship-level basketball player that can be a key component on a championship team, or he will not be here next year. And the same for Pods, and the same for Moody. Everybody else,
I agree.
Those guys have sort of been protected, in my opinion. And now it's punch your ticket to be a Warrior or punch your way out of town. And to me, that's exactly the right way to do it. Steph and Jimmy, those are star players. And you're either going to meet that standard or you can't be here. And that's the message that's needed to be sent for years.
So, Brian, these next few weeks for you, as far as you're concerned, it's kind of an audition for all the others.
I think he's right.
Yeah.
Because this offseason, like this year is like, okay, let's see how far we can go this year. The offseason is where it's like, we're making moves for the next 2 years.
Yes.
And are you, and to his point, like, are you a championship level player?
Yeah.
And I hear him. And, Draymond's talking about this. I'm a 16-game player, meaning the 16 games that you need to win from getting into the playoffs. And we kind of got away from that the last couple years. Because, like, guys, we're not even a one-game team.
Well, that's the kind of the Nick Bosa, right? He's like, I'm not playing every single down because I'm going to be ready for the Super Bowl. It's like, all right, well, you kind of need to now because
we won 6 games.
Exactly. We need you to play every down now.
We need you, buddy. Get ready for the Max Crosby role.
Exactly.
But no, he's right, though. I do believe, and this is where I go back to Joe Lacob. This is my belief. I have no sourcing or whatever.
Sure.
When you get Jimmy Butler and you give Jimmy Butler $60 million extension, sight unseen, you're basically signaling to everyone in the organization and in the league, we're a luxury tax team for the next 2 years. And if I'm going to dip into the luxury tax for you, Jonathan Kuminga, you better be freaking worth it. Otherwise, you're the sign and trade piece to get me someone who I believe is a part of that championship DNA. And that's a lot. Look, that's a lot.
It's a huge few weeks for Kuminga. Just him coming back, when he does come back, how he fits into this team. Because that's going to be the next big thing. Like, Jimmy's polarizing, but Kuminga, he's the future. So, like, there is part of this.
It's the now.
Well, real quick. Yes. But I would also like a future piece to be a part of the here and now, too.
Sure.
Like, that would be great. Why do you think the Lakers fans don't really give a damn about this season or next? They have Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
They got the future. I'm not saying Jonathan Kuminga is going to be Luka Doncic, but there is levels to this. I'd rather be in the Lakers position than the Dallas Mavericks. Like, and I get it. There is a sense of relief now that you have these next 3 years or 2 years, I guess. But yeah, I'd rather have the hope still after that. I'm not saying Kuminga is going to be a 50-time All-Star. I'm not saying anything like that. But what I will say is I feel a whole hell of a lot better as a fan if Kuminga was a part of this going forward.
No, of
with
course.
Jimmy,
of course.
Steph.
Yeah, you have a young guy on. Yeah.
I don't feel great if I have to move off of him for like another older player. I get it. You're trying to maximize it, but I would love for it to work out these next few weeks, next couple months, them get a contract.
Sure.
What is that contract going to look like? There's a lot baked into it.
But Joe, look, this is a very
Kawhi
important.
spoke on. I want to get to it after.
Yeah, this is an important aspect though. Like pre-Butler, on any given night, I do believe Kuminga was more game planned than Wiggins offensively.
Yeah.
Because I think people were like, oh, this guy can get to the free throw line. I think Wiggins was the guy that a lot of people, not that they weren't game plan, but it was more like, hey, if he beats us, so be it.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to let Steph beat us, number one. And then number two, we're not going to let this young guy, Jonathan Kuminga, beat us at the rim because those are high percentage shots, right? We're going to make him be a jump shooter. With Butler in the fold, on offense, Kuminga is clearly your 3 in terms of like how you're defensively strategizing against.
Yes.
So if he can't thrive in this situation, it is kind of on him a little bit. And I'm expecting him to take actually a leap forward. And I think he'll have some of the best looks of his career. I think it's going to be a great thing for him.
That's why I think the mentals more than anything. We were talking about, you know, the on the court, the X's and O's, him mentally is so important, getting back into a good place because he was balling before that ankle sprain. And you know what? In hindsight, I never want to say an injury is a blessing in disguise. I hate using that phrase, but the team's struggling. The onus was put back on Wiggins. Wiggins didn't have that consistency, and it kind of forced the Warriors' hand to make a big trade.
Podziemski sat, and I think he's been and he was hurt, and it sucks that he's hurt, but I think he's better for it because he's come back, looked way better. I think he needed a confidence reset.
It's a good point. Big Smooth is out in Oakland. He wants to join in the conversation.
What's up, Big Smooth?
What's up, Big Smooth? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Man, it's so cute to hear you guys pontificate on the greatness of Jimmy. But when on Friday, you couldn't even tell if he would fit. But you know who did know he would fit? Big Smooth knew, because Jimmy Buckets is a hooper. Oh, yes. Guess what? He could do pick and roll. He's not. He had to be ball dominant in Miami. Who else was going to be
Big Smooth, real quick.
Let him strut.
No, I was strutting about Jimmy Butler when everyone wanted Kevin Durant, and I said he'd be a great option. The guy took 2 teams to the finals, and you said, I don't know about his leadership. So continue, Big Smooth. Sorry. I wasn't
Big Smooth has back.
I was on Jimmy too, all right?
Now we're all taking victory laps. That's cute. But listen, here's what Jay Williams, Shasky, man, Shasky, you're killing me, man. You're killing me. Hey, here's what Jay Williams did not take into account. The X factor is someone he didn't even mention, Quinton Post. Listen, my old college roommate does the G League games. Before Post came up, and don't do that drop thing. Before Post came up, before Post came up, I was talking about him.
And what he said?
I'm like, this kid from Boston College, he looks like he has a good shot. And what my roommate said was, this dude is not just a stretch 5. He's got a little dog in him. TDJ or TJD, I forget his name. He's too nice, man. He's really a 4 who has no skill.
Yeah.
He won't work. He won't work. Now, we could get somebody off the buy-in. We really just need a 7-footer to give up 6 fouls. Because when you get in the playoffs, you're going to have somebody
I'm
there to
with
foul.
you. Kelly Olynyk or something like that. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Thanks,
with
Big
you.
Smooth. That's Big Smoothie out
I
there.
love Big Smooth. Coming in strutting.
I guess he was just saying like,
no, he was pretty high on it. We took a lot of calls of people that were skeptical. Not us.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of calls were skeptical.
Well, he was trying to strut and said, I told you it's cute. I was like, you're doing the same thing you're telling us is cute. This is praising
good
the
for
face.
him.
Like, it's great.
He called his shot.
That's great. I also did too.
Big
I just would
Smooth.
like some credit.
We're going to nickname him the Big Bambino.
Okay. Sure. The Big Smoothie as
the Big Smoothie.
That's what Steiny
Smoothie
calls
King
him.
Center.
Smoothie King. Zion. He's going to rot away there. That's a tough scene there. He's got more hope. New Orleans Pelicans, New Orleans Saints. Oof.
I mean,
exactly.
Yikes.
Yeah, exactly. The Golden State Warriors. How about that? That's the right answer. By the way, I got a little more juice for the All-Star game this weekend. They started doing more of the commercials.
Did you see what Nike Town did?
No, what happened?
So I walk by Nike Town every day on my walk into work. And
where's Nike Town?
It's Union Square.
Thank you.
Yeah, for the uninitiated.
Okay.
And they've got this like big setup. Like the old WCW entrance where there would be like these. Yeah, but there would be like these like silver poles.
Yes.
And you'd like walk underneath it and there maybe be lighting or pyrotechnics on the side of it. They've got like a setup like that going into Nike Town right now. I don't know.
Cool.
They're really like putting all the bells and whistles on there.
That is pretty cool. I'm looking at it right now, the old WCW Monday Nitro.
Yeah.
God, I love that. The Monday Night Wars were
Goldberg.
great. It's all time. And then you had Hollywood Hulk Hogan. You had all of it. It was so good.
Somebody took Serena Williams doing the Crip Walk or whatever the dance was that she was doing, and they put the Wolfpack music to it.
That's great.
Wolfpack is back. That was mass destruction.
So good.
It was so good.
What would the intro song look like for the Suspendables? What would they be doing?
Oh, they'd be
the tag team.
One of two things: either the Legion of Doom, where they come out with the spikes. All right,
they'd be. I think they're the Dudley Boys,
not Harlem Heat. No.
It's Dudley Boys.
I think it would be
tables.
Really, you think that? No, I'm thinking more
Bubba and Devon, baby.
Road Dogg, Jesse James.
Steph could be Spike Dudley.
I think that they'd have to have a microphone, and so it would definitely be Degeneration X. Come on, what was the name of the group?
Hold on. No, it was Degeneration X.
No, but it was Road Dogg, Jesse James, and
B.A. Billy Gunn.
B.A. Billy Gunn.
Yeah,
Thank
badass
you.
Billy Gunn. Give
me the intro.
Hold on, I do. I have Road Dogs. It's all time.
Give it to me. This would be Draymond.
Oh, you didn't know?
Exactly. Absolutely incredible.
You better call somebody.
This was
so good. All time. Well, Road Dogg wasn't like the greatest in-ring performer.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people of all ages.
Oh, his mic skills. His mic skills were all time.
It's so good.
All time.
God.
Fast Five time? Is it time? Is it time?
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
You can have more of your tag team comps, 888-957-9570. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now, Joe Shasky.
My favorite of all the tag teams, and it was only a brief period, Big Daddy Diesel and Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels, to me, the showstopper.
I was going to say,
it's just all time.
Not the Rock and Sock connection.
No.
All time, Mankind and The Rock. Come on.
Though I'm very partial to the Nation of Domination because I love The Rock. Love The Rock. Love Savio Vega.
You weren't a Mankind Mick Foley guy? Mr. Sacco?
My brother loved Mankind. And I have respect for him.
Oh, he's an all-timer.
Yeah,
Mick Foley. Yeah. Not for you. It was so awkward, though, between him and The Rock. I loved it. Team Angle. I loved Kurt Angle. Shelton Benjamin. Charlie Haas.
Hated him.
You hate an American hero? How could you?
It's just not.
You were
all
so about
corny.
USA and all that.
Corny.
But won an Olympic gold medal.
I like the Heartbreak Hotel. Give me Shawn Michaels. When he knocked out Marty Jannetty, that was an all-time moment for me. There's no doubt about it. And then Diesel, all-time, the jackknife powerbomb.
Well,
take off the singlet.
The meme is all time when he gets up from the wheelchair with his legs. It's all time.
Razor Ramon.
R.I.P.
Oh, God. Razor Ramon. The ladder match at, I believe it was SummerSlam, between the Heartbreak Kid and Razor Ramon, just all time.
I loved as a kid because I watched
wrestling.
I watched that when I was like 5, 6, 7 years old. So I assumed Razor Ramon, I assumed he was actually Cuban. Scott Hall. Not realizing he's just 100%, 100%
over the top
Caucasian, not Cuban at all.
And then he became an alcoholic when he went to the WCW and he was Scott Hall. No, that was his character. That was his character. I'm saying the character was an alcoholic. He would drink a cocktail.
The character is also, unfortunately, Scott Hall, the person.
Yeah,
but yes, there's a lot baked into that.
Incredible chest hair.
Are you kidding me?
Incredible.
Incredible. Did you watch the Vince McMahon doc on Netflix?
Of course I did. It was incredible. Vince, awful human being.
Talk about one of the worst human beings ever. Oh my God. Carter.
Yeah, my final thought of the day is this Jimmy Butler thing is going to work, as we seem to all think here. I think what he does really well is he fills things that the Warriors do not have in any of their players. One being he has a real back-to-the-basket game. The Warriors have not had that. I mean, I can't
David
think
Lee.
I think David Lee would be the last one.
Maybe Sean Livingston, but nah.
Yeah, but there was one play last night that really comes to mind is he back to the basket, quick turn, sweeps through, finishes baseline right there. We haven't seen anyone do that.
And KD was different. KD's so tall. He was a wiry. He was just rise up. He just stand above you. It was different.
Yeah, that and also I texted you guys last night. Beginning of the fourth quarter, we saw a double team on Jimmy Butler.
It was
glorious.
When was the last time a Warrior not named Steph was double teamed?
Couldn't tell you. And those are the two things that I think Jimmy's really going to affect this team with.
Favorite tag team?
No, I didn't watch wrestling.
Oh, wow. Well, I just lost a little respect for him. The power rankings.
Too much family money for him to enjoy
Sam
wrestling.
is now vaulting ahead
so
of the producer
lowbrow.
rankings now. Sam, what you got?
Stuart Hall, kids. We don't watch that crap.
My final thought is kind of buried the lead today. Pitchers and catchers are reporting. You guys know what that means, right?
What does that mean?
It means we're probably going to record an episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys, this week. But yeah, Giants Pitchers and catchers. Woo!
That's a sick ass song. I don't care what any. That's actually.
We need to hear the song a lot this year.
That should just be his at-bat song every single time. It's a song about him.
Every time he hits a home run this year, we're playing that song nonstop.
What would your entrance for an at-bat, what would it be, your song?
I'm like a funny guy. Like I do something like off the wall. Like, you know who?
Like Friends, like Wilmer Flores?
That's too much. The theme song for like, I don't know, Pokemon would be fun. That's it's an all-time classic. I want to be the very best.
Really?
Like no one ever was. To catch them is not.
That would actually kind of hit pretty hard.
Thank you. It's a great song. No, I was thinking like maybe NSYNC or Backstreet Boys.
Give me Phil Collins in the air tonight.
That's a good one.
I mean, are you
Susa Studio?
Come out of the smoke at the dugout.
Oh, actually, I have a Phil Collins.
There's only one when it comes to smoke. Smoke on the water, Rob Ned.
Hold on.
Fair enough.
Actually,
all right, that's a good one.
I actually do have the open, or is it
Chassis,
deleted?
what are you coming out to?
No, here it is. I got it right here. This is such a hard song. This is Phil Collins.
I don't think you have enough time, though, to get to this.
Just let it go. You keep going. You got the drums.
All right, Mike Tyson.
I need to hear your song.
Oh, come on. That's pretty sick.
No, this is not bad.
You just need the beat. That's Tonight, Phil Collins. I think it's Genesis with the band. Yeah.
Mine would probably be Allman Brothers, Midnight Rider, as an ode to my dad.
Okay.
Sweet.
And I was going to ask Carter for his. He doesn't watch wrestling, so he doesn't get an intro song, because if you watch wrestling, you get an intro song. He doesn't get one. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
And now, Carter Chicklin.
That's it. Steiny and Guru next, brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
something?
Yeah.
They're game over 500. And Guru, most important, hey, the vibes are good. The
you called me corny for saying that.
No, joy. That's what that,
But it's back.
It's corny.
Yeah. But it's a fact, Steiny.
Even Durant thought so.
Well, forget Durant. He's in he's in basketball hell right now. But right now, Steiny, I feel like, I know it's early. It's 8 quarters. But what if we're watching another, hopefully, and it's a long way down the road, another 12-3 stretch? Because that's damn near what it's going to take to get to the promised land.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta keep winning at a consistent rate. Now they have a back-to-back tomorrow and Thursday at Dallas, at Houston.
Man, Lone Star State.
Oh, my God. At some point, we got to talk about what's going on in Dallas.
Because it's a real
Holy hell.
Man.
I could keep going if you want.
I mean, it's pretty incredible.
Evan!
It's pretty incredible. Steve Kerr last night kind of made it official.
Oh?
He said the goal is the 6th seed. The goal is to get to 6. Right now, Minnesota's in 6th, and I think they're 2.5 ahead of the Golden State Warriors. But that tells me that he's been
they feel good.
It also tells me he's been looking at the standings because getting up to 5 is where the Rockets are, and that's 6 games out. That's a lot in the NBA. The Clippers, though, are at 6. And they're only 2.5 ahead of the Warriors.
With 29 left, more than ample time, and you're going to see them again.
With 29 games left. So the Warriors win another game last night. Steve Kerr changed the starting lineup from Saturday's game against the Bulls. And, it feels to me like where the Warriors are right now, we could actually start talking about basketball issues and what they're doing well, what they may need to improve on, what weaknesses they still have to try to cover up. What are they? What's the strength of this team right now, and what are some of its weaknesses?
Well, that's a funny question, because if you would ask me that pre-Jimmy Butler, I would have said layups and getting to the free throw line. And they were a one-trick pony in regard to just shooting threes. Last night, Steiny, they stunk. 13 of 45 from deep. The Warriors never usually win that game, but now they've added a facet to their repertoire, which is getting to the free throw line, and they got there last night, partner, 38 times and made 30. 79% of them. So if you're telling me moving forward, somehow the spacing or something's opened up just in regard to everything when it comes to Warrior offensive basketball, now if you miss and you get the offensive rebound, which they had 15 last night, Steiny, you got a counterpunch. You got another move now. And right now, through 2 games, nobody can deny that Jimmy Butler's had that impact for whatever reason is trickled down. This team is now getting to the free throw line, and Jimmy got there 15 times last night. And the first Warrior to do it back-to-back 13 or more times since KD in 2018. Like that, I love that, Steiny. That's another part of the game.
Give me that one again.
The first Warrior to get to the free throw line 13 or more times in back-to-back games. The last Warrior to do it was Durant in the 18 season.
I mean, he can get to the line.
Man, and then he can make them, know?
That's the thing. Where are my Warrior fans saying we're a bad foul shooting team?
Or the ones that hate James Harden. Remember, this dude has the refs on his payroll, but he's earning them.
Yeah, I mean,
I love it, man.
If Butler gets to the line a lot and Curry can get to the line, there'll be a fine free throw shooting
9
team.
for Curry last night. We got Fitz coming up in, I believe, in the 1 o'clock hour.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Was somebody going to tell me that?
We had a huddle.
What time's Fitz? Do we know?
1 o'clock hour.
1 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Oh, so we didn't nail anything down with Fitz.
Boy, Evan, you got to love your boy.
He's just going to call in during the 1 o'clock hour.
So what?
Right, Fitz. We can't wait. We know you'll be on a high.
Fitz, we got a schedule here to adhere to.
Love it.
So Fitz, 1 o'clock hour. Okay. We can do that.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
We love you too, baby.
Here's the other thing I was thinking about with Jimmy Butler, and it's not anything, I don't know.
Give it to me.
But there is something to, Draymond Green, we know who he is, and we know what he is. And I was thinking about, so he's been here for what, 13 years, 12, 13 years? This is the first time Draymond Green has ever played with somebody who's either as tough as him or tougher, but is better than him. He's never played with a player who can match his toughness and be a better player than him. And so that's something I've been thinking a lot about as this season progresses. Draymond is walking a tightrope. He had another technical foul last night. It feels like he's, I don't know, revved up about something, but
from a good place, though, right?
I don't know. I mean, he's really been getting after the refs the last 3 or 4 games, I feel like. It's almost like something's bothering him. But that's the one thing that's going to be interesting to see as the final, 29 games come to the fore, is how the chemistry builds or doesn't build, what happens when Kuminga comes back, and how does it all mesh?
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, because you asked a question I know we'll throw out to the listeners early just about how Butler ended up here, but I will say this, and Steph Curry, Steiner, you can say what you want about Draymond Green. You know me. My binoculars are, what's the body language, or what I deem the body language coming from the chef? And we've heard everything from sound bites of they're not built to come back, the twiddling of the fingers on the desk because he didn't have answers. But I do know all of a sudden now they get Jimmy Butler, this new gift under the tree, and Steph Curry's had 4 straight 30-point games. You can't tell me there is no correlation with him or them getting help. And we didn't know who was going to be, player A, B, C, or D, but now it's Jimmy Butler. He's singing, doing all the right things. I know his shot is a little flat, Steiny, as you saw on the 2 3-pointers, but good God, I'm watching Curry look like a little kid at Disneyland for the first time. So I believe this trade has impacted or infiltrated the locker room to the point to where now, Steiny, they're playing basketball. They're not perfect. They're playing better basketball, but I think they got a direction and an identity, and Steph is just, I haven't asked you in a week I'm worried about his knee. Something ain't right. Like that's been wiped away for me just with his activity.
It'll come back if he goes 5 for 18.
No, I told you, I love the 18 shots.
No,
Nobody appreciates the NBA field goal attempt more than your partner.
Right, but what I'm saying is the first time he has a bad shooting night, we're going to hear about the thumb, and we're going to hear about the bilateral tendonitis. It's funny.
Let's start keeping score.
4 games ago, boy, that tendonitis was bothering him.
You don't have the ha-ha.
When he was taking 30 shots a night. But yeah, it's better now.
Yeah.
It's been better the last 2 games.
They seem energized.
Hopefully it'll be better on Wednesday against Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I think the Warriors did with this trade after watching them 2 times now is they've become more of a traditional NBA team.
In what sense?
Now they're playing a little more like most teams play. They're playing less. They're playing less motion.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking for Butler. They're looking for a mismatch that Butler has, and to me it just feels like they're trying to get back to a more conventional style because I don't think they have the personnel. They think they have the personnel to really play the kind of read and react that they want to play. And plus, even though Butler could play read and react, there's something almost more valuable that he can slow the game down and you can put the ball in his hands.
Steiny, let's just put the rat on the table early, brought to you by Atco. Styles make fights, right? Styles. The Warriors have another version of their basketball style now with Jimmy Butler, and I do wonder if Durant would have come in now, looking back on it, Marketing or Paul George, if the Warriors knew now just how their offense would be the transformation, I guess, when you could throw it to the post and slow the game down and have Jimmy do what he does so well. Would he have been the first one that they went after had they, you know what I mean? Like, they didn't luck up on Jimmy Butler, and I know there were questions, but Steiny, they got another tool in their another weapon in their tool belt, and I love it.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors off to a 2-0 start with Jimmy Butler, and we're going to get into some sound from last night's game and also talk about some of what people are saying about the Golden State Warriors. Is this team a contender? Are they good enough to be a title contender? Are they good enough to get to 4 or 5? Where is this team right now? 888-957-9570. Also in the 12 o'clock hour, we're going to give you a crack at playing knockout at Chase Center. We're giving away spots to our knockout game. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Nobody appreciates the NBA field goal attempt more than your partner.
Right.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Warriors. They beat Milwaukee last night, 125-111, 2 in a row.
Wow.
And now we're getting into who this team is and what this team is with Jimmy Butler. And
I like it.
I'll tell you what, why don't we do it this way?
All right.
I'm gonna give you 3 national media members who have comments on the Warriors.
I like this already.
And you tell me who you want to hear first.
All right.
Jay Williams, Brian Windhorst, or Monica McNutt?
I'm going to go Jay Williams.
All right, Jay Williams. How does Jay – and you know what? I haven't heard –
he knows the game.
I haven't heard any of these
all
yet.
3 of them do, but yeah.
I haven't heard any of these yet, so let's take a listen.
This is an undersized team, man. I love Jimmy. I don't see anything really changing. I know Steve Kerr said that he has the heart of a lion. There was a lion on the court. And I get the thought, like on paper, Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, Draymond Green. But Jimmy's older right now, and I still don't see it for this team. His game is very different. I know it gives him a dog, but I still think they're extremely undersized, and that's going to be a problem for any team in the Western Conference. And also, I don't really care about initially. I care about once we dig into the season, more so for Jimmy Butler. That's how I evaluate Jimmy Butler. He's always great at first. How is he on the back end?
All right, Jay Williams.
Not what I was expecting. Good God.
Well, let's talk about the size of this team.
Because they started small last night again.
And they got smaller with the trade. Now, they got a little bit bigger because Post is playing.
Yes, sir.
But outside of Post, okay, the great Rich Michnin paying $2, right. Trade Kuminga.
He's got money.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's a super chat that we have to read. We're contractually obligated. I'm Steph Curry. Don't interrupt me. But
where do the proceeds go? But anyway.
Yeah, so, you know, they still do have a size issue, and they're going to have to deal with that.
They've always had one, right? Even in their heyday.
I mean,
Dev lineup.
I'm talking about more like the last couple of years. I feel like they have paid the price the last couple of years for not having a lot of size.
Yeah.
As far as the glory years, I mean, I think we've kind of been over, you know, we talked about it. They weren't huge, but they were big at every position outside center.
Yeah.
So they had, you know, Draymond Green plays bigger, Durant played bigger. So, you know, that was a little different the way they did it there. But
one thing, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's it. I was just going to say, you know, how concerned are you about that?
But the Warriors, Steiny, I get Jay Williams. I'm shocked, and I get it. He's like, man, wake me up when you guys do something. But good God, I don't know what that is, but, you know, I do know what it is. It was his opinion. But, Steiny, last year the Warriors missed the playoffs, and, they're small, but they led the league in rebounding. So I'm just saying last night, another example, 48 rebounds to 33, 37 for Milwaukee. You got Loon whenever you need him. You got Post. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think they've kind of mastered what they're trying to do. And now I know Butler is not at the size of Kevin Durant, but if you're going to tell me we got a fixture in the post that I could throw the ball to and have 3 defenders merging on him at one time like I saw last night Milwaukee doing, so far so good, I would say. I haven't watched them get taken advantage of yet. You know,
they haven't gone up
2 games. I got it.
They haven't gone up against a big man who likes to do damage on the interior either.
Because Brook Lopez is not that. Good God.
Don't get me started on Brook Lopez.
Had a great career.
888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think about the size issue for the Golden State Warriors? Is that still something that you're concerned about? I need to see more Post. Need to see how he rebounds. Need to see how he's tougher than you think, and
he ain't scared either.
I gotta, their teams are attacking him. They're going to go right at Post, and they have been. And I almost think maybe that's one reason he didn't start Post last night, is because if you start Post, everybody's just going to kind of go at him at the beginning of the game. But He's a 7-footer and he can shoot the ball. Yeah. And the last 2 games, he shoots it like he did the last 2 games. They got action.
Yeah, Steiny, and what about 16 steals? I mean, they forced Milwaukee into 20 turnovers, but just think about that, 16 steals. And I'm not saying the Warriors weren't nasty when they got off to the 12-3 start, but Jimmy Butler, he's talking about he's not in it, tip-top shape. I get it, but at the bottom line is I feel like it starts with him. He's that anchor along with Draymond barking. And I feel like he's coming from a place of passion, Steiny, that nastiness, arguing with the ref. But right now, I love what I see in 16 steals. I mean, man, they're active.
Did you have the YouTube chat up?
No. Let me bring it up.
Yeah, the great Rich Michnin again, paying money for a super chat. Okay. We got to be careful here.
No, if you pay, we got to read it.
Is Dre worth $25 million? Maybe.
I made it up.
Maybe trade him and Kuminga. Okay. The trading deadline's over.
Yeah.
So they're not going to be making any trades anytime soon. The issue is the buyout market, if they might pick somebody up or not. But Rich Michnin, you're killing us.
Yeah. And your wallet.
Well, it's only paying $2.
Yeah, we should have like a
minimum
threshold, a floor.
I like it, Evan.
A salary floor.
Yeah,
it should
$750.
It should be, it should be like $10, and Guru and I split it along with you. $3 a piece, and give the company $1. I think that would be.
Let me throw this to you real quick, you and Evan. Can you tell that Steph has a pep in his step? And I don't want to just make it about Steph, but I do, because the past shows where I've told you guys, and I was on a bended knee, like I'm worried. Can't you tell there's something to this team, like they've been re-energized? And it's like firing a coach, right? Jay Williams is talking about it like it could subside. It could. But Steiny, right now, I feel like I don't even want the break to come. No, I'm serious.
Well, it's coming, regardless. Yeah. No, the 2 games with Jimmy Butler, they couldn't have really asked for him to look any better. They couldn't have asked to 2 games into his tenure look like he's been there a while. Here's one thing, and I told Evan, I said, watch, Guru's not going to like this.
I'm in a good mood, man.
No, it's not. Yeah. But I have a theory, and you tell me if you think it's the case, and then Warrior fans, you can call in and tell me. So versus the Bulls on Saturday, Steve Kerr started Curry, Hield, Butler, Green, post. Against Milwaukee, he started Curry, Hield, Butler, Moody, Green. So he had Moody in the starting lineup, and I'm starting to think, I don't think he's going to settle on a starting lineup. I really don't. I think he's gonna maybe switch around, and like some nights he might start. And I gotta try to look harder and see what he sees. But he started Gary Payton earlier this year at a point, and I don't know. He sees something going into a game, and I think we might have a squad that he kind of tinkers with, even from the started games.
And what if are you going to be shocked if I tell you, normally I told you I like a set lineup, a set starting 5, right? But Steiny, now that Butler is here, if you're telling me it's just about the other 2 now, but it's Green, Butler, and Steph Curry, what if I told you that's a byproduct of those 3 holding it down, and it's almost a compliment to the rest of the roster in a sense that he can trust Moses Moody on a given night to play 33 minutes. It could be Gary Payton II. So I don't know if this is going to continue, but I didn't watch that game last night. Like, what's Moody doing in there? And Buddy Hield, I mean, my goodness, if you talk about a coach having a player's back and not giving up on you, Steve Kerr has done that for you through your trials and tribulations. But the bottom line is, I know it's about spacing. What if I told you in a crazy way, Steiny, I'm not mad at that if that were to continue.
How many starting lineups do you think they've had?
Why do I feel like I know, Evan?
It's like 30,
If I knew, Evan, and read it, I would tell you. I didn't. I'm going to say 24.
32.
Damn it.
Last night was number 32. Like,
That's
the
incredible.
idea of him not having a set starting lineup is not just a last night thing. It's been the whole year.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're going to have everybody healthy when Kuminga comes back.
And that's
I still think he's going to do it the way he's been doing it all year.
You think?
Yeah. What I'm saying, I think he did it. He's done it early, I think, a lot of times because of necessity, because they have had some guys in and out, and they do have to load manage a little bit.
Now, Pods didn't shoot it well for a second straight game.
Pods isn't going to start on this team.
You think so?
No.
Okay, that's where I was thinking.
They need. That's the thing. They need. He likes Hield in that starting lineup because at least he gives you another shooter to start the game.
That's 16 last night.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Caleb in Livermore. Hey, Caleb, how you doing?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
How y'all doing?
Hey.
Dynamite, what do you got?
Yeah, so I talk about a little bit of the starting lineup because I want to talk about Jimmy Butler. I think the starting lineup should go Steph, Jimmy Butler, Kuminga, Draymond, and Post. I just think when Kuminga comes back, look, Jimmy Butler is great, but at his age, I don't think we can trust him to be on the best defender for 48 minutes. Like, they need Kuminga, his youth, his athleticism. I think he's the guy now, especially with Wiggins gone.
Yeah.
He's the guy that I believe is capable of guarding the better wings in the league. But just to talk a little bit about Jimmy Butler and the fit,
yeah.
Steph Curry quoted saying after the game, every possession doesn't feel as hard. And there's no doubt, with him here on the team now, he's another ball handler. He's a creator. And like these last few games, like Steph Curry hasn't been triple teamed from like half court. So, like, he just gives them another scoring option. He gets to the free throw line, and he slows the game down. And that's what the Warriors have been missing, a guy who can just change the pace of the game.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, to me, he's a little like Durant. You know, the Warriors used to just throw Durant the ball when they bogged down a little bit offensively, and particularly late in games. If you remember those teams that won titles, you know, if things got tight the last 3 to 5 minutes, they went to Durant.
That's a luxury.
I mean, they went to Durant, and now you can go to Jimmy Butler. I am interested to see a little more of him defensively, to see how long he can guard maybe the best player on another team. Can he do it for a whole game? I don't know. Can he do it for 20 minutes? I don't know. But he was a hell of a defender in his prime, and so that's another thing I'm going to be kind of checking out because, you know, that's the one thing we liked Wiggins. He was pretty solid defensively.
Yeah, he was, man.
Game in and game out. And you know, I get the sense Butler, you know, still defends, but maybe at 35, just not quite as well as he did, let's say, 10 years ago.
Right. And last night as a whole, again, Stoney, 31 points off of turnovers. Milwaukee had 2. Just think about that. And I know you can't go into every game each night thinking you're going to win that battle by that big, but they're active, small yet, but getting after it. And I like what I see. But the Durant reference, I told you yesterday when I came in, not he plays Durant type of basketball, but the impact. And for Steph Curry to say into the microphone after the game, this one will stick with me for a while, Stoney, every possession doesn't feel as hard. And now you're scoring 135, 125, 127. So, again, I know it's Milwaukee and who was it the first game? The Bulls. But, man, if you're telling me I'm taking the test and it's an easier test than before, I'm feeling good, man. I really am.
Yeah, the one thing I'm thinking about here is, so if you go back to last year, and maybe this doesn't matter. Well, it actually might not matter because the result is the result. But I do wonder if Warrior fans think about this at all. So last year, we know about Paul George and Lauri Markkanen. The Warriors were trying to get both those guys. They didn't get it. We heard they were very interested in Levine. And there's stories out there that might have been the guy Curry preferred. So they went after Levine. Then they went after Durant. They finally got around to Butler. And I guess my question is, how do you view Jimmy Butler? Was he just the next guy in line and he's happened to fit this well? I mean, it's hard to imagine any of the other 4 players actually fitting much better than the way Jimmy's looked the first 2 games. So I'm wondering kind of what their thought process has been over the course of the last year and why they ended up landing on Jimmy Butler, who, just happened to be the next guy up in line.
Well, I'll say this to that, and I love the question. Steiny, I'm going to give them credit, the Warriors brass, because they knew they needed something. They knew they needed something to go with what they had currently that came off a season that culminated with no playoffs. So although it was Paul George, they went knocking, marketing, and Durant and Levine. Life has a crazy way of working out, and you end up with Jimmy Butler. I'm not saying that's, his name was number one, but the bottom line is they identified the need. They got it. Things happened. Things fell in their place. And now, right now, through 8 quarters, it's been a godsend. Just his style, too. So I want to give them credit for knowing, hey, we need to do something here. A lot of people might not agree. The PG and marketing don't fit. And now you end up with Jimmy Butler. And Chris A. on the YouTube chat keeps saying, goo, and you had just did it before. Why you keep bringing up KD? They're two different players. Yes, I'm not bringing up the compare-contrast. I'm bringing up that Steph needed a breather. That offense needed another outlet of a guy that kind of mastered what he's going to do on the court, and that's Butler offensively. And that's why Chris A. Steph said, it just seems a bit easier now, every possession on offense. I hope that ain't a cop-out, Stoney. I really believe they knew they needed something like this, but the player, some things changed, but they knew they needed something, and now they got it.
I mean, I get it's just 2 games, but how would Kevin Durant look better than Jimmy Butler's looked? And I know they're different players, and I think most people think Durant's a better player than Jimmy Butler, but there's something about Jimmy Butler,
man,
and I feel like if Durant came back here, he would just kind of be a player. He wouldn't be doing what Butler's doing. And that's just me. But I think if you look at the first 2 games, and they're probably going to have some issues down the line. I don't know what they're going to be, but the first 2 games, I'm thinking, God.
Go ahead, Stoney.
I'm thinking, how lucky can you be?
Right.
They dodged 4 bullets as far as I'm concerned. Oof. And I guess Durant's not really dodging a bullet. But, I mean, Jimmy Butler at his best or Paul George at his best?
Yeah, I'm taking Jimmy Butler.
So it looks like the Warriors may have, stumbled onto something. Would that be fair to say, or is that an insult?
And I wonder if QP3, Quinton Post, was right here, Stoney. Again, I don't want to just be sometime because he had a good game last night and hit some shots and has shown us he's not scared to exhibit emotion. I loved all that. I do wonder, and they kind of talked about it on the telecast, Stoney. I believe it was Kareth and Dalton Johnson. I was watching the Dubs talk. And they were just talking about how Jimmy lights a candle at his locker, the music he'll play to kind of the zen, I guess, to get ready for a game. And I'm just wondering if that's what's energized Draymond. And I know you say no, just how he goes about his business. But I'm wondering if what you see from Draymond is his way of, in a crazy way, Stoney, I know I'm going down the ranch
what are you doing here?
Of euphoria of having Butler, but it looks like anger, geared towards the refs. The stuff you said, it seems like he might be angry. I'm thinking he's basketball happy. Draymond is. And he just kind of
he's happy,
funneling
but he looks like he wants to punch a referee.
But he always has
looked
that way. He's always looked that way. So I'm just wondering, the Jimmy Butler effect, that's all. And I'm not saying that's why Quinton Post is answering the bell, but Stoney, boy, oh boy, man. He had 15 minutes last night. You think if that thing were to grow, he knows what he wants to do. He can pass, and I like him. He can shoot.
415, I know you guys have a show to do.
Oh.
But they beat the hapless Bulls, and Milwaukee, without arguably the best player in the league, slow your roll.
I think we are. I didn't say print up the final tickets. I'm still nervous about, like, Stoney, this is par for the course. You got to be 2-0. You got to go your 21-10 the other day that you brought up.
Yeah.
You were outside the box. Nobody's overlooking the beast that it's going to take to get in. That's my fear. Is once we get in, if we qualified for the 7-game series, I text Bonte last night and he sounded like you. Slow your roll. I'm paraphrasing on you might not want to see this team in a month, but they got to earn that. And I know it's 2 teams, one without their best player, but I love the Houston game, and I don't think Dallas is going to be easy.
Yeah,
even without AD.
The other thing that when you watch this team play, I mean, they got to stay healthy. I mean, they're older guys. They have to figure out a way to keep them on the floor.
34 minutes for your boy last night, the chef.
And,
38 at the game before.
Steph's minutes are probably at a season high right now. He has been playing more the last few weeks. That's for sure. So we'll see. We'll see about the big 3. Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Steph Curry. Those guys got to stay healthy. There's no doubt about it. Here's the other thing. Warriors are turning the ball over less since Jimmy Butler arrived. And that's like he doesn't really turn it over. The teams that don't turn it over tend to be teams with kind of a ball-dominant player. Now, I'm not saying Butler's ball-dominant, but he does have the ball in his hands a fair amount, but he doesn't turn it over a lot. And so, if you can take the ball out of Curry's hands a little more and put it into Butler's hands, it's going to be a little bit safer with Jimmy Butler.
And Steph is getting, I don't want to say rest, but just something you're taking off his plate.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors have now won their first 2 games with Jimmy Butler, and they play Dallas tomorrow, and Dallas is banged up. No Anthony Davis.
Lost a heartbreaker
no
last
Lively, night. No Gafford maybe. They also P.J. Washington got hurt too, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He's not playing.
If the Warriors win that game tomorrow, Steiny, it'd be their first 3-game winning streak since November.
Wow.
Don't want to count the eggs before you got them, but man.
The other thing is that let's see how they manage the back-to-backs against Dallas and against Houston.
I got to believe you got that break, Steiny. Can you really afford to sit anybody? And that's going to be the hardest one, right? The Rockets.
You would think. Second game of a back-to-back and the end of a long road trip. But they gotta keep it up.
Mm-hmm.
And they got to keep it up from now until the season's over, essentially. But if this is who they're going to be, then they certainly have a shot at number 6. And that's what Steve Kerr said last night. The goal for this team right now is the 6th seed. They'd love to avoid the play-in game and know their first-round matchup against the number 3 seed. And who knows who that might be.
Were you surprised he said that?
No, not really. I mean,
they're looking.
They should feel like they can get there. I don't know if they can get much higher than that, but because, they're so deep behind the top 4 or 5 teams. But who knows? Who knows? Who knows who's going to start winning? Who knows who's going to come back to earth? Sacramento, are they going to rise or fall? Dallas, rise or fall? San Antonio, are we safe from San Antonio? I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting.
Fades to his right, fires away. It's up and good! Curry with another three. The Warriors up 112-94.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Tim Roy on the call last night, right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors, they beat the Bucks 125-111. And let me just shout out the great Rich Michnin. We appreciate all your texts that you're paying money for. We really do.
So I'm asking the great Rich Michin.
He wants the great Mitch. He's not a huge Kuminga fan,
right?
That much we know. But thank you for your support. Thank you for your support.
And they're going to need the young fella. So I wonder why he's down on him.
I mean, because Kuminga's a little bit polarizing. Yeah. Some people love him. Some people love him less. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into it, and Steve-O is in San Francisco. Get us started. What's up, Steve-O?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love the show every day.
Cool.
So I was part of the group that was like, we need a big. We're taking shots at Markkanen. We're taking the shots at KD. And the key for the whole thing, for me, has always been Steph's got to run less. We're running him ragged. He's running through 3 screens just to get open. We got to find a way to slow the game down just a touch so that he's not exhausted. It's an 82-game season. And I didn't think we needed Butler, and lo and behold, I've been proven wrong. I think he's a great fit, slows the game down a little bit for Steph, and the cream on top is we've got this guy Post who came out of who knows where, Boston College, and I've seen him live, I've seen him on TV. He's still getting his feet. He's still got to let the game slow down a little bit, but he's dropping threes and he's getting big rebounds. He's got to work on the defense a little bit. That's what Loon is for. The team is coming together so nicely. I hope we can keep it going for the rest of the season.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Steve-O. And one thing Post has done, he's knocked Trace Jackson-Davis out of the rotation. And clearly Steve Kerr likes Post's skill set. He stretches the floor. Defensively, look, the teams are going to go at him, but he looks like he has a competitive streak, which is huge as far as I'm concerned. So if Post is as competitive as he looks like he is when he's playing, that's a good thing.
Yeah,
because he's different than Trace Jackson-Davis.
Yeah, made a little move yesterday when they tried to jump out at him, Steiny, set his feet, and another 3, man. I was just like, you could just tell what he was doing in Santa Cruz. He was filling them up. He was putting up numbers. And I just love when you see a young player that meets the moment in regard, and I always give Moody that credit. Even when the ball doesn't go in, he's figured out I'm letting it fly, and that's what Post is doing.
Let's go to John in Berkeley. Hey, John, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, I'm doing good. A little 2-game winning streak.
Yeah.
Just want to point something out. Andy Wiggins was back to, kind of peak Wiggins this last year. He's been playing well, hitting his free throws and stuff. But let's face it, he's not a very good ball handler, and he's not a very good passer. And that made the offense that much more belabored. And like the last caller said, Steph was getting run down. Butler comes in there, and he's a creator. He's a playmaker. And he, exudes confidence. He slows the game. He makes everybody better, especially the secondary ball handlers like Podge and Moody and even Buddy, although Buddy still kills us with his passing. But I want to also point out that I think Butler's going to unlock Kuminga. I mean, Butler is the kind of guy who will go to the rack, go to the hole, draw all kinds of attention, and then he'll make the right pass, unlike Wiggins, who will kind of fumble the ball out of bounds every third time and that kind of thing. I mean, Butler is an alpha, and if he plays like he played 2 years ago in the postseason for Miami, Warriors might surprise some people. I mean, whether they can actually win a title is still a pretty much of a long shot, I think. But, man, great trade, bold move, and I'm here for it, man. Let's bring it on. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, appreciate the call, John. Yeah. We believe they're 2-0 with Jimmy Butler.
Did you put that on your Twitter? You should have plastered that.
I'm deactivating Twitter.
For what?
Why would I want to be on Twitter?
You sound like Durant right now.
No, he's on Twitter.
Well, the few different ways. What happened for you to say I'm out? Deactivate. It hurts the show.
Yeah, how does it hurt the show?
When Evan tweets out something profound, I said, and it's just hashtags out of you. It's tiny and little tiny writing. I hate it.
About you.
Wow, Evan.
When we send something to you, Steiny, we need you to be able to go to Twitter to see what we're talking about.
There we go.
So do it for us.
Somebody pissed you off?
No.
You ran off. You had 56,000 followers.
Now I got about 48.
I don't like that. People let down, man.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
48 people get to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you weren't here yesterday, I made a great analogy between this team and We Believe. And as long as people say that they're not into it, I'm going to jam it down your freaking throats.
No, I got where you were going.
Yeah.
You just could have left off We Believe.
No, that's who it is. You think this team's going to go further than We Believe? Answer the question. Answer the question.
There's no Cinderellas here, man. There are no Harringtons.
Are they going to go further
and
than
guys
the We
that have
Believe
been
team?
doubted? These are champions. So you could have phrased it differently.
But they haven't made the playoffs. They haven't made the playoffs since 2023.
All right. So Steph's Baron Davis.
They've been a downtrodden franchise for the last year and a half.
I didn't know how
Now they got their Baron Davis back in the form of Jimmy Butler, and they got to go on a run to get into the playoffs.
Well, who's Curry
It's the
then?
same.
And Butler's Baron
He's Baron
Davis.
Davis.
Well, no, you just said Butler's Baron.
Well,
who's
Butler,
Curry?
No, it's not about that. It's about the fact that they got to get it going, and they got Jimmy Buckets. That other team had Baron Davis.
I'm here for you.
Same thing.
Steiny,
yeah.
I'm looking at the post because I tweeted it out. I think it's a solid comparison.
Yeah.
No one responded to it. Who are you yelling at?
And how did I miss
I don't have any followers.
Oh, boy. It's your fault. I tell you what, that last caller was on to something.
By the way, half the people criticizing it, you weren't even around. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
We're waiting on the dot.
Infants.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
I know Evan said, "Goo, that's a long honeymoon time yesterday when I talked about a month or whatnot, 30 days, and I get it. But right now, wouldn't you say everything is A-OK and the rat on the table brought to you by Atco is how can Butler and Kuminga, can they make music together? Because Wiggins and Butler, Kuminga couldn't. I hated it. Kurt kept trying. I loved him for that. But that's the one thing I know it's 2 games, partner. That's the big question. It just is.
I actually don't think it's the big question.
Ooh.
I'm sorry.
Health?
It's like, I hate to say it, but Kuminga's a condiment on this team now.
Catch up.
Like, he's coming back to a different team than he left. When he left this team, they were putting the ball in his hands. I don't.
You're right, Stoney.
There's no way they can do that. Hey, by the way, Otis Bird, you're my man.
I love him.
Otis Bird said, good comparison. Warriors were 16. They were 26 and 35 back in 2007. They were mired. They were mired in muck. Just like this Warrior team. Everyone's like, oh, yeah. Who are the people that are saying, they need a spark. They need something. They look flat. Well, it looked exactly like the 2007 team. Yes,
Crash
sir.
out King, Stoney. How dare you, Kuminga? I guess he missed a typo. How dare you? Kuminga's our future.
Yeah,
well, we don't know.
He might be the future, but that doesn't mean
he might not too. And I want him here, but he might not.
That doesn't mean his role's not going to change. It's got to change.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Kathy in Piedmont. Hey, Kathy. She wants to talk about JK.
Hi. I exactly wanted to talk about Kuminga, where you think he'll fit. Now, you just said he's a condiment. How will he take to that? Is he going to come off? I assume he'll come off the bench.
Yep.
What are your thoughts about how he'll how he'll impact the game, how he'll work with the new lineup, and how do we best use him.
Thanks for the call.
Hey, Kathy, is that a question or?
It's a question. How do you think we best use him? What impact do you think he will have? How well will he work with the new lineup?
I got you. It's a great question. It's a great question, and I think we're about to see how much the Warriors prioritize Kuminga. I mean, he will have been out for about 6 or 8 weeks.
That's man.
They got a new player in
here. Missed 18 games, man.
Who takes shots. So, this is all going to be on Kuminga. But it just is. He's going to have to do exactly what Kerr wants, or I don't know. I wouldn't want to be, well, of course I would, but that's a great question, Kathy. I don't know.
I'll tell Kathy, I want him right back in the starting lineup, and I know that might not happen. But, Steiny, what if I told you I'm going to turn into you here? You always talk about these guys' age, and Jimmy is 35, and he talked about the first 5 minutes of the game against Chicago. He was gassed. We didn't know it. But the bottom line is, to me, Kuminga represents rest. If this young fella is what he was at his highest powers before he left, Kuminga, you represent rest for the OGs. So when you're trying to get yours or play team basketball, it's going to be one. They need it. So I'm looking at Jimmy Butler like he's doing all this and having this impact, and yet Kuminga hadn't even been there, the young fella. And if the young fella is on, I feel like he can spell Curry like Butler spelled Curry when he's in there in the non-Steph minutes, and we could kind of see that to where Jimmy, Steiny, we know he can carry the load, but, man, Kuminga could ease that load if he's on.
Yeah, I mean, this is what...
That's how I look at Kuminga and get excited about it.
This is what a coach is supposed to do. He's got to figure out a way to bring Kuminga back into the fold and have him impact the team in a positive way. And it's not, it's not easy. It's not going to be easy. I mean, Kuminga had a pretty strong role when he left here with injury. Let's go to Tom's in Sonoma. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
How you guys doing today, man?
All right, baby.
Hey, number one show in the nation, 95.7.
There he
Steiny
is.
and Guru, baby. Hey, so let me say, I was against this trade, man, because I thought we'd give up too much assets, and we really didn't give up that much. We only gave up Wiggins, so I'll take that back. I feel Jimmy, the spacing on the floor is huge. Him shooting in the post in the paint has opened the game up. He's an in-one machine, man. That's what I got to say. And the other thing is, Jimmy don't have a ring, man. That's his destiny. If he needs a ring for his legacy, and that's why he wanted to come to a competitor or a dynasty. But guys, let's talk about Post. I love the kid. I think he's great, but I think they're putting a lot on him to go into playoffs and be dominant. When you play the playoffs, man, the speed is twice as fast. Everything's moving. I still feel we need a guy that's, a big guy that's can hit, two-way player, a good two-way player. Not great, not above average, but we still need one more guy. And I hope management sees that and grabs it, because we'll be in trouble if we get into the playoffs and we can't go farther than 6th spot. All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Now, you bit my head off, the radio version of it, when I said Kuminga could be a young Kawhi, before Kawhi had his superpowers. But I'm just saying, when you had Ginobili, you had Parker, you had Duncan, Stoney, now you got Butler, Dre, Steph, and now you got this young, I'll call him assassin, that's kind of, hadn't even hit his prime yet. So I'm eager to see how Kuminga fits, but I think this is a great opportunity for him. Another one.
Yeah, look,
that's all.
I'm not making any judgment on Kuminga's game. I'm not saying anything about his game. We've all watched his game for 4 years. I'm just saying if I throw it out to Warrior fans, I'll bet you I know what they're going to say, and it's going to be no. And what I'd ask them is, well, you think Kuminga's going to come right back into the starting lineup? I mean, we've seen how Kerr has used Kuminga, and now he's got to figure it out again with Kuminga in an entirely different situation. Like, that's on Kerr. It is on Kerr to figure out, and I don't care if Kuminga doesn't average as much as he averaged before. I don't care about any of that stuff. It's the eye test, and it's up to Steve Kerr to get Kuminga integrated into this team, either as a starter or as a guy coming off the bench. But he's got to make Kuminga's impact positive, or he's got to allow, Kuminga to play in stretches, and that's what he's paid to do, essentially.
Yeah, I'm looking at pods. Donnie did not start, ended up with 32 minutes. So, I know it's about not who starts, who finishes, but the bottom line is 32 minutes for pods. That gives any player more, than a chance to have an imprint on said game that night. So I don't see how we can't, be watching Kuminga for 25 to 30 when he comes back. I know that was a serious injury, Stoney. He's been out a while.
Yeah. Let's go to Ray in Watsonville. Hey, Ray, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Love the show always.
Thank you.
Hey, couple of quick things. I am cautiously optimistic that Jimmy is a good fit for us, and I'm gonna wait a couple more games. But everything that I've seen up to this point, man, just gives me a lot of hope that we can get up to the 6th seed. Well, think about it. We're only three games separating 11 to 7. I mean, we can do that. Hey, quickly. One of the things, how old is Jimmy? Is he 35?
Yeah, 35.
Okay, think about this. Remember the game last night, he's not afraid to get on the floor, right? And grab the ball and kick it out. And I don't know if you remember that sequence, but man,
I do actually.
It showed me he's not afraid to get on the floor, and I think that's going to inspire other guys around him. Hey, this guy's that's old getting on the floor. Kuminga, I think he's going to benefit from it. I think that I'm looking at Kuminga as somebody that we got at the trade deadline. That's what I'm looking at.
I'm
thinking that once we install him into the lineup, I think it's just going to take off. And I think his mindset's going to be a lot different than it was last year when he was kind of pouting because of things that went wrong. But the Jimmy getting for the free throw line, right? I mean, think about that. 28 times in the last 2 games. And what I like about it is that whenever we went to the free throw line, I don't know about you guys, but I was wondering if we were going to make them, right?
Right.
And it's something about slowing down the game. But if you're slowing down the game and you're not making any points, I mean, that's just frustrating. And I think what Curry's saying is that, hey, when he's going to the line, Jimmy is slowing down the game. It's making his legs getting a lot of rest, and it's just going to benefit him down the road.
Yeah. Thanks, Ray. Appreciate the call, man.
No doubt. And I call the free throw Stoney body punches. I mean, if you can use that way to score, because, again, last night, I mean, they didn't shoot it well, but they hustled, they played. 16 steals, forced 20 turnovers. They did all the other intangibles, man, and put up 132 points.
I'll tell you the one thing that I saw last night, too. Tell me if you saw the same thing.
All right, here we go.
It harkened back to the glory years. They got some points last night off chaos.
Oh.
And they haven't been doing that a lot the last year or two. But last night, it felt like they had about 3 plays where a ball came loose, they had nothing going, and boom, the ball comes out, past the Curry 3. Like, at least 2 or 3 of those.
Post keeps it alive. It was like ping pong, man.
Exactly. Let's go to Austin's in Redwood City. Hey, Austin, what's going on, man?
Let's see if he's fired up. He was down on the trade.
Hey, nothing much. Hey, I still don't like Jimmy G. Not Jimmy G, but Jimmy Butler for the Warriors. It's just something about him that ticks me off. He just a ticking bomb, man. It's going to take somebody on the Warriors team to piss him off and be like, I'm done. I don't want to be here. Like I said before, he took Marshawn Lynch's place. I'm just here so I won't get paid, so I won't get fined. But with that being said, if Kuminga do come back, I'm looking for Jimmy Butler to play that Iguodala role off the bench, and Kuminga be starting, and going after the little things. When he first came in the league as a rookie, he was fighting for the ball, diving for the ball, making his name known. So I'm looking for that Kuminga.
Well, Austin, I love you, but you need to prepare yourself. Butler's going to start, man.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but you know how they won the championship the first time when Iguodala got on the team, man. He took one for the team and started coming off the bench, even though he was a legitimate starter still. So to keep Kuminga and the Warriors going in the right direction, I think that should happen.
All right. Appreciate the call. It's probably not, though. It's probably not. Don't forget, too, people will get on me for this, but I'm going to say it. Iguodala went to the bench for Harrison Barnes, who's a far more polished player than Jonathan Kuminga. And
facts.
Maybe that has something to do with, why, I don't know. What did he say? Bring Butler off the bench?
Yeah.
He also wasn't the second best player on the team.
Who?
Iguodala.
Did he say that?
No, I'm saying Jimmy Butler is the second best player on your team currently.
I got you. Butler hasn't come off the bench.
That's how you piss him off.
Since 2012.
Yeah.
So
I think it's safe to say, wow.
I think Jimmy Butler's going to be in the starting lineup.
I'm with you.
25, 27, 60, 64. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't come off the bench. Oh, that's wrong. 2016, he started 75 out of 76 games. I wonder what happened.
Tibbs.
Probably suspended. He's probably suspended that game. You don't like when I do that.
No, I'm not, because I know you're joshing. But, Stoney, 17 more field goal attempts the Warriors took than Milwaukee. And, again, I just really feel like if it was pre-Butler, if you ain't hitting from deep, we're done. And now I just feel like, man, we're just getting started. This team has diversified this portfolio.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, the Warriors, great start with Jimmy Butler. They're 2-0. Do you think this is sustainable? I mean, and the skeptics, are you starting to think, I'm a skeptic. Am I going, Maybe. But it's early, and we'll see. 888-957-9570. Don't forget, coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. Listen during the 12 o'clock hour, and I'm going to give you a keyword. And then when you hear a sounder, you're going to call in and give the keyword, and you're going to be able to play Knockout at Chase Center with Guru and a bunch of the people from the staff. And somebody's got to take Mark Grandy's title from him.
We will.
Because it's
a free throw. I'm making them.
Your career free throw percentage is 0.
Wow, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
By the way, it's for the listeners. Why did Grandy win it last year?
Why did Guru?
What a selfish.
Why like a little hater?
Why did Guru even participate?
There's an I in Grandy, I know, but
that's the fun of it. The fan meets the host, and we ball.
Okay. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm going to get to some of this sound. We're going to talk more about the Warriors and what they still may need to improve on, what they're doing well. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water?
Flips the ball to Trent Jr. His pass intercepted by Butler. Casual pass by Trent. Now to Podziemski. Pass over to Post. He'll take a dribble. It's another three. Yes! Timeout, Milwaukee. Doc Rivers calls time because the postman always rings twice.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
T-Roy, the postman.
Was that a 3 he made or a 2? Yeah, shouldn't you say? I mean,
rings twice because that was the second one.
Right, and that's a movie with Jack Nicholson. The postman always rings twice, but
one flew over the cuckoo's nest too.
He's technically making a 3 though, isn't he? See what I'm saying?
But he did it twice.
Oh, I got you. All right, Quinton Post making 3s. He's 7 for 11 in the last 2 games. Up to that point, since he's been playing, he was 16 for 43, which is 36-ish. But the last 2 games, he's been 7 for 11. So he keeps shooting like that. He gives him another dimension. That's for sure.
Hey, real quick here, Stoney, during the break, I was thinking what you said about Draymond, and I've seen it. Just that anger, and I'm thinking. You think when they go small, like they started the game yesterday, he was at 5. You think he hates that?
Well, he doesn't like to play it a lot.
Yeah, he told us as much.
But I don't know. I mean, I feel like Draymond's been really walking the edge the last 5 or 6 games. He got a T last night. Got a T the other night,
had
too.
5 steals, 5 assists.
Steve Kerr on last night's game. What did he see? What are his thoughts?
The possession battle. I mean, we got 17 more shots than they did, 3 more free throws. Almost impossible to lose a game where you get that many more possessions and attempts. So love the defensive aggressiveness. And about the only thing I could complain about in the game is the fouls in the third quarter. That's what allowed them to get back in it. I think they drew 3 fouls in the first minute or 2 of the third quarter, and that kind of changed the game. But our guys responded really well and played fantastic fourth quarter.
Damian Lillard had 10 turnovers last night.
Yikes.
10!
Yeah.
And the Bucks had 20. And the Warriors taking care of the ball. I mean, they get 17 more shots than the opposition.
Man.
Chances are they're going to...
and 9 turnovers.
They're going to... GZ money, I know.
What?
The Nicholson post...
Out with Butler, Kuminga, Draymond, Steph. I mean, that's going to be a powerhouse start off. And no more slow starts.
Yeah.
Kuminga he's a better 3-point shooter than Jimmy Butler. I mean, the game he got hurt, he was 3 for 3 from the 3-point line. And if you look at his last 5 games, he's shooting over 40% from the 3-point line. So that was even coming around. So I think we need to cut Kuminga some slack. He's a great young ball player. He's ready now.
Coach. Coach.
I'm with you, Coach.
Coach. You got to,
yeah.
You got to tell that to Steve Kerr. You know what I mean? I mean, who knows?
Right,
who knows how Steve Kerr's going to use Jonathan Kuminga when he comes back? I have no idea. Do you?
You know what? And that's what scares me. And what scares me even more than that, look how far Moody is going to get shuffled down the line when Kuminga comes back. Moody was the key to the game last night. Moody played 31, 32 minutes. He was all over the place. He was unselfish. He was had a lot to do with, Lillard's 10 turnovers. So that's going to even happen because his love for Pod, is what's going to be the downfall of the Warriors. His love for Pod.
Well, thanks, Coach.
I'm with you,
Appreciate
Coach.
it.
Yeah, Stoney, I'm all about good starts. And, again, we're going to find out how they can coexist. But Kuminga is like what? I want to call it a benefit or a luxury for these older guys to be able to, I don't need to take a breather per se, but we can give it to a guy that could take over the game for 8 to 10 minutes, at different junctures of the game. And Kuminga, pre-injury, was doing that. So, Steiny, I hate the ideal. I get it, but you're just trying to tell Coach and Vallejo prepare for Steve Kerr to maybe bring him off the bench. But I'm hoping that we see him start so we can see what we got with that starting 5.
Yeah,
It's a big deal.
I would be shocked if Steve Kerr runs out a lineup with Butler, Kuminga, Green. I guess if you have Post.
I was just going to say that.
That's still not a lot of three-point shooting. But we'll see. The other thing I was thinking about, and tell me what you think about this. At the end of the dynasty, after 2022, we talked a lot about how there seemed to be a separation on this team between the young guys and the veterans. It just, we've talked about it for years, how, and some people believe, the veterans have been pretty tough on the young kids, and Steve Kerr always leans to the veteran rather than the young player. And the one thing I did think when they made the trade for Butler is, they widened that gap a little bit more again with the rookie, with the young players and the old players. And, the older players now, they have to be more willing to let these young players develop. And that's the part that I also want to see play out is what happens to the younger players on the team when the games start getting really important and Steve Kerr goes to the lineups that he feels the most safe with. Then what happens to Pods? What happens to Moses Moody? What happens to Kuminga? Like those are big things for me.
Yeah, and you've been lobbying for it. Don't let me speak for you, but you wanted these youngsters to get playoff experience, and that's why last year hurt when you didn't get that. But I will say we've heard Draymond Green say into the microphone he should have been a better mentor or an OG to guys like Kuminga. And I feel like they've worked on that. But when you look at this team in this bench, Stoney, outside of Kevon Looney and GP2, it's filtered with youngsters. So it's almost like, that's part of your DNA.
Don't forget Gary Payton.
Yeah, that's what I said, GP2.
Oh.
So him and Looney, got that experience. But outside of that, and it's going to be more than that, Moody's not there yet, but he's got experience. I'm just excited, and this is the part that tickles me, man, that I like watching. You could call me a sucker, Stoney. I'm watching Jimmy Butler when one of the young guys goes to the floor, and he goes and picks him up. And that can be all the product of I'm at a new place, I'm putting my best foot forward, being a good teammate. A youngster makes a bad pass, and I'm watching Butler's mannerisms, and to me, they just fall under, Steiny, not leadership, but I'm a steward. It's all good. I'm here for you, and I'm a leader. And this could all be what Evan talked about, and I brought up yesterday, the honeymoon stage. But I like that stuff. I think and again, I keep calling him a connector because he did it in Miami. Now he's doing it in the Bay with a lot of younger guys. But it's imperative that relationship gets seasoned right away. And I think you could do that implementing Kuminga into the starting lineup when he's ready.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got two more games to go till the All-Star break, and then hopefully Kuminga, he'll start practicing after the break, and then we'll eventually work him in. But if you're a Warrior fan right now and you see the way this team's playing, and let's just say they play two more pretty good games on Wednesday and Thursday, how do you guys want to see Steve Kerr deal with Kuminga when he comes back? I see it. I see whatever happens developing very slowly with Kuminga. But the other thing is, do you put Kuminga back in the starting lineup when he's missed it's going to be close to 2 months.
Man.
It feels like. So
sprained ankle.
That's another reason I think you got to bring him off the bench.
Would you, if you were in his camp or a friend of Kuminga's, let's be real here, Stoney, would you say it's a good or bad thing? I'm talking individuality here. That Jimmy Butler came to this team in regard to Kuminga's piece of the pie, or the team dependent on him? I think that's been altered a lot, because when he left, Steiny, Steph was saying it, Dre was saying it, and Kerr was basically saying, hey, kid, this is yours, man. We need you more now than ever. And you brought up that point to start the show. I'm just wondering how much that has naturally changed with now another alpha male here.
I mean, Butler doesn't Butler has the ball way more than Wiggins had it. So Kuminga's going to have to deal with that. But then again, Butler can make far more plays than Andrew Wiggins.
And that could be the Kuminga.
Like, this is kind of what I've always meant. And just give me the victory lap here. For 3 years, I've said, Wiggins isn't a great passer. He doesn't make passes off the dribble. And now, after watching Jimmy Butler, I hope you see what I'm talking about.
No, well,
I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, we call that playmaker. We love Wiggs.
Right.
Yeah,
Wiggins was never a playmaker.
I got it.
He was never. He couldn't make a play for somebody else.
Just think about that. I don't want to call it a luxury, but man, I guess I can. But that's just another facet that's opened up your offense. Jimmy Butler was 4 of 12, Steiny, but got 12 of his 20 points at the free throw line. You can't. I mean, come on, man. 9 rebounds. 4 steals? Like, we know who he was, and I think he still is that.
All right. Who do you want to hear, Brian Windhorst or Monica McNutt?
Let's go McNutt.
All right. What do you think of the Warriors after the trade deadline?
Still have questions about how this team is going to be able to defend. When the Lakers won, I believe in the early 2000s, like, teams that are outside of that top 10 in terms of defensive rating typically don't get it done. We've only had 3 champions since like 96. So there's a lot of enthusiasm here, and I get it. I do think if they get through the play-in or they're an early team in the first round, because of their veteran chops and their experience between playoff Jimmy and between supernova Stephen Curry, a gold medalist, Olympic champion, what we saw him do this summer, you probably are like, don't love this matchup because you have the appropriate amount of respect. But overall, I don't see them as a contender right now.
All right, Monica McNutt does not see them
Williams.
as a contender.
And Stephen A. That's 3 guys. Remember, he was like, this don't move the needle at all.
I mean,
all right, stand over there, yo. We'll see. We'll see.
What? But see, this is where people got to get out of their feels. I mean, they're not a contender right now.
No doubt.
They might be in 3 weeks.
But there are no playoffs right now. But if you go to the ledger, the standings, you are correct.
Right.
But I'm going Buffalo, Springfield. Something's happening here, Steiny. It feels like that.
We'll see.
All right.
And yes, they've gotten off to a great start in Jimmy Butler's first 2 games, but.
And I got to say this. What do we normally do in the NBA since Scotty and Mike, and even before, Malone and Stockton? Now with this acquisition, Steiny, if I say Butler and Curry, I'll put that up to any other duo in the league. Now it's not a 2-on-2 tournament. No, I'll put that. Let's see it. I feel better about it when before it was just Curry, and then the other answer was by committee. Now you got Butler, Jimmy Buckets, playoff Jimmy. Monica just said it. And the chef, I feel I sleep better just thinking about those 2 in the starting lineup, and you're going to add possibly Kuminga to that.
888-957-9570 is the number. Jimmy Butler has gotten the Warriors over 500, and they wrap up the first half of the season before the All-Star break this weekend, which is here.
Yeah.
When are we doing our show?
Tomorrow at Splash.
Oh, we're not coming in here tomorrow.
Nah.
Oh, boy.
Unless you want to.
No.
Evan and I got it.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's up, A? How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. 2-0 Jimmy Buckets. The Warriors, man, when they get Kuminga back, man, it's going to be like all gravy, man, because any of them guys, Steph, Butler, Kuminga, they could be the number 1 option on any given night, and they're all different. Steph 3-point shot. He's like a kind of like a great route runner in the NFL. Kuminga, all that speed. He's like a fast receiver, a stretch the field receiver. And then Jimmy Butler, the way he plays, that physicalness and getting to the free throw line, he's like a yak receiver, kind of like a 49 receiver, So, hey, man, it's all gravy when they come back. Podziemski is a 4th option. Quinton Post, when you got Quinton Post or a 7-footer with back and do step-back threes as your 6th option, it's pretty damn great.
So where do you think
nobody wants to see us?
Nobody wants to see
That's not like us, but nobody want to see us. That's where I'm at, Antonio.
Appreciate the call. I don't know if you remember, you all used that line last year.
Ernie Chavez will help us out. I do not remember.
Of course.
I mean, at what juncture were we? I was petrified last year.
They went 27-12 the second half of the season. You're damn right people were thinking they were going to be dangerous.
They lost to South.
I mean, they were 19-24, and they finished with 46 wins. So they were rolling the second half of last season. But they couldn't get out of the play-in game. And that's why Steve Kerr wants to get to 6. Because they want to avoid that.
Yeah,
they want to avoid
and you've gotten
that.
better with this acquisition, man.
And you know what's funny is I don't know how you feel about it. And I guess maybe you feel better with Butler. But when you say, boy, Warriors are going to play in a play-in game. I get it. It's better to have Butler than Wiggins, but man, still one game. But you don't play well, you're done.
And they
got to try to avoid
no doubt
that.
about it. And they had no luck in it since its inception. But I'll tell you this, Donnie, the game is not predicated on how I feel. But now that we got Jimmy buckets in that one game, if that's what's in their future, Stoney, my gosh, it's night and day on the mental fortitude that Jimmy Butler will be able to sprinkle and bring into this locker room, if not already. And the aspect of being able to go down low and get fouls. The Warriors didn't have that last year.
I got to tell you,
man.
you are head over heels right now. And you're talking about this team glowingly. So how good are they? How far can they go? Because you're talking about them like they're gonna be in the Western Conference Finals.
And why I'm slow on my Jets, I'm looking dead at you, Stoney. Why I'm slow on my Jets, and that text to Bonte bounced right back to me is I don't want to be that guy to not let you think I'm misunderstanding how big of a mountain it is to climb to get to that series. But I think they're loaded. They're going to get Kuminga back. And when they get there, that's when I think the Western Conference will be on notice. Steiny, we're talking about two. You asked me.
I know I did. I know I did.
And what if I told you, what word am I looking for? I think it's forming into a, oh boy, whoever plays the Warriors in that 7-game series, it's not going to be easy. I'm not saying
they got to get a 7-game series, first of all.
And that's why I like this start. I know it's Milwaukee and Chicago. I think, Evan, if you can help me out with that great stat about the second half, how many top seeds they see on, the rest of the stretch in regard to the regular season, it's not a lot. So kind of the hard work is kind of behind them. So if they can stack wins.
No, it's not. The hard work's not behind them when they're in 10th place. The hard work is ahead of them, I think. And Kuminga's coming back. It's up to Steve Kerr to
But if you were the coach, you would bring him off the bench.
Absolutely bring him off the bench. I just don't think that lineup has enough shooting at all.
Well, he was coming off the bench.
Right. Guru wants him to start, that's all.
No, he's done both, but Evan is right. Before he got hurt, he was coming off the bench.
Right.
I'm just saying now, with the acquisition of Jimmy, wouldn't you bolster your start lineup by putting him in there?
I would be surprised. That's all I'm saying. I would be
I love the lineup. Posted 5, and I'm being real. Posted 5, Dre at 4, Kuminga at 3, Jimmy at 2, and Steph at 1.
Well, that's not Steve Kerr's type of lineup. Steve Kerr is going to, I think he'll use Hield at 2. But, I don't see enough shooting with that starting 5. But I don't know what Kerr's going to do. That's what he's got to figure out. He's got to figure out what Kuminga's best role is on this team.
Well, you had 11
off the bench.
You had 11 3-point attempts from the bench yesterday, Steining. You end up hoisting 45 of them, and Butler only took 2 of them. So you figure what? Kuminga shoots about 4 to 6 a game?
I don't know. What's he averaging?
But my point is, I feel like 45 is enough.
What do you mean?
The field goal attempts, you're still going to get that fed. It's about how many you make. But now if the dynamic of your team has changed, you're not a slave to, if we don't shoot 40% from 3, we're done.
Kuminga shoots 3.6 threes a game. Wow. At least that's this year. And he's shooting 34.5%. So it's a matter of how Steve Kerr wants to bring him back. And you know what? I mean, he still may be out another 3 weeks if you include the All-Star break.
I don't want to share that, man. This was a serious sprained ankle.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors 2-0 with Jimmy Butler. Has your outlook changed on this team? I mean, just a week ago, we spent the entire week talking about the trade deadline. And here's the first thing. Where are all the people who said they're not going to be able to do anything? They're not going to do anything. There were a lot of that. They're not getting Durant. They're not getting this. They're not getting that.
But we kind of heard that from the team, too. Guys not named Dunleavy and Lakeups, Donnie, to a degree. Like, you can't fault them for the intel they thought they were getting.
No, I mean, they were hell-bent on making a deal, and they ended up making one, and it wasn't their first choice, and it probably wasn't their second choice.
Man.
But who knows? Maybe they stumbled upon the player that fits best with these guys. Maybe Butler is a better fit than Paul George or Markkanen, Levine or Durant.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly is off to a good start through 2 games right now. All right, here's what we're going to do. Coming up on the 12 o'clock hour, which means we're going to be giving away a spot in Knockout with 95.7 The Game. You'll get to play on Chase Center's floor, same floor Steph Curry plays on. So that's coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a keyword sometime in that hour, and then later on you'll have an opportunity to call in and to win a spot in Knockout. Also, we're going to be giving away tickets during the crossover to the Friday night skills competition and also Saturday's practices at Oracle Arena. That's during the crossover. And then lastly, if you want to go to Vegas with $20,000 in your pocket, I'll tell you how in the 1 o'clock hour, because we got a lot of stuff going on. All right, what's coming up on the game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans? San Francisco
I owe Curry nothing.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. Warriors win 125-111 yesterday over the Milwaukee Bucks. And Guru, I'm looking at some of Curry's stats, Steph Curry's stats.
Give them to me.
And he's almost playing the same amount. Like, his shot attempts are rising is what I'm getting at. He's up to 18 shots a game. And it wasn't long ago that he was below 17.
Man.
So he's starting to get more shots.
Going a whole quarter almost without a field goal attempt. We lived that.
Yeah, and it started before Butler got here. Steph took a couple 30-shot games. But since Butler's arrived, he's gotten that efficiency back. And how much does that rely on Jimmy Butler? Here's Curry.
It's made sense so far. We've put together, after the first half in Chicago, put together 6 pretty good quarters with intentionality, good effort. You see the positives of what Jimmy brings on both ends of the floor, just a high IQ guy, competitor, plays under control all the time, and we've put pieces around him with different lines. We're still trying to figure that out. So it's been good so far. Excited about building some momentum. You want to end the road trip right. We got an opportunity to do something pretty special considering where we've been this season.
All right, that's Steph Curry, rather. What do you think he's talking about? We have a chance to do something special. You think he's already thinking title?
Oh, there's no doubt. And I think that's why we're seeing a more frisky Steph Curry. I'll slow down on title, but I think he's got a chance, and that's all he's been asking for. This has been a game changer. And, Steph, I'm sorry. I apologize. I was worried. I was worried that we were going, damn near a quarter with 1 field goal attempt. Steiny, that was just odd. And then the towel over the head. And I felt like, that was him trying to send some signal like he wasn't happy. But to your point, he did get active in regard to the field goal attempts and going on the 30-point bender before Jimmy. And I wonder if they knew he was getting somebody or when he found out. But 38 points against Milwaukee, 32 versus Utah, 34 against Chicago, 37 against the LA Lakers, and he's letting them fly, and it looks like 2 or 3 years ago, Curry, Steiny, it looks like that version of Curry, there's a lot of gas in the tank. And that's what I'm liking about what the future holds for this stretch run, man.
Yeah, Curry, obviously Jimmy Butler has, contributed to Steph being more efficient. Curry, he didn't shoot well the 2 games before Butler arrived, obviously. He was 12 for 31 and 13 for 35. But the last 2 games, he's looked pretty good, Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And what was he last? 6 for 16 from 3. All right, it's a little under 40%, but it's fine. They won by 14 points.
Now, I do have a question for you about Curry because he talked about he knows he's averaging in regard to points per game. This is the lowest in a while. What would it take in regard to getting that number fat at this juncture of the season? Is he's going to have to just, is it 7 more games of averaging 30 to get it back to 25, or how was that? Because I know in baseball, once you get so many at-bats, Steiny, it's kind of like you got to really be Rod Carew and bat 400 to get that thing up. I'm looking at that what's it take?
I don't know. He's averaging 23-3 right now.
Yeah.
So it's come up about a point in the last 4 games.
All right. But he's been letting them go.
I'm wondering why the biggest issue for you on the Golden State Warriors is what Steph Curry averages per game.
Who said that was my biggest issue? I was just saying, since we're talking about Steph, I do want that number fat. Why are you smiling? I want that number fat. I'm sure he does too.
I know. It's I think one thing that you'll agree with is you don't mind if the Warriors don't win as long as Steph's getting 35 a game.
Never. It's better than that. But I'll tell you this. For the people and the whispers, and I was there, the bilateral tendonitis is kind of funny. I hadn't mentioned that in almost a week. Steiny, he's letting me know he's feeling good. Now, the thumb, I have no idea where that's at, and I hate he's using it in Sunday's game. But the bottom line is he's been on a bender, and it's come at an insane time, a perfect time, and Jimmy Butler knows what he is. And, Steiny, I just think they're building a formula to where if we're close, we got a guy that can get to the charity stripe with the best of them, and I'm starting to wonder, and I'm watching this. You'll get a kick out of this. The fact that Jimmy's getting so many trips to the free throw line, is Curry going to be the beneficiary of that? I mean, I'm just saying, it's not like there's been a game he hasn't gone to the line, Steph Curry, to the free throw line. Last night, 9 times.
Yeah. And when him and Curry are getting to the line, they're going to make them. So this team's already a better free throw shooting team now with Jimmy Butler. This is Steve Kerr on talking about the last 2 games with Jimmy Butler and how they feel different.
Guys feel really good about these 2 games, recognizing that both games were games we might have lost earlier in the season. I think the fact that Jimmy went to the line 15 times tonight, 13 times the other night, shows you the power of free throws and the ability to get your defense set and settle a game down when it needs settling. So it's a big change. We don't go to the line much, but last 2 games I think up over 30 free throws each game. So maybe that's about to change.
All right, that's Steve Kerr. They may have solved their 2 biggest problems, not getting to the foul line and getting to the basket with Jimmy Butler.
And I do understand there are going to come some games and some guys, they got all the skill in the world, Steiny, where you're going to miss Wiggins on ball defense on that perimeter. I do understand that, but Jimmy Butler is no slouch. And when you get Kuminga back, Steiny, he is no turnstile. I know Help D is not his best, but his on-ball defense, I'm not mad at it. So if he can bring that back, I mean, they just get more energy. And it's funny, these 4 games, Steiny, what if I ask you Steph Curry's field goal total in those 4 games? What would you guess?
50?
100 attempts.
Oh. 110?
119. Oh. But he's been letting them go, baby.
And that's all that matters. As long as he gets them up.
That's a sign that he's feeling good.
You just said nobody takes shot attempts more serious than you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got shot attempts. That's your most important stat. I get that's fine. That's just
my man's mad, I'm happy.
What's the word? Stand on business.
What do you know about that?
I don't know anything about it. That's why I'm asking you. You say it all the time. Brian Windhorst, what does this trade mean?
Give me a positive
for the Golden State Warriors, and where does he see them in the standings?
Steph went to the bench at the end of the 3rd, and Jimmy Butler made a huge impact with his scoring in that period where Steph was out. And that's really where the rubber meets the road here. The Warriors have just had periods over the last couple of years where they've just died on the floor when Steph has been on the bench. Jimmy is going to fix that. He has 28 free throws in the last 2 games. That's the most we've seen for a Warriors player since Durant in 2018. He brings that aspect to them. Kerr has basically said he's hoping this team, the way it's constructed, to get to the 6th seed. They were out of the top 10 just a couple of days ago. They're in 10th now. They're 3 games behind the 6th seed. That would be an incredible accomplishment. And if Jimmy's healthy, I think it's reasonable. I think they could do it.
All right. So Steve Kerr said last night that he thinks the Warriors can get up to 6, and that's the goal. And they're 3 games out of the 6th spot right now. They got 2 more games to go before the All-Star break. And I think most importantly, everybody's favorite, Windy, thinks it's reasonable to get to the 6th spot.
Yeah. It's still there, as what's my old saying, Steiny? Our saying. The math is still there. So, obviously, it's going to take execution and a continuance of good basketball. But right now, I'm like Moody stepped in last night, 34 minutes. Excuse me, Steiny. Stepped in last night and was balling. And if this continues and you get help, I don't want to say we're back to a strength in numbers, but if you're telling me Kuminga's coming off the bench, you got Pods coming off the bench, a Post coming off the bench, that's what it's going to be, and I'm here for it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, what is the biggest difference you've seen with the Golden State Warriors the last 2 games with Jimmy Butler? I'm looking at the eye. I'm asking for eye test things right now, not necessarily the numbers. But what would you say is the biggest difference in the first 2 games with Jimmy Butler that's different from what has happened until they acquired Jimmy Butler.
And how would you answer that?
I would answer that they look more composed as a team. You know, for all Steph Curry's greatness, you know, sometimes the game gets a little out of control, and Butler does a great job of settling it down. He's sure-handed with the ball. He's given him some stability and some reliability. It feels like they are already using him in 2 games in a different way than they used Wiggins, obviously, because Butler can handle the ball more. Mm-hmm. But Butler's becoming a big focus on this team. And to me, the biggest difference is it's gone from pretty much 80% Steph Curry, and it's probably going to go to 50-50 with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler in terms of, you know, the scoring aspect on this team.
And I love that. And I'll just follow up with this. I feel like I can read the mind of defenders when they're playing the Golden State Warriors. And I know I keep regurgitating this fact here, but Steiny, they were a one-trick pony, man. I just felt like everything was from the damn outside. As they went from 3, that's what they were going to do. And now I feel like opposing defenses they're stuck now. They know they got to worry about the run. It's not just the pass. And by run, I mean Jimmy Butler in the post, him playing through him in the post. Steiny, the dude can pass, and you can't ignore it. I know it's only 8 quarters, but damn, you ask for the eye test. It is immediately seen to me, oh boy, other teams got more stuff to worry about than just the 3-ball with the Warriors.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This is more Steph Curry on Jimmy Butler and what he's done.
Every possession just doesn't feel as hard. I mean, you still see attention, you still see defenses, but you have to worry about something else. We're just putting people in the right spot. So obviously, I got to be aggressive. And earlier in the year, that aggression didn't necessarily lead to anything as consistently as it has these last 2 games. The first 2, I shot 30-something times, so that was a little different.
I was talking about the first 2 games before, or the 2 games before Jimmy got here, when he took 30 shots a game. But it seems like the Warriors were looking for help for Steph Curry. He was asking for help, and through 2 games, they got a guy who's absolutely, positively helping the Warriors right now.
No, and I love every minute of it. And also, too, Stoney, we can't, brush over the fact that Steph Curry said his team, with him on it, wasn't built to come back. And I know it was the Bulls, but damn, down 24, that's what made that victory a little more special to me. They were supposed to win. I get it. But showing that you could come back, you know, 1 game in with Jimmy Butler's first game was beautiful.
Let's go to Jason in Philly. What's going on, Jason? How you doing, man?
What's up, y'all?
Hey.
Fly birds. Let's go.
Hey.
But I wanted to call and say, ooh, I love you, man. But there is absolutely no chance in the world that Jimmy is going to start. Him and JK occupy the exact same space on the court. And one of the things that makes JK good in his stint right before he got injured was he had the ball in his hands a lot. Well, They got Jimmy playing point forward, and they got Dre playing point forward. So, I mean, that really edges JK out. And honestly, I think his chances to be in the closing lineup is going to diminish as well for spacing and the same reasons. I think JK's best shot at this juncture in the season is to really focus on being a POA defender, which is something that the team is missing with Andrew out. If he can focus on POA, running the floor, and transition points, he would be a great benefit to the team, him and Paz off that second unit. But starting is over. And I feel bad for the kid, too, because now is really about to affect his money going into next season. And ultimately, I think he's going to be traded. But we'll see. But no way he started, guys.
Yeah, but they'll play together, though. Obviously, if the non-Curry minutes start with Jimmy Butler and Kuminga's coming off the bench, we still get to be treated to that to see how they coexist.
Absolutely. I think he'll be the first sub for Jimmy off the bench. That'll be the rotation that they run. So he'll spend some time with Steph and Jimmy. But it'll be limited with Jimmy, I think.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jason. Man. Appreciate it. Wow. And, I think Kuminga will be better. I just think, Kuminga, he can certainly play with Jimmy Butler because Jimmy Butler can pass. But Jimmy Butler has the ball more than Andrew Wiggins. So that'll be something to watch. Like, I think, Butler and Kuminga, I think, will be fine together because Butler knows how to play and he can pass. But the ball may not find itself in Kuminga's hands as much as before. But we'll see that as it develops. From the 510, T in Oakland says, I think I would sum up the biggest thing I noticed via the eye test is the pace is a lot better. This pace seems to fit the players they have on the team. They played too fast for me, and that is very tough to do if you don't attack the rim and don't have shooting. So slowing down now fits this team. That's T from Oakland. That's not a bad point at all.
And when you go to the stripe 38 times, Donnie, that's a lot of the game stopping.
Yeah, don't forget Bob Fitzgerald coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. Warriors television play-by-play man. And we'll get his thoughts in the 1 o'clock hour. 1 o'clock hour.
You think Curry can keep this up? I mean, Castani, he's on a bender.
Yeah. I mean, he can forget the first two games. I don't want him scoring 30 like that. I mean, if he's taking
the James Harden, Allen Iverson model.
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing. I mean, how many times am I going to say that? You don't want Curry taking 30 shots a game. You want him taking 18 to 22. Because when he's taking, you just don't want to play that way. Especially if you're the Warriors, when Steph can do more than one thing. 925 on the text line. Steiny, last two games, I'm almost expecting them to come down the floor and get a basket or get to the line. The last few months, it was either a three-pointer, a bad shot, or a turnover.
I'm a man.
510, biggest difference, fewer empty possessions.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Care of the rock. What did you say, Stoney? What, 9 turnovers last night?
Yeah, just 9 last night. More Steph Curry on Jimmy Butler's impact.
We've had it happen to us plenty of times where we can't get to the line and other teams can, and it just changes the momentum. Not only is it points, but it's ability to set your defense, figure some stuff out if there's a run going the other way, be able to talk to some stuff out instead of taking a timeout, like little things like that. And he's taking advantage of the space. We run a lot of motion offense, and he gets it, whether it's the end of a play where I get trapped and he's in the pocket, he's making reads, taking advantage of smaller defenders, or, just positionally, he's always in the right spot. So there's another element we can get to as well with some of the pick and roll stuff that we've done and being able to take advantage of opportunities there. But he's impacting the game in a different way that we haven't seen.
Steph Curry on Jimmy Butler getting to the free throw line.
Now, what do you give me for this, Donnie? I'm not asking for much, but I told you all that I just I feel like the Warriors offense with Draymond racing up the court like Jesse Owens to stop and kind of wait for Curry a couple times to get open. Like defense had caught up with that. These last two games, I'm seeing that, but I'm not seeing, like, it's not just that. Butler has the ball. It's all different for the better.
Well, when Draymond has the ball, he's actually got 2 people he can throw it to now instead of 1.
Man.
So that's going to help. And the other thing is Jimmy Butler can play make, so Draymond doesn't have to do it as much. You can cut his initiating of the offense in half maybe and let Jimmy Butler do it.
And I don't know if you've caught this, but Curry's real giddy after he's been making shots and they go in, Steiny, but it's almost like the offense is rolling so much now, it's back to old school. It's coming. He's coming, and he still gets it off. Like, I think we're back, and that's why I keep bringing up the Durant thing towards Jimmy, just him being out there, the gravity that the defense got to respect him with. And now it just feels like Steph's playing, if they're playing easier basketball, but you can't tell me Steph is not feeling it, and that's why he's able to do what he's doing, I believe.
Let's go to Julie. Julie's in Concord. Hey, Julie, how you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. How are you today?
All right. Doing well.
So I just wanted to say, looking at the eyes, you look at Curry's eyes now, and he's got that, I'm in a good, happy place, and we're doing well. And, that in itself, he puts off an aura of, you guys need to do this, everybody's going to have fun, but we're going to win a game, too. And he's not killing himself out there anymore, trying to make everybody win and be a better player. He's actually enjoying it, and it's contagious.
That's what it looks like to me, Julie.
Yeah, me too, Jay.
And you're very similar to my partner. With you both seem to have a gift of being able to look into a player's eyes and tell everybody exactly what that player is thinking and how he's approaching.
Yeah, I don't want to. Hey, I'm no doctor.
You with Wiggins, and Julie with Steph Curry.
Yeah, I almost lost my license with Wiggins on that one, but I'll tell you this, Stoney. He just feels rejuvenated, man. He really does, and it's not hard to kind of figure out why. And now he's looking like a kid at the park, just letting them fly, how we used to play.
I think this is a real good point from the text line.
Give it to me.
From the 510. I think players are able to play more to their strengths because they don't have to try to be Steph's second scoring option. I actually think that's very on the money. Because
it's more natural now?
Well, yeah, this team didn't have a number 2 scorer. It was Wiggins sometimes. It was Kuminga sometimes. I think it was Buddy Hield here and there. And you know what? The whole narrative around Steph needing help. I've always thought, what if you're a player on the team and you hear that for half a season? Steph doesn't have a bona fide number 2. Steph needs help. The guys around Steph aren't good enough. It may mean that those players try to do too much, or they're trying to score to be the guy to help Steph Curry. And now they don't really have to worry about that because you figure Jimmy Butler's going to be that guy.
Yeah, and this is no shade at Wiggins, Donnie. He had all the gifts to be able to be that person, but he wouldn't put his imprint on the game is consistent enough. So that's what was frustrating about Wiggins, and he balled out. But the bottom line, Donnie, is Jimmy Butler, you know what you're getting all 48 minutes of every game, I believe.
The bottom line is if you put the ball in Jimmy Butler's hands, you're probably going to get a good shot. But you can't play that way with Andrew Wiggins. You can't just give him the ball and he's going to generate a good shot. He might generate a shot for himself, but he didn't create a lot for others. And that's the one thing I think that you can count on from Jimmy Butler. The 415, Steiny, you stole my We Believe comparison. No, I didn't.
Oh, wow.
No, I didn't.
We got problems here.
That's all me.
Is that why you want off Twitter?
That's all me. What?
Somebody saying you stole their idea.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's inaccurate. By the way, coming up after the break, your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. Now, this came to me in my sleep on Friday night. Actually, on Thursday night. Remember, on Friday, I said I forgot to bring it up. So it's been in my mind for about 7 days. 888-957-9570. I'll give you the keyword on the other side so you can play Knockout at Chase Center. That's coming up on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Are you ready to join the team?
Goes to Butler. Guarded by Green. Spins, hangs, fires, and hits right over the top. Jimmy buckets with a big-time bucket there. The Warriors lead by 6.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Tim Roy. Appreciate it. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'm going to give you the keyword, which will get you onto Chase Center's floor to play Knockout with 95.7 The Game and a bunch of other listeners. That's coming up in about 10 minutes or so. I'm gonna give you that keyword, and then I'll tell you how you follow through and get to Chase Center.
Because you got me on the edge of my seat.
Why?
You said you're going to share with us what you've been holding for 7 days. Your thoughts you had.
No. What do you mean?
You said you had a thought Friday that you didn't share on the show.
Yeah, it was the We Believe. Remember, we went to the cafeteria on Friday.
Right. Another letdown.
Remember,
okay.
I was kicking myself because I hadn't shared this wonderful analogy with the Bay Area.
Damn it! Yeah, I thought it was something new. Okay, it was that one.
I was able to yesterday, though. Let's get back to Steph Curry and how much Jimmy Butler's been helping him, at least through 2 games. Curry was asked about the spacing with Jimmy Butler.
I don't know what the number is. The analytics team can answer that one, but mostly it just feels like if there is a double and you get off of it, something good is going to happen on the back end. And there's just a feeling like if there's a comfort level of we're going to create a good shot. Whether you make or miss, that's the league. I got hot in the third quarter of Chicago tonight, a couple ones in the fourth, but you're just creating good looks, and over and over and over. If you can do that, then everybody's confidence goes up.
All right, that's Steph Curry on the spacing, and I think the one thing he's trying to do now, and you know what, I think I'd have to think about it, but at the beginning of Curry's career, when he would start to get double teamed, he always held the ball. Not always. He sometimes held the ball a split second too soon. And it was probably a function of who was on the team because they weren't great back then. Mm-hmm. And then I thought during the golden years, if you will, that he had so much talent on the floor that when he saw a double team, he got rid of it at the perfect time. Man. And they played 4-on-3, it felt like, for a lot of possessions. And I can't help but wonder if the first part of the season without Jimmy Butler, I think he was probably trying to do a little too much when he got double teamed, knowing that there wasn't he didn't have a great running mate next to him. And now I think when he sees a double team, he's kind of back to automatically giving the ball up and trying to create an advantage for teammates. And if it does, the ball
might come right back.
Yeah, the ball might come back to him.
And that's what we've been seeing. And Steiny, just real quick to that point, he's probably been feeling that way a year and a half. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. The last time he had somebody of this caliber, Steph Curry, they went to 3 straight NBA Finals, won 2 of them. And if you could just erase, and I know nobody asked, but if you could erase what Jimmy Butler's trials and tribulations were, and you just found out you were getting him to go along with Steph and Draymond, and his nickname, like Tim Roy just said coming back from the break, is Jimmy Buckets. You earn nicknames. Steiny, are we so surprised? It is only short sample size, again, 2 games, that is having the impact and effect on Curry and the team. It just makes me not shocked from that vantage point.
Yeah, and I mean, they've looked great in the first 2 games. There's a lot to come yet, though.
No doubt.
And, for example, I have 29 written down. And that's how many games the Warriors have left. So, of course, the way I'm thinking is, all right, how many games are Butler, Draymond, and Steph going to play of the last 29? Assuming they're healthy.
Butler, Dray, and Steph.
Yeah. Assuming they're healthy.
My mark is 25?
I think you
I want to up it to 26.
I think you take 25 right now. Right. I would absolutely take that right now. If you told me Curry's going to have to miss 4 more games, Butler 4 more, and Draymond 4 more, I would say, I'll take it.
Okay.
I'll take it. Because if
Kuminga happens to one of them, then oh boy.
Well, I think, that's obviously what they can't they can't afford an injury to one of those three guys. I think that's obvious. Although, you know what?
Well,
maybe if Draymond were to get hurt, it would open the door for Kuminga. Maybe you got to look at that.
But you don't feel as the airs that let out the balloon. And I don't want to find out because we need Dre.
Bob Fitzgerald's coming up at 1:15 today. 1:15. Bob Fitzgerald, and he's with the team right now in Dallas.
They get a banged up Maverick team. That's a mess going on outside of the basketball stuff.
And then Steve Kerr will join Willard and Dibbs at 4 o'clock.
Got to be feeling good,
4
I can imagine.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I was noticing with like one exception? The trade deadline. It was really active. But not a lot of the big boys did much. The only big boy that really did anything was Cleveland.
Then they did DeAndre Hunter. That's big for them. Okay. But did Boston need anything?
Boston didn't do it.
Okay.
Boston has not been playing great. Boston didn't do anything. The Knicks didn't do anything big. Pacers didn't do anything big either, did they? Did they get under that tax they needed to get under? I can't remember. And then we get down to the Bucks, and you know what? They didn't do anything big either.
They got Kyle Kuzma.
He stinks. Evan.
Give him time.
Hey, Evan. You like Kuzma?
He might be one of the worst players I've ever seen.
I hate I have to stick up for guys.
I'm dead serious.
He's been ruined in D.C., but I guess, Evan, like if you and I were to go after work, and I mean this, to the Y, and I saw you shoot, I'd come back and give you your propers and say, Evan can shoot. He's not an NBA player. But Kyle
being able to shoot is one thing. Having a skill is one thing. If I cut a clip from last night of Kyle Kuzma, like 8 seconds, and I asked you what he was doing,
he was bad.
I don't think that you could give me a straight answer because I don't think he knew what he was doing.
And I'm holding on to the past. Kyle Kuzma, late Laker career, early with. Like, dude, he's beaten down. How much can a guy take, man?
He's in the NBA. Grow your game.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City, nothing.
I won't defend him.
Memphis, nothing, right?
Yep.
Denver, nothing. Rockets, nothing.
Nope.
And then we get to the Lakers. They did something.
But let's be honest. What's that signal that you're kind of behind when you need to add? You know what? I feel like Boston's complete. They're lollygagging through the regular season, but they're complete. They're secure. The Warriors were searching since the offseason, and it didn't go the way they kind of thought it would go. But you got your guy, and now the Butler did it. He's here.
So let me just run through this real quick. Oklahoma City, Memphis, and Denver.
Can I interrupt you, Scotty? I got to apologize to Evan and you. Kuzma airballed the free throw. Did you? I'm done. Hey, I'm done defending these cats. I was like, what's up, dude? How do you airball a free throw?
You're not done.
I'm retired, Stan. I need different clientele to defend. Give me airball to front. Did he just not? I looked at everybody, act like nothing happened.
He made the second one.
Oh, let's give him a cookie.
They could have played for the Warriors before they got Butler. One of two.
Boy. Anyway, I interrupted you.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
All right. You think the Lakers are 32 or 32?
You know where I'm at.
You think they're going to get better?
Yes.
Okay. So the Warriors won't be able to catch them. So that's 4 out. Houston's 33-20. I don't think you can catch them.
They're so young, I don't think you can catch them, Stoney. That's just me.
Now, what about this team? The LA Clippers. I said this to Evan today. I think the Clippers have been the most under-the-radar team in the Western Conference this year.
And you deserve a raise for it.
They haven't really been in the news, but they're plugging along.
And they're
29.
playing pretty good basketball, and now Kawhi's getting his legs under him. So if you were asking me, Goo, do you think they could keep it up? I'm going to say yes.
And they also got Bogdanovich, who can shoot it a little bit.
I forgot that.
And we'll see. But, the Clippers, are they going to be better than they were in the first half? They might be. And they're 6 games over. What about Minnesota?
I got to tell you, I would give Finchie the coach of the year right now. Stoney, it feels like they're 4 under, and they're what, 5 over 500?
30-24.
Yeah, 6. Like, Edwards is just incredible, but the right on the table for them is Julius Randle, the ball stopper, will come back.
Yeah, come off the bench.
You think that?
That's what I told Finchy.
Yeah.
I
don't know how that'll go.
You can't start Randle when he comes back.
Wow. I don't see that happening because
he didn't respond.
Well,
but I told him.
But anyway,
I'm out.
I could really see them falling off, but I feel like addition by subtraction.
I think they're going to be where about they are now. Can I assume Dallas and the Kings you think are in trouble?
I'm giving the Kings. They're not. I think the Kings got a chance in making the play-in. So I don't got them falling off. And they came and won that game or stole it from. Almost lost it from Dallas last night.
The other team is San Antonio.
I think they're just
Phoenix.
too far back.
I think they are far back. They're 3 and back in the Warriors. And I mean, if you're the Warriors, I think you could rightfully expect Dallas, Sacramento, and Phoenix. I don't know if they're going to have a great second half.
And when you say second half, I get kind of mad. Not at you, just the math. Stoney, it's 29. It's going to be 27 games for some teams. Like, it ain't 41-41 like it should be. Like, it's go time next Wednesday. I think we got a game Wednesday. Lakers 1 game Wednesday. I think it's Lakers Hornets. I could be wrong. Next Wednesday, after the first game after the break.
Is that when it is, Wednesday?
Yeah.
So they get like 6 days off, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Kerr. Let's get to more sound from Steve Kerr. Just talking about the integration of Jimmy Butler.
It has been absolutely seamless, and it's because of Jimmy's IQ. He just has an incredible feel for the game. So all we had to do was give him a few of our actions, terminology, last couple of days, and we just, we're running 3 or 4 things, and otherwise it's just basketball, and he knows how to play basketball.
All right, Steve Kerr talking about Jimmy Butler, and it is all good right now for the Golden State Warriors. They've won 2 in a row. And Jimmy Butler has looked, excellent. The Warriors have looked very good, except for the first half against Chicago, and they turned that around in a hurry. The young guys are chipping in.
Yes,
Moody, Pajemski.
And growing.
Quinton Post.
I wanted him to finish the game yesterday, but
I didn't even know that he did.
Yeah.
I just know that he hit some daggers. Quinton Post
is not scared.
I mean, when's the last stretch 5 the Warriors had?
I can't. You give me one.
I mean, Mo Spates.
Well, nice call.
But this guy shoots threes at a higher rate, I think, than Mo. I always remember Mo hitting that like top of the key jumper that
he did
wasn't quite a 3.
Yeah.
Obviously, Bogut didn't do it.
But
JaVale McGee didn't do it.
This way, Stoney. Man.
Yeah, no. Quinton Post 4 for 5 last night, 3 for 4 from 3. Got 4 rebounds.
Can pass. Got some. Yeah.
They may have found a little something with Quinton Post. Now he is turning 39 in about 4 weeks.
You hate that. So was this?
I don't hate that.
So this was a Bob Myers pick.
I don't hate that.
QP was a Bob Myers.
No, he was drafted this year. He's a rookie.
All right. I'm thrown off by the years. So, yeah, for the people saying they could, what's the draft look like? Man.
I like older guys when they get drafted. I don't like older guys when they get to the end of their careers.
Well, his is just starting, and Steiny, they don't have anything like him. And right now, he's got a pretty form. What about his shot? It's smooth.
I mean, the other thing about, he's been playing for a while. He's 24 years old. He's going to turn 25, I think, pretty soon. So, I mean, you see these guys who get 4 years of schooling.
Man.
I mean, he needed half a year to get acclimated, and then Steve Kerr starts him.
And I got worried about him. I'm being honest, I know we had him on a while back. He was great. I got worried about him. His first game against Anthony Davis, Christmas, against AD in that Laker game. The numbers weren't there or whatnot, but he was just getting, broken into the league. But I was like, we kind of hadn't heard anything from him after that. And then he just stayed ready. And now, Stein, if you ask me right now who I'd start at the 5, it's QP.
Yeah, he's 24. He's going to be 25 in March. So he's got some seasoning. He knows. He seems to know how to play.
Him and Connecty.
888-957-9570 is the number, and we are talking about the Golden State Warriors, the new-look Golden State Warriors. Here's the other thing I talked about the other day, and now I might want to amend it a little bit. So when I was talking about the Warriors making a move, I think this whole team revolves around Draymond and Steph. And so I remember thinking, it's going to be hard to change the dynamic if both of those guys are still here. It's just, it's hard. But Jimmy Butler is a little bit different. And he has lessened the importance of Draymond Green a little bit. Maybe not on the court.
No, I feel you, man.
But the dynamic of this team is changing a little bit, even with Curry and Draymond Green. Like I think, and listen, I'm not saying this to get into an argument or anything like that, but I kind of think that Steph and Draymond Green are in lockstep that Jimmy Butler's the best player on the team. I mean, he's the best player on the team. And even if Curry doesn't believe it, it doesn't matter. It's about play. It's about him playing like they think he's the best player on the team. And this guy's walked right onto this team and earned the respect, at least as a player from Steph and Draymond. And
I love it.
He has changed the dynamic a little bit on this team.
And
for sure.
Yeah, Stoney, I feel that. I'm watching it, and I'll say this because I want to knock on wood, and I will. If anybody on the Warriors, if Evan hits the breaking news sounder and somebody were to get hurt and miss an extended amount of time like Kuminga, if it's not Curry or Butler, why do I tell you I feel like all state, we're still in good hands? Like, that's how I feel now. Before Butler, if one of those guys, Dre or Steph, went down, I'm like, oh, boy, it's really – like, I don't feel that anymore. I feel like another – do I dare say parent? There's an adult in a room in regard to his basketball wisdom and everything that comes with it, to where you got Steph – like, you got Steph and Butler, Steiny. I don't care who's not available. You still can get it done.
I mean, obviously, they don't want to lose anybody.
Of course.
And I think if they were to lose somebody for 3 or 4 weeks, they'd be done if it were one of those three guys.
Right, but I'm saying 2 of them, it's not. Jimmy and Steph.
Well, I don't know if they can get it done with just Jimmy and Steph. But maybe. I mean, maybe. They certainly are more equipped to win a game with Jimmy and Steph than when they didn't have Jimmy Butler and were missing a guy.
Do you ever wonder, and it's not been that long, but you asked me about an hour ago, Steiny, I really do believe had they got a guy that shot the 3 ball 6 or 8 times, I don't know if they would have the impact that Jimmy Butler's having because his game is so different. I'm wondering if it looks so great now, not only because they won, forget who they played, stylistically, the fact that this dude lives inside the paint. Like, that is so huge.
Yeah. I'm interested to see, how it continues. And if they start playing better teams, how he gets defended and how teams are going to react to Butler being on the floor. But he's fit in. He's fit in seamlessly. Speaking of Quinton Post, let's listen to Steve Kerr on the
Pod snitched on him yesterday. Go ahead.
On the 7-foot rookie.
I mean, that last 3, I think there were 20 seconds on the shot clock. And so the confidence is really impressive with Quinton. I'm just so impressed by, just the way he plays, the nature of his game. There's no hesitation. He knows exactly what he's doing. So it makes him quicker than he actually is. When you know what's coming, when you have a feel for the game like he does, improves your ability to make things happen and to stay in front defensively. And he's a well-schooled, well-coached player who's come in here as a rookie, just ready to go.
That's Steve Kerr on Quinton Post.
Yeah. Your boy dined him out on the.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So Pods talked to Kalina and the guys after the game.
All right.
And they asked him about QP3's game that he just had, right?
Okay.
Big three-pointers. And Pods out of nowhere, nobody asked him about it. He goes, yeah, his girlfriend's on the trip with him, so maybe he's playing good. And then they go to Bonte Mosley offenses, and they're like, hey, Pods, you didn't have to share that information about who's on the trip with my guy. I just thought it was odd. Like, damn, Pods, you ain't got to tell him who I got on the trip with me, pal.
Yeah, I don't know if the Warriors allow wives and girlfriends.
Well,
I think they do on certain trips.
Yeah. Well, but QP's on this one.
Pods,
what's up?
I mean,
baby?
she could have. Where'd they play first? Saturday was
Chicago.
So yeah, she flies into Chicago. You can drive from Chicago to Milwaukee. It's an hour and 15 minutes. Can we get to the bottom? Then you get to Milwaukee, and you got to go to.
Yeah, but not even
where are we going?
Dallas.
She's going to have to take a flight to Dallas.
Yeah, Greyhound.
Yeah, Greyhound.
And then Dallas and Houston.
But Pods just nonchalantly, yeah, she's on the trip like, hey, we don't need to know that, right? Hey, don't talk about that. Oh, that's pretty funny.
Who was I? Where did I see this the other day where a guy was talking about he got traded? Oh, Shaq. Shaq was talking about
the
it.
Big fella.
Where when he went to, I forget, was it Miami? Yeah. Let me do this first. I'm going to give you the keyword to win a spot at Chase Center. I'm going to do it right now. Here's the keyword. Key. As in Jimmy Butler scores in the key. Key. At some point before 1 o'clock, you're going to hear this sounder. No. There it is. When you hear that sounder, be caller number 1 to the contest line, and you will be headed to the Chase Center. Keyword is key, and we'll be playing that sounder at some point before 1 o'clock. Don't call now. All right, 888-957-9570 if you want to join into the conversation. Jimmy Butler has changed the complexion of this team. At least that's the way it looks for the first 2 games. And how excited are you, Warrior fans, about this? You think with 29 games to go, all of a sudden this team has action? I don't know. Maybe they do. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
When I think about what I want in 2025, I'm fed up with all this vibe crap. We want buckets, Steph.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, those Warriors, they got our attention again.
Yeah. Evan could kill that clip I just played. We want buckets because he's giving them to us.
I think it's actually perfect.
I do too.
Jimmy buckets.
Wow.
I want Jimmy buckets, Steph.
Man. My man. Edgar Allan Poe.
Remember what that was born out of, that little rant of yours.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
When they were losing.
Right, but they said the vibe's good.
Yeah.
Right.
That was just talk. They needed to go make a move, and boy, did they.
What do you give me for this? And you put this idea in my head. So Doncic gets traded to the Lakers. And the minute he gets there, it's obvious this is his team. This is his team.
That's right.
I know LeBron's there and he's 40, but that's why it's Luka's team. Like, he walked into the gym and it's all about Luka Doncic.
All right.
Isn't that what's happening with Butler? Could that happen with Butler? Like, I get it. It'll always be Steph's team. But Jimmy Butler has changed the dynamic of this team to the point where I think you said it, he may have lessened the importance of Draymond Green.
And I guess we obviously have to be on the inside to know that. But again, Steiny, we're not trying to pit anybody against each other. We're not. I'm just telling you right now, with that extension that the Warriors gave Jimmy Butler, keys came with that in a sense.
I agree.
And there is no doubt right now, Steiny, if I ask you which way you're going, Dre or Butler, I'm going with Mr. Buckets. That's just what it is. So
I think
if a message was subliminal, I don't know. But I'm just watching this Warrior team, and that's why I said, man, as crazy and deranged as this thought is, if anybody gets hurt outside of Steph and Jimmy Buckets, I still think we got action, especially with all these young guys stepping up every chance they get. It's interesting.
Yeah, here's the way I look at it. If you can't afford to lose Curry or Butler, you might be able to get by without Green for a little while.
Yeah.
And especially if Kuminga comes back soon anyway. But let's not talk about injuries. Let's go to George in Los Altos. How's it going, George? What's going on? George in Los Altos. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good, fellas.
Good.
You guys remind me of my husband and wife. Me and my wife. I love the way you guys go back and forth and back and forth. I get a kick out of it.
Oh, thank you.
Wow.
Yeah. But that ain't the reason why I called.
All
right. When they were first talking to Jimmy and interviewed him, and so he's talking about what do you think about the Warriors? About what he says, just pass the ball to Steph and get out of the way. And I said, he doesn't really mean that. He doesn't. You know what? I think he does mean it. I think that he knows this is Steph's team. I don't believe he has any intentions of trying to make this Jimmy's team. I love what he's done so far. We were so predictable. We're now multidimensional. Having him in the lineup is fantastic. I can't wait till Kuminga comes back, even though I'm a little bit scared on how that's all going to work. I don't know what you guys think about that.
No,
there's only so many spots, but I'm just going to be curious, man. But if Kuminga comes back and plays with force and they figure out a way to get, Kuminga, Jimmy, and Steph all rolling at the same time, I don't think there's any reason why we can't get to the 6th seed. And I'm hoping that happens. But finally, I'm really looking forward to next year, because some of these young kids, like Post and Moody is great, and Paz just gets better and better. They're going to be a really good squad next year. We're still going to need an addition, but I think the future looks much, much better now than it did before. And that's all I got to say, fellas.
Good stuff, George.
Thanks, man.
Real good stuff. Yeah, about it being Jimmy's team or Steph's team. Like, it's always going to be Steph's team, even if he's not the best player on the team. And I'm not saying he's not, but even if there comes a point where he's not.
He's the best at what he does, Steiny.
But the thing about Butler is he is a number one. And the bottom line is this. the Warriors, and I've heard this before, when we were talking about this Warriors team before the trade, there was a lot of sentiment out there where we need to get a player better than Steph. Actually, we need a one, and we need Steph to. Well, that's what they got. I mean, you've been saying
hit it out the park.
Here's the other thing: you've been saying all year that Steph needs help. Steph needs help. Steph needs help. So now you get Jimmy Butler in here, and he's going to be who Jimmy Butler is, which means he's going to have, he's going to create an aura around him, and I think Curry's going to be fine with it. We'll see how Draymond has to deal with it. I'm not saying they're going to get into conflict, but I just feel like this team's almost more about Jimmy Butler now than Draymond.
But Steiny, why do I feel like there are two welcome mats? Like the team knew, and I feel like Draymond included Steph, obviously, Steiny, with just his body language and mannerisms and podium game after games. I feel like, let's just say Jimmy Butler's name was Matt Steinmetz. If you could do what Jimmy could, they are going to welcome you. Like, they are so far past the, how am I going to eat? Am I losing any chicken? It's just about we needed a shot in the arm. And the best part about it to me, again, for the millionth time, is Steiny. He is not canceling. Jimmy Butler doesn't cancel Curry out. And the fact that his game is so different, it makes them stronger.
Well, it appears to have, for sure. 415, Jimmy's not a 1. He's more like a 1.5.
Well, what? He took the 20, and I know you don't like the pass, but I'm going to bring it up. Are we shocked now that Jimmy Butler in 2023 took a team where he was the best player to the finals, and they were the ace seed? So think about that. Think about that road that we talk about. We know it's a bear, but Jimmy Butler did that. And I know the Warriors won in 2022, quit living in the past, but it just speaks to, like, Goose, slow down. This dude's incredible.
All righty, there's the sounder, and it's your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. Call the contest line at 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. And say the keyword that we gave you earlier in the segment, and you are playing Knockout at Chase Center with 95.7 The Game.
Let's go.
All right, one more time. 415-523-4652. Caller number 6 to the contest line is playing Knockout at Chase Center. Yes, the same floor where Steph Curry plays his games. Caller number 6 on 95.7 The Game. There you go. That's going to be a fun day for you guys out there. We'll see if Guru can come through this year.
Now, Stoney, I've been playing. I know now if I miss. See, if I real quick, if I had known I could miss, the pressure would have been off. Because I'm quick, and I would have got the rebound like Evan was saying, go get it. So now I know I got like Geico. If I miss, I can go get it and put it in like a cat. I can't wait.
Don't make a fool of yourself.
No, Stoney,
please.
Please.
Please. Don't be a laughing stock.
I got a speech already made.
For what?
If I win it. No, seriously.
And like this is a
long one.
This is a no seriously for me.
I'm serious.
No, seriously. You can't take it this seriously.
Stop it.
Like, stop it. Fitz is right, and he's coming on in 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, man.
Let's go to Alex in Oakland. Hey, what's up, Alex? How you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
Feeling good.
Hey, look, I wanted to say, and I know Guru will know this reference.
Oh.
Jimmy Butler is to the Warriors what Johnny Gill was to New Edition.
Oh my gosh.
It took him from this cute little boy band to this grown man group.
Wow.
That's what Jimmy Butler does.
Wow.
He's elevating the intensity of what the other guys can do.
Wow.
So now he's taking the pressure off Steph. Steph is able to be a little more free, not so much pressure on him with 3 people guarding him. But Jimmy Butler is that presence in the middle that says, hey, Steph, I see you there waiting to shoot that three, but I'm going to get this 2 and get fouled.
I love it.
So I'm going to get a 3-2.
I love that.
And that's what Jimmy Butler is.
Yeah, Johnny Gill, Steiny. My.
Can you please?
My.
Can you explain it to me?
So they lost Bobby Brown.
Who's
he left
they?
the group. New Edition, a great R&B group. Hits like
that's different than New Kids on the Block. Right?
Yeah, they wanted to be them. But yeah, they New Kids. I can't hate.
All right.
But Ralph Tresvant was the lead singer of New Edition. But the real singer was the guy that could take it somewhere else with his vocals was Bobby Brown.
Okay.
He got into it and left and went and did his own thing, had success. And they went and got Johnny Gill. Oh, boy. And Johnny Gill.
Popped off?
Oh, it popped. They kept it going. Can you stand the rain? You know, they performed at Chase 2 years ago, Steiny. Called me on stage, and I did the little dances.
Wait, what?
Yeah, New Edition came to Chase Center. A couple people hated that they called me up. It wasn't fixed. I just was in the right place at the right time. And I butchered the verses of the song.
Is this when you said give yourself a round of applause?
No, that was it. Oh, boy. Yeah, that was different.
That's very.
I was off that gas then. Oh, boy.
All right,
yeah.
so Eddie Gill.
Johnny
Gill. Hey, Johnny Gill. He brought new Edition to new heights.
There you go.
And Jimmy Butler attempting to do same with the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
And so far, so good with Jimmy Butler. Hey, I saw a report. You saw it, actually. Brandon Ingram.
Yeah.
3 years, $120 million. 3 years, $120. That's $40 million a pop.
And Rich Paul he's a gangster. As my boy Silk Basie said, how do you get him that bread? Not hating on Ingram Stein. He's injured. He's hurt, but I don't know what Toronto's doing, but I'll say this, they got some young talent.
Does that, let's just put it out there.
Oh, no.
Does that impact Kuminga at all? Ingram getting 40. Is Kuminga does he even matter when you hear Ingram's getting 40?
I'm still with Coach Stoney. I think he's going to, you find money for what you want, okay? And I think the Warriors want, and Joe Lacob mainly wants Jonathan Kuminga on his watch. And I think that comes out to 30 for me, Stoney. I know you could be like, where are they going to get it? I don't know.
I'm just looking at Ingram's stats.
What, 18 a game?
More than that.
What is it for?
I mean, he went 16-18 the first 3 years of his career. Then he went 23-8, 23-8, 22-7, 24-7, 20.8, and this year's averaging 22.2.
Yeah.
Well, we got Fitz.
Our guy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's bring on the TV voice of the Golden State Warriors, Bob Fitzgerald. What's going on? What's going on, Bob? How you doing?
What's up, guys? How are you?
We're doing well. You're with the team, and you were there before the trade deadline, after the trade deadline. Do you feel an infusion of energy?
Yeah, I mean, things are a little different, obviously. I mean, the last couple of games being wins were great. Obviously, Jimmy Butler is an elite player. There's still going to be a learning process on how they best integrate him and implement all his strengths. But you got the Warriors, playing pretty quality defense. You got them executing in the half court. And more importantly, you got them shooting a ton of free throws. And so I think really good wins against Chicago, Milwaukee, and now let's really jump into the deep end of the pool with Dallas and Houston on a back-to-back, heading right, as you know, Matt, like into summer school. The All-Star break is always that last day of school feel, so who's got the motivation? Usually the road teams are like, where are we going on vacation? When can we end this? But for the Dubs, every game's so critical, so Dallas, Houston are major, major games before this trip is over.
Yeah.
No doubt. Fitz, I needed you. I missed you, and your old partner and my great friend Pete Franklin, rest in peace, told me fan is short for fanatic. So, Fitz, I don't know if you've been listening. I've been down, man. I didn't know what to think. I just knew Curry and the gang needed help. I'd take Durant, Levine, whoever. I was pro just bring somebody in. I know it's 2 games, Fitz, but the fact that Jimmy Butler has reminded me and us that he does a lot of his stuff inside, in the paint, I just feel like the Warriors have diversified their portfolio, and now I don't know where it's going, Fitz, but I feel like I did when they had Durant, and I'm not comparing the two. They just got another weapon who can get them to the free throw line.
Well, I think, Guru, you're onto something in that Steph and Jimmy both alluded to it after the Chicago game. The kind of opposites attract is that in that Chicago game, we saw the Warriors go 5 of 10 in the first quarter on threes. And you're like, hey, and then they missed 10 straight threes. You got to have a different part of your attack. You know, the nights you make threes, hey, it's the greatest thing ever. But if you're clanking a bunch of them and you're easier to guard because everybody knows you have no threat of anything inside, then that makes you a less explosive offensive team, more predictable offensive team. So Jimmy Butler is very different than Steph Curry as a player. And then he's also a very different guy to have run the second unit when Steph sits. So these non-Steph minutes, the Warriors are making hay during that time, too. He also gets you into the bonus, so now when anyone else gets bumped into, that's free throws later in a quarter, too. So Jimmy Butler brings a lot to the table. Now, when he was in Miami, he had Duncan Robinson and Tyler Hero, but he didn't have Steph Curry. So for Jimmy Butler, I think he's like, hey, I got an assassin out of the perimeter myself. And then, okay, team goes zone. Put Jimmy Butler in the middle. Now Draymond's getting layups and dunks and things like that. So in a very short period of time, without even a practice yet, you're starting to see how the Warriors can look different, and they're going to have to look different to win games because the West is a total bumper car thing all the way to the end of the season.
Yeah, Bob Fitzgerald joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him do Warriors games on NBC Sports Bay Area with Kalen Azubuike. And let me ask you this. Just forget the stats. Let's use the eye test, because I asked our listeners here, what's the one thing you've noticed that's changed since Jimmy Butler's been here? Like with your eyes.
Well, I mean, Steve Kerr said Jimmy Butler is a lion, okay? The guy has a presence. Like when he comes on the floor, like Draymond has a presence, Steph has a presence. Jimmy Butler comes on, and there is a look to him like he ain't playing. So if you're an opponent, you think, oh, I'm going to ISO and take Jimmy Butler down to the post. Nope, he's too strong. When the Warriors ISO and Jimmy Butler has a guy, he's going to get to the rim or he's going to get fouled. Like, there are different guys that are at that elite level who are all NBA caliber, have a presence to him. And that's what I noticed the most. I mean, obviously I've seen him as an opponent for the 14 years, he's been in the league. I've called, many more seasons than that. But he's 6'7", a little bigger than you think, a little stronger than you think, a little more determined than you think. Like, seeing him up close these last couple of games, like, oh, Jimmy Butler is like a real thing. I think that's the eye test for me.
Fitz, my father always told me, son, the best gift you could have is the present, and I'm trying to stay in it because I'm excited through 2 games. But can you walk us through, if your mind just wanders, when that day does come? I know it's a little while. When he does come back, just how this team will look with him, because I'm breaking out in hives thinking about it for the betterment of the team.
Well, I think the thing, Guru, when you look at Kuminga was playing his best basketball right when he got hurt. And that was, let's stop all this. The starter, he's coming off the bench. Just stop it. He was playing 30-plus minutes. He was scoring big points. He was in when it mattered. He gave the Warriors a downhill attack, got them to the foul line a lot. JK was either threes or the rim, and it got rid of some of the mid-range stuff where he's not all that efficient. I'm hoping that when he comes back, that it's just a carryover of his good basketball, because I think he will be an elite scorer and a different, like when I see Jimmy Butler get a steal and he's going to throw ahead in JK at F1 speed to the rim to dunk on somebody, like that's another missing piece, because very quietly, look how well Podziemski's playing. Look how well Quinton Post is playing. Look how well Moody is playing. Look how well Buddy Hield has been great on this road trip after having 2 months of really struggling to shoot the ball. So all these other pieces, Kuminga's another monster piece that you could add to it, and he's different than anyone else on the roster athletically. So I'm just hoping the JK I saw right before he got hurt January 4th is the JK you get hopefully coming back after the All-Star break.
Bob, I need you here. I need you in a big way, and I want you to follow me here.
I'm with you.
I really need you here.
Boy.
So the Golden State Warriors were stuck in a little malaise second half of the season. Mired in the 11th spot. Doesn't look like they were going anywhere. And they get Jimmy Butler. And now all of a sudden they've got action. And I'm thinking back to 2007 when the Warriors were 26-35 and they got Baron Davis back. And they went 16-5, got into the playoffs, and beat the Dallas Mavericks. I think there's a little comparison. I get it. This team's already won championships, but they're going to need to go 19-9 or something like that to move up the standings. What do you think? What do you give me for that?
I don't think they need to go 19-9. Okay. Although I love the analogy. I think because I don't disabuse anything you just said, Matty. I look at the schedule and I look at how many road games and I look at some of the opponents and I'm hoping 43-44 wins, which I think the best thing mathematically, and I hope I'm wrong, but is that you're in the 7-8 play-in game. Because if you win one game, then you're already in a 7-game playoff series. And you give me Steph and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green in one game, I like them in a play-in situation. Then you say, all right, 7-gamer against Memphis, 7-gamer against Houston. Okay, 7-gamer against the Clippers or however the things shake out. I think the Warriors then, all the stuff of a regular season and preseason and the slog of all these years for all these guys, now you got to beat them 4 times. And there is that we believe kind of, there was just something about that team, Matt. You covered that team. I live with that team. Like, there was just something about those guys where you're like, I don't know, man. I don't know who's going to take them out 4 times.
Right.
There's a feel to it. So as the Warriors, these next 2 games are going to be real hard. But after this, after the All-Star break, everybody's healed up. Here you go. Here's the sprint to the finish. These guys that have the rings, they start to smell something like the postseason. You never put anything past them. And I think that's where the excitement level is of, all right, just get in the tournament and then let's see what happens. And Jimmy Butler, look at where Miami came to get to the finals the last couple of years.
Yes.
They weren't some top of the conference team. They got in and then playoff Jimmy showed up, and playoff Jimmy's numbers are better than even regular season Jimmy's numbers. So that would be really exciting. But I do think that the last chapter of this year has yet to be written and is going to be a hell of a lot more interesting than some of the middle parts of the year that were really frustrating for everyone.
No doubt, Fitz. And I feel like I watch every game with you and Kalina. I'm sitting there like, man, I don't have the answers. Let me ask you about Quinton Post, because Steiny and I were throwing back, throwing it out. When was the last time the Warriors had a stretch 5? But right before the trading deadline, Fitz, I was like, hey, if you want to get Vucevic, hey, okay, I want to see him play. But now I'm like, man, what do the Warriors have in this young kid who can pass, rebound, and as you saw last night, Fitz, he can shoot, and he's got confidence.
Well, I mean, I'm going to do the Quinton Post thing in a second, but can we just stop for a second and look at Mike Dunleavy? 52nd pick, Quinton Post. 57th pick, Trace Jackson Davis. Late 20s, Jordan Poole. 19th pick, Brandon Pajemski. Undrafted, Pat Spencer, Guy Santos. You think Mike might have a clue about basketball talent and evaluating people? Like, I'm telling you, how many teams have dudes in the 50s on their roster, let alone guys that are undrafted that are playing and things like that? So what gets you excited is that up and down the roster, even with injuries, the Warriors are putting out some productive players. Now, Quinton Post, this guy, international player, plays to Mississippi State, transfers to Boston College, starts killing it in the G League. I don't know how often you guys keep track of Santa Cruz, but I do a lot, actually, to be honest. And I saw a 30-point game. Oh, that was nice. 30-point game. Whoa, what the hell is that? 28-point game. Like, wait a minute. This guy is the 52nd pick, is putting up 30 spots, and then you see the three-point shooting's not like a fluke. Right. Like, we're getting to like enough of a sample size where this guy's railing fourth quarter threes on the road to Milwaukee and screaming on people and letting everybody know about it. So there's something about that where okay, Rick Smits was the dunking Dutchman. I got to work on what a 3-point shooting Dutchman looks like, but
Nice.
there's something about him that's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. And when you have Draymond and you have Jimmy Butler and you have these big personalities, now you have these like young, frisky guys that they're all playing above their skis and thinking they're all that sometimes, and that's kind of fun. Like it's an energy thing. So Quinton Post can wake up every day and be 7 feet tall. Guys that are 7 feet tall that can shoot like that are a little more rare. Now, lateral quickness, teams going after him defensively, he's got to learn the league. Like this is all true. But I'll take 18 in Chicago. I'll take 13 off the bench. I'll take fourth quarter threes because you got to cobble together this whole Warrior puzzle with everybody. You got 3 Hall of Famers like leading the way, but there's your Kevon Looney nights, there's your GP2 nights, there's your E. Santos nights, there's your Moses Moody nights, and then to your point a couple minutes ago, Guru, hopefully there's a Kuminga nights, but they're going to need everybody because the West is just a gauntlet. We see it every night.
Yeah, Bob, I can't help but think what's also going or working in Quinton Post's favor is that he's almost 25 years old. Yep. So he probably feels like he belongs more than a 20-year-old just entering the league.
Yeah, I mean, the running joke, and I think we shared it a little bit on the air, is that, Pat Spencer, 28, Jackson Rowe comes up from the G League, he's 28, Quinton Post is 25, and Pajemski says, hey, look at the young guys tonight. It's like, these guys are 6 years older than you. Like, what are you talking about, young guys? Like, so, but you're right, Matt, is that, and Steve always says the same thing with Trace Jackson Davis, same thing with Draymond. Guys that have played college ball, guys that have played internationally, guys that have, grounded out in the G League to make it to the league. There's something about their work ethic, kind of their gravitas, the not taking anything for granted, making the most of every opportunity, and you kind of pull for that. You do. Like, you have generational physical talents that come into the league all the time. I mean, I can't believe Wembanyama's 20 years old. Like, right. Stuff like that is just ridiculous. But this league is all about when you arrive, what you do when you get your opportunity. And I think that's where the Warriors up and down the roster, when they call on people, these guys are giving you, 1,000 miles an hour, and there's something good about playing hard all the time. Just the game rewards it. If you dive on the floor, if you rebound, if you run the floor, you sprint back and deflect the ball, like, the game rewards playing hard. And there's so many games in the NBA that sometimes the teams that just have more players playing hard, they're the ones that end up winning games.
Fitz, we gave, and rightfully so, Wiggins some love. I mean, they don't win that championship in 2022 without him. And if I'm prying, you let me know. But we always hear it from the player side the day of or the night of the trading deadline. You are a part of that team. You were in Utah. Can you just walk us through that experience and how that goes?
That was such a tough night because you got to love Andrew Wiggins, man. You got to love him. Like, you acquire him with Kuminga, the pick that became Kuminga. And, he was the number 1 pick. He was this, he was out of Minnesota. And then you get to be around the guy. And you're just thinking, is there a nicer guy that you're ever going to meet? I mean, is there a guy that has this unique skill set? Could he fit more perfectly with Steph and Clay? And then you see him rebuild his reputation, make an all-star team, and then other than Steph Curry, was the best player in the postseason in winning a championship. And so, then he goes through a very difficult, family situation with his father passing away, and then gets through it, just had a baby son with him and Michael, and then now is playing, you saw he was averaging 20 a game the last 10 games, and then he's traded, and that's the business of the league, which sucks. But happy for him, proud of him, and always will be a Wiggins fan. Like, just one of my all-time favorite guys, just in terms of, I don't know that you could meet a nicer guy and just how he went about things. Like, he wasn't low maintenance, he was no maintenance.
Yeah. Hey, Bob, I know we've kept you wild. You got time for one more?
Sure.
What'd you think of the Doncic trade?
Okay.
Yeah. I can't wait, Bob.
Okay. Now, for whatever reason, and I'm not privy to all the information, but for whatever reason you decide that the guy who's only tracked to like LeBron his first 5 years of his career in terms of making all NBA and being 25 years old. You decide you're going to trade him. Okay. I don't have all the information, but that's your decision. You need to call 29 other teams in the NBA. If Rudy Gobert is in a 5 number 1 pick trade, and Mikal Bridges is in a 5 number 1 pick trade, and even the Mark Williams trade that was rescinded had 2 number 1s in it, and you're getting 1 number 1 pick, like Anthony Davis is an incredible player. Max Christie's a really good player. But we have precedent in this league now with 4 or 5 number 1 picks flying all over the place in transactions. You can't deal with one team. Right. You can't. So I don't run Dallas. I don't run the Lakers. Everybody makes decisions for the reason. But just as an NBA observer, I was stunned at the lack of draft capital in that trade. That's just all. That would be my helicopter view, again, without knowing all the ins and outs.
It makes no sense, Fitz. Yep.
All right, Fitz. Hey, thanks a lot.
Take it easy.
Enjoy Dallas, and we'll talk to you soon.
Hey, you guys just made my day. I mean, it's like you got a plane flight, you get Milwaukee, get here, but I get Steiny and Guru. Give me that all day.
Oh, wow. You're too kind, Bob.
All right.
Yeah.
See you guys. Be good.
All right, man. Bob Fitzgerald.
Who would be our
television voice?
Who would be our Wiggins here at the station? Who met that? I would say Evan Giddings.
Careful here.
He said, I've never heard low maintenance, no maintenance. I'm still in that. I've never heard that.
But Evan's not low maintenance.
To me, you are, Drew.
That's not what you tell me.
I am
he's
not
lying.
low maintenance. That's a fact. Although
to me, you are. You are just. I can count on you to be you, man. You're something else. You over here, look at you ain't Wiggins, but
as far as the company,
no maintenance.
Hey, look, the person to ask this to is the boss. All right, and I guarantee you, if you said, "Hey, Nahegian," let's be honest, we had Bonte, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, Dibbs, and you said, I know they all have different personalities, but who's the guy who's low maintenance? Who do you not have to worry about?
Everything.
The answer is me. I provide no headaches for that guy. None. Zero. He asks me to do something, I do it.
What hurts me is I hope this is a bit. Because I'll
It's
come
not a
up
bit.
you if
It's
you
not a
think
bit.
it's real.
It's not a
Steiny,
bit.
You're the highest of maintenance.
You're crazy. Give me one example.
When
Give
you
me
walk
one
in, I
example.
can feel your temperature, right? Like we have to take this.
That's right. This gets me
Get
up
to him.
You just said that you caused me the least amount of stress?
Yes.
Did you hear what you just said before?
He's playing.
If you ask Bonte, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, or Dibbs, Bonte is not doing the morning show. It's Spadoni.
I know, but he hasn't been here long enough to know if he's low maintenance or not.
Tell him the truth,
four
boss.
things today already. If you want me to go over them.
Wait, what?
And your partner screwed up at least 2 things.
Now, see,
you guys are my biggest headache right now.
Now, see, I'm really mad because he was real in some of that. I'm gonna get to the Steiny.
That's a bit. He knows we're low maintenance.
It ain't a bit.
Well, hold on.
You know what? He better be careful.
You guys better be careful.
Do you know how many times I check my company email to see if somebody's nominated me? Nobody's nominated me for like it hurts, man. What else do I got to do? Like I'm there for everybody. I don't change. You suck the air out of a room without even breathing. Like, Steiny, it's not you. Cut the charades. Dude, you're doing a good job, right? You deserve an Emmy. It's not you.
All right.
Do you know who you really are?
If you created a time, how often is a certain host in Nahegian's office? I would be the least. I am in his office less than any other guy on this show.
And you're the same guy that told him 2 weeks ago when he was sick, why's your office dark? Like, dude, find out why he's not been here. You can't just say that.
If we're being honest, if it's you, Steiny, and that's a massive if, it's by process of elimination.
Hey, I don't care how I got there. Hey, Don't tell me about the labor pains. Just show me the baby.
My man said not low maintenance, no maintenance.
Yeah, you're nowhere near Wiggins.
Wow.
No one here is.
Stoney, we love you.
I agree with that.
Right.
I agree with that. But in terms of radio people, I'm considered low.
You're closer to Draymond than you are to Wiggins.
You know what? That doesn't bother me. You guys want to do this? You can, go ahead. Keep doing it.
Now, if you were the way you are with Willard, with everybody, then it would be a different story. I'm afraid of Willard.
Who's in his office? You're always in his office. I'm scared of Willard. I need something. I need something else. I need more.
That
gimme.
Oh, my God.
It's all you guys.
Man. Fitz was great.
Yeah. And I got a message from the 510 for Nahigian.
What'd it say?
I'm going to read it right to Nahigian. If Nahigian ever fires you guys, I'll stop listening forever. He doesn't have the guts.
That's him, boss. Every goose has its day, Stoney.
This is always when I have to put in the disclaimer. He's the best boss I ever had.
But why you should be in Hollywood, Tinseltown? You really sounded like we know that was a bit, but it sounded like you believed it.
I am.
Stoney, stop.
Low maintenance doesn't
What
mean...
about Evan when he tells you to do certain, I don't want to drop down, certain things and you kind of do it your way because you're not traditional? That counts.
I'm coachable. None of you guys are. That's a fact.
You think you're coachable, which is part of the problem.
Please.
Calls himself Steph, but I'm coachable.
I'll pull. You know what? I'll show you high maintenance. I'll go Jimmy Butler right now. I'll get myself suspended with pay.
Don't do us a favor, pal. Oh, man.
Pat Riley's waiting.
No doubt.
All right.
But he said I messed something up.
You did. You've been butchering your reads all week.
Hey, they've actually been fantastic. Anyway.
What do we got here? 124. Yeah. All right, here's what's coming up. We're out of 26, right?
That's what I mean.
We got two things coming up. One, of course. Oh, no.
Right. Like, this don't count, right?
Well.
All right. Let's give you a shot to win a trip to Vegas. You and three buddies, $20,000. $5,000 each. You want to go to Circa Hotel in downtown Vegas, one of the best sports bars out there. Swimming pool. You can watch the games from the swimming pool. All right? So you and three buddies can go to Vegas in March for the college basketball tournament. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app, log in, and listen for 1 hour, and you're automatically registered. So download the Odyssey app, log in, and then listen for at least an hour a day, and that gets you registered. It's a national contest, 18 and over. So kids, stay off the phone. But that's how you go to Vegas with $20,000 in your wallet. Also coming up on the crossover, your chance to win tickets to the Friday night Rising Stars game and Saturday's All-Star practice. So we got a lot going on, and we're doing it. We're coming. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. It's a little shtick on your big shtick.
New year, fresh start.
I was at the Circa. Putting in work.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this one caught my eye in Anthony Slater's piece. It is funny. Jimmy Butler on Quinton Post. Jimmy says, "That's my dog. You know, we're both basically from Amsterdam. He plays so incredibly hard and hella smart and can shoot the hell out of it. I like the young fella." And I'm like,
I love that from Jimmy, but what got you perplexed?
Well, what's the Amsterdam? I didn't know Jimmy Butler's got Amsterdam ties.
Well, maybe he's been there and kicked it.
Well, okay, but then don't say we're both from basically Amsterdam. He must have spent more. I'll bet he spent time over there.
It's kind of street lingo, Steiny. He did. Now, he obviously liked it, but he was saying basically he's claiming it.
I'll bet you Jimmy Butler's been to Amsterdam a lot.
Yeah.
And that's why he said that. That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah.
That's what Evan, what do you assume?
Does Jimmy Butler strike you as the type of person that's a literal guy?
I don't know.
More of a tongue-in-cheek person.
I'm going with that, Evan.
I bet. Okay, I'll bet
He's kind of like, he strikes me like Iguodala.
Who? Butler?
Yeah.
I think Jimmy Butler has spent more than 3 months of his life in Amsterdam. That's my call.
Maybe it's where he likes to work out in the offseason.
Well, then it's way more than 3 months.
He's definitely fond of it, Steiny.
But he's not saying he grew up in Amsterdam.
No, I know. But he's also not saying, I spent a day there once.
Yeah.
So.
He also said, he's like, I'm Brazilian and Colombian, and
I don't like any of them.
I love it all.
A lot of love for overseas.
Yeah, and I don't, oh gosh.
Here we go.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to give Evan some 957 The Game history because this was before he arrived. Don't kill the messenger, okay, Steiny? there was a phrase at the station that was made up for you, DTs, and it was called, Evan, Diva Tendencies. And a former host here, still in the family, text that in.
That's funny.
That was made up for you.
That's
Diva
funny.
Tendencies.
Now that's funny.
No. And his name ain't Ante. But it might rhyme with Bonte, Stoney, because we did a show together. DTs, we love you. You were for real, huh? You went in character, boy. Denzel has nothing on you.
You just don't get it, do you? And you never
got a little
will.
cop to you.
You never will. Let's get to some Tim Kawakami sound.
What do you got? What do you have?
What do you want to hear about? Mouth? Kuminga? Butler? Or
you know
their
what?
pursuit of Durant?
Evan came in with his version. I know he's not a doctor of not slow down on Kuminga. We don't know. Yeah, I like to hear his thoughts on Kuminga because, Donnie, he ain't coming back the first game after the All-Star game against Sac.
Kawakami on Kuminga.
I think they want him. I think they've seen a lot of growth from him. We'll see how the season ends. We'll see how he does in the postseason. But I think he's pretty happy about being on this team. I think he loves being with Jimmy Butler. I think he understands that he can pattern some of his game. Like, is there a better player in the league for John Kuminga, given a skill set to model himself after than Jimmy Butler? Like, that's like just about perfect. Again, can they trade him? Yes. Might they trade him? We'll see. That's what they would use to trade to get somebody big. But I think the intent at the moment is to keep Kuminga, and the relief is that they can make a big move, and they did not have to put Kuminga in there. It's tough to value him now anyway. He's hurt. He hasn't played a ton in his 4 seasons. You see the value. You see the skills. Can't quite figure out exactly where he would fit on this roster for the long term, but you want him. And I think, if it's $33, $34 million a year, if it's a little less, a little more, I think the Warriors at some point are at peace with paying that price. Now we'll see if Kuminga wants to pay that. Wants that to be the number, or they want it to be more. I just don't think it's going to get to a point where he's like, get me out of here. I don't see that happening, and I don't see the Warriors going, we don't want this guy anymore.
I don't see him offering him 33 or 34.
Man.
That's the only thing I kind of disagree with. Because I think they set it up with the Butler trade that they're going to say that's a little too much money given our salary constraints. And I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. And
I want to, because he's right with that. He hit it out the park, a grand slam with who better. And I know he's learned from Dre and Steph, but different skill sets. But Jimmy Butler, the toolage and the mentoring he could do if he's not Aaron Rodgers, and it sounds like Jimmy Butler is not Aaron Rodgers.
I don't know what kind of leader he is, or how he deals at all with the young players.
Well, he had some young ones in Miami,
right?
And he I felt like he got the best of them, and I think it's one of those things where guys like that, and I'll even throw Durant, Steph in there, Stoney. When you kind of walk in a room, it's time to work, and we can do whatever, but you got to work.
All I'm saying is when you use the word mentor or you use the word, teaching, I have no idea what Butler does.
Yeah.
I know he's ruined some teams, so I know that there's many people out there that probably don't think he's a great teammate.
Well, let me lay this on you.
Like I don't know if he's going to help Kuminga or not. I don't know if he even cares about Kuminga.
Let me lay this on you. Well, if he cares about winning and doing something this year, I would think he's going to have to, and I think a guy like that would welcome that young energy. But TK said something that I don't want to say bothers me, Stoney, but it's almost an enigma. They don't know what type of player they have in Kuminga. Isn't that the problem after 4 years?
Yeah. I don't know what he is. I should say I don't
know he's a talent.
But that alone doesn't get you paid. Well, you answer the question. Kawakami said, I don't know where he fits in long term.
You don't like I know you're doing the We Believe, and I'm doing the Kawhi with the OGs when he was baby Kawhi. Like Stoney, those 3 guys we talk about, as great as they are, and Dre, Steph, and Jimmy Buckets are nowhere near the phenom athletically that Jonathan Kuminga is. And to Fitz's point, he was playing his best basketball. What's that going to mean when he shows back up? Because the team's gone through, a change. But good God, why do I look at Kuminga like the OGs aren't going to be like, oh, I gotta lose less off my plate. Dre don't even shoot the ball. So I'm figuring on a good day, Stoney, they're going to welcome and need Kuminga to carry him.
But see,
in parts of the game. Like it's almost perfect.
See, and this is where I get it. It's cute, but it's part of the problem. He's not a baby Kawhi. Like, why would you say that? Kawhi Leonard is so polished as a pro. Like, he can do every facet.
I'm speaking from the point of, come on now, don't take it there.
But that's what, he's not even.
Who's the most athletic player on the Golden State Warriors?
Kuminga.
Who attacks the rim with the most reckless abandon? Kuminga. Okay, who was playing
their best? Who's the best mid-range shooter like Kawhi?
Jimmy Butler all day.
Okay, well, it's. This is the kind of stuff that Kuminga probably hears it.
This is not worse than your We Believe example.
The bottom line is Kuminga probably hears that, and now he thinks he's a $40 million player because someone's comparing him to Kawhi.
No, Stoney, you can't. I know you're literal, but you can't take it there.
Don't say Kawhi Leonard.
I'm using Kawhi because of the age gap in the newness and the old and the new. That's what he represents, the new. That's all.
Well, then use another name.
No, you use another name for your We Believe, which I didn't like.
Name.
I didn't like it.
Well, I don't like you right now.
Shocker.
Stay right here because on the other side, on the crossover with Willard and Dibbs, it's your chance to win a pair of tickets to both the NBA Rising Stars game at Chase on Friday night and the All-Star practice in Oakland on Saturday. Safety on the roads and freeway starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit R&S. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Also, in the next 20 minutes, we will be giving away 2 tickets to the Rising Stars game at Chase on Friday, and then 2 tickets to All-Star practice on Saturday in Oakland. That's coming up in the next 20 minutes. When you hear this sound, Jimmy Buckets, be the fifth caller to the contest line. And you're going to the Friday Rising Stars and Saturday practice. What's up, gentlemen? Hello.
Steiny.
How are you?
Guys.
How you doing? Doing well. Yeah.
Good.
Pretty good.
Good.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
You've been good today.
Yeah.
And, you know I will crack on you when you're not good.
Good
but
every
today,
day.
no.
Okay.
Most days. Come on. Is that new?
Did you not hear the last 10 minutes when he said out of all the hosts, he's the least high maintenance of us all?
Mm-hmm.
I like to fill out the chair. The boss got on the mic about 6 minutes.
I'm in the boss's office less than anybody
That wasn't.
on staff.
You said high maintenance. You said you're the least.
Untrue.
Fitz was talking about Wiggins and how I've never heard this.
I mean,
he wasn't low maintenance. He was no maintenance.
I gotta wonder if at this hour it's not Spadoni. Like he's been a host for 8 days,
and I omitted him purposely.
Like, okay,
but it's still not you, partner, and I love you to death.
He more
Tell
maintenance.
him the
for,
truth, Willard.
Well, he's more maintenance for you because you're the only one who's got to talk to him all
I
the time.
deserve hazard pay.
Well,
but I'm just saying. Ask the boss.
Put your finger down.
Ask the boss.
Get that finger down.
Look at this. He don't scare me.
What?
I started this with a compliment to you, and, you were good today. And Mark said, he's always good.
Yeah.
And that's when I laid out, because that's a bold-faced lie. And every show you do...
usually good. Who's that? I mean, what are we doing here?
Every Super Bowl, there are 59 Super Bowls, and you can rank them on enjoyability, and you can look at this one and say, it was probably number 52 or number 53, and that's okay. You can keep it real. My point was, you've been great today talking about Jimmy Butler and what he means to not only Steph, but everyone else, and, getting to the foul line and, making this team look a little bit different than what they've been, while also tempering the enthusiasm of Daryl the Guru Johnson, who's already thinking about his parade outfit.
No, that hurts. And we had a conversation, so I was sharing my thoughts, but it worked. But Willard, I'm gonna shock you. I'm not there yet. I just like what I see. I am very excited. Steph Curry's back smiling. What'd he say? This is the easiest. The basketball's getting easier, and that's what it looks like.
It does get easier against those two teams that they played against.
Also fair.
You didn't say that for 4 hours. Now they walk in.
No, they're both fair. I wish they were in Oklahoma City tomorrow night. I really do.
Really?
Yeah, I do. Because wouldn't you love to really get a measuring stick?
I want Kuminga back when they get that task.
I wish they'd play Dallas at full strength.
Yeah. Or Milwaukee.
Tomorrow. Okay.
That's all. But whatever. It's the way the schedule breaks.
I mean, right, and it's a good thing. Like they should win. They should win. Dallas's defense, you saw it last night. I mean,
they got a lot of injuries.
They won that game 4 times.
They
the Sacramento
did. I thought
Kings
Clay was the hero.
I know.
I was happy.
And I don't even know how
how'd
they get that opportunity. Because and for those of you who don't know, so the Kings and Mavs went into overtime, and this game was going back, forth down the stretch. And in the overtime period, and it was not on TV here, and I don't have League Pass, and I was walking the dog, so I got the game cast open, and the Mavs are down 4 with 20 seconds to go. That means you're dead. You're dead. And then the Mavs go get their easy 2, so they're down 2.
Yeah.
And then that's normally when you would have to foul, because there's about 11 seconds left. And Gamecast says Malik Monk drives and misses a layup. Why is he even shooting the ball?
And you're right.
And then the next thing you know, Clay hits a dagger 3 and the Mavs are going to win until they let the Kings go back to the other end and score it.
They had your boy
wild finish.
DeMar DeRozan trapped and like an elevator door closed and he just slipped through it off of one leg, game winner.
And that's always risky when you want to put your leg through it and hope that the sensor catches it, because if it doesn't catch it, you lose your foot.
Yeah.
So depends on how bad you want it.
Yeah.
The elevator.
Well,
anyway,
the Warriors should win tomorrow night. The Mavs can't stop anyone from scoring. They should win.
Now Thursday went at Houston. They owe them one.
That one's going to be tough. Back-to-back, 3 games in 4 nights. Houston is struggling a little bit, but yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Like, if they win tomorrow night, they win Thursday night, go into the break having won 4 in a row on the road, I think then you start peacocking a little bit about this trade.
Because Dibs is my barometer.
You can already be excited. But I thought both your statements are fair. Well, you're excited about what you see, and yes, they've played 6 good quarters, and they were in Chicago and against the Giannis-less Bucks.
I'll give you that.
That's fair too.
Through 8 quarters, tell me if I'm off. There could have been Durant, Levine. Who else were we in on?
Paul George and Marketing.
Paul George and Marketing.
Yeah.
It just seems like the basketball gods have bestowed on us a guy whose game is opposite of all the other 3 to the point to where I think it's really helping. And if I say this one more time, I'm going to retire it today. Diversify your portfolio. The fact that he does a lot of his stuff in the paint, it just opens up other. What did Curry say? I dominate outside. He dominates inside.
If you could undo the Butler trade and have any of those other names,
Durant.
You would?
Yeah.
I would too.
How about you?
I mean, no. I'd say with Butler right now.
Wow.
I mean, it's a small sample.
Wow.
What Butler is doing, and, we're watching the game right now in the studio, the replay from last night. What he brings is an edge. Yeah. It's a toughness. It's a free throw. And I heard you guys play the Steph sound earlier, and maybe that's why I was so enamored with your performance today, Steiny, because you set up sound really well. And Steph talking about what that does for you in terms of, you can set your defense and you can have a conversation. You don't have to use a timeout because you get to the foul line and Jimmy's going to make them. And now you set your D and you talk about what you're doing. And it's a natural kind of a reset.
You get to breathe.
You get to breathe. But you get to breathe with you on the line, not them on the line. And that, to me, is a big part of it because, Jimmy Butler, he will get to the line, and also the way he plays with that force that you don't have without him.
13 of 45 from deep. They usually lose that game.
Right. Yep. But 28 free throw attempts in 2 games for one player.
First time since Durant in 18.
That's a huge deal, and there's no, that's not something I really thought of last week, but and it's not a headline grabber. Ooh, he goes to the free throw line. It's boring.
We hated Harden for that.
No, but you have to have it. I mean, we remember, and we'll play it for you here in a little bit. It was 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, where Steve Kerr is like, we don't do layups and free throws on this team. And we all looked at each other and went, well, then you lose. If the other team gets layups and free throws and you get a contested 3, you lose. And Jimmy Butler's walked in, and that's what he does, layups and free throws. And lo and behold, the Warriors have a bad shooting night from 3 and still score $125.
17 more field goal attempts, Steiny.
Yeah, I mean, when I think of Paul George, Markkanen, Levine, Durant, Butler, I didn't really want any of them, to tell you the truth, because they're all the older guys are the older guys. But I don't see how any of those guys could have come in and been as much of a factor as Butler's been the first 2 games. There's got to be a bad side to Jimmy Butler. I don't know what it is. What does he look like when if that's not a good game last night, then he's going to be a hell of a player for him because he still helped you, even though he was 4 for 12 from the field.
Well, the honeymoon is almost always good with Jimmy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Remember, Youngwisick was the one who came on with us, who was like, if you look at history, when Jimmy arrives in these places, he goes very well.
But 6 years was a stretch in Miami.
Yeah, and maybe only asking for 2.5 years, maybe most of that is honeymoon. I don't know. I certainly don't think you're going to get any sideways locker room stuff this season.
How
that would be
come on. You just got new
that
paper.
would be terrible.
You got new money.
Right.
Yeah.
If that happens between now and April, my God.
Yeah.
And it's a good locker room, right? It's Steph Curry's locker room. It's Steve Kerr's locker room. I know everyone worries about Draymond, but he's been on pretty good behavior this year.
But why do I feel like some of his, and this is no shade at Draymond, there's just been a natural, some of his delegation duties have gone over to Butler because he's such an alpha male like Draymond. I don't know. I just feel like there's more than just one now, you know? And
right, and that's a good thing. And
exactly.
Well, I think about the past when they won, and you had David West, David West
was
Draymond's not going to go up to David West and say, here's what we need to do, D. No, that wasn't going to happen. And Iguodala, a guy who was a veteran, and another thing that you said, Steiny, and I hate to just continue to praise you, but you talked about those Warrior teams and their length and why they were successful. And you had KD, long, Sean Livingston, you didn't mention, but I know you thought about it, a long player, Iguodala, same thing. And Jimmy Butler may only be 6'7", he's listed at, but he plays bigger. Draymond plays bigger. And you got a stretch five in Quinton Post who doesn't play bigger, but at least he knocks down the three. So I do think with Jimmy Butler, you've added a player who plays bigger than his frame, and it gives you a little bit more of that swagger.
Well, I love that word.
And
man. They needed it.
The thing that I'm interested, well, I'm not interested, but
you're fascinated.
No, I mean, look, I'm interested to see how Draymond Green deals with a player who's as tough as him, but is better than him. Like Draymond finally has somebody who could say to him, like, who are you? Almost. Now, I know Butler doesn't have rings, but this is the first player I think that's been better than Draymond Green, who's every bit as tough as him. And
Dre knows that.
I think Dre knows it.
There's no doubt.
Like,
we all do.
Jimmy Butler's not the kind of guy that Draymond has historically, quote unquote, gone after.
And I like that, Willard.
Well, I
don't think nothing's going to pop.
I know nobody tends to think about this with Draymond, but I think he's got more self-awareness at this stage of his career than we give him credit for. If you look at his,
I'm watching the screen behind you, and I'm looking at him getting a tee last night.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I know. I'm just seeing it.
He said he's running hot. I go, he's happy.
You can get a tee. I'm not worried about how he talks to referees. I'm talking about his standing in the NBA community. This is someone who knew damn well all along. There have been multiple times in his career where he reportedly had other offers and maybe even for more money to go elsewhere, and he didn't go. Why? Because he knows he's not going to be. He's not going to be Draymond Green on another team. And look at the way he handles himself in media. Why is he doing so much media? He is well aware that the clock is ticking. There's not a whole lot of Draymond Green, the basketball player, left as far as branding. I mean, I think that's why it gets ramped up every year, from his podcast to his appearances on TNT or what have you. I just think that Draymond projects a certain thing, but that does not mean he's not aware of age and ability and health and all of those things. So will he step aside for a player who's clearly more talented? He's done it with Steph Curry his whole life. Why not Jimmy?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Jimmy Buckets! All right, now's your chance to win a pair of tickets to both the NBA Rising Stars game at Chase on Friday and the All-Star practice in Oakland on Saturday. Call the contest line at 415-523-4652. Caller number 6 gets 2 tickets to each of those events. And to get in on all the NBA All-Star action in the Bay Area, head to NBAevents.com or the NBA Events app and purchase tickets for fan events like the NBA Crossover, Rising Stars, NBA All-Star Practice, and the NBA HBCU Classic. Doesn't feel like the All-Star Game's right around the corner, and it's in our backyard.
It doesn't feel like it's here.
You guys walked up. How did you feel?
Maybe it will tomorrow, because we're out there tomorrow.
In the financial district? No, I don't. I do not feel it in the financial district right now. Dibs, you see any All-Star stuff going on out there?
No, and I do think there are a lot of things at play here. First and foremost, the format is not one that I think fans even know about or are latching onto. And then you get to the slam dunk contest, and I should say this for Friday, but I don't want to because I want the All-Star game to be a success. But your 2-time defending champion or your 2-time champ in the slam dunk is a guy who's only played in, I believe, 4 games in the association. Mac McClung.
It's embarrassing. I'll say it.
He's not an NBA player, yet he's won your contest twice. And if you want to look at his basketball reference, I think he's made more dunks in the contest than he's made shots in the actual association.
Oh, I'm sure.
So, I mean, there's that.
It's nothing
and then you've
against
got
him.
the best 3-point shooter ever, who is too busy, and I get it. He's a busy man, and he's got a lot going on.
But
and
this one really hurt.
But he's done it, and he's done everything that they've asked him to do. But the game is in your town, and you're not doing the 3-point shootout. And apologies to Moses Moody and Draymond Green in the skills contest, but I mean, I don't know. So as far as the All-Star game, all of the sizzle around it,
24-hour fitness.
there's not a lot of sizzle, Goo.
Sure.
And I love the event, and I love Joe Lacob and Chase Center and the whole thing. But when you talk about, you want to walk out right now onto Kearney Street and just yell, Mac McClung! Mac McClung!
Will, he's got a point, though. That's why I'm mad at LeBron. The only blemish I could come down this road for. Kobe did it. Mike did it. You owe the league that. Bird did it. But to not do it in our hometown, I didn't.
Apparently, McClung is not the only non-NBA player to participate in one of these events.
Okay.
I just got a text from the great R.C. Davis.
Our man.
Love him.
Oh, he's happy.
He says Craig Hodges wasn't in the NBA, and he went to the 3-point shooting contest.
Wow.
Craig Hodges.
Thank you. I was waiting for that.
He got blackballed.
Yeah, I remember.
Essentially.
It was BS.
So.
Yeah. I mean, we're at a time where, you talked about what players owe the league, quote unquote.
And I mean it.
I know you mean it, but I don't think the players agree with you. The players are in a spot where, you have load management and guaranteed contracts, and I don't think that any player feels like they, quote unquote, owe anything to the league. And yet, we have this thing, and it's going to be fun, the Rising Stars and the 4-team tournament and all the rest of it. I'm excited for it, but it's not like it used to be where the All-Star game was a thing.
The day stopped.
Yeah.
The day stopped.
Oh, yeah.
I looked it up.
Tom Chambers.
I looked up how many field goal attempts Mac McClung has in his NBA career.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to go around.
Attempts?
Field goal
This is up my
attempts.
alley.
Oh.
NBA career. Round
11.
Okay.
11.
All right. 11. 8.
23.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, say hello to our champion for All-Star Weekend. He goes by the name Guru. 26.
Let's go.
He had 20 of them in one, or 17 of them in one game.
I always win with no prize.
It's a big old trash game.
That's why he
came in.
That's why he's never been in the league again.
Hey,
How many games has he played? 6?
Well, no,
because you were looking at his basketball reference. I figured
5.
He's played in 5 games.
He's played in 5
so
games.
he'll be now in his 3rd contest, and he's played in 5 games. I mean, not to borrow from you, but NBA.
Saturday.
What are you doing?
This is Saturday night. The world's watching, and it's not McClung. It's supposed to be Zion. It's supposed to be Ja.
LeBron.
Steph should be shooting the 3. What are we doing?
Agreed.
No, the question is this. So last year, you had an embarrassing All-Star game. Adam Silver, I saw publicly stated today, all of the players were not happy with the product that they put out there for America, right? And the world, if you will. Steph Curry's not happy with it. So they knew they had to make a change. I don't know if this is it. He insinuated today that we may get USA versus the world at some point. I think that that's an interesting idea.
Sure.
This feels a little confusing, but maybe it won't be that when we see it. 4 different pods, if you will. Not Pajemskis, but pods within the All-Star game. I don't know what it is, but they know it needed a change. My question, my follow-up to Adam would have been why don't you know that it's time to change the dunk contest? Or do away with it.
Wow, man.
If you...
That's a big boy, though.
But
they've watched it erode.
Totally.
Exactly.
Totally. You go from the poster that was on every boy's wall. Michael Jordan flying from the free throw line.
You got it.
You go from that. Our generation grew up with that as teenagers.
Yeah.
And my sons now as teenagers are looking at Mac McClung go against I don't know who.
That's not right. Man.
Why are we even having this?
And you got the stars coming out in the league, their peers watching. Yep. Oh, he ain't in the league. Okay, but it ain't the same.
And think about the last time that we in the Bay Area had the All-Star game.
2000, Jay Ritz.
Vince Carter goes up, double cuff, and puts his entire arm through the rim, and it was he's a star. He did the contest, and he did something that we still talk about 25 years later.
By the way, he also beat a bunch of other stars.
Exactly.
There were a bunch of other stars in that contest.
Yeah, he was.
Anyway, so in answer to your question about, I think you said it, Steiny, hey, in the financial district, is there a buzz about the All-Star game? No buzz.
No, there's not a lot of lanyards out there yet. No. Not a lot of lanyards.
I'm sure that Thrive City and whatnot are going to be amazing.
You guys are going to love it tomorrow.
This weekend.
I can't, seriously. That video of yours, we were at the Tipsy Putt. I'm showing off your IG like,
brother.
Those are casino screens.
They were casino screens, and I got duped because they had not pulled the curtains back yet on the golf simulators. So that's not even on my video. Steiny's going to be in there for an hour and a half.
Should I take my clubs?
Yes. They'll have some there for you. But
you got who shows up with a full bag.
Bring your own glove. But anyway, like that. You guys are going to be out on the veranda tomorrow?
Yes. Can I borrow your guys' ear for a minute? And I'll save this for my partner, but I went, we ain't got it. How much? We got
You're
it?
fine.
You got 2 minutes. You're
so
good.
Listen.
No, you don't.
To whoever, I started the letter to Fox, and I dropped the pen. I fell asleep. They had the audacity on the Super Bowl, the biggest game, to change the score box.
Oh,
so when it was second and whatever, third and whatever, Willard, I didn't know where to look, and it disappeared. I thought something was wrong. How dare you play with us and not forewarn us before the game? And I went and watched it again after the Warrior game. Somebody should be fired. You don't wait to the Super Bowl for the score box where you normally Fox has it, and you're like second and 9. They tried to get cute with it, and it was a total fail, and nobody's talking about it.
No, this is a phenomenal observation.
No, it is just, I got nervous before the ball was like, I think it's something. Oh, there it is. Second and 9. I don't like it.
Dibs is looking at you like, what are you talking about? And I wish I had thought of this because I kept looking at the screen, and I'm like, and I told the story yesterday. I was a little in and out on the Super Bowl because one of Christy's daughters had some health stuff over the weekend, and we were just running around. I was a little in and out of the game, so I'd like do a flyby of the screen, and I'd be like, all I know is that the Eagles are winning. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Is it second down? Is it third? Where are they on the field?
Did you catch it or just?
So really good observation.
I don't want to go too deep inside TV.
Don't mess with my score box.
If you want to go to the history of the Super Bowl, I believe they've done this a number of different times where the network will roll out their new graphics package for the game. And, honestly, Goo, if you're really watching the game and you see a guy gain 3 yards on first down, you know it's 2nd and 7.
But that's not our job.
Like the relationship you have with that.
Yeah.
Come on,
Apparently
Dibs.
not. No. I mean,
that's
I'm like,
not
did
our
the
job.
TV tube go out?
Like, that's
I'm
like
going to go full Jeff Kent on you and say, watch the game.
Yeah, no, I mean, like,
watch the game.
Are we going to have callers call in and tell us what topic to use at 3 o'clock? Like, it's not our job as
Don't
the
play with
viewer
my Super Bowl.
to figure out what the hell. I'm with you, Goo. Fix it in the offseason.
It was uncanny.
After the first time that you look and you go, and then you find where it is, every time after that, you know where it is.
That's another chug of my beverage I'm sipping on, and I'm just
I got conversations and nachos going on. I'm not here to read and concentrate. I'm here to have drinks and have a good time.
No doubt. Don't mess with my
your
score
job,
box.
network, to let us know what the hell is going on.
I'm marinating food and changing diapers, and I could figure it out. It's just not that difficult, but I get it.
Anyway,
I get it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
And not in that order either.
And by the way, I'll let you know that
we won't see it tomorrow.
I think I've already got my gripe for Friday.
Oh.
Did
it happen just now in this conversation?
No. It's been happening the last 2 days.
Because you've been great today.
Thank you, Dibs.
You're welcome.
Last time.
Last time.
You're becoming a traditional host.
I've gotten complimented for my work at 95.7 The Game.
Okay.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
let's do this. Here we go.
Jimmy Butler.
Let's
go, Mark.
Well, let's talk about it, okay?
Forget top 6, 1 seed. Let's do this. Jimmy Butler.
Oh, we going to be championship?
I think so.
888-957-9570. What is the most exciting part about this 2-game debut? Well, how would you answer that? Because I want to answer, I think it's an exciting sort of like point, but the answer is not exciting. The exciting thing is the vibe, right? The looks on the faces of the Warriors, winning 2 games in a row on the road. But the answer is very, very boring to me with regard to what's different and why this works. What the Warriors now have is that in the fourth quarter, or even the third quarter, and things are starting to get stagnant. You know what that is, Dibs?
It's a stagnation sensation,
When
Mark.
that happens, and Warrior fans, you know, it happens almost every close game where there's a period of stagnation, whether it's the non-Steph minutes or whether it's the we're going to throw 3 people at Steph and you don't have anybody else that can do anything. You suddenly now have someone that goes, give me the ball, I'll go get us a couple free throws. That's your answer. That has completely, and again, it's 2 basketball games, and I said 6 quarters a minute ago because I'm not giving you the first half in Chicago.
That was awkward.
You sucked.
Yep.
You still sucked. But 6 quarters have now looked passable. Put aside that the competition was weak, whatever. You got games on the road. You got to win them. They get credit for it. To me, that's the difference, is when the Warriors stop, he can go, give me the ball. I get you a couple of free throws. Take a breath, probably get a couple points, maybe only 1, usually 2, and recalibrate what you're doing. That, for the moment, has changed Warrior basketball.
For me, it's about just one word, and it's muscle. And Jimmy Butler's got muscle. And I love Steph Curry, but he's not a physical player. And we've all cried for more than 10 years about Steph doesn't get any calls. Okay, Draymond Green is not a guy who finishes at the basket. Andrew Wiggins, he's dunked on some people, but he is not necessarily a muscly guy. Kevin Durant.
He was the best they had.
Kevin Durant is the Slim Reaper, so he's not necessarily a muscly guy. Nope. And, you go across the roster and TJD, slender. Pods is young. Kuminga will go over you, not through you. What you have now is a guy, when the ball is loose and he's involved, he's going to get the ball. And if you go up for a shot contested at the rim, he's going to go through you. He's a guy who will go through your chest. And for the first time in a long time, I do think you've got a guy who is really strong, muscly, and like you said, a guy who can get to the foul line anytime he wants.
Well, and Grandy brought this up earlier. Grandy, I liked what you said. Listen to this. Everyone,
I didn't.
No, I did. You didn't even know. What am I going to say? You don't even know what I'm going to refer to.
I'm normally going to be anti-Grandy, but go ahead.
Well,
it's my default.
It's really a what if. I don't even know if it's a point yet.
I hate Mark Grandy.
It's a concept, and I'm open to it. Everyone was worried about Jimmy's attitude, right? What if it was exactly what they needed? I don't know that yet. But I'm open to it. I'm open to it, especially in a small sample. What if Jimmy's presence, his aura, his attitude, I mean, I don't know what's going on in the locker room. They all look happy. Well, Steve Kerr, 4:00. We'll try to dig on that as far as what's happening in the locker room. Because today is, what's today, Tuesday? Last Wednesday, they all looked like they were going to cry. It was 6 days ago. 6 days ago, oh my God, Steve called everybody into the locker room in Salt Lake City, and everybody came out with their heads hanging down low, and then they went out and gacked a basketball game to the worst team I've ever seen. Okay, 6 nights later, we all look really happy.
Yep.
And I can't tell you, I mean, I would be surprised if they're faking it. So, like, yeah, I want to dig on that, what's happening behind the scenes. But the part that we can see, that kind of attitude and that that presence that he brings, that fear that he puts into defenses, that intimidation factor, if you will, it looks like something that they really needed. Because Draymond has it, but he can't score. So you needed it from somebody who has the ball in their hands.
Right. And he has the ball in his hands, and he got to the foul line a bunch, and he shot 15 free throws, and he is number 10 in the league on the year in a small sample in free throws per game. He gets to the line, and he will, get in the mix, and offensively, defensively, he's got that toughness that the Warriors have not had. And, I think about Charles Barkley and what he said about a jump shooting team will never win the title, and yeah, you're wrong. And you look at this team, and this team is mostly a finesse team without Jimmy Butler. You've got younger players who aren't necessarily mix-it-up kind of guys, and now you have Jimmy Butler, a guy who will mix it up. And we know from his time in Chicago and his time in Minnesota and in Miami, he's a guy who is not shy about getting into confrontations, and you saw it already in 2 games.
Just want to pass this along because it is breaking a little bit with regard to one of the Warriors' Western Conference foes. The Los Angeles Lakers are first up on the buyout market. They went and just got about 15 minutes ago, they got Alex Len, who's the big guy who was let go from the Sacramento Kings. And when I say big guy, I mean big guy. Like he's a humongous human being. And remember, they had that Mark Williams deal that got rescinded when he did not pass his physical, and Dalton Connect awkwardly goes back to the Lakers and all of that. The Lakers went out and got Alex Len. So that whole moment in time that the Warriors had where they're like, hey, maybe we could play the Lakers without a big man. That's over. I don't know what kind of presence he will end up having, but Lakers look like a top 4 team in the West to me right now.
Agreed. And I don't think that Alex Len is the kind of big that's going to make you think like, oh boy, they just have a new rim protector. He's a little bit more like a Quinton Post as far as I can remember. Alex Len, he's a guy who he doesn't play a ton. And I'm looking at
he doesn't play a ton, but I don't think he plays like Quinton. He's not like a 3-point shooter.
Right, but he's not a guy who I think you're going to fear when going to the basket. And throughout the totality of his career, he's playing 17 minutes a game, and he's averaging less than 1 block a game. He's just kind of a big body who doesn't do much for you. And for me, if I'm looking at a 7-footer, I'd much rather have Quinton Post than Alex Len.
Oh, I'm fine with that. Yeah. Again, it's just a body, but the point is the Lakers, you trade Anthony Davis, you try to get Mark Williams, you end up not having him. They were a little naked. They were a little naked as far as
and afraid.
And they just waived Christian Wood, who's been hurt for the majority of the year. I think they were a little naked around the rim, so now there's certain matchups where they can put a 7-footer out there.
Yeah,
you're not wrong. He's not a game changer, but he's a body. He's a body that they needed.
Yeah, big body.
Anyway,
big body who doesn't block shots or really rebound. And he hasn't rebounded since 2018 with Phoenix. It's been a long run of him not being playable by teams that aren't very good. So they got Alex Len. Good for you.
Yeah,
he's their 11th man, I guess.
But he'll be out there a little bit. Yeah, he's a career 5.5 rebound per game guy in limited minutes. So anyway, the buyout market is something that the Warriors may explore too, except for not today, because if you listen to Warrior fans, we don't need anything anymore.
No.
All set.
Yeah, we're going to be champions. We're going to be championship.
Well, I do wonder, what is in 8 quarters, what is the most exciting part about Jimmy Butler to you Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. And we'll go to the phones really soon. I want to point to this. January 21st. So 10 plus 11. This is 21. This is 3 weeks ago, I think, to the day. Okay? January 21st. Listen to what Steve Kerr said to us about the issues that they as a team were having offensively.
Yeah, it's a killer. And when you play a team like Boston, the defending champs, they've got guys who can get to the rim and get easy points. So look, we've been on the other end of this too. For years we got a lot of layups and we could create layups out of our offense, but we could also play out of pace, and we had guys who could get to the rim occasionally. And so some of it is personnel, and then some of it is you have to figure out what's what are some of the things we can do better as a team to generate some easier baskets? And, those are all the things we talk about every day as a staff.
Okay. Maybe that was a little sign of things to come, because what they're talking about analytically in the background with the Warriors is we don't get layups and we can't get to the free throw line. Look, Jimmy's not going to go play 40 minutes, and Jimmy's not going to be able to necessarily do this every single time. But if you want, let's go to numbers are numbers, and sometimes they're my numbers.
Yep. Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
These are numbers now. Jimmy Butler has played 2 games as a Warrior. He has shot 28 free throw attempts. No Warrior has done that in a 2-game stretch in 8 years, and the last time it happened, the man's name was Kevin Durant. That is a banger. That's a banger, if you ask me. That's changing the game. And so you ask me, so far what I've seen that is exciting about Jimmy Butler, I'm going to point to that.
Yeah, and it's not only the free throws, it's the way he plays, which is with a physicality. And if you look at his career, he's averaging almost 7 free throws a game, and this year it's 7 free throws a game. And I know he's averaging 14 free throw attempts a game in 2 games with the Golden State Warriors, but already, if you look at the league stats, Mark, the Warriors are going up from dead last in free throw attempts to, maybe 5th or 6th to last. But what you have now is a guy who plays with that physicality and that aggressiveness. And you mentioned Draymond Green. He plays that way, but on offense, he doesn't go to the rim and draw a lot of fouls because that's not his game. And outside of that, Andrew Wiggins could have done that at times, but he didn't. And Steph Curry, when he goes to the rim, a lot of times it's, trying to get the basket without getting the contact. And now you have a guy who's going to go in and go into your chest and get to the foul line.
Yeah, Wiggins did a much better job of it this year, but it's just different. It's a different style. He's not as tough or physical of a finisher around the rim as Butler is, and that's getting him at least so far to the free throw line more. To me, that's something that wins basketball games. And by the way, he's somebody who largely is knocking those free throws down. Wiggins did a good job of that this year too. All right, so again, Steve Kerr at 4. For the next 90 minutes, we really want to hear from you, Warrior fan. What is the most exciting part of the Jimmy Butler experience through 8 quarters? 888-957-9570 is the number. We go right to your calls next. And speaking of calls, at some point today, you're going to want to call in and see if you can win your way into the knockout tournament. Knockout tournament coming up, Chase Center Court. All you got to do is make sure you're listening during the 4 p.m. hour. It's at that time that we'll give you the keyword. We'll let you know how you can turn that keyword into a spot in the knockout tournament. All you got to know right now, be with us at 4. We are also sponsored by Safeway. Your phone calls next, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing digital deal and more. Coca-Cola, 7-Up, Dr. Pepper.
Podziemski stops and feeds the post. It's Butler. Drives on Connaughton, powered his way right around him. Good and a foul. The Bucks continue to guard Butler with Connaughton. If I'm the Warriors, I just go back to that time and time again.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, that man right there is going to be on in 90 minutes.
Yeah.
90 minutes.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr Day.
I can't wait.
Right here on Willard and Dibbs.
And I love Steve Kerr Day, but I like it a little bit more when it's Steve Kerr off a couple of wins and a new acquisition day.
Uh-huh.
He's going to be a little bit more upbeat, and I mean, at least I think so.
I think, yeah.
And
I mean, for sure.
Yeah, we could talk about, like, getting to the foul line, because you played it already, and I thought it was great talking about, like, we don't do free throws and layups. Well, now you have a guy who's pretty good at both, and because he's doing that, you've got a stretch five who can shoot the three. You got Moses Moody playing minutes and making shots. You got a healthy Pods doing what he's doing. Buddy Hield seems to be trending toward being back. And Kuminga in the wings, my goodness, Mark.
The Kuminga part is still a total mystery, and it's something I think we're all waiting for to see. Does it fit great? Does it kind of hold him back? Is it something in between, a little of both? I don't know yet, but yes, I feel like it seems like so far, and maybe they were just playing two awful defensive clubs. Yeah. I don't know. It feels like it has unlocked a few things for people because, again, there's just more attention on someone else on the floor for the first time in a while other than Steph Curry. And here's what Steph said about it last night.
Every possession just doesn't feel as hard. I mean, you still see attention, you still see defenses, but you have to worry about something else. We're just putting people in the right spot. So obviously, I'm going to be aggressive. And earlier in the year, that aggression didn't necessarily lead to anything as consistently as it has these last 2 games. The first 2, I shot 30-something times, so that was a little different.
Okay, I mean, that's a big sentence.
Yep.
When Stephen Curry is like, every possession doesn't feel as hard, that's a hell of a ringing endorsement.
Especially when you think about 100 possessions in a game times, 55 games or so that they've played. That's 5,500 possessions where he's not in on all of them, but of all the possessions we've seen this year that Steph has been on the floor for, how many of those have involved a double team? Like
all of them.
A third or half, or like the number of times where he comes across half court and it's 2 grown men coming to get him, and now it's not going to be as often.
Right. Well, and I know you're saying a third or a half. I'm thinking, like, what if we're just talking in the fourth quarter? It feels like almost all the time, especially in the last 5 minutes. And now there's a way to make other teams pay a little bit. So, yeah, like, come on, man. And take it from a big skeptic over here. 2 games in, you can see some dividends. I can admit that. Obviously. Look at it. You can see some dividends. And so there's reason for optimism. I do wish what I said earlier. I wish they were playing somebody awesome tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Just because, like, I really want to get a window almost into how excited are we supposed to get here? How excited are we supposed to get? And get excited. Hell, that's what being a fan is all about. It's what sports are all about. But I want to know, like, I know the Warriors have something here, but do they have, like, something? How big is this something, and at what level will it allow them to compete?
Yeah, and I do think part of that has to do with who they have remaining, and I'm just looking at the remaining games after the All-Star break, and you got a couple of Charlottes in there. You go to Brooklyn, you've got Detroit, you've got Portland, you've got some somewhat weak sisters on the schedule, and that doesn't mean that you automatically win. I know that. This Warrior team has been maddening with that, but you do have Portland 2 times, and you've got a bunch of games where you feel like you should be able to get over, and you don't have a lot of monster games. You do have 1 6-game road trip remaining, including, and go ahead and mark this on your schedule, my friends, Tuesday, March 25th, at Miami, Jimmy and a homecoming.
The Wiggins Bowl.
Do you think that they do a video tribute for Jimmy Butler?
Probably not.
Okay.
Or they'll do a tribute, but he won't be in it.
That's so funny.
They'll be like, this is what we were doing for your last 2 months as a Heat.
Yeah.
You weren't here.
They'll do a Butler tribute, but it'll be for Karan Butler, who I believe also played for the Heat.
That's good.
That would be
that's
funny.
Very good.
Ladies and gentlemen, time now for the Butler tribute video.
Only to be sort of combated by the Wiggins video tribute when the Heat come here, which you pointed out yesterday will be wonderful, but will not have any sound.
Yeah, no audio. Yeah. Although maybe they could do the George Michael Careless Whisper in honor of your boy.
They could.
Because that was the theme song for K-Wig.
Just the whole thing in slow motion.
Right.
Just the whole thing. Like it never speeds up. 888-957-9570. What to you is the most exciting part of the Jimmy Butler arrival, the Warriors 2-0 since they got him? Let's go to West Oakland Sam, who surprisingly is not in West Oakland.
That's weird.
Sunnyvale today. Hi, Sam. What you doing?
Hey, I'm on my DHL route, just delivering packages and managing being by myself like I do every day.
Thanks for doing it with us, man.
Hey, I just want to say the biggest so I got two statements and one question. My first statement is I think the biggest thing I've seen, and it's only a 2-game sample size, the biggest thing I've seen so far, it's amazing how one addition of a great player kind of makes the team look like they have more depth in a sense, because it elevates the play of everybody in a sense, where you add one addition to Steph Curry and all of a sudden everybody looks like their game kind of elevates, where you're not asking too much from anybody else because we have another dependable Robin to the Batman that is Steph Curry. And so I see an increase in depth, and and also what he does is he manages possessions better than Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins was empty calories in the sense where it's like anything. I remember I used to ask, like, anything from Andrew Wiggins to help Steph would do some service. So I'm seeing Steph not have to work as hard, like you guys just said about, fourth quarter possessions. It's a reason why Steph Curry has had back-to-back 2 amazing games, because now we have another alpha next to him. Another thing is a lot is riding on Kuminga to see what he gets from looking at a player like Jimmy Butler, and kind of not being exactly like him, but kind of developing a certain type of style of game similar to Jimmy Butler's. And then my question that I want to ask you guys is, why do you think LeBron being the outlier in terms of ageism in the NBA, why do you think certain 35-year-olds, or why do you think certain players in any sport, we kind of look at their age as a downfall, but certain players kind of get, like, we allow certain players to be older, but there's also a way where we look at, like, oh, the age is a factor, but certain players kind of get a pass. So why do you think that certain players get a pass to be, 35 like Jimmy Butler? Because part of the issue that we had whenever we made the trade was, oh, he's 35, he's kind of towards the end of his career, but if it was another player, like, we'd be like, it's a pass. It's a pass, period.
I for instance, and Sam, thanks for the call. I think one of the things Sam is asking, for example, when the Warriors were after Kevin Durant, I didn't hear anybody go, whoa, Kevin's old. But Jimmy was 35. Kevin's older. Older. So I get that, and maybe it's just the pure talent of the player, the situation around the player. You got to remember, we've been fed for 2.5 months that Jimmy's a problem, and it's not the first time that we've been fed that. And let's not act like that's suddenly gone. Like, oh, hey, that's it. They've won 2 basketball games. Jimmy will never be a problem. We'll see. The honeymoon phase is real, and we are knee-deep in it. But I think the only answer to his question is, A, certain players age better than others. Like, it's who's still playing at a high level versus who looks like they're starting to fall off. And then just sort of the position they play. Like, certain players age better, certain styles and positions age better. If somebody relies a lot on their athleticism, like right now, I don't want to sign up for Jonathan Kuminga when he's 37. No thanks.
It depends on what happens between now and then.
For sure, but do you get what I'm saying?
I do.
A higher percentage of what makes him good is his athleticism. That's never been what Steph Curry does. Steph Curry's a shooter.
Yeah.
Steph Curry's smart. All of those things.
I do think it comes down to injury history as well, and I just punched it up for Jimmy Butler, and you've got rib, wrist, back, foot, hip, knee, ankle, shoulder, toe, foot, ankle, all the way through. So he's had some minor stuff. And, with Steph Curry, he's had the ankle a million times. He's had the bilateral knee tendonitis. The one that really strikes me is LeBron James. And if you look at his injury history, he's had none.
It's crazy.
He's had none of the big ones. He has had no real knee injury. He had no Achilles. He's had no shoulder. He's had no back, no major issue. And so you look at Jimmy Butler, he's had a bunch of small stuff, and by and large, it's been more about his willingness to actually be on that team.
The LeBron thing is really crazy. I know that he rubs some people the wrong way. I know there's a fatigue factor. I know he's a Laker now. I know he beat the Warriors in the finals. I know all the reasons that you're supposed to hate LeBron James. If you can't step back for a second and appreciate two things. Number one, what you just said. The longevity of this guy, the lack of injury, the level he still plays at his age is absolutely unbelievable. But to me, what's even more impressive, dude, when your name is on the marquee for 20 years and we never really get anything on you, what's the PR disaster that has happened to LeBron due to the fact that he is in such an intense fishbowl? Right. Literally what we have on him is once upon a time he was a free agent. He made a TV show out of it, and we thought it was a little narcissistic.
Well, and
that's literally it.
He forced the Lakers to draft his kid.
Okay.
And he let his kids drink wine. When they were, under 18.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I've let my kids taste wine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Honestly, though,
more beer.
Talking about that very thing. And if you want to look at his games played throughout the course of his career, he's got, 82s and 71s and 77s.
Dude, he's crazy.
Even now, when he is 40, he just turned 40, same birthday as my sister, December 30th. He's played in 47 games, 35 minutes a night. The dude plays.
It's bananas. It is bananas. And he's still playing at a high level and leading a team that has a really good record. And now he's got Luka alongside him.
Right, which is scary.
It should be. It should be.
No, it's super scary. And the Warriors go there on April 3rd in terms of other games to mark down on your calendar.
I like it.
Because after the break, you're going to wind up with, I think it's 26 games. And you've got some duds, but you got some really good marquee games
for sure.
coming up.
Got a home and home with the New York Knicks coming up late February, early March. A few to circle. That's definitely one of them. Let's go to Greg in the city next. Hey, Greg, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Jimmy Butler, what's exciting to you about him?
How you doing today?
Good, man. How about you?
Not too bad. I would say the part that makes it all exciting is he really connects all of the lineups. I think that, one aspect that I've been really enjoying watching is that I think I heard this point a while back, was that getting a secondary scorer and playmaker really helps everyone slide down into a more natural position, right? Being able to have Draymond be the defensive menace that he is on a regular basis, ensure that we have another playmaker that, we don't have to have Draymond handling double duties all the time, ensuring that we have someone else who can really handle the rock, get a bucket when we need a bucket, and really facilitate the offense at a high rate, while also ensuring that players like, Pods and Moody also benefit in the fact that they can play off ball a little better on defense, because they don't have to guard the main guy every time they're coming up and down. Where Wiggins is a great disruptor, but do we want to have him be that guy every single time coming down and also scores 20, 25 a game? I don't know if he had the ability to really deliver that for us all the time, where I feel like Jimmy does.
I tell you what, Greg, there's a lot of evidence already to what you're saying, and thank you very much for the call. It's a good one. I think you made this point about an hour ago. So many people are going to focus on, and with good reason. Okay, Jimmy Butler does this on the court, and it provides X for Steph. And that's where most people will discuss Warrior basketball. Go to all the other players. And I know that collectively they didn't shoot great from three yesterday, but look at some of the trickle-down effect to the other players. Like, is what Quinton Post is doing over these last couple games, is that a coinky-dink? Right? The way Moses Moody, and I know Moody had been playing well even before Jimmy got here, but is that trickle-down effect not just going to open it up for Steph, but really those role players, even Buddy Hield, you mentioned him as well, all of a sudden they're going to find more space and less pressure. And that's perfect. That's what role players need.
No doubt. And I think you add in Pods, who did not shoot it great last night, but he's going to start to get healthier, and he's playing with a certain amount of confidence. And even if you go through the rest of the roster, you've got guys now who get slotted down a little bit further in the pecking order. And Draymond Green, not that he's ever felt pressure to score, but now he doesn't even have to have the pressure to ball handle, because Jimmy Butler can do a lot of what Draymond has done. So Draymond now can be a little bit more focused on playing defense when he's playing the 5 and he's in there, and you don't have to exert the same amount of energy offensively as you otherwise would.
Let's keep going. Beans in the city. You're next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Beans. What's good?
Fellas, what's going on?
Beans.
What's cooking, man?
What's going on? Beans. Like, remember Beans from Even Stevens, or is that you guys are maybe too old for that?
That was hurtful.
I don't like the reference at all. That's terrible. But go ahead.
Well, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that Jimmy being, pretty much the most physical guard against anyone we play, and knowing his skill set works well for all these other guys. But I think what's not being mentioned as much is the subtraction of Lindy Waters and Dennis Schroeder, who just, like, you can imagine the freedom that comes to Podziemski and Moses Moody and, some of these other guys. I mean, Post was kind of getting his shine even before this trade, but, like, I think part of being a good role player is having the freedom within your role to feel like you can make mistakes and know what, is going to be asked of you every night. And I hope we don't get into a world where, some of our bottom 3 guys just get some of these random Kerr minutes that he loves to give away so much. But it's been nice to watch the team with guys that we've drafted, hopefully stepping into a spot where they're getting 25 to 30 minutes a game every night. If they're playing bad, they're playing bad, but that's who we're going to live and die with. So it's been nice to have that as the, other benefit of this trade.
Beans, I think it's a great point. Appreciate the call. I really do. The Warriors went 9 deep last night. Garbage time minute for Jackson Rowe, TJD, Pat Spencer, Guy Santos had a couple more.
Yeah.
But outside of that, they went 9 deep, and I do think there's something to what Beans is saying there, which is like, even if it's not your night, like, you're going to play. You're going to play. That is our rotation. And come hell or high water, that's our rotation. We'll live with it. We'll die with it. I wonder, and we'll ask Steve this, I wonder if that's almost like a load off for him. These are our guys.
Right.
And I don't have to sit here and be like, are you going to be good tonight? Okay, you're not. Let's go. Now, obviously, Kuminga's coming back, and that'll change the math. But I wonder if it's a load off for Steve Kerr that's like, yeah, these are our guys. This is what we're going with.
Yeah, it's streamlined. And I think he'll say for sure that it's a definite load off, because you're not playing 12 guys for 10 spots. You have really 10 guys for 10 spots once you get to that position. And a lot of it'll be matchups. Like Kevon played 12 minutes, and GP2 played 10, and Guy only played 6. So based on who you're facing, I do think that the rotation numbers will change, but you've got a starting 5, a finishing 5, and you've got, with Kuminga back, 2 or 3 guys you're for sure going to play, and then the other 2 to 4 guys you're going to mix and match.
That's the drama that is coming, though. Don't make any mistake about it.
Kuminga.
For sure. I know everybody's like, wait, but look at him now. And then Kuminga's coming back. Right. So who's going to be in the final 5? Is he in or is he out? And if he's in or if he's out, we're going to all yell about it the next day.
Right.
Especially if it doesn't go well.
If they lose, we're going to yell about it.
Yeah. Right now, we're looking at what is essentially the finishing 5, because the replay is on in our studio. And I know that they went up by double digits, and so these guys who are in there right now are about to leave. But the finishing five is Butler, Curry, Draymond, and then Pods and Moody, right? Like on this particular night. I mean, is Kuminga, is he in instead of Moody? Is he not? Not as much of a knockdown shooter. Like, I don't know. I don't know
on
what
who
he's
you're
going to
playing,
do.
and I think it also depends on where you are in the game, because Moses Moody, they're loving him playing the 4, and he's done pretty well playing the 4. So can Kuminga come in and play the 4? Well, if you're down by 4 or 5 points, I'd rather have Moses, a guy who's more of a threat to shoot the 3 ball, than Kuminga, somebody who's, offensively still emerging.
And therefore, you have drama.
Yep.
Therefore, you have drama.
Especially for a guy who's looking for a contract.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Jonathan in the city. Not Jonathan Kuminga, our Jonathan in the city. What's going on, man?
Hey, nothing much. Just, is the joy back? I think it is. And, the biggest thing about Jimmy, like I said in my previous call, he brings something, a lot of what the Warriors lack. And I'm happy now because, man, I'm not envious of the other teams. When I look at the box score when I'm, watching the game, I also got the box score going. And, we're shooting free throws now. Man, this guy lives in the paint. He's just master at creating contact, using his body. He's not, he's not going at it at the full speed like Kuminga. He's very measured. He's a double-digit free throw getter. So we're never going to have that deficiency anymore because it drives me crazy every time I'm watching the Warriors game, looking at the box score. We got like 3 free throws. Now they just got like 15, 20. So he's in a lot of sense, he might be the perfect fit. I mean, he's not our first choice, but sometimes the one that falls in your lap is the one that's, that's destined to make you better. And I know it's a small sample size, but man, Jimmy Butler, man, his first game at Chase is going to be bonkers.
And by the way, that's still a little ways away before the Warriors are going to have a home game. Jonathan, thank you very much. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I wonder if this is going to end up being that someday. One of those, like, he wasn't our first choice. Turned out he was the right choice. Like Bruce Bochy, not the first choice.
Brock Purdy,
not the first choice.
Right?
Right? And then they end up being, like, beloved. And in Bochy's case, right? Multiple championships and someday Hall of Fame speech.
You think? Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, yeah.
For sure. He won another one since he left us.
For sure. But, I mean, yeah. So, not the first choice, and sometimes it's serendipity where you don't get your first choice and you wind up with what you wind up with. And think about all of our lives where, however you meet somebody, you were in a dog park just trying to throw the ball for the lovely penny, and you happen to glance over and see somebody else who's doing the same thing. And, if you didn't go to the dog park that day, maybe you wouldn't have been where you are.
Oh, I was looking for ladies. Why do you think I got a dog?
Look at you.
I'm kidding. A
baby works just as well, I'm told.
Yeah, but it's gross.
A little bit more of a, commitment. If anybody wants to borrow my baby,
it's so inappropriate.
Totally.
Oh, gosh, that's so bad.
Totally.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. Well, an hour from now is pretty cool because we're going to give you the keyword so that you win your way into the knockout tournament, and Steve Kerr is going to be on the show. So 4 o'clock's pretty awesome, but 3 o'clock ain't bad either. Stay with us. What has been the most exciting part to you of Jimmy Butler so far? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll keep going with your phone calls next on Willard and Dibbs.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans? San Francisco International Airport is welcoming the biggest names in basketball for the All-Star.
95-90. Quinton Post, his second hoop of the night. He's got a dunk and a three. Kuzma flips the ball to Trent Jr. His pass intercepted by Butler. Casual pass by Trent, down to Podziemski. Pass over to Post. He'll take a dribble. It's another three. Yes! Timeout, Milwaukee. Doc Rivers calls time because the postman always rings twice. Podziemski throws it into Draymond. Waits for Curry to come up top. Pass goes to Post. Not afraid to fire. Another three for Quinton Post. Kyle Kuzma can't believe it. Post with another triple. And it's 108-94.
Bay Area, it's Quinton Post. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Quinton.
And he didn't say that your picks stink because you finished with a dub.
Big time dub.
Yeah,
Ottoman game.
3-10 in the postseason. But
and I knew you would do that because it's what
else
you
should I do? What else should I do?
You should
Facts or
compliment me.
What do you want me to do? What do you want to party or something because you got
say,
one right?
You know what? You head into the offseason with a victory. Yeah, attaboy, Dibs.
But why, attaboy. Why would I look at it that way? We're trying to win money for the listeners.
True.
We're asking for them to fade. I'm not going to victory lap a win for you because
I am.
That's fine. You do you.
And I bet it. And I won some good hard chicken.
And you should take it as a compliment that I did not fade to Dibbers that day. Because I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Greg Cosell tomorrow to talk about exactly what we saw and what we didn't see.
I want to throw something by you here. I just threw a question out on our YouTube chat, and a bunch of the answers are super interesting. And in addition to your phone calls, I want to work through this with you because this is what I think is happening. A lot of people are already at a spot where it's right or wrong time on the Jimmy Butler trade. 2 games. 2 basketball games. So I want to work through that together in just a sec. Before we do that, I want to let you know what's on tap for the weekend, brought to you by AC Transit, driving the East Bay since 1960. As you know, the All-Star Game is here this weekend, y'all, okay? So here's a little bit and what you need to know and what you can attend and all of that. On Friday, Rising Stars practice 2:30 at Chase Center. The celebrity game is at 4 p.m. at the Oakland Arena, and then the Rising Stars game is at Chase Center at 6, okay? That's all on Friday. On Saturday, All-Star practice, Oakland Arena, 11 a.m. to 2. The HBCU Classic, Oakland Arena, 2 o'clock. All-Star Saturday night, which has the Skills Challenge, 3-point contest, slam dunk contest, Chase Center starting at 5. And then on Sunday, the 74th NBA All-Star Game, Chase Center, 5 o'clock. That's what's on tap for the weekend, brought to you by AC Transit, driving the East Bay since 1960. Okay.
Yep.
Check this out.
A lot going on.
So I threw out there, this was the way I phrased the question. Is there anybody who straight changed their mind about the Jimmy Butler trade? I want to run through some of these answers. You tell me kind of what they do for you.
Okay.
Uncle Looney. Mark, I think most of us liked the trade to begin with. Is that your perception? Did most Warrior fans like the trade?
I think that it's probably 50-50.
Okay.
And we ran a poll on Monday, and I think that it was 54-46 in terms of like, dislike. But the reason why I started to like the trade was that they took the drama of the extension out of it. Whether or not you thought that it was too much money, and I was a little stunned that they paid him as much as they did for 2 years, but that part of it was my biggest fear. So when I looked at it, I actually liked the trade.
My sentence was, I don't like the trade, but I understand it.
Yep.
And again, I knew the Warriors needed to do something, and I would certainly submit that was better than nothing. It was better than nothing, but had my concerns, still have them, the way I sort of verbalized it to you guys today, because there's obviously some positive things that have taken place in 8 quarters of basketball. But if I was at a 4 on the trade before, now I'm at a 6. I'm not at a 10. I'm not doing that. It's been 2 basketball games.
Yep.
There's plenty of time for this to still go a lot of directions, but I will absolutely admit, hey, there's some things going on here that maybe I didn't think about. And I will start with what Jimmy Butler sort of like from an X's and O's standpoint brings to the table. I go back. We played this for you earlier. Steve Kerr said this to us exactly 3 weeks ago today with regard to the Warriors offense.
Yeah, it's a killer. And when you play a team like Boston, the defending champs, they've got guys who can get to the rim and get easy points. So look, we've been on the other end of this too. For years we got a lot of layups and we could create layups out of our offense, but we could also play out of pace, and we had guys who could get to the rim occasionally. So some of it is personnel, and then some of it is you have to figure out what are some of the things we can do better as a team to generate some easier baskets. And those are all the things we talk about every day as a staff.
We don't do layups. We don't do free throws. Jimmy Butler got here. What's he done through 2 games? Layups and free throws.
Yeah, free throws.
Yeah.
Well, when you shoot more than 30 free throws as a team, you're 6-0 this year. And I'm just looking at the game log, and I'd forgotten that they shot 50 free throws in a win over Houston. The game went to overtime, but you look at all the games they've played, and only 6 times have you gotten 30 free throws, and one of the 2 that Jimmy's played, you got to 30 free throws. So 30 is a big number. When you get there, you win. I don't know what the percentage is for all teams in the NBA, but I do know this. The Warriors are not a team that have gotten to the foul line very often without Jimmy Butler, and now you have a guy who he'll draw contact, he'll post you up, he'll go to the hole, he will get to the foul line, and he also makes about 75 to 80% of his free throws.
Yep. I mean, just that number you put out there of 30 free throw attempts, he's averaging almost half of that himself.
In 2 games.
In 2 games. He has shot 28 free throws in 2 games, and that is a very, very big number. Okay. Here's some more answers, though. Mr. Irrelevance, who is a great listener of the show. Again, the question being, has anybody straight changed their mind on the trade? He says, nope. He'll fire off eventually and cause a problem. It's too soon in the relationship to start anything new. How's that one grab you?
It grabs me a little bit as like what I normally do, which is apparently I'm the dismisser.
Dismisser.
Right, but I'm not dismissing this because he got a 2-year extension. So does it get to a point where Jimmy Butler is suddenly disgruntled? Odds are yes. Well, and I don't think that it would be soon, and it might be. So he has this year on his old deal. He's got next year on his new deal, and you get through next year, and maybe he wants another extension at that point.
But now he's 37. Who knows what's going on with the landscape of the league?
I get it, but I was just trying to think about in terms of what that person was saying. Yeah. I don't think that the disgruntled portion of the show happens before next year and well into next year.
Well, I would argue this, and this is kind of a new angle on it. Everybody who thinks that Jimmy's going to go nuclear at some point, the Warriors only have him for 2.5 years. And it's not even 2.5 years. It's 2 and a little bit more. It's like 2 1/3. That is still a small run. You look at his runs, Miami, Minnesota, Chicago, sure, it all ended up a little rough and tumble, but I don't think it ever happened in 2 years. It's always been longer than that. So the Warriors have now given Jimmy what is probably his last big extension. That's probably it. And so what is there to be mad about? Unless they get to a point where we're talking about actual basketball problems. And they're all aligned. Steph's contract, Steve's contract, Jimmy's contract. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe they're all going to get along. It's only 2+ years.
Yeah.
That's not long.
It's not that long. And, Steph and Draymond the same. And Steve Kerr, I don't even think has that last year yet under contract. And he could get an extension if he wanted it. I'm not sure what he's thinking. Steve Kerr joins us at 4:00. I won't ask him that, but I'm going to ask him about, how this has been for 2 games. And so if you look at it from that standpoint, Jimmy Butler, and if you do think that eventually he's going to blow it up, I don't think that it happens in this year. It's still kind of a get-to-know-you phase. And then you go into next year and you're making $54 million. What's to be mad about?
Well, it wouldn't be money. It would be something else.
Right.
It'd be some sort of relationship in the locker room or what have you, and I don't know how you predict that stuff. What about this one? D-Lou22. I won't lie. I was against it, but I admitted I was wrong. It takes a real person to admit when they made a mistake. First of all, that's true. But secondly, are we there yet? I'd like to ask that out loud. If you didn't like the trade, is it already time to admit that you were wrong? Because they're 2-0 and they beat two teams. One of them stinks and one of them is mediocre and missing their best player? Like, I'll admit that here's what I would say, because I was against it. I wasn't impressed by the trade, but I will say that there are aspects of what's happening on the court that I had not considered that are positives. I see that. I don't know. I think it's a little early for anything definitive, isn't it?
Of course, but through 2 games, it sure looks like he's bringing them a lot of what they needed.
Yeah.
A second scorer, a guy who can attack the basket and get to the foul line, somebody who is a dog, Mark. He's a dog. And Andrew Wiggins is a great player, but you would never call him a dog. And this team needed that. I also think that they needed somebody who could take a lot of the pressure off Steph Curry, and he's done that. And he comes in with a certain amount of swagger. So I just wonder about the idea of Jimmy Butler and eventually forcing his way out. I'm looking at his career. In Chicago, he was there for 6 years. Then he went to Minnesota, and he was there for 69 games. And at that point, after 69 games over the course of a season and a small piece, he wanted out. But that was a team that didn't have what this team has.
Right.
Pedigree, championships, alpha dog, all the rest of what Golden State has.
Listen, I cannot dismiss that Jimmy has caused some feelings everywhere he's gone, but you bring up Minnesota, and I would like to say this. Look at that franchise and what's happened every time someone goes there. Now, I don't know who to blame or what have you, but it appears the likes of Karl Anthony Towns, and remind me the years that Jimmy Butler was there. When was Jimmy in Minnesota?
2017-18 and 2018-19.
Okay, who were the other key players on that roster?
Well, Karl Anthony Towns was absolutely one of the guys, and Tom Thibodeau was the head coach.
Okay, so
and
you
not
have,
exactly an easy guy to play for.
Right, probably the most demanding coach in the NBA, and potentially, is this right to say? Karl Anthony Towns feels like he might be one of the most frustrating stars to play with based on how he plays basketball. He is a humongous human being who thinks he's Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Now, it's tucked in New York. They're winning. I don't know if they're going to win at a super high level. They're winning now, but he is not their one. Jalen Brunson is their one. And they've got a lot of talent that's all over that team. They can look to a lot of different places on a given night and a given possession as to what to do. So they look to Cat for less in New York than they did in Minnesota. So
you had Andrew Wiggins on that team as well. Wiggins in year 3. Kitty Cat was in year 2. You had Derrick Rose in year 8, who was just trying to rehab his body and come back. Jamal Crawford in year 17 was on that team. But other than that, you had a bunch of younger guys and unproven guys. And so Jimmy Butler in that spot is looking at your other stars, Karl Anthony Towns, to your point, a 7-foot shooting guard, and Andrew Wiggins, who was already on team number 2 and kind of trying to find his way.
So did you hear the story of when he got to Miami, Pat Riley asked him, who's the most talented player you've ever played with?
Yeah.
And he answered Andrew Wiggins. And they were like, really? And he's like, no, dude, Andrew Wiggins. That's the most talented player I've played with. But tucked into that might actually be a criticism. Just put yourself in the mind of Jimmy Butler in Minnesota for a second. You're there, you're a dog. You're absolutely focused, intense, you want to win. Who do they surround you with? Karl Anthony Towns, who wants to shoot threes, and Andrew Wiggins, who shows up every other night. Every other night. And so I don't know. I don't know what happened in that locker room. It feels to me like that's the kind of thing that could drive Jimmy up the wall. And what drove Jimmy up the wall in Miami had nothing to do with teammates. It had to do with money. So now, is there a reasonable mind that thinks, you know what? He's not going to go crazy at Golden State because the money is already taken care of. And as long as Steph Curry and Draymond Green are on the team, you're never going to have to worry about people trying or understanding basketball. There's a thought there. For the crowd that thinks Jimmy's going to go crazy at some point. He really might not in this short sample.
And you just mentioned the two hot buttons, which are teammates and money. The money is taken care of. He got 2 years and $112 million, which is top, I think, 6 right now in the NBA. And I know with free agency coming, those contracts will get bigger and he'll go down the list. But 2 years and 112, money, green check mark. Teammates, Draymond Green and Steph Curry, 4-time champs, and Draymond Green, one of the smartest players to ever do it, also tough. And Steph Curry, I mean, you don't even have to finish that sentence. And a head coach, if you want to talk about things that maybe Jimmy Butler has not jibed with, Tom Thibodeau in Minnesota is a super taskmaster, not a very good players coach in my opinion. And then Pat Riley, and he and Pat Riley went head to head. And it took 6 years. He was there for a long time. He had success with Coach Spo and Pat Riley, but it came time for a head-to-head battle, and Pat Riley is going to push back. And so Jimmy Butler pushed back, and now you wind up here where Steve Kerr is not Pat Riley, and Joe Lacob is not that same kind of guy. And Mike Dunleavy, former teammate in Chicago, I'm sure has a deep understanding about who Jimmy is. Yeah. So teammates and money, I don't think that those are things that are going to push him out.
Different kind of organization, different kind of successful organization.
And different kinds of expectations too, right? The expectation is
absolutely
win a title, sure. But at the same time, it's also, look, we got 2.5 more years of Steph and Draymond and you. Let's see what we have.
Well, I don't even know if the expectation is title. I think the word expectation is strong. Yeah, I guess you could hope for it for sure. But this is also, and I don't know if this is a first, like when you go to Minnesota and you've got Butler, Wiggins, and Cat, who's the one? Who's got to carry the organization on the shoulders? Debatable. You go to Philadelphia, who's got to carry the organization on your shoulders? Well, it's supposed to be Embiid, but he only has one shoulder. So he's right, like that's going to be part of the time, and that's kind of short-lived. He goes to Miami, who's got to carry the organization on the shoulders? No question, Jimmy Butler. Now he comes here, and there's no more shoulders. There's no more shoulders. This is Steph Curry's organization. It's a different role, and maybe one that is a little bit more freeing than what he's been having to do the last 6 years.
Yeah, and you read the reports about what was going on in Miami, and it seemed like they were de-emphasizing him in terms of the offense. Like they were having him play a little bit more of the weak side role. Well, they were trying to get Tyler Hero more involved. And
although, was that because they wanted to, or was it because they were arguing? And they knew he was on his way out.
Tough to tell, because when they didn't have Jimmy Butler during his 1, 2, 3 times a suspension, they were a 500 team. So they didn't really suffer without Jimmy Butler. So I do think they looked at Jimmy and Jimmy wanting money and Jimmy doing whatever he was doing, and they thought, let's just go in a different direction and see if we can still win, and they did.
Steve Kerr in 40 minutes, and the key word, if you want to get into the knockout tournament at Chase Center, is also going to be in around 40 to 45 minutes. Be with us at 4 o'clock for both of those things. The keyword for knockout, and Steve Kerr will join us. Let's get back to the phones on any excitement around Jimmy Butler. What has been the most exciting thing for you so far? Dave in the city is next up. Hi, Dave. Thanks for the call.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hope you guys are having a great afternoon.
Yeah, you too, man.
The most exciting thing might be the most boring thing, is that he could quell the game when the other team is going into and having a great momentum, and he could kind of slow it down, get to the free throw line, and have a person that could grind out the win. When's the last time we had somebody that could really just grind out a win by using their strength and just bullying people on the offensive side? We haven't had that. So, and then high-level IQ from Jimmy, definitely you can see it on the court. He's telling guys where to be. It's just another person for Steph to really rely on and not have everything on his shoulders.
Yeah, Dave, I think that's a really good call, and I wonder how that all blends together. I know we've had that conversation in this city a lot, and it's really tucked into Steve Kerr hates young people, which what it actually means is, I think, when you're trying to win games at a high level, who do you trust? And Steve, like any coach, in those moments is going to trust veterans because they have a better understanding of where they're supposed to be and when and why. And young players don't because they're young players. Now, you want them to learn those things. And so that's why I'm so fascinated now by this blend. You've already got Draymond and Steph. You know that. Now there's Jimmy Butler, who I think is another really high IQ player, but with a different skill set. Does that trickle down to the other players? So far, looks kind of like it might. Like, oh, look, Buddy Hield is starting to do good things again. Moses Moody, more consistent. Quinton Post is a player. But you all know where this is heading. What happens when Jonathan Kuminga gets back? Does Jonathan want to learn from Jimmy and pattern after Jimmy? Or does Jonathan want to buck a little bit because he's got 25 games to earn an extension and now there's fewer shots to go around?
Well, you can buck, and that probably won't lead to more playing time and more touches and more of a chance to go out there and play and score. And I do think that the ankle injury that Jonathan Kuminga suffered probably turned out to be a good thing for the Warriors' ability to keep him because his value has been depressed. Yeah. He won't play for almost 2 months by the time he gets back with the All-Star break and all the rest of it. And so when he does come back and he's got 6 weeks to come out and show it and prove it, well, now you're in a spot where this team is trying to surge. They're trying to get to the 6th seed, and Kuminga's going to have to, toe the line. Not that he won't, but he's not going to be able to go out there and just showcase and ball and not worry about winning basketball. He's going to have to go out there and play with Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond, and a team that's been hopefully humming by then.
For sure. I think 2 things help Jonathan stay. You're right. It's the ankle injury and Jimmy Butler missing a plane. Like, let's be real. Both of their values kind of went weird places, allowed the Warriors to get Jimmy Butler and hold on to Kuminga. Let's go to Jason, Central Valley. Hi, Jason. Thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Driving home from work, boys. Thank you very much for taking my call. I don't think I've called your guys' show before, but thank you very much for taking it.
Well, thanks for doing it.
I think every caller, everybody that knows the Warriors have kind of already stated what's been exciting about Butler so far. The free throw shooting, his poise, his leadership on the floor. But one thing that kind of stands out to me that he's been saying is he's not even in shape yet. This is the out of shape Jimmy Butler. Imagine what it's going to be like, as the season goes on and he kind of gets his wind back. He's able to play maybe 40 plus minutes. I mean, who knows if we want him to do that much, but get him in shape like that. And everybody's talking about what happens when Kuminga comes back. This is kind of opening up my mind to what happens, regardless of what happens this season, what happens in the offseason. It kind of, for me, paints a picture of what do we do about the 2-guard position going into the offseason, because I feel like all the other roles are kind of playing themselves into what we know it's going to be. We got Quinton Post at the 5 now, a big that can shoot. And, of course, you have Draymond, Kuminga, Moses Moody in the forward positions. What do we do about the 2-guard? Because I don't see Buddy Hield continuing into next season. I don't see Pods being a very sustainable 2-guard. There's a lot of difficult matchups in that role. What if, give me your guys' opinion on this. What about if the Warriors go after Melton again, hopefully being healthy next year, another guy that can shoot the 3, play defense. He won't disrupt any type of rotation.
Yeah.
He's a guy that will play team basketball.
Jason, thanks very much.
Jason, yeah.
I don't hate that at all. And I know that when he left, there was a lot of thought from the Warriors, and people do this because it softens the whole trade or whatnot. They're like, well, we'll get you back next year.
Right.
I don't know what the space is going to be, but you got to figure Melton's going to be available on the cheap after all of these injuries.
Yeah, but it's coming off an ACL. But for me, I think we get too bogged down in positional numerology.
Agreed.
Because honestly, Steph is your 2-guard. And Draymond and Jimmy Butler can play point guard. So Steph is not your typical point guard. So do you really need a 2-guard? You already have the best shooter in history.
And I think Pods looks a lot better of late. And Moody's flexibility, Moody quoted last week as even saying 2, 3, 4. There's really not a lot of difference.
Not 5, not 6.
It's more about who you can guard.
Yep.
I think the Warriors have some options there, but I do not hate the Melton idea at all. We're sponsored by the Los Altos Village Association this Valentine's Day. Fall in love with downtown Los Altos. From one-of-a-kind gifts to cozy cafes, you find the perfect way to say I love you and do it with free parking. Get more info at downtownlosaltos.org. Keyword, half hour away. Steve Kerr, half hour away. Your phone calls, though, continue next. What's the most exciting part of Jimmy Butler now after 2 games? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
You know, each new year beckons new beginnings, so now is a good time to consider upgrading your home's exterior and property. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials can satisfy your desire to add decking, pergolas, fencing, and other attractive features. Visit goldenstatelumber.com and talk with your builder or contractor to start your desired new year project in the coming months. Family owned since 1950.
that group. He is not a 1.
Right.
Neither is Klay Thompson. You had no trouble loving him. So I love Andrew Wiggins. I don't know if Wiggins is going to love Miami because, ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, and enjoy.
They got that in quick.
Enjoy these 7 seconds of Andrew Wiggins. I'm going to say it again. Andrew Wiggins' first basket as a member of the Miami Heat.
Celtics are 2 for 10. Burks for 3. Kaboom. Alec Burks.
There it is.
Wait.
That was Andrew Wiggins' first bucket.
Did he mispronounce Andrew Wiggins? Because I thought he said Alec Burks.
I'd like you to hear it again.
Celtics are 2 for 10. Burks for 3. Kaboom. Alec Burks.
Best part is that he gets his little signature phrase in there. Alec Burks. Kaboom. Alec Burks.
And then he doubles down. Burks for 3. Yes. Burks. Did I mention it was Burks?
This is on the FanDuel Sports Network.
Celtics are 2 for 10. Burks for 3. Kaboom. Alec Burks.
Alec Burks for 3. Kaboom.
The best part of that is at the very end, you can hear the public address announcer begin to say Andrew Wiggins in the background.
Let's catch
at
that
the very end.
one more time.
Celtics are 2 for 10. Burks for 3. Kaboom. Alec Burks.
Andrew. This is a damn home game. It's a home game.
Andrew.
His name's Eric Reed, FanDuel.
Yeah.
Come here. La, 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 la. Yeah, Alex Burks.
I'm not mad at a catchphrase, but make sure if you're going to kaboom.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you want to kaboom the right guy.
I mean, let's give Eric some credit. That's one Warrior legend and another Warrior legend.
That's right.
Alec Burks.
He's like that former Warrior. Come here. Yeah.
Burks was on the court, too. I confirm.
He was.
Yeah.
I can confirm.
In a Heat jersey.
Yeah, which makes
Not
sense.
the same number.
No.
Like, dude, I know he's Andrew Wiggins. I know he coasts. You don't even know. You don't even know what your brand new guy looks like. You don't even know. This is
both have beards.
This was 4 minutes into his Miami Heat career.
Yeah,
4 minutes in, guys, brand new. They probably big introduction to the whole arena. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome
for the first time.
For the first time, like here he is, and then he's running down the court, doing what he does, just kind of like, yeah, good up for a good jog, and he's open on the left wing, and he's ready to fire for the first time for Miami.
Celtics are 2 for 10. Burks for 3. Kaboom. Alec Burks.
Literally the basketball announcer version of Shooter McGavin. Hey, Shooter, come here. Okay, buddy. I'm sorry, Andrew. Like, I'm so sorry.
Alec Burks is a forever Warrior. Do you realize he averaged 16 a game for the Warriors in that fateful season?
That was in that year that they just kind of became the most nondescript thing in the whole world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were teammates. Wiggins and kaboom.
Yeah.
Wiggins and Burks. Teammates again in Miami. Kaboom.
Oh, my God.
He averaged 16 a night for Golden
State. That is the most Andrew Wiggins thing I have ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
The guy gets traded out to Miami for Jimmy Butler, and within 4 minutes, they're calling him by the wrong name. That literally fits Wiggins to a T. I'm sorry, Andrew. I'm sorry. Is he just going to fade into the background of the NBA now? Is that pretty much what's happening with Andrew for the rest of his career? Where's this go? About to turn 30, and now you're on a kind of a team with no huge name value.
Right. This is where it goes. He'll be a Heat, and then he'll either opt in a couple of years or he'll opt out, and he'll be somebody else's fourth best player. And when you look back at Andrew Wiggins' career as a number 1 overall pick, you'll look at a guy who played probably 16 or 17 years, mostly healthy, mostly reliable, mostly 5 of 11 from the floor. He'll have a title and an all-star game appearance, and you'll think, probably not the best number 1 pick ever, but certainly not the worst.
No, certainly not the worst.
And we went through this last week of the 25 number 1 overalls since 2000, he's about 10th or 11th or 12th.
Yeah.
He's right in the middle.
Oh, he's had a good career. Not a number one overall career, but he's had a good career. He was 3 for 12 last night. 11 points, 5 boards, 5 assists. 3 for 12.
Yeah, the Warriors traded Alec Burks with Glenn Robinson for the pick that turned into Nico Mannion.
Oh, that went well for everybody.
And a pick that turned into Wiggins.
Oh.
Aaron Wiggins.
Okay.
Aaron Wiggins.
Well, maybe they should have said that.
Who are you?
That's better.
Aaron Wiggins.
Better
Yeah. Anyway, Wiggins is on OKC.
Oh,
anyhow.
gosh, that's rough.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570. Jimmy Butler, 2 games in. What's the most exciting part so far? 15 minutes away. Keyword to get you on in to the knockout tournament. And we are starting to run out of days now, okay? You got today, this afternoon, and then you got 3 chances Wednesday, 3 chances Thursday, 3 chances Friday. So there's 10 spots left for the knockout tournament. Next one's coming up at 4. Steve Kerr joins us at 4 as well. Can't wait to dive into all kinds of things with the coach. Kevin in Pleasanton on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Kev, what's up?
What's up, gentlemen? You guys are having a blast today. It sounds good to hear you guys laughing like this. It makes me laugh in the car, man, while I'm sitting in traffic.
Good, Kevin. We're trying to have some fun around here, you know? Damn it, come on.
So listen, by the way, Dibs, everyone's picking up on my, when I called in talking about the Warriors in New Edition. A couple of the other hosts are picking up on that whole caveat about Draymond and Bobby Brown. So just want to let you know your knowledge is bar 1.
I appreciate that, and I wonder where Jimmy fits because, you know, he and Draymond might be fighting over who gets to be Bobby Brown in the band.
Well, so listen. So I think that really, if you guys look back last year when Draymond was out after he hit Jordan Poole, and Kuminga rose to the top. Kuminga was playing the 4. They were throwing it into him. He was doing a lot of the things that Jimmy Butler was doing right now. The problem is that when Draymond came back, they pushed Kuminga back out and wanting him to start shooting threes and whatnot. I'm really excited about Steve is not going to tell Butler to shoot threes. He is going to go to the rack. And so I'm very excited that this may open up the court even more for Kuminga. And he's going to learn from Jimmy. I think he made a comment, will he not listen or whatever? He's going to soak him up like a sponge because he's finally got somebody else that kind of looks like him in the sense of going to the basket. And Steve's going to reward Jimmy for that. So hopefully that'll grandfather over to Kuminga, and it could be really exciting. So I wonder what you guys think about the opportunity of Kuminga opening up the court for more scoring to help the Warriors on the down stretch.
Yeah, Kev, thanks. I like the word you use right there at the end, which is opportunity. And that's kind of what I mean. I think what the vision that you lay out, I hope that's the way it goes. But Jonathan is in a tough spot. This is a lot on his mind right now. Again, I want everybody to sort of like put yourself in the mind and space of Jonathan Kuminga as he comes back. Okay? You have 25 games left until it's extension time. When we last left you, you were having a breakout and starting to score 25 and 30, 34-point games and stuff like that. You were really starting to come on, but you still weren't starting, even though you want to start. And you're coming back to a whole new franchise. You're coming back to one that now has another star, somebody who is going to command a whole lot. And yes, you could soak up everything that you're seeing like a sponge. It could open things up for you so that your inside-outside game really starts to flourish. It could do all of those things if your head is in the right place, and there's just no way to know. And you're doing it all coming off of injury, which is in and of itself already a difficult thing mentally.
Yeah, Steve Kerr coming up at the top of the hour, and these will be questions we asked him about the reintegration of Jonathan Kuminga and what he saw when he left and how that can still fit in with the Golden State Warriors. And I'm looking at the overall numbers, Mark, for this team, and I know numbers are numbers, but Jonathan Kuminga is still number 2 in free throw attempts taken on this team.
Yep.
Even though he's missed now more than 20 games. He's only played in 32 games, and he shot more free throws than Steph Curry. Total free throws taken. And then you look further down the list, and Jimmy Butler's taken 28 free throws in 2 games, more than Kyle Anderson in 36 games, more than Gee in 28 games, more than Lindy in 38 games. So, yeah, Jimmy Butler's doing something that this team did not have, but Kuminga's a guy who was actually getting to the foul line. He was shooting 64%, not great, but he still is shooting more free throws on the year than anyone outside of Alec Burks.
Yep.
Andrew Wiggins. Sorry, I got that wrong. My bad.
Yeah. Yeah, like I see what people are saying. The whole like, dude, watch Jimmy and do it that way. And he mentioned, Steve Kerr's not going to force Jimmy Butler to shoot threes. Yeah, Jimmy's not great at it. Jimmy is more kind of opportunistic, picks his spots with three-point shots. I'd like Jonathan Kuminga to do the same. But the difference there is Jimmy he's a bigger presence. He's more physical than Kuminga, and therefore that allows him to finish around the rim in a way that I didn't think Jonathan is able to do yet. Like, I'd love to see that. I know a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, get fouled, go to the rack. Jonathan, he's good at getting fouled. He's not great at finishing yet through contact and when there's a lack of space. He's a great dunker, but, like, when there are people in your way, how creative are you? Like, Steph Curry's actually better than Jonathan in terms of, like, I have to find space to get up a shot here. So
I think Kuminga's better at over you as opposed to over you, through you, around you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those are the three ways,
And
right?
so I'm with everybody.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying about, like, the comp between him and Jimmy and the hope that Jonathan just goes, okay, show me, teach me how to Dougie. Sure, let's do that. I just don't, I can't be 100% sure yet of how Jonathan is going to feel about his role when he gets back. I don't know exactly what his role is when he gets back.
And that's one for Steve Kerr later today. And Steve won't be able to answer it because, Kuminga's not yet cleared, and he won't be cleared for probably another week or 2 at the earliest. And then there's a ramp up and all the rest of it. But just looking at what Jimmy does, and a lot of it is what you want Jonathan to eventually be. But you have to remember, Jonathan Kuminga is only 22. And he's yet to even develop into his grown man body. Jimmy Butler, on the other hand, is 35. He's a grown man. He's strong. He's been in the association for 14 years or so. And so he understands how to get through people and how to get to the foul line.
Right. And then, again, this is, my stupid advice. Who needs that? But if you're Jonathan Kuminga, dude, I wouldn't wake up without shooting 100 free throws, and I wouldn't go to bed without shooting 100 free throws. The difference between Jonathan Kuminga being a $25 million player and a $35 million player is the free throw line. Literally. What is the difference right now between Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga, other than, the experience and the presence and all of that? But, Jimmy knows how to get fouled, and then when he goes to the line, he's going to knock it down, 75 to 80% clip. If Jonathan could be north of even 70, if he could just
for his career, he's at 69.
I know, but he has gone down this year.
Big time.
It's been better lately.
From 75 down to 64.
If he could actually be a 75% free throw shooter, I have no doubt that is a 20-point plus per game scorer in the NBA.
Last year, he shot 74.6 on 4 attempts. This year, he's at 64% on 5 attempts. So clearly there's something going on either with his mechanics or his mentals. I would lean more toward the mentals and what he's gone through this year. He's getting there more often, but he's not making any more in terms of a percentage. He's making less.
And 5 is still not enough. I know that some of it is minutes and the role and all of these things is the offense flowing through him. And I know that Jimmy won't do this every game, but take a look at what Jimmy is averaging in 2 games with the Warriors at the free throw line. 14.
Well, that's bananas.
I know. That will not stay up there. But if I'm Kuminga with that athleticism, 5 free throws a game is not enough. It's just not enough. He can and should be shooting more, and obviously can and should be making more.
Yeah, that's fair. But if you look at how many players who are qualified shoot more than 5 free throw attempts a game, I'm looking, there's only 21 of them who average more than 5 attempts a game. And can he be that guy? Sure.
Yes, he can.
Like Giannis is shooting 11 free throws a game, and you understand that because you have to foul him. Either you foul him or he scores. And then you get like Gilgeous Alexander, another guy who attacks and he can hit you from all three levels. And, Anthony Davis is a tough guard and all the rest of them. So can he be somebody as a power forward like Jason Tatum getting 6.5 a game, somebody who shoots the three, they can score at all three levels? He's not there yet, but I would like to see him be more aggressive going to the basket.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
That's the goal. I mean, those comps that you're bringing up, Tatum is a great comp. I don't ever foresee Kuminga being that good. I don't see him being that strong or that much of a force, but you're right. He's also only 22. I could be wrong. I don't know where his body's going to go, where the mentality is going to go, but you would love to see, it's not even just aggressiveness. Like, let's be real. You watch Jimmy Butler play, he knows how to draw a foul. Watch James Harden play. I mean, my God, he's going to go to the Hall of Fame of knows how to draw a foul.
Right.
He knows how to draw a foul when there's no foul. And so when I watch Jonathan play, that's what you're still waiting for, the tricks of the trade. Like really understanding how to be an NBA scorer. He's not there yet. That's fine. He's really young. So that's all. I'm just with everybody. I hope that he takes this as an opportunity to learn from someone who might be a little bit of a comp for him, as opposed to trying to do too much when he gets back because he's thinking about that contract.
And the contract will come if you play the right way. And the other part of it is where the Warriors are now, pushing for the 6th seed. And we'll ask Steve about that here at the top of the hour, about the idea of them focused now on the 6. If he's not playing, quote, the right way, if he's playing selfishly or playing for a contract, well, then they're going to go a different direction. He's not going to get 30 minutes a night if Jonathan Kuminga is not playing winning basketball.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, we've arrived at that time. We will always continue to take your calls throughout the next couple hours at 888-957-9570. However, coming up next, Steve Kerr will join us, but also we've arrived at keyword time. So if you want to win your way in to the knockout tournament at Chase Center with us in early March, there are 10 spots left, and we're giving one of them away in this 4 o'clock hour. You're going to need to be with us throughout. And coming up next, where we'll let you know both what the keyword is and then exactly what you're going to do with it in order to join us at Chase Center. So, keyword and Steve Kerr. Next, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here for more.
Curry to the right side. Waits for Draymond. Screen set. Deep three on the way. Splash! Curry makes it 105-94. Warriors have their largest lead of the night right now.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Steph, that's what we're going to do. From one guy who could shoot a free throw, about to talk to another guy who could shoot a free throw. We're going to see if you can shoot a free throw. The knockout tournament qualification time has arrived, and here's what we're going to do, because normally it's right around just after 4 o'clock when we give you the keyword and then give you the directions on how you can win your way in to our knockout tournament. Here's what we'll say, because we're about to talk to Coach Kerr. The second that conversation is done, we'll hand out the keyword to you. So sit back, relax, listen to Coach Kerr, and then we'll have that keyword as soon as we wrap up. Out to the River Islands guest line we go. It is time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. It's been a great start for Jimmy Butler with the Warriors. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing tonight?
Yeah, we're doing good, man. And these 2 wins since the acquisition of Jimmy Butler certainly have everybody's eyebrows up. I wonder if you could kind of take us through the effect of the last 6 days. An emotional night 6 days ago when you trade some players away. But now this boost of these 2 games, how much of it do you attribute directly to Jimmy?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing really kind of captures what the NBA can be, where you have to say goodbye to guys who you love, and then you welcome a new guy and you feel a little burst of energy and maybe a resuscitation of the season. And it's a reminder that, this is all part of it. And as much as you hate to see guys go and you grow attached to people, it's always about winning, and the players understand that, and coaches understand that. But whatever it takes to win, that's what you have to do. And I think ultimately, it was obvious we needed a change in this season. We were kind of stuck in mud, and this seems like the best possible move we could have made. And I give Mike Dunleavy a lot of credit. I mean, he's done an incredible job since he's been here. Under difficult circumstances, but he's think about the guys he's traded for, the guys he's drafted. We got a pretty good group, and it's exciting.
Can you take us through the moment where you had to call the team back in the locker room to deliver the news? Did you obviously had some inkling that something might be afoot, but in the moment when it becomes confirmed, how do you as the head coach go about getting everybody back in the room and then delivering the tough news?
Well, there's not exactly a handbook for it, but the bottom line is these guys are all great friends and tight, and you're together every single day, so there's no way you can not gather everybody together. Everybody needs to say goodbye and to have a final moment together when something like this happens, and it's not always possible. A lot of times guys get traded and they're at home, and that's it. And this was a rare occasion where a trade happened, at the arena where the whole team is there. Happened one other time in my existence. That was when we traded Alec Burks and Glenn Robinson in Brooklyn right before a game about 6 years ago. And so it was, it's a strange moment, but it's one that I think you have to have with the group just to be able to express thanks and say goodbye.
Coach, I have to admit, then after the game, I was surprised to hear you say you've never even met Jimmy Butler. With all the dealings throughout the league, how is that possible? And then what were your first impressions?
Yeah, I would say probably half the guys in the league I've actually shaken hands with and met. A lot of guys you just play against, but you don't really, you don't spend time with them. You don't really, say anything to them or vice versa. And so that was the case with Jimmy. Obviously, he's been in the East, for most of his career, so only played him a couple times a year. And there was just never a moment where we, even said hello. So it's a brand new relationship, but, it's great timing. I mean, what I've learned in this league is everything is about timing for players, for organizations. When you get a guy, it's so crucial, and it feels like we're getting him at the right time for him and for us.
Well, now that you've known him a long time, I mean, 5 days by my count, it's time for some sweeping judgment, Steve. What have you made so far of just working with Jimmy? I know it's a really, really small sample, but what has surprised you most about having Jimmy in the building?
I don't know if anything has surprised me. It's just really fun to see him play when he's on your team, and you get to watch the tape and you see all the little things that he does, and it makes sense, because he's not a guy who jumps off the page like other players in the league who are, maybe more athletic or better shooters or whatever. It's the totality of the package with Jimmy. It's the incredible IQ, the amazing fundamentals. I mean, you saw the play he was making against the zone last night where he'd catch it in the middle, pivot like it was John Wooden basketball camp, in 1974, and then make a perfect bounce pass to Quinton or Draymond for a dunk. It's like, you'd be surprised, but there aren't that many guys in the NBA who have that level of a fundamental base. So when it comes in a star player's body and package, it's really powerful. And so watching the tape this morning and after the Chicago game, you just get a sense of why Jimmy is so great. And it's everything. It's the competitiveness, it's the skill, it's the passing, it's the awareness, the feel. He's just got an amazing game.
Coach Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, there's what we all see on the basketball court. I'm interested in what we don't see. How has he fit into the locker room so far?
He's been great. He's right in the middle of the card game on the plane with Draymond and Steph. There seems to be a lot of laughter in that locker room. He's a very charismatic guy, and I think, like I said, it's great timing. I mean, he needed a change. Obviously, he had a great run in Miami, and he was ready for something different. And we needed a burst, and you can feel that it's a good fit both on the court and in the locker room. He's just got really good energy about him. He's thrilled to be here. The guys are happy he's here, and there's a sense of confidence that he can really help us get where we want to go.
Coach, I'm interested in this because we all know what was being said about Jimmy in Miami and everything that was going on there for the weeks leading up to this. And so that locker room fit, there was even a report at one point that you and Steph Curry were kind of curious about the locker room fit. With what we know about a big personality like that, to what level was that something you guys talked about and considered?
Well, it's not nearly as big of a deal or as much of a thing as you think it might be. I mean, honestly, Steph and I do not have a huge role in this stuff. Mike is great about, checking in with us, letting us know, what he's thinking, what deals are potentially out there. But neither Steph nor I is dictating any of this stuff. And that's how it should be. I mean, I believe in the separation of church and state. I think it's really hard for a coach to make personnel moves or a star player to dictate them. There's a reason that it's a healthy separation. And so I think any of these conversations were, not nearly as extensive and as detailed as you might think. It was more, Mike touching base occasionally during the last couple of weeks and saying, hey, here's what we're working on, and that's about it.
And here he is, and it seems to me to be a great fit after 2 games, but how does it change the way you go about playing from a pace and tempo standpoint and maybe less of a reliance on the three-point shot? When you look at it through 2 games, how does it change the way you go about playing?
Well, he just, based on who he is, he automatically controls the game. It's really interesting. I mean, all we did was give him 3 or 4 plays that we run, a couple out of bounds plays, and that's it. We had a shoot around, 1 shoot around in the last 3 days, and no practice time other than that. And it didn't matter. Like, he just knows how to play, and there's a tempo and a pace that he plays at, never gets sped up, and it's not impacting like the number of threes we're taking. In fact, I think it's improving our shot quality. But what the biggest thing is his ability to pass and manipulate defenses means Steph and Buddy and those guys Moses, they're getting better looks on the back end of possessions, much like Steph did, in the early years with Andre and Sean Livingston and guys like that who just had great feel, like Jimmy. So possessions seem cleaner, and then the ability to get to the line, which is something we frankly never had since I've been here. I think 28 free throws in 2 games. Amazing the calming effect that free throws have on a game, and so Jimmy's bringing all of that to the table and more.
Steve, the core of this team has been in place for so long, and sure, there was Durant for a period of time, and obviously Clay throughout most of it, but Steph and Draymond are like the heartbeat of the whole organization. How does the stew kind of change with this new ingredient? You know what I mean? Like, how does the identity of the whole squad adjust with a presence like Jimmy Butler now on it?
I think it's interesting just, being a part of a team, year after year, and you see the subtle shifts in the psychology, the emotion, the confidence. Some of it is based on the roster itself. Some of it is based on the rest of the league, where the league is and how other teams are doing. And so I just think we had gotten to a point, that really this year where we didn't have the, whatever it is, however you want to describe it, we didn't have the it factor anymore. And wasn't anybody's fault. Sometimes you just need new blood. I think the West has gotten so much better. Teams around us have gotten so much better. And frankly, we needed what Jimmy is bringing us, which is kind of a star confidence. You can just feel his presence and his force, and I think it's infusing the team with some energy, some new energy that we needed.
And maybe some new confidence as well. Is it fair to say that? And you got Quinton Post, who is now suddenly emerging, and Moses Moody getting more minutes, and Buddy Hield looks to be coming a little bit out of his funk. Is that a byproduct of a star and the confidence he brings, or is it the way he plays in terms of getting other guys involved in better spaces?
It's both. It's confidence that he brings to the group, but it's basketball IQ, and this is what made the Warriors special from 15 to through 22 was just the incredible IQ that supported Steph and Clay. The ability to create stuff out of nothing and to create really good possessions that generated, open threes on the back end rather than just coming down and launching threes, which, we saw more of that, I think this year, early in the season for sure. So it's a combination of all that. But, I mentioned earlier what Mike has done in his year and a half here. These guys who he's brought in, Brandon and Quinton and Jimmy. I mean, to me, these guys are rounding out our team in a really important way. Chris Paul last year, very, very similar. Just adding the IQ and the feel that allows Steph to really thrive has been hugely important, and I think Mike has played a big role in all that.
Hey, Steve, before we completely move on from any Andrew Wiggins-related kind of conversation, I'd love to know how you guys created the environment that allowed him to thrive, because it wasn't necessarily hitting exactly right in Minnesota, and whatever the mix was here with you guys, it seemed to bring out the best in him. What's your read on that?
I just think Steph Curry brings the best out in everyone around him, coaches, players. I think the organization that we've built, that Bob Myers built, that Joe Lacob has built, we have amazing people. Rick Celebrini is a great example of someone who helps set the culture. And we got a lot of really good people who create a healthy environment for players to really thrive in. But it all comes back to Steph. This guy is such a special player, such a special human being. He embraces everybody. So to me, Steph brings out the best in his teammates, and I think he brought out the best in Wiggs and gave him, the space and the confidence to be himself, but also to fit in with what we did. And then Wiggs was exactly what we needed, at that time, transitioning away from Kevin Durant, Andre Iguodala, Sean Livingston. We desperately needed Wiggs' length and athleticism, defense, ability to attack. And I will never forget Wiggs, what an incredible teammate he was, human being. And of course the 22 championship, which, we don't win without him. What a great guy to coach, a wonderful person to be around every day. And we're going to miss Wiggs.
In light of all that, how difficult was it in that moment to have to deliver the news, which, in our business, Steve, Mark and I have been doing the trade machine, and it seems like every trade involves Andrew Wiggins when you're playing around with that trade machine, and yet when it actually happens, it had to be a visceral, emotional moment for everyone.
Yeah, it was tough, but I think Andrew, to his credit, handled it really well. He knew that it was a real possibility, given all the rumors, given his conversations with his agent. I think, he was well aware that this was a real possibility. Doesn't take away the shock of it, but yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's these are moments that are really difficult in the NBA, and but they're part of it. And you know it when you come in, you learn it, you figure it out as you go. As a young player, you see guys come and go, and you realize, oh man, that's going to be me someday for 99% of these guys. And so you have to accept it and hopefully even embrace it, because it helps a lot if you can kind of approach it that way and still give the best of yourself every day.
Hey, Coach, where's this Quinton Post story going, man? Like, he's on a two-way contract one week. The next week, he's screaming at people and knocking down multiple threes. Like, what? Where are we going with this guy?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? The guy was a 51st pick, and it's funny because after the fact, it's always easy to say, well, man, he should have been picked a lot higher, But I think what was overlooked was just his toughness and his, I call it play speed. I think I read that expression when I was reading about Puka Nacua last year when the Rams drafted him, and I was, I love football, I love this stuff, and the Rams were talking about, he only ran a 4.6, but he looked way faster on tape. And when you watch Quinton, your first instinct, well, big 7-foot white guy is not going to be that quick, but he plays fast. Like he's so demonstrative with what he does because he sees the game. He processes things really quickly. So he makes the pass quickly. He makes the rotation quickly. He rolls quickly. He catches and shoots it, and there's no hesitation in his game. So it makes him quicker than what he probably is. But that's kind of the game right there, and that's why he's making this adjustment so well.
You just sounded like you were describing Brock Purdy. Like you just used a lot of the same stuff that people say when they talk about Brock.
Totally agree. That's a really good comp in that regard. There's different kinds of athleticism. There's the run and jump stuff, but there's the processing stuff. Patrick Mahomes, has it. Tom Brady obviously had like incredible processing skills, and so the quarterbacking stuff, I'm sure that's a big part of that, but I think it's a big part of any athlete in a team sport where you have to make decisions quickly. How fast can you process the game? Quinton can process it really quickly, and he happens to be a skilled passer and shooter, so this thing looks like it's got staying power.
So, Steve, he's certainly worked his way into your lineup now, and I'm not going to ask you about a lineup 5, 6, 7 games from now, but I am curious about this. Like, what do you foresee when Jonathan Kuminga comes back from this perspective? Like, how were you feeling before he got hurt about how he was handling the role off the bench in those particular minutes?
JK was. I thought he was playing the best basketball of his career those last couple of weeks before he got hurt, and that was they all came. His minutes came off the bench, but he didn't mind. I mean, he was playing a lot. He was playing 30+ minutes. So whether it's off the bench or as a starter, the thing I'm most interested in with Jonathan is picking up where he left off, because what he was doing was, making quick decisions, making simple plays, and just playing the game. And it looked to me like things had slowed down for him quite a bit. And that's when guys can really start to blossom, when they see the game more clearly. And that's what I'm excited about, getting JK back whenever it is in a couple weeks, hopefully. I can't wait to get him back out there.
Little bit of a different look going to Dallas in the game tomorrow. No Kuminga for you. They've got Clay. They don't have Luka. You've got Jimmy Butler. It seems like a year ago all of this would have been nonsensical, but you look at this Dallas team and where they are and how your team is playing. Are you getting a sense of urgency knowing that, you've openly said you need to climb up to the 6 if possible?
Well, we'd like to. That's the goal. It's going to be difficult, but obviously, shoot for 6, get as high up as you can. Just having been in the play-in a couple of times, I can tell you 7 or 8 is way better, getting 2 cracks than 9 or 10 and just getting 1. You got to win two straight. That's a tougher proposition. So we're trying to climb the ladder, and we know that the only way to do that is by being rock solid. We got to get lucky with our health. But the good news is Jimmy's a great fit. We got a lot of guys who are playing well, and we've got a chance here to build some momentum. So yeah, two big games coming before the break.
Coach, you're in Dallas, and I know you're well aware that fan base is going through it right now after that trade and feeling some frustration. There's even been some very unfortunate behavior, death threats toward Nico Harrison, etc. I wonder what your sense is of that, and if you can compare it to anything else that you've experienced in NBA life, maybe even all of the Krause and Reinsdorf stuff back in the day. Like, what's your thought on this?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's tough. When I was GM in Phoenix, I got death threats after the Shaq trade. We traded Sean Marion for Shaq, and I got some death threats via email. And, you sort of know deep down, like, nobody's really going to try to kill you over a basketball trade, but it's really disconcerting at the same time, to have somebody threaten your life. So I really feel for Nico and it's terrible behavior. It's sort of modern society, modern life, the way we live with social media, with it sort of gives everybody, this free reign to write whatever they want when they clearly wouldn't say something like that to another person's face. But it's all, it's all part of modern life, and it's really sad. And I feel terrible for Nico, and hopefully, this doesn't last too long.
To take it to a lighter subject, what does the 1997 three-point shootout champion say to Buddy Hield before this weekend?
You don't say anything ever to Buddy Hield. You just hand him the ball and you let it rip. So I got no advice for Buddy.
You don't ever talk to Buddy Hield, Coach?
I never talk to him about shooting. I talk to him about everything else. But you don't say anything about shooting. This guy he puts up more shots than anybody, including Steph. By the way, we have this we have this tracking stuff in our facility where that we can look at every single practice attempt from our guys and know how many they made, how many they attempted in the last month. This guy shoots more shots than anybody, I think, probably in the history of the planet. It's incredible. He loves to shoot so much. He's in the gym all the time, just firing away. It's beautiful to watch him shoot. And he's one of those guys who's you just kind of want to leave alone and let him rip. And I think he's going to do great for that reason. He's not going to think a whole lot. He's just going to get out there and shoot 25 of them and see what happens.
Okay. Well, Coach, if you don't want to say anything about Buddy, do you want to say anything real quick about this new All-Star format, what you think about it?
Yeah, I have not thought one bit about it, and nor will I think one bit about it when I go to San Diego next weekend and play golf.
Where are you playing, Coach?
I live in San Diego in the off season. It's kind of our home base, and so I play right there in Rancho Santa Fe, nearby where we live, and really great course. And I got good friends who are there, and so I'll get out a couple times and get away. It'll be nice.
Okay, Coach, 2 wins in a row. 2 more would be real nice. Good luck rest of the week. Enjoy that golf course, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right. Sounds good, guys. Thanks a lot.
Okay, there he goes. That is Coach Kerr. Lot to react to there, and we will. Coming up next, we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. But real quick, keyword time, and the keyword is forward. The keyword for our knockout tournament for today's entrant is forward. And sometime in the next 25 minutes, you're going to hear this sounder. Don't call now, but the next time you hear that, be ready with the keyword forward and the phone number, our contest line, 415-523-4652. You got the number, you got the word, you're ready to go. When you hear the sounder again, then it's time to call in. So keep listening, and that is going to be on the way. Your call's next, 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less.
we had gotten to a point, that really this year where we didn't have the whatever it is, however you want to describe it, we didn't have the it factor anymore. And wasn't anybody's fault. Sometimes you just need new blood. I think the West has gotten so much better. Teams around us have gotten so much better. And frankly, we needed what Jimmy is bringing us, which is kind of a star confidence. You can just feel his presence and his force.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's a pretty fair answer, don't you think?
Yeah.
It's pretty, that's an interesting inside answer. I thought Steve, first of all, taking us through, and I love you, you kind of digging for what happens inside the locker room.
Right.
You called everybody in and what happens, and I get it. He's not going to be like, so I sat there and I went to Dennis first and I went, you're gone. And then I went over to, he's not going to do that. But Steve, passing along the difficulty of that night, but the organizational understanding that a different set of ingredients was needed. And I think that's what I notice. I think that's what a lot of us notice. And it's just a weird 6 days. They looked sad in Utah. Now they couldn't look happier. That's one of those things. It's difficult, but I think everybody agreed it was needed, and now you sort of you're seeing why.
Yes, and you're seeing that this is the team that you're going to have. There's no more uncertainty about KD or Levine or Vucevic or Cam Johnson or Brandon Ingram or Zion or Jimmy Butler. This is your team. So, yeah, Quinton, keep shooting threes, and Moody, you're getting PT now. Kuminga's coming back. Dennis is gone. Slow-Mo is gone. Melton is gone. This is your team. So all of the uncertainty about, the roster composition and all the rest of it goes away. Now there are playing time questions and the rest of it, but there's a certain amount of clarity that comes with the deadline being behind you, and you brought in a guy who has competed at the highest level. He hasn't won a title, but he's been to a couple of finals here in the last 5 years. He is a dog and somebody who has been a part of winning teams, and so you inject that into your locker room, a new personality and a new spark, and now it's time to boogie, as you would say.
Yeah, what else stood out to you? I want to point out one other thing that I thought was an interesting answer. Look, I didn't say that it was the Brian Windhorst report, but it was. It was a Brian Windhorst report that Steph Curry and Steve Kerr in particular were concerned about the locker room fit. And in asking him about that, I heard something and didn't hear something. I did not hear Steve say, no, we weren't concerned at all. I didn't hear him say that. What I heard him say, though, was also you'd be surprised at how little input we have about that. I buy it and don't buy it. I think that there's more discussion that goes on behind closed doors than what Steve is letting on. But he says, look, locker room fit's been great so far. That's easy. It's been 5 days or whatever. But, he did not refute the report, but sort of refuted it in a way of saying, it's not up to me. It's not up to me if we bring in a new player.
It's not. And I do like the idea of separation of church and state, although if you look at the government now, there is almost no separation between church and state. I don't want to get too political about that part of it, but there used to be a definitive separation of those two entities, and now not so much. And I do believe the same thing applies to an NBA team where, yes, Steph and Steve are worried about playing and coaching, and Mike Dunleavy is worried about being the general manager and trying to shape the roster. But if there's a question about a player or a fit, you're telling me that he's not going to knock on Steve's door or pull Steph aside and Draymond after practice and say, hey, what do you know about Jimmy Butler? And what do you think about maybe being a teammate with Jimmy Butler? For me, to think that didn't happen, at least informally, is a little bit of a long shot.
I agree with you. That said, when Steve's like, I never met the guy. All I can do is think about you, me, or any other human being. You hear stuff about people, but if you've never met them, I try my you-know-what off to be like, I'm not basing an opinion now on stuff I've heard. stuff I've heard from other people. That's your experience. I want to go have my experience. If I don't like something or something's not fitting, okay, then now I've got my own opinion. But if Steve Kerr's literally never met Jimmy Butler, I wonder how firm or not firm of an opinion he even had about locker room fit.
Probably not very firm, but I would imagine that Steph and Draymond have either met him. I'm sure they've met him at least in a post-game, good game, bro moment. If not, had more of a defined, definitive relationship and an impression therein. So if you're Mike Dunleavy and you're thinking about a move, and the Kevin Durant one's a good example. So you're kind of hot after Kevin Durant, and you're wondering if he might be a guy who would be open to coming back here. I don't know if Mike Dunleavy can call Kevin Durant, but Steph sure can. So Steph gets wind of how close they are, and it's like, hey, Steph, if you wouldn't mind, just reach out to Kevin and see what he's thinking about this idea. And that's where you would involve a player. And, you probably pull Steph Curry aside and say, what do you think of Jimmy Butler? Have you played with him? Have you played against him? What are your impressions of Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, I get that. Although the Kevin thing, no one even needed to think about it. You need to think about it from the standpoint of would Kevin come back?
Right.
Is Kevin open to something like that? But you don't have to worry about, would Kevin fit here? Yeah, Kevin would fit here.
But would Kevin want to come back here?
Don't know.
And I'm not saying that they asked Steph to call him. I'm sure Steph just called him because he was interested himself as the trade talks got, pretty animated and heated. And so that's all part of doing your due diligence.
888-957-9570, the number. What we've been asking all day is, based on what we've seen now, these two games, what are you most excited about with regard to Jimmy Butler? And does anybody already think that some sort of an about face is necessary? Like, if you didn't like the trade, have you just straight changed? For me, that's a little quick. I would admit there's some things that have gone well so far that I wasn't necessarily thinking about, and it really is that calming of the fourth quarter when the Warriors just get stagnant and they're not able to get off a good shot and everybody runs towards Steph and there's nobody else that can do anything. Jimmy Butler in those moments so far has been able to be like, give me the ball, I'll get to the free throw line, we'll calm this down. That's huge. That's huge. Will it continue? He's not going to average 14 trips to the free throw line per night. This is a little inflated so far. So where's it going to go next? I don't know. But I'll admit that. But it's a little early for any sort of an about face. I do want to keep stressing it's been 2 games. But what are your impressions? 888-957-9570, the number. Oh, and by the way, before we go back to the phones, a gentle reminder that I would stay right where you are if you want to get in the knockout tournament. Because Birdie tells me you're probably going to hear that sounder within the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then it'll be boogie time. And see if you can call and win your way into our knockout tournament in early March. Guru in San Jose. What's up, Guru? What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just driving back home. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic. You've got quite some gumption to call yourself Guru and call this radio station.
That is actually my real name, guys.
Okay, so, perfect. Then it works. It works out well.
Yeah, it better. You know what I mean?
Right?
So, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, forget about my name for just a second here. I wanted to talk about Jimmy, obviously. And, the thing that impressed me the most, especially in the Milwaukee game, is that very specifically the Bucks went to a 2-2-1 zone for a couple of possessions in yesterday's game. And that has been the Warriors' kryptonite over the past couple of years, just because they didn't really have someone in the middle of the zone who could make a play. Even with Draymond, if Draymond was in the middle of the zone, everybody and their mother knew that he was going to try to pass rather than take a floater or take a jump shot, right? So with Butler in the middle of the zone, you can see that he's able to make clean decisions. And also he clears up the lane because the one in front of the zone wants to come up and guard him. And that just opens up so much. And you can see that he's smart enough to make that decision. And he kind of reminds me of Andre Iguodala in that way, his playmaking ability, though he is a more offensively gifted version than Iguodala. And Iguodala is he's a better on-ball defender. But coming to the other point you guys were talking about, where does Kuminga fit? once he comes back. I think, like, if Kuminga is playing at the level that he was playing before he got hurt, I actually think the Warriors' best lineup is actually Butler at the 4, and you would play Steph, Buddy Hield, Kuminga, Butler, and Quinton Post. I actually think that's your best 5. I know I'm leaving Draymond out, but that really allows the Warriors to be a little bit more free flowing on offense, I think. And I think Butler's more of a 4 on defense than a 3. So I actually think that with Kuminga being the cutter and the slasher, Butler can find him, and that's really his best role. And I think when Kuminga comes back, if he's playing at the level that he's playing at, that might be our best lineup. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah. I don't find enough defense with that lineup, Guru. If you watch Quinton Post on defense right now, he's being picked on and he is being pinpointed. He's not a rim protector as a 7-footer. And if you've got Buddy on the floor and Steph, and you don't have Draymond Green out there, for me, defensively, you are porous.
I think that's a fair point. I think it's a fair point. And then there's this side of it. Like, I'll just come at this from sort of a predictive place. Steve ain't going to do that. He's not going to do that. Like, I am fully aware, I think we all are, that there is an appetite from a lot of Warrior fans for less Draymond Green. Whether that had been the, trade him to Phoenix, or whether that's just like, I'm so sick of Draymond, as Steve once said, or whatever. Draymond should come off the bench. I get it. I'm not going to even, discount any of those opinions. I will predict that Steve won't do that. I think that starting lineup is going to stay when Jonathan Kuminga comes back. I think you're looking at Steph, Buddy Hield, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Quinton Post. And Jonathan Kuminga is going to be your 6th man. And then you're going to see, Moses Moody is going to come in and do some things. Kevon will come in and get your rebound here or there. GP2 will come in and stabilize defense out on the perimeter. I think that's going to be the rotation when he gets back. And we did ask him about, what'd you think of what Jonathan was doing before he got hurt? He said he was playing the best basketball of his career.
Exactly.
And by the way, that was off the bench.
Right. And I don't think that 5th starter spot is in stone, because last night Quinton Post didn't start. It was Draymond Green. And there are still spots, I believe, where Kevon Looney will get the start at center, depending on who you're going up against and, what you need defensively from the 5 spot. You don't want Draymond Green to have to play a ton of 5, but when you look at Quinton Post and he's in there and he's playing the 5, quote unquote, he's not really playing the 5. He's playing the stretch 5. He's not a guy who's going to get in there and really mix it up a lot. He had no block shots and he only had 4 rebounds. So he's more of a unique guy when he plays the 5. So I think when you look at the starting lineup, there's room for Kevon. There's certainly room for Quinton Post. The one guy who has really fallen out of favor is Trace Jackson Davis.
Yes.
And, it feels like he's now down into being the 4th string center behind Quinton and Draymond and Kevon Looney. And you don't want to see him totally get lost, but he's the kind of guy, much like Moses Moody, where you could not play him for a month and put him in there, and he can contribute because he has a very well-defined role.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder, all of it, they've talked so much, and Steve did even just now with us. They've talked so much about just that chemistry, that sauce, what are all the ingredients, right? And we needed to shake it up and do something different. Well, when you do that, there are certain skill sets that come in and get highlighted and others then get kind of pushed to the side. I would argue that Trace Jackson Davis, as a big man, is best in sort of a play-fast role. He's a finisher around the rim. He can put down a lob, all of that stuff. He's good in transition, but he's not he's not the rough and tough physical defender that Kevon Looney is, and certainly does not provide the stretch 5 nature of a Quinton Post. If you're going to start tailoring more of what you're doing around Jimmy Butler, you're probably going to play a little bit slower. That's a little bit more of a half-court game. And to me, whether it's on the offensive side with Post or the defensive side with Looney, that style fits those players more than it fits TJD.
It's a good point. I think, especially defensively. And Kevon is a guy in the half court who sets a great screen, and Quinton Post is a guy in the half court offensively who can knock down the three. TJD does play a little bit faster, and defensively he gives you more than Quinton Post, but not as much as Kevon Looney. So he's kind of in between the two. If you want an offensive big, it's Quinton Post. If you want a defensive big, it's Kevon. Trace is not as good as either one at either of those two things.
Oh, there it is. That's the sounder. Okay, we got 10 spots left for the knockout tournament, and we're going to give one of them away right now. So you've got the keyword. We gave that to you earlier this hour. Now you got to call the contest line, which if you don't have it, here it is, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. The first person that calls in, gets through, and gives the correct keyword is in to the knockout tournament, Chase Center floor, Monday, March 3rd, with all of us, just hooping it up, having a good time, and playing knockout. Again, that contest line, 415-523-4652. We wish good luck to all of you, but remind you that there are 9 more spots to give. 3 tomorrow, 3 Thursday, 3 on Friday, 8 a.m., noon, 4 p.m., every single day. Good luck, and thank you so much for trying and for listening here on 95.7 The Game. All right, back out to the phones. Al in the city. Hey, Al, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's good?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Thank you for getting me on. Hey, the lineup is fine with Quinn Post, but I believe, he's a rookie, and they're just going to eat him up inside the biggies, the other centers from the other team. So next year I think he'd be a better, explosive center. Now he's going to have a year under his belt. But I would use Looney and Hield, Curry, and Butler, and also Kuminga starting. Have Green come off of the bench, man, and see where it goes from there. And and Quinn Post, I say you could bring him in, but when they have a good lead, he can help out. But as far as starting, the other center is going to tear Quinn Post up. But next year he should be better. Thank you.
Yeah, Al, thanks very much. First off, we want to announce, did you say Jason and San Mateo? Congrats to Jason and San Mateo. We thank you very much for listening. You are the winner of today's knockout 4 o'clock spot. We appreciate you so much for listening, and we look forward to meeting you at Chase Center on March 3rd.
Yeah, Jason immediately installed as the favorite in the knockout contest. So
based on
the fact that he just called, and I can say that with Mark Grandy here, the defending champ, the guy who's clinging to his little trophy so tightly, but it's going to be gone.
Whoever our most recent entrant is, that's the favorite.
Yeah,
because we're just like,
you get the bit.
Like, come on. Thank you. Jason and San Mateo. Sounds like a baller. Sounds like a baller to
San
me.
Mateo, as you know, known for its outside shooting.
And that's
Jason,
what I tried to do years ago.
Good solid name. So I like Jason. I like Jason's chances. We're going to put you right behind the Grandy man.
Did you get a height and weight when he called Lucas and Grandy? Did you
we
get
did not, no.
No? 6'5".
Yeah.
220.
We got to get the measurables on some of these people.
Yeah, we do. I want to see a roster.
I was answering the phone for one on Steiny and Guru the other day, and at the end, the winner told me, "I'm coming for you, Grandy."
Nice.
Yeah, that's right. You're a controversial figure around these parts this time of year. All right, so there it is. To answer Al's point, though, let me definitively come out and say this right now. Jonathan Kuminga should not start when he gets back, and that's for his benefit. Not because somebody hates young people.
Well, he would prefer to start. I don't know if he would agree with you that it's for his benefit.
That's fine. He can disagree all he wants. I know he wants to start. To me, that's more about like your standing within the NBA fraternity. You were scoring 30-plus points for a couple of nights leading into the injury. You did that coming off of the bench. Why, for those of you who want Jonathan to be featured, why do you want him on the floor with Steph and Jimmy at the beginning? Well, we're talking about when he comes in off of the bench. At times, it'll be replacing Jimmy. Other times, it'll be when Steph is out, where the offense has a little bit more room to run through some other people. I would argue that there are going to be more shots for Jonathan Kuminga off of the bench, at least for the first half of the basketball game, than there would be at the start, where things are clearly going to be at times going through a two-man game with Steph and Jimmy.
And if you look at the way the rotation has been going early on in the Jimmy Butler experience, it's 5 minutes of Jimmy Butler, and then he comes out.
Yep.
He comes out so he can go back in when Steph comes out. You want Jimmy Butler on the floor for the majority, if not all, of the non-Steph minutes. And I'm looking at the game last night where GP2, 5 minutes in, comes in for Jimmy Butler. So that largely will be the Jonathan Kuminga spot, I would guess, where Butler plays the first 5 and Kuminga, you don't start, but you come in with 6 or 7 minutes left in the quarter, and then you get a chance to shine alongside Steph, and then start of the second quarter, you're in there as well, and then Steph would come back in, so you'll get 8 minutes early on, and the majority of those will be without Steph Curry.
All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. If you haven't heard about our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, it's bananas. We'll tell you about that next. And for those of you just getting off work, getting in the car, we had Steve Kerr on earlier in the show. We'll let you hear what he had to say about everything Warrior-related. Jimmy, Andrew, Quinton Post, and beyond. The conversation with Steve Kerr not far around the corner on Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life weight loss. And I want you to get on board with this program. If you feel like you need to lose.
Free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Curry calls up post again. Gets the screen, goes away from the screen. Now fades to his right, fires away. It's up and good! Curry with another three. The Warriors up 112-94.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Sometimes you need to remember that it's a show.
Our show?
Well, all shows.
Yeah.
In this particular case, I'm not talking about this show.
Everything is a show.
Sometimes you got to remember it's a show.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. We got something for you here in a sec.
Talk to me.
Okay. And our conversation with Steve Kerr is like 5 minutes away. Want to tell everybody about the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Someone's going to go to Vegas. Travel accommodations on us. Winner plus 3 guests, total of 4 in the party. And oh, by the way, $20,000.
Wait, say that part again?
Okay, travel accommodations.
Yeah, that I get.
You and 3 guests.
Fine. I could find 3 friends, I guess.
$20,000.
So if I won $20,000 as a guy who has no friends, I bet you I could find 3 friends pretty fast. Seriously.
Major, I'll be your friend.
Well, I was going to say, between the 3 of you, you get about enough of me. Grandy secretly can't stand me. And Lucas, I don't think, cares a bit about me. But if I won this, all of a sudden, now, how you like me now? Grandy.
First of all, you made Lucas laugh. And second of all, that clip makes you sound like the FanDuel announcer of the Miami Heat game.
Alec Burks.
Kabam,
kapow,
kapow, kapow. Three-pointer.
I meant Wiggins, but it doesn't matter because I have a cool catchphrase. Kapow.
Celtics are 2 for 10. Burks for 3. Kaboom.
Alec Burks. Kaboom.
It only gets better with every replay. Kaboom.
For those of you just joining us,
kaboom.
That would be Andrew Wiggins' first basket as a member of the Miami Heat. They called him Alec Burks. Okay. Anyway, back to Vegas. Travel accommodations, you and 3 guests, $20K.
Kaboom.
Staying at Circa. Please say that after every blackjack hand that I win. You're staying at Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas' premium sports viewing destination. That makes it a destination sensation.
Cha-ching.
And you will visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is easy. You download the free Odyssey app, you log in, you listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour, and that's your daily entry. You're in. That's it. It's a national contest. Again, you download the app, you log in, and if you listen for at least an hour, they automatically, they run you in there. And in fact, right when it gets logged in, there's a guy that receives your name and goes, kaboom. And you're in.
In.
And that's it. You might be heading to Vegas in March with $20,000.
Kaboom. Speaking of other kabooms.
It's always a show.
Yeah.
So check this out.
Okay.
I was just handed this. The NBA All-Star Game tournament matchup.
Yeah, yeah.
And for those of you who are still confused by how this will work, you saw Charles Barkley, Kenny, and Shaq each draft a team over the weekend.
Oh, I'm going to take Jaylen Brown.
Okay, that's...
I kind of like his game.
That's only 3 teams. We're going to need a 4th team. And these little mini pods, these teams are going to play a little tournament, right? You got 2 versus 2. So what's the 4th team? Well, it's the Rising Stars champion. Okay? So the Rising Stars are going to play one of the teams. I hope you're asking the fair question. Which team of All-Stars gets to play against the Rising Stars? Oh, wouldn't you know it? They made fun of Shaq for drafting old guys. Maybe that was purposeful. Because who did he draft?
I drafted all the 30-year-old All-Stars. Guys about my age. Guys I can get along with. Not these young whippersnappers.
Thank you. He drafted the biggest names in the league. He drafted Steph. He drafted LeBron. He drafted Durant. They're all on his team. Guess who they get to play? The Pups.
Yeah.
Guess what's going to happen? They're going to win. And then they're going to move on to take on either Chuck's team or Kenny's team. And I'll predict right now, they're going to play Chuck's team. Why? Because Chuck and Shaq are the two funny ones, and because Shaq, with his old guys, going up against Chuck, who I think has sort of the, flavor of the month players. Nikola Jokic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Wembanyama.
Şengün. He got the goon.
And Şengün.
He got the goon.
And Cat. Meow. So, that's my prediction. That's what you're going to see. Chuck's team is going to play Shaq's team.
You're saying the fix is in.
It's a show.
I was looking for odds on the website at which I make my wagers, and they're not out yet, but I would imagine, based on what you're saying, Shaq's OGs will probably be the favorite to win this, wait for it, cockamamie All-Star tournament.
Listen to Kenny's team. Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham, Darius Garland, Tyler Hero. Yes, Ant is on there. Jaren Jackson, Evan Mobley, and Jalen Williams. They literally looked at Kenny and went, "We just take all the leftovers. Sorry, you get Ant. You get Ant and all the other dudes who earn their way in that nobody really wants to see. Jalen Williams. All right.
I like the player.
Yeah,
I like the pick.
Chuck's playing Shaq. Let's go live to Lucas Alexander, the director of sports, with this addition to the program.
In case you were wondering, of the Rising Stars teams, there are 4 of them. That will happen Friday night. The Warriors have a player on 75% of those teams, so 3 out of the 4. So the Warriors have a 75% chance to be playing, at least one of their players playing against that Shaq's OGs team on Sunday.
Okay.
Pat Spencer on a team, Brandon Pajemski on a team.
And TJD. Yeah.
Also another...
Wait, can you just real quick? Pat Spencer's on a team?
Mm-hmm. G League up next.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
He's got next.
Okay.
Pat can play, dog.
I'm not
basketball.
disrespecting
Yeah.
Multi-sport
Pat Spencer.
athlete.
If we've gotten to a point where we're having an all-star game and we're going to have a team comprised of the G League, we got nexts.
Pat Spencer against Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to have to worry about that.
We might as well put in Mac McClung in the slam dunk. I mean, what are we doing?
Speaking of Mac McClung, he's on that G League got next team.
Of course he is.
Breaking news, they will not be the team representing the Rising Stars.
He's had next for the last 6 years.
Also, I don't know if you heard the announcement today. Kevin Hart will be an on-court MC for the All-Star Game Sunday.
Oh, he's actually been running around out there.
Like some Rucker Park. Oh, Steph Curry, kaboom.
I like it.
Nice.
Found the smallest comedian in the planet so that he won't get in the way.
I think Draymond also is going to be a part of that somehow.
Kaboom.
Steph Curry, kaboom.
Kaboom.
Might have been Steph.
I tell you what.
Stand on it.
You know who's got next? Steve Kerr's got next. Steve Kerr's got next. We went out to Dallas earlier this afternoon to catch up with Steve Kerr. Out to the River Islands guest line we go. It is time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. It's been a great start for Jimmy Butler with the Warriors. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing tonight?
Yeah, we're doing good, man. And these 2 wins since the acquisition of Jimmy Butler certainly have everybody's eyebrows up. I wonder if you could kind of take us through the effect of the last 6 days. An emotional night 6 days ago when you trade some players away. But now this boost of these 2 games, how much of it do you attribute directly to Jimmy?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing really kind of captures what the NBA can be, where you have to say goodbye to guys who you love, and then you welcome a new guy and you feel a burst of energy and maybe a resuscitation of the season. And it's a reminder that, this is all part of it. And as much as you hate to see guys go and you grow attached to people, it's always about winning, and the players understand that, and coaches understand that. But whatever it takes to win, that's what you have to do. And I think ultimately, it was obvious we needed a change in this season. We were kind of stuck in mud, and this seems like the best possible move we could have made. And I give Mike Dunleavy a lot of credit. I mean, he's done an incredible job since he's been here. Under difficult circumstances, but he's think about the guys he's traded for, the guys he's drafted. We got a pretty good group, and it's exciting.
Can you take us through the moment where you had to call the team back in the locker room to deliver the news? Did you obviously had some inkling that something might be afoot, but in the moment when it becomes confirmed, how do you as the head coach go about getting everybody back in the room and then delivering the tough news?
Well, there's not exactly a handbook for it, but the bottom line is these guys are all great friends and tight, and you're together every single day. So there's no way you can not gather everybody together. Everybody needs to say goodbye and to have a final moment together when something like this happens, and it's not always possible. A lot of times guys get traded and they're at home, and that's it. And this was a rare occasion where a trade happened, at the arena where the whole team is there. Happened one other time in my existence. That was when we traded Alec Burks and Glenn Robinson in Brooklyn right before a game about 6 years ago. And so it was, it's a strange moment, but it's one that I think you have to have with the group just to be able to express thanks and say goodbye.
Coach, I have to admit, then after the game, I was surprised to hear you say you've never even met Jimmy Butler. With all the dealings throughout the league, how is that possible? And then what were your first impressions?
Yeah, I would say probably half the guys in the league I've actually shaken hands with and met. A lot of guys you just play against, but you don't really, you don't spend time with them. You don't really, say anything to them or vice versa. And so that was the case with Jimmy. Obviously, he's been in the East, for most of his career, so only played him a couple times a year, and there was just never a moment where we, even said hello. So it's a brand new relationship, but it's great timing. I mean, what I've learned in this league is everything is about timing for players, for organizations. When you get a guy, it's so crucial, and it feels like we're getting him at the right time for him and for us.
Well, now that you've known him a long time, 5 days by my count, it's time for some sweeping judgment, Steve. What have you made so far of just working with Jimmy? I know it's a really, really small sample, but what has surprised you most about having Jimmy in the building?
I don't know if anything has surprised me. It's just really fun to see him play when he's on your team and you get to watch the tape and you see all the little things that he does, and it makes sense, because he's not a guy who jumps off the page like other players in the league who are, maybe more athletic or better shooters or whatever. It's the totality of the package with Jimmy. It's the incredible IQ, the amazing fundamentals. I mean, you saw the play he was making against the zone last night where he'd catch it in the middle, pivot like it was John Wooden basketball camp, in 1974, and then make a perfect bounce pass to Quinton or Draymond for a dunk. It's like you'd be surprised, but there aren't that many guys in the NBA who have that level of a fundamental base. So when it comes in a star player's body and package, it's really powerful. And so watching the tape this morning and after the Chicago game, you just get a sense of why Jimmy is so great, and it's everything. It's the competitiveness, it's the skill, it's the passing, it's the awareness, the feel. He's just got an amazing game.
Coach Steve Kerr with us as he is every week. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, there's what we all see on the basketball court. I'm interested in what we don't see. How has he fit into the locker room so far?
He's been great. He's right in the middle of the card game on the plane with Draymond and Steph. There seems to be a lot of laughter in that locker room. He's a very charismatic guy, and I think, like I said, it's great timing. I mean, he needed a change. Obviously, he had a great run in Miami, and he was ready for something different. And we needed a burst, and you can feel that it's a good fit both on the court and in the locker room. He's just got really good energy about him. He's thrilled to be here. The guys are happy he's here, and there's a sense of confidence that he can really help us get where we want to go.
Coach, I'm interested in this because we all know what was being said about Jimmy in Miami and everything that was going on there for the weeks leading up to this. And so that locker room fit, there was even a report at one point that you and Steph Curry were kind of curious about the locker room fit. With what we know about a big personality like that, to what level was that something you guys talked about and considered?
Well, it's not nearly as big of a deal or as much of a thing as you think it might be. I mean, honestly, Steph and I do not have a huge role in this stuff. Mike is great about, checking in with us, letting us know, what he's thinking, what deals are potentially out there. But neither Steph nor I is dictating any of this stuff. And that's how it should be. I mean, I believe in the separation of church and state. I think it's really hard for a coach to make personnel moves, or a star player to dictate them. There's a reason that it's a healthy separation. And so I think any of these conversations were, not nearly as extensive and as detailed as you might think. It was more, Mike touching base occasionally during the last couple of weeks and saying, hey, here's what we're working on, and that's about it.
And here he is, and it seems to me to be a great fit after 2 games, but how does it change the way you go about playing from a pace and tempo standpoint and maybe less of a reliance on the three-point shot? When you look at it through 2 games, how does it change the way you go about playing?
Well, he just, based on who he is, he automatically controls the game. It's really interesting. I mean, all we did was give him 3 or 4 plays that we run, couple out of bounds plays, and that's it. We had a shoot around, one shoot around in the last 3 days, and no practice time other than that. And it didn't matter. Like, he just knows how to play, and there's a tempo and a pace that he plays at, never gets sped up, and it's not impacting like the number of threes we're taking. In fact, I think it's improving our shot quality. But what the biggest thing is his ability to pass and manipulate defenses means Steph and Buddy and those guys Moses, they're getting better looks on the back end of possessions, much like Steph did, in the early years with Andre and Sean Livingston and guys like that who just had great feel, like Jimmy. So possessions seem cleaner, and then the ability to get to the line, which is something we've frankly never had since I've been here. I think 28 free throws in 2 games. Amazing the calming effect that free throws have on a game, and so Jimmy's bringing all of that to the table and more.
Steve, the core of this team has been in place for so long, and sure, there was Durant for a period of time, and obviously Clay throughout most of it, but Steph and Draymond are like the heartbeat of the whole organization. How does the stew kind of change with this new ingredient? You know what I mean? Like, how does the identity of the whole squad adjust with a presence like Jimmy Butler now on it?
I think it's interesting just, being a part of a team, year after year, and you see the subtle shifts in the psychology, the emotion, the confidence. Some of it is based on the roster itself. Some of it is based on the rest of the league, where the league is and how other teams are doing. And so I just think we had gotten to a point, that really this year where we didn't have the, whatever it is, however you want to describe it, we didn't have the it factor anymore. And wasn't anybody's fault. Sometimes you just need new blood. I think the West has gotten so much better. Teams around us have gotten so much better. And frankly, we needed what Jimmy is bringing us, which is kind of a star confidence. You can just feel his presence and his force, and I think it's infusing the team with some energy, some new energy that we needed.
And maybe some new confidence as well. Is it fair to say that? And you got Quinton Post, who is now suddenly emerging, and Moses Moody getting more minutes, and Buddy Hield looks to be coming a little bit out of his funk. Is that a byproduct of a star and the confidence he brings, or is it the way he plays in terms of getting other guys involved in better spaces?
It's both. It's confidence that he brings to the group, but it's basketball IQ, and this is what made the Warriors special from 15 to through 22 was just the incredible IQ that supported Steph and Clay. The ability to create stuff out of nothing and to create really good possessions that generated open threes on the back end rather than just coming down and launching threes, which we saw more of that. I think this year early in the season for sure. So it's a combination of all that, but I mentioned earlier what Mike has done in his year and a half here. These guys who he's brought in, Brandon and Quinton and Jimmy. I mean, to me, these guys are rounding out our team in a really important way. Chris Paul last year, very, very similar. Just adding the IQ and the feel that allows Steph to really thrive has been hugely important, and I think Mike has played a big role in all that.
Hey, Steve, before we completely move on from any Andrew Wiggins-related kind of conversation, I'd love to know how you guys created the environment that allowed him to thrive, because it wasn't necessarily hitting exactly right in Minnesota, and whatever the mix was here with you guys, it seemed to bring out the best in him. What's your read on that?
I just think Steph Curry brings the best out in everyone around him, coaches, players. I think the organization that we've built, that Bob Myers built, that Joe Lacob has built, we have amazing people. Rick Celebrini is a great example of someone who helps set the culture, and we got a lot of really good people who create a healthy environment for players to really thrive in. But it all comes back to Steph. This guy is such a special player, such a special human being. He embraces everybody. So to me, Steph brings out the best in his teammates, and I think he brought out the best in Wiggs and gave him, the space and the confidence to be himself, but also to fit in with what we did. And then Wiggs was exactly what we needed, at that time, transitioning away from Kevin Durant, Andre Iguodala, Sean Livingston. We desperately needed Wiggs' length and athleticism, defense, ability to attack. And I will never forget Wiggs, what an incredible teammate he was, human being. And of course the 22 championship, which, we don't win without him. What a great guy to coach, a wonderful person to be around every day. And we're going to miss Wiggs.
In light of all that, how difficult was it in that moment to have to deliver the news, which, in our business, Steve, Mark and I have been doing the trade machine, and it seems like every trade involves Andrew Wiggins when you're playing around with that trade machine, and yet when it actually happens, it had to be a visceral, emotional moment for everyone.
Yeah, it was tough, but I think Andrew, to his credit, handled it really well. He knew that it was a real possibility, given all the rumors, given his conversations with his agent. I think, he was well aware that this was a real possibility. Doesn't take away the shock of it, but it's like I said, these are moments that are really difficult in the NBA, but they're part of it, and you know it when you come in, you learn it, you figure it out as you go. As a young player, you see guys come and go, and you realize, oh man, that's going to be me someday for 99% of these guys, and so you have to accept it and hopefully even embrace it, because it helps a lot if you can kind of approach it that way and still give the best of yourself every day.
Hey, Coach, where's this Quinton Post story going, man? Like, he's on a two-way contract one week. The next week, he's screaming at people and knocking down multiple threes. Like, what? Where are we going with this guy?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? The guy was a 51st pick, and it's funny because after the fact, it's always easy to say, well, man, he should have been picked a lot higher, but I think what was overlooked was just his toughness and his I call it play speed. I think I read that expression when I was reading about Puka Nacua last year when the Rams drafted him, and I was, I love football, I love this stuff, and the Rams were talking about, he only ran a 4.6, but he looked way faster on tape. And when you watch Quinton, your first instinct, well, big 7-foot white guy is not going to be that quick, but he plays fast. Like he's so demonstrative with what he does because he sees the game, he processes things really quickly. So, he makes the pass quickly. He makes the rotation quickly. He rolls quickly. He catches and shoots it. And there's no hesitation in his game. So it makes him quicker than what he probably is. But that's kind of the game right there. And that's why he's making this adjustment so well.
You just sounded like you were describing Brock Purdy. Like you just used a lot of the same stuff that people say when they talk about Brock.
Totally agree. That's a really good comp in that regard. Is there's different kinds of athleticism. There's the run and jump stuff, but there's the processing stuff. Patrick Mahomes, has it. Tom Brady obviously had like incredible processing skills, and so the quarterbacking stuff. I'm sure that's a big part of that, but I think it's a big part of any athlete in a team sport where you have to make decisions quickly. How fast can you process the game? Quinton can process it really quickly, and he happens to be a skilled passer and shooter. So this thing looks like it's got staying power.
So, Steve, he's certainly worked his way into your lineup now, and I'm not going to ask you about a lineup 5, 6, 7 games from now, but I am curious about this. Like, what do you foresee when Jonathan Kuminga comes back from this perspective? Like, how were you feeling before he got hurt about how he was handling the role off the bench in those particular minutes?
JK was, I thought he was playing the best basketball of his career those last couple of weeks before he got hurt. And his minutes came off the bench, but he didn't mind. I mean, he was playing a lot. He was playing 30 plus minutes. So whether it's off the bench or as a starter, the thing I'm most interested in with Jonathan is picking up where he left off, because what he was doing was, making quick decisions, making simple plays, and just playing the game. And it looked to me like things had slowed down for him quite a bit. And that's when guys can really start to blossom, when they see the game more clearly. And that's what I'm excited about, getting JK back whenever it is in a couple weeks, hopefully. I can't wait to get him back out there.
A little bit of a different look going to Dallas in the game tomorrow. No Kuminga for you. They've got Clay. They don't have Luka. You've got Jimmy Butler. It seems like a year ago all of this would have been nonsensical, but you look at this Dallas team and where they are and how your team is playing. Are you getting a sense of urgency knowing that, you've openly said you need to climb up to the 6 if possible?
Well, we'd like to. That's the goal. It's going to be difficult, but obviously, shoot for 6, get as high up as you can. Just having been in the play-in a couple of times, I can tell you 7 or 8 is way better, getting 2 cracks than 9 or 10 and just getting 1. You got to win two straight. That's a tougher proposition. So we're trying to climb the ladder, and we know that the only way to do that is by being rock solid. We got to get lucky with our health. But the good news is Jimmy's a great fit. We got a lot of guys who are playing well, and we've got a chance here to build some momentum. So, yeah, two big games coming before the break.
Coach, you're in Dallas, and I know you're well aware that fan base is going through it right now after that trade and feeling some frustration. There's even been some very unfortunate behavior, death threats toward Nico Harrison, et cetera. I wonder what your sense is of that, and if you can compare it to anything else that you've experienced in NBA life, maybe even all of the Krause and Reinsdorf stuff back in the day. Like, what's your thought on this?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's tough. When I was GM in Phoenix, I got death threats after the Shaq trade. We traded Sean Marion for Shaq, and I got some death threats via email. And, you sort of know deep down, like nobody's really going to try to kill you over a basketball trade, but it's really disconcerting at the same time, to have somebody threaten your life. So I really feel for Nico and it's terrible behavior. It's sort of modern society, modern life, the way we live with social media, with it sort of gives everybody, this free reign to write whatever they want when they clearly wouldn't say something like that to another person's face. But it's all, it's all part of modern life, and it's really sad. And I feel terrible for Nico, and hopefully, this doesn't last too long.
To take it to a lighter subject, what does the 1997 three-point shootout champion say to Buddy Hield before this weekend?
You don't say anything ever to Buddy Hield. You just hand him the ball and you let it rip. So I got no advice for Buddy.
You don't ever talk to Buddy Hield, Coach?
I never talk to him about shooting. I talk to him about everything else. But you don't say anything about shooting. This guy, he puts up more shots than anybody, including Steph. By the way, we have this we have this tracking stuff in our facility where that we can look at every single practice attempt from our guys and know how many they made, how many they attempted in the last month. This guy shoots more shots than anybody, I think, probably in the history of the planet. It's incredible. He loves to shoot so much. He's in the gym all the time, just firing away. It's beautiful to watch him shoot. And he's one of those guys who you just kind of want to leave alone and let him rip. And I think he's going to do great for that reason. He's not going to think a whole lot. He's just going to get out there and shoot 25 of them and see what happens.
Okay. Well, Coach, if you don't want to say anything about Buddy, do you want to say anything real quick about this new All-Star format, what you think about it?
Yeah, I have not thought one bit about it, and nor will I think one bit about it when I go to San Diego next weekend and play golf.
Where are you playing, Coach?
I live in San Diego in the off season. It's kind of our home base, and so I play right there in Rancho Santa Fe, nearby where we live, and really great course. And I got good friends who are there, and so I'll get out a couple times and get away. It'll be nice.
Okay, Coach. 2 wins in a row. 2 more would be real nice. Good luck rest of the week. Enjoy that golf course, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right. Sounds good, guys. Thanks.
Okay, there he goes. That is Coach Kerr. There it is, Steve Kerr, right here on Willard and Dibs, as he is every single week. That was kind of a little bit of a whoa there at the end, that he received death threats when he traded Shaq.
Right. He traded for Shaq. He traded Sean Marion.
Sorry, Chef.
Yeah.
Sean Marion for Shaq.
The Matrix. He traded the Matrix and got Shaq.
At the very end of his career.
Right. And people not happy about giving up a guy with maybe one of the ugliest shots in the history of the association.
I think it definitely was, unless
that little two-handed pucker push.
Yeah, unless you want to go back to Lonzo Ball as a rookie. It's the only time I think there's been a jump shot that's been more uncomfortable than Sean Marion.
Pretty bad.
Marion literally looked like he was back spinning it. Like he would flip it from his stomach.
Right.
It was a really, really odd looking shot.
Super odd. And, for Steve to have received death threats for that trade, and then you look to what we have now in Dallas where fans are showing up with coffins. Did I see that? And trying to put Nico Harrison in a coffin and all that.
I mean, look, and I'm not going to make light of any of that because it's ridiculous behavior. At the same time, when you work in, I talk about this a lot. When you work in a job that people care about, like a lot of people don't care about the results of your job. They just don't. Like even your best friends. We're dudes. I don't even know what most of my best friends do for a living.
Yeah.
Something in finance, And I'm like, you're going to be okay. Like, I don't, is your company 1 or are they 2 or are they 3? I don't know. And I really don't care. You're going to be fine either way. But when you're the general manager of a sports team, you know this. You know you know the baseline of the whole thing. People have an irrational care about what you're doing. And so.
And they also think that they know what you need to do with your job. That's the other piece of it.
I guess the point I'm getting at is not that death threats are okay, but if Nico didn't know that his fan base was going to go crazy when he traded Luka Doncic in the middle of the night, I would argue he does not have any finger on pulse of anything anywhere.
And the fans...
of course they were.
And they're not always right. And in fact, the fans are usually wrong. I go back to the Chris Mullin retirement ceremony where Joe Lacob got booed, and it was on the heels of them trading Monte Ellis to acquire Andrew Bogut, who became a big part of the first championship.
Correct.
So all the fans who booed that night, and I was at home watching it on TV, chuckling at the whole spectacle of it.
Come on, people.
The whole thing is just an unbelievable TV event, but it turned out that was the right trade. It turned out that was a good trade. Andrew Bogut, you don't win the first title without Andrew Bogut.
Brother, if you could have seen me when the Giants traded Chris Brown, their young third baseman, Chris Brown, and got this Kevin Mitchell?
Yeah.
Who the hell is this guy? And then he homered twice in his first game and 2 years later won the MVP. I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Good trade.
Good trade. Yeah.
That's right. I was behind that trade all along.
Exactly.
My team knows what they're doing.
Speaking of the Giants, we got ourselves a little Giant guest tomorrow.
We do. We got a banger. We got a banger. Yeah, Buster Posey's on the show tomorrow.
Bingo.
And then so's Greg Cosell, just to put you back in your pocket.
I'm
a Giants fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming off a huge Cosell week last week where I got that's a great question and that's a hard question.
Yeah, you did. In the same question.
Right.
It was a great question and a hard one to answer, which brings into question whether or not it was a great question.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
I got a couple more for you tomorrow, Cosell.
I can't wait.
You better put your thinking cap on now.
It's a hell of a day. It's the season wrap with Greg Cosell, and Buster Posey is on the show as well. So all of that is coming. And by the way, we're not done yet here. So it's been a big Jimmy Butler day. 2 games in. If you want to talk about what has excited you the most about 8 quarters of Jimmy Butler, we're here for you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, a 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about the new year and your new year.